starting late. And starting really late compared to usually this is the latest I've ever started in quite some time. And so I hope everybody forgives me on that, and everybody start talking in the chat room. Let me know you're there. Give me some feedback, and we'll take it from as soon as I can get this call going. So, okay, let's hope my man's there. Here we are. Okay, good man. Bring on, everyone. So sorry. Oh my God. Long story. I'll explain it when everybody's here. So thank you so much. Yes, and hope everybody's. I mean, not that there's much to explain, but we're all here now. And let's see. Okay, so this is the latest we've ever started, and with that, we're going to just get right into asking everybody to interact in the chat room, of course. And Salman, oh bless you, and by all means, you can regale us with your usual welcome. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Brother Douglas, and assalamu alaikum with greetings of peace and love be with yourself, Brother Brandon Young, Jameson Reese, Sister Penny Bradley, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. Love and blessings be upon all.
Yes, by all means. And whoever's here is welcome to respond. I, of course, will ask everyone to do the usual and just hold the opening hour for me. Certainly, obviously, I need it starting as late as we did today. I am ashamed. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, my fucking God. I've never started this late before. So I do ask everyone.
Tell us the juicy details, man.
I wish there were some. It's just stupidity. I was, believe it or not, I was doing my nasal inhalants, and every time I do that, I hold my breath for, it's just a practice, holding my breath for long periods of time. I mean, I guess that's as close as I get to Peter Moon's obsession with breathing. And, while I was doing that, the time passed by. I just started it too late. I thought I had a lot more time than I had. It was just, little things incremental.
Shit, how long were you holding your fucking breath?
Oh, I hold my breath for a very long period of time. I've actually alarmed people before. But you see, I've escaped bullets like that, and that was underwater, of course. Which, by the way, you might see a really stupid episode of Mythbusters, and Mythbusters was always stupid. I hated Mythbusters. People kept recommending it to me because they thought it was like a show for quote unquote intelligent people. And I said,
hate it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Is that Brandon? Yes.
Yes. Hi.
Thank you. Yes, I don't know what Mythbusters is like now. They've reincarnated it, and they've got some young.
It's probably worse.
It can't be worse. It can't be worse.
The mustache is bigger. The hats are bigger.
No. It's all young kids now. It's like the new Ghostbusters. All the old Ghostbusters are so dead and so ragged they have to bring them back with CGI, or they have to or they have little kids replace them, right? So it's like the new Ghostbusters. There's nothing there you would recognize. Believe me, they're just like young girls and young Asians. They know better than to pull that shit. What they had before was a couple of fat faggots. They had an old gay couple with beer bellies, and it was basically, if you were into beer belly and butt crack and that's what you wanted to stare at for an hour while these idiots went through the motions of saying that they were like doing something of worth or constructive nature, then yeah, that was the series for you. But they hate each other. I mean, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you're aware of that, but those two faggots won't ever get together again. I mean, they literally, like a romantic couple would, when they broke up up like blood and
they divorced.
Well, they also have beards.
Yeah, that's that too. That must have been really gross. I never want to see them making out.
I don't want to think about it. The thought is enough to send even the great old ones back out to the
Thank you.
I have seen the sex tape, and it's not good. I'll say that.
Yes, thank you. But one of the things my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, taught me, George Dietrich, the Chief Petty Officer of the U.S. Navy, was when you dive underwater, it blunts the force of bullets. And so whenever you're under fire, you dive and you stay down for as long as you can. So he taught me to do that at a very young age, believe it or not. That came more from him than it did from my mom, as opposed to some kind of ninja trick or something of that nature. And there was this one stupid episode of Mythbusters where they tried to disprove that, you ever see the movies, people dive into the water and that blunts the force of the bullets, it's all bullshit and we're going to prove it. And then they couldn't disprove it. All they could prove was that it worked, and they were so pissed off, and they looked like a couple of idiot faggots like they were, and they were all pissed off about it, and they considered that show to be a failure, one of their greatest failures, because they couldn't bust a myth, quote unquote. And this is how stupid these fuckers were. But yeah, so what happens is when I hold my breath, it goes for minutes at a time. And of course, people have assumed that I've drowned in the past because of that talent. And so, so I was just doing that. And then, and also it reassures me that I don't have the fucking COVID, thank God, which,
Interesting thing is that the COVID, I can still hold my breath, and I've noticed that my stamina has not gone down. The only thing is this fucking left side of the nasal passage, which in all irony there's a great degree of humor in this, in the fact that my beloved cat, whom I lost, her left ear had the tumor. So now the left side of my nasal passages going all the way to my ear is just endlessly congested, and well, there you go.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. And
so it seems like the occultists have managed to get me in my drunken states of lowered guard.
Simpatico. It is simpatico. You have sympathy, of course, with your familiar, as the witches call it. It's I think it's more of a dynamic of that. But definitely, I want to thank all of you gentlemen who are here. Now, I believe we have Brandon Young and Salman Sheikh. And
Yes.
Is there Sammy Romero or someone else? I'm just curious.
We have PATÄR as well.
Oh, PATÄR Morels. Oh, my fucking God. So...
we also...
Excuse me, I'm not a guy.
Yes, there we are. And Penny Bradley. Oh, thank you for joining us, honey. So Penny, do say hi, and then PATÄR, I do want to bring him on because he probably has limited time with us, if he indeed is on, because he has, the kids and all that stuff. So say hi.
Well, let him go first. That's fine with me.
Oh, bless you, honey. Thank you so much. So PATÄR, knowing how pressed you could be for time at times, say hello.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? What's going on, J-Mo and Penny and Solomon, Brother Solomon, and Douglas, and Brendan, everybody.
Yeah, I want everyone to understand PATÄR's been through a lot, and I want him to share that with us because, he and I had a brief discussion just the other day. So, honestly, of course, with everything that's been happening to you, I think you deserve the right to vent. If you want to share that with us, by all means.
Yeah, it's been an interesting month, nonetheless. I had my great uncle pass away 2 weeks ago from COVID. He battled for a whole month. He was up and down, and then he was intubated twice, and finally succumbed. His liver shut down on him, and he was done. But I can't stress enough. At this point, I don't even give a fuck whose feelings are hurt or not. So fuck everybody who don't like it. But I can't stress enough for the fucking vaccine, dude. Like, okay, even if you still catch fucking COVID, it's not as severe if you're vaccinated and boosted, and it's not impeding on your freedoms or any other bullshit. It's smart, man. I have a dumbass fucking man child of a cousin who's 40 something years old, has been given the world on a platter, full ride scholarships, everything, decided to be a fucking junkie bum, and fucking brought COVID home to his father, his sister, and his other brother, and that's pretty much what killed my uncle. And this, I had a really good friend who was more like my little brother. I watched him grow up. He's Filipino. His mother was like a mother to me. She, just great person, big heart. He died from COVID a couple weeks ago. The man who I attribute any kind of goodness in my heart, any kind of morals, or any kind of anything that slightly resembles a man in me, I owe to my great grandfather, who I found out on Friday. He's he has COVID. He's 90. He's 92. Still cuts his own grass. Still does his own grocery shopping. Cleans his own house. Does everything. My mother and my grandmother are his caretakers. They're the ones who, take him to his doctor appointments and shit like that. And they've had COVID, and I've been stressing to him and urging to him to get his vaccine and stuff. And they're supposed to set it up, but they're always too busy, or I don't know, man. So now I guess he has COVID. He's had it for 2 weeks. He called me on Friday to let me know he had it, and his oxygen seemed to be fine on Friday, and then he was gonna go to the hospital. He went up there. They said, he just had a pacemaker put in, dude. He went home and he couldn't breathe good. And he was calling me, telling me, his throat and nasal cavity burned, and he's like gasping for air, trying to talk to me. And he called me yesterday and told me that he wanted some Pedialyte, and he was telling me the difficulties he had breathing and stuff. And I have some of this. There's like an essential oil line. It's called like doTERRA or whatever, and they have a specific essential oil that's like eucalyptus. It's called like Breathe. So I took it over to him this morning. Took him that, and took him some lemon, some tea, and I walked in and I see my grandpa. His nostrils all like bleeding, like, and he was sitting in a chair, kind of like rocking back and forth, trying to like gasp air. He was pale. It looked bad. I set everything up, and I was asking him, do you need to go to the hospital? And he'd say yeah, then he'd say no. Then he said he wanted to finish the medicine the doctors gave him. So I looked at what they gave him. They gave him a Z pack of the fucking acetaminophen, fucking aspirin. They gave him, and today's day 14. I told him, I said, let's check your oxygen, and his oxygen was at 78, and that's pretty low. So I was like, you need to go to the hospital. And he's like, I'll wait for your mom, or I said, no, you're gonna go to the hospital. I'm gonna call the ambulance right now. They're gonna drag you down there. So got him in the hospital. He's in the hospital right now. He's on 15 liters of oxygen, and doing everything I can. Any kind of connections I have to call and check on him, and we, luckily, my wife, she's pretty respected in the hospital, and and so people, we have people looking out for him, and I just right now I'm really like all day I can think about the other day I was pretty bad, like I was really sad and stuff, and it still hurts me. It upsets me more, pisses me off, man, and that he's so frail, that someone, no one, the people who are supposed to be taking care of him couldn't say, let's get him vaccinated. 2 fucking people, my mother who contracted COVID twice in 1 month, and my grandmother who runs a restaurant, and my great grandfather, he's not my biological great grandfather. He's none of our family. He married my grandma when she already had her kids, and he raised us all classes, and he's, growing up, my mom used to beat my ass like a man, like I was a grown man, like she was a grown man, and I could take that all day. The one thing I could never take was to sit down with my grandpa and him talk to me, because this man could talk to your soul. He could help you see and understand where you're wrong, and all the things that hurt, all the things that are fucked up, and help you understand and help you see and know better, feel better. Just it's crazy, man. And we used to collect bottles. They ran a restaurant. They had a fucking restaurant. It was never because they had to, but he used to take me as a child. These are things today, just things throughout my life, the conversations we had and stuff, things that growing up I didn't really remember as much as I did today. But it's crazy thinking, I'm 10 years old, and this man would take me to the gas stations and shit like that, and we'd grab bottles and put them in a bag, and then he made this whole day out of it. It'd be like a whole day, and we'd go to this it's Kroger now, but it used to be called Kessel's back in the day, and we'd take the bottles back, and he just explained to me the value of $1 and, you know, why it's important. He'd tell me, you know, all these people that are your friends and you think are your friends, they'll never be your friends. And when in the time when it comes, you know, he goes, the thing that'll always be your friend. And after we deposit the bottles and stuff, we'd get the money, and he'd like, put this $1 in your pocket. He said, because this is the one thing that will never turn on you. It'll always keep its value before your friends. You know, it's just like little things like that, man. And man, to see him today, this morning, in the shape and condition he was in, man, it fucking destroyed me, man.
Yes, I understand.
This shit, real. It's so real.
Yeah, and it's well, in terms of you're at least fortunate enough to help him in this time, and it's much better to have that opportunity than to just have him suddenly gone. So you're at least granted that. That's a gift. Go on.
They told my wife, had I not shown up today, his oxygen is that low. He's on the highest amount of oxygen you can be on without being intubated. And that's basically like where they put you in, they like put the tubes and shit down your nose and throat and put you in a coma. Yeah. You know, he's 92. He won't come out of that. Mm-hmm. Anybody, and you ask anybody who works in respiratory, anybody who works with, that's been dealing with these COVID patients, anybody over 80 gets intubated, they don't come out of that shit.
No, that's right. That's right.
And
go on.
So yeah, tomorrow, you know, if I had waited until tomorrow, or, you know, someone didn't think about, you know, whatever, and just popped up, he probably wouldn't be here.
Yes. And so you have that satisfaction, and therefore you've done what? Yeah.
Satisfaction.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my God! I'm sorry, Douglas. I'm sorry.
No. By all means, and share with us your frustration. I think that you should be honest and share with us what you shared with me the other night, and people should understand. Honestly, I'll say it for you. You know, Pac-Wan's mother is a fucking bitch, and so he was thinking who gets the bullet first, either her or the other bitch who was supposed to be taking care of this man, and both of these women were highly irresponsible, because they're not even responsible with their own lives, let alone the life of this man. So you can take it from there, Pac-Wan.
I think that it's selfish. It's selfish for this naivety, this thing that I don't know, this power to say no or deny whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, you don't have to get a vaccine, but you also don't have to have the amenities and everything else that everybody else is getting after the fact that we're trying to save lives. You know, people say people wanted to rebuttal Black Lives Matter with All Lives Matter. Yeah. Well, this is your chance to prove that shit. If all lives matter, get the fucking vaccine, man. Yes. If you catch COVID after the vaccine and after a booster, okay, I get it. But it's still not going to be as bad. You still, okay, we're all going to eventually get it. But let's take these steps. Let's save the people we love while we can. We've been locked down for fucking 3 years, for 3 fucking years. How is it that, what country was it over in Asia that fucking, they quarantined? They took 3 fucking months and quarantined, and that fucking summer, that same summer that everybody was closed down in the world, they had a big ass fucking concert because they eradicated COVID out of their country because they locked down on that shit, you know? Like people feel like, oh, I can't go to the store. I'm so tired of actually being a fucking parent and dealing with my kids and cleaning my house and shit that I have to go out to the fucking bar because life isn't fair anymore. Like these freedoms, these things that people put all this value on, going out and hanging out with your friends and going on. Dude, I just want to smack people when I see them without a fucking mask on, especially the motherfuckers standing behind me coughing.
Yeah.
You motherfuckers, I am vaccinated and I still wear a mask. Fuck, sometimes I still wear 2 masks.
Yes. And you should. Go on. Yeah.
It's stupid. It's dumb. And it's like, it's such a shame that I have to feel like I have to feel there's a division. And it, like as much as we talk about, oh, we don't need it, there shouldn't be a division either. There shouldn't be. Everybody should just get fucking vaccinated, dude.
Yes.
It's how we eradicated polio. It's how we fucking got rid of, fucking, dude. Everybody's fucking. You can't go to kindergarten unless you're vaccinated. You stupid fucking idiots. Dude. Man, I don't know. I guess preservation of my great grandfather's life is more important to me than anything, because I went over there today without without anything, and I went in there right away. I knew, you know, and nobody wants to, you know, walk into that shit, but I did it because that's my grandpa. I would take it from him if I could in a heartbeat, in a fucking heartbeat, man. That's someone that's, you know, it's not until it hits someone you really love, man. You know, and I feel like, man, some of these motherfuckers out here probably just only love them fucking selves, and that's why they're the ones begging for the vaccine when they're in the fucking hospital dying of COVID.
Well, I think you can give us plenty of examples of this that you should be sharing right now. First off, there are the people that you see who have been laughing at the idea of vaccines, and now you see them when they have the COVID and they're begging for the vaccine when it's too late. Those examples. Also the example of, oh yes, is it your cousin on dialysis, that piece of shit?
Yes, that's the one who gave my uncle. Yeah, he's on dialysis. He's on liver transplant list, trying to get a new fucking liver and shit, and caught COVID, and then left the hospital. AMA means against medical advice. He left the hospital with COVID on oxygen in a fucking Uber. And then,
took his Uber home with his oxygen tank. Yes.
And then not even 2-3 days later, he goes out with COVID and then comes back to the hospital with COVID and double pneumonia.
Yes. And as if this was a surprise, and is begging for sympathy. Yes.
His dad died, so now he has nowhere to go, no one to take care of him. You know, he's on this transplant list. He's calling his mom's family in Texas, saying, you know, oh, nobody up here likes me. They all think I'm a piece of shit. No one wants to help me. Nah. And I'm sorry, but his family down there is hip to the bullshit he just did. And they're like, no, there's no room for you down here. We got our own problems to take care of. Like, the fuck? You're a grown-ass man, dude. You have 2 daughters who are just graduated with fucking masters from college, from fucking Michigan State, dude.
Well, how did they manage that? They certainly didn't get any support from him.
They didn't. And he had nothing to do with it. They were raised by his fucking baby mama's parents.
Wow.
Because they're both pieces of shit. Well, I'm sorry. His baby mama ended up. I'm sorry. No, she. I mean, she wasn't the greatest person, but she ended up passing away. You know, she got sick. Yeah. But so, you know, the girls. In all fairness, the girls had a very hard life, and they are completely nothing like their fucking piece of shit dad.
Yes, and oh my God! Well, in terms of the other works of art that you're surrounded with, or just find yourself exposed to, again, there's plenty to go around in terms of basically the reason that Pac-Man is so upset about his great-grandfather's condition right now is because his great-grandfather is one of these few sterling or stellar individuals, aside from his great-grandmother, who of course died far too quickly. And that was when your grandfather was how old? He was about how old when she died?
She passed away in 2009.
Okay.
So yeah, she passed away in 2009.
Right, which wasn't that long ago, considering that my dad died in 2007. So she died right between my dad and my mom. She died 2009. You know, my mom passed in 2011. So it wasn't that long ago, though. You know, to us it feels like yesterday, obviously.
Yeah. She passed away. She passed away a week before my first son was born.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I wish you could have seen it.
Yeah, man. That changed me a lot. That losing her really took a lot out of me, man. And I think that's really what drove me. Like, when I lost her, it drove me like dark, man. Dark. Like, I went deep. I think that's where I started putting a lot of the bad shit on me. I put on myself, you know.
Right.
And it was at that time, man. And it's just funny because it was like it's not funny, but it was right at that time when I what you would call like declared war with God, like seriously, like doubted everything, like cursed and spit at. Anytime someone would say God, I'd spit, I'd like the most fucking hostile I could be, and in turn it didn't do nothing but hurt me. It filled my heart with hate, and it took me a long time. It took me I don't know, it was one day I had a dream with her, and I got in the car with her, and she leaned over and she smelled me and she said, "Ay, hueles bien chulo, mijo." You know, like you smell real good. You know, like you smell sweet or whatever. You know, and she hugged and kissed me, and I knew that like we were actually, and it's funny. I keep saying it's funny, but in the dream the car she was in was a car because she passed away getting into the car to go to the hospital. She lost consciousness in the car, and that's the car that she was in my dream. But she was glowing, radiant white. You know, like. My grandma always had her hair. She had silver hair, and you know, and she told me it was gonna be all right, you know. And I told her not to leave me, and she said she never has, you know. So that dream right there really, like, it would always come to a point when I'd hear her name or I'd start talking about her, and I'd just start like cotton in my mouth, sound like a retard because I'd be crying and trying to talk. It would always be a mess, man. And after that, I could talk and think about her and feel good, you know, because, you know, and so that's always been one of the things that me and my grandpa had was, you know, like we talk about my grandma. They raised me. They were my mom and dad. You know, they'd leave to Texas or Mexico for 3-4 months out the year. I'd be with them, you know. I took care of my grandma and my grandpa. I was my whole life, you know. I'd be the only one out of all the family. I'd be there. Oh, my mom just left me there, you know. I'd always be with them, cleaning, helping them. I worked their restaurant. I worked their restaurant from the time I was 12 years old. From the time I was 12, all through middle school, all through high school, I worked every night from 5:30 p.m. until 2 a.m. every fucking night through middle school and high school for my great grandparents, you know, at their restaurant. I was robbed at gunpoint, almost shot. You know, so much shit happened at that restaurant, but I learned how to cook. I learned everything. I learned my heritage. I learned, you know, like I said, everything from them. So that's, you know, he's like the one piece I have here that's, you know, my everything. And that's my life.
The anchor. He's the anchor. And but understand, of course, come to terms with the fact that we're going to keep him here as long as we can, so long as his quality of life is sustained. And you've already done the best that you could towards that. And the most you can do is just check back on that. But understand that, of course, as I had to come to terms with my parents, and you know how dearly I love them, and I think about them every day, and I dream about them quite often. So honestly, no matter what happens, he's going to be with you. He's not going away. He's just, in a sense, shall we say, even for right now, let's concentrate on keeping him here, but understand what I'm saying. It's one of those things. Yeah.
So I'll tell you what happened to me, Doug. I'll tell you what happened to me. I was when I was dealing with all this emotionally on Friday when I found out, you know, and Michigan, you know, marijuana is legal. So like I grow, and I was trimming my plants, and I'm like laying on the floor and I was trimming leaves, and I could see the light breaking through the leaves. And as I'm trimming these leaves, I'm just, you know, for airflow and light, you know, so that the whole plant's penetrated. And I know this sounds all left field, but it'll make sense. It's when I found out, when I was doing that, when I found out, and it got me all upset, and I'm staring. I sat down in my chair, and I'm just staring. I'm just in disbelief. I'm staring at this big pile of fucking leaves on my floor, and some of them are facing up, some of them are facing down, and I'm just like, it reminds me of, you know, like when you die, you know, they say you go to heaven or hell, and I'm like, no, man, like that's stupid. Like, why am I thinking this? And then I'm like, there's something else here, something, you know. So then I start visualizing the light, and I'm like, you know, like every one of these plants in here is a family, you know, and these leaves, you know, some of them are sick, some of them are old, some of them are young. It's not a choice of, I'm not necessarily choosing because something looks ugly or whatever. I'm just removing things because that's how it has to be. I'm like, but there's more to it. There's more to it because what's going on with these plants? You know, what's making me do this to these plants that's making these leaves fall, you know? The buds, you know, what are the buds? The memories. That's everything. The fruit of the plant, you know, the memories, the life, what was given. So that, you know, it had nothing to do with the weed. It was just me, like assuring myself, like, you know, like it's okay, we're fine, you know, like these are, you know, it's what I have from him. It's the bud, the fruit, the morals, the inside, the knowledge.
Yes, it's not the weed, it's the seed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, seed. He's one of the almost wise men I've ever known in my life. I mean, this man grew up he made shoes as a child. They were shoemakers in Mexico City, you know.
Cobblers.
Like,
yes.
Yeah, you know, and that's how. And he hated shoes. That's how he lived. And then he was a photographer on the beach of Acapulco. You know, he used to do photography out there, and then he did announcing for like bands and shit at the bars out there. Then he came up here, met my grandma, and he worked. And this is the 50s. This is the 50s. As a Mexican man from Mexico, came up here. This man worked 3 jobs, worked 3 fucking jobs. He worked in the tar, he worked at the shop, and they were working their side hustle for their restaurant where they would be selling just tacos. It wasn't even a restaurant yet, you know. And they were bringing home in those days. They were bringing home $3,000-$4,000 a week.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know, like, and everything was to the family. I mean, fucking grown, my family, grown ass fucking. I can remember growing up. Everybody always coming. Everybody called my grandma, grandpa, ma, and pa. You know, hey ma, hey pa. They come into the back where my grandparents are always doing their bookkeeping in the back of their house. You know, it'd always be a sob story. Like the door was like a revolving door, in and out. People all from the family. Hey, we need money. We can't pay the bills. Oh no, you know. And mind you, this is crack epidemic times. People are partying. To do anything, and it was my great grandparents that took care of this entire family. So it wasn't like they were rich, they were just taking care of everybody. Everybody lived off their backs. Grown ass people with kids, homes, cars, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Parents used to keep notebooks, and every time you would borrow money from them, they'd put how much it was, what it was for, the date, and then you would sign it. Okay. These notebooks everywhere through their house with people's names and stuff, and like that's one thing they can never say. Anybody can never say is that my family owed them, my great grandparents owed them anything. They worked and took care of everybody. So it's yeah.
And are you still there? So his family. Okay, good. Good.
Yeah.
Also, you're also expressing yourself a lot more through your music lately, and I want you to tell us a little bit about that, because I think that's a positive that will help uplift you from a lot of the burden that you're bearing right now.
Well, with the music, I got a record deal like in 2010, and we went out to California, and like a whole series of events happened, like just crazy things with the industry wise, that put us in positions, but we didn't want to go that route. So eventually everybody broke up, and life happens, and music's always been something I've aspired to do, and something that even when I say I want to quit or whatever, I still end up continue doing it, and it took a long time, and now that I sold my taco truck, and I've gotten back into doing my music again, and I do Spanish and English rap, so it's been my get out lately, and I've been doing a lot of networking. I actually I've always been in and out of like Lansing and Detroit, so I got people know who I am. I'm not stupid famous. I'm not like famous or anything, but I've been just getting back into it, focusing in the studio. I've been meeting people. I end up networking with some dude from Mexico. He lives in Mexico now, but he's from Detroit. So we got together and did like a song and a video, and where I'm in the middle of a transfer of a distributor for my music. So like I just got a lot of things on hold, but right now it's like I'm doing that, and it's just like I don't know. It's right at this point right now, like just how I feel. It's like I'm kind of like ugh, I don't know. it's crazy because there's always opportunities for everything, and I just it's hard to stay focused like
No
right
worries.
now, like as this week,
Yeah.
of this weekend. It's like I honestly I don't care. I mean, like I like doing the music. It's fun. It's like my life. It's like how I express everything going on, you know. But I don't know. I've been trying to keep myself busy with that, and just, you know, just that's pretty much it with my music. But
Wonderful.
yeah.
And so in terms of if you want to vent about anything else, go ahead. What I'm going to do is I have to deal with some things like just getting myself together, because as you know, my head's way up my ass right now and I have to pull it out. So I've got to grab some stuff. And if you want to stay on with us and vent and cathart anymore, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, of course, people can join in and help our man PATÄR by providing him some of the moral support he needs and richly deserves. So, Salman Sheikh, if you could come on and open that discussion first, and then Penny Bradley, both of you, and then Jameson Reese, of course, all three of you, please. And I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes before the top of the hour. I'm so glad you could join us tonight, PATÄR, and you're welcome to come back on Wednesday, which will be just like hours from now. It's going to feel like just tomorrow. So if you haven't finished and anything else you want to bring to our attention, do it again on Wednesday, and you're always welcome here. Love you dearly. Hugs, and we'll be speaking soon, you and I. In the meantime, I'll go mute for now. But bye for now, you and I. Okay. All right.
Sir.
Thank you, PATÄR. Love you dearly, brother. All right. And so everyone else, please take the stage and help us here with PATÄR. I think what he's done is the best that he can do, and I'm sure you've all had similar situations. So Simon, Penny, Jameson, all three of you, please. Yes. And Brandon, I understand, has left for a little bit. He had to take care of something. Okay. Bye for now.
Assalamu alaikum, brother PATÄR, and it's such an honor to always speak to you, my brother, and the type of life that you led. And it reminds me of the Sufi aspect, that you will face both difficulties and good times in your life, but ultimately it's there to hone you into the being that you're meant to become. And through all the adversity you faced, my brother, whether it was through your mother, through your ex-wife, and all of these different beings that you dealt with in your life, going through the periods of anger and hatred, finding the aspects of darkness, then finding that peace within yourself, you are that Sufi master that is in the making of connecting with God, being a good father to your children, being a provider, working hard, knowing that if you need something in your life, you have to work for it. All those values that have been instilled in you. And my brother, just like those dreams that you had of your loved ones always being with you, your great-grandfather's spirit will always be with you as well. Those things in our life, they never leave us. Our loved ones and our ancestors and all the good that is within us, we're always loved and protected. And the type of life that you have had up until this point, everything is aligning in divine favor for you. You are being divinely guided. And, I also thank you for giving the advice for all of the people out there in terms of the vaccine and wearing the mask. That's so important right now. And right now we're just living in a selfish society. And you're right. If you look at a lot of the countries in the Near East, like Vietnam and all of these places that don't have the medical system like we do, but yet they got it under control, they embarrass the West. So it's important that we have to take these things seriously. We have to take care of our families, take care of our loved ones, and know in time that there will be good and good times and bad times. Like in the Sufi path, they tell us that both good and bad come from Allah, and he's the one that will test you. You must have faith, believe in destiny. So it's telling you that all those aspects of good feelings and anger and hatred, you will go through all of those phases in your life, and ultimately whatever is meant for you, it will come to you. And I assure you, you're always loved and protected, my brother, and my prayers and blessings are always with you. And with that, I'll give it to Brother Jamo.
Assalamualaikum assalam. Thank you, brother. I always love your words, man.
Yeah. Oh, man. What I was going to say is, like, even having had COVID, like, I'm fairly certain that if I didn't have the vaccine, I would have been dead right now. So, yeah, people would do their best to get vaccinated. That can't be stressed enough. And I definitely, feel for what you're going through, man. I know what it's like to lose something that's extremely close to you. It's beyond difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear you're battling with the COVID right now, right, bro?
Yeah. Well, the test that I took, the 2 tests that I took came back negative. So, these are just what I'm experiencing now are just the after effects of having gotten the Omicron. And, I was protected and everything. I wore my mask. I got the vaccines, but the hospital staff at Staten Island University Hospital were just fucking assholes. And I'm starting to wonder if I can consider the possibility of a lawsuit.
That's crazy. Was it negligence? Would they have you?
It was negligence. It was negligence. There's people walking around with they have their noses hanging out. And the thing is, I'm supposed to, if someone's going to check me out, I have to remove the mask so that they can do whatever. And at that particular moment, I could be exposed to whatever pathogens are in the air because of other people who decide, they're just going to have their noses hanging out and use the mask as a mouth diaper, because they're a bunch of fucking morons. They can't.
No sense. What are you protecting for just shielding your mouth?
I mean, they can't die off fast enough for my liking.
JMO, I think that might be like a medical malpractice if they're not handling their job correctly.
But the thing is, there's just so many of them in the hospital. There's just so many of them around that it's just absurd. And then if you're not dealing with that, you're dealing with the fact that other patients are walking around with their shit hanging out.
They try to escape all the fucking time, man. They try to get out. The smokers, especially smokers, they try to escape all the fucking time with COVID, or try to walk the halls, or no, it's ridiculous. Like, you have COVID, stay the fuck down,
Yeah. And for all I know, maybe the nursing staff had COVID and they were because there was the minute I went into my room, the guy wheeled me into my room. The nurse who approaches me, who says she's going to be watching me for the night, has no mask on whatsoever. I'm thinking to myself, and I didn't have my mask on, and I knew at that moment, fuck, I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
Yeah. Well, so I have a female cousin who when my uncle, who passed away from COVID a couple weeks ago, she had COVID, and at his funeral, she was a week into her COVID, and she went to his fucking funeral with COVID, and nobody at the fucking funeral wore a mask. And now people since the funeral, which was last week, everybody's been popping up negative or positive with COVID from that funeral. It's who does that? What the fuck? They not only did she go to the funeral without a mask on, people who went to the funeral that day, the following day, they all had to get together at a fucking bowling alley and went bowling together too.
There's no wisdom there. That's whatsoever.
I don't get it because the times we are with what we knew as normal life died in 2019.
Yeah.
And it will never, ever, ever exist again. That normality that people so bad want to go back to, it's that normal is gone. It will never be that normal again, ever, due to sheer fucking fear of or just the trauma, the post-traumatic stress that's going to come from COVID itself. It's just forever going to be probably fucking thermal scanners, checking people's temperatures, and these masks. This masks are multi-billion-dollar industry now. Even if you think you were going back, or you think those freedoms that you're defending by not getting vaccinated or by not wearing your mask, that's just out the door.
That is so true, because these next 8 to 10 years, it's going to be so much spiritual change, and I agree completely. It's not going to change. It's not going to go back to that normal that we think, but it's going to change into something else. And it's wise that we take precautions and adapt.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I wanted to get Penny's thoughts on this too, because she worked with you know, viruses and things like that. She worked with cleanup.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember she was. I remember her talking. Yeah. Okay, Penny, how you doing?
Hi. I had my own bout with a bug the last week and a half. I've been having muscle aches, fever, crying jags, sleeping lots. That's why I haven't been here. I was too sick to appear on Doug's show. But I was able to talk today and make sense and not bite people's heads off. So I'm here. I'm really sorry about your family and anyone who goes to a public event knowing they're sick with anything needs a good swift kick in the ass.
Yeah.
Whatever you may or may not think this bug is, it's still very contagious, and there are a very great number of people who are both sick and dying, and some who don't die wish they did because of what they're left with. So I don't consider it a joke. I didn't have testing because I'm post-op, and I really did not want to go back down to that hospital for anything. So I basically sat home and did what my doctor told me over the phone.
So, you know, people who like you're talking about how it damages long term. They call it long COVID. You don't have the COVID virus no more, but because of what it's done to you, the damages and stuff, they call it long COVID.
Well,
Thank you.
You end up with lung problems. You end up with all sorts of things, and
Right.
That's why because they can't pinpoint it to be one thing. There's so many the damage it causes. It's called long COVID. Yeah,
right. By the way, two things to bring up here. The good news is that Pac-One's brother is back, and by that I mean he's back in action, visiting the family, and brother-in-law, I mean to say. So if you would tell all of our listeners a bit about that happy news, as well as the fact that there's that other example of a real asshole that I think needs to be brought to people's attention. Who was it that you were speaking to who contracted the COVID, was infecting his family, and still was proud that he wasn't going to get the vaccine anyway?
So my little brother, that's my little brother. So my fucking little brother, he's 28, but he just had a baby, and at the time when he contracted COVID, the baby was 3 weeks old. Him and the baby had fucking COVID.
Jesus.
And so like I'm talking and like I'm checking up, you know, and then one day he says to me, and I'm still not gonna get my fucking vaccine. And at that point, I said, you know what, man? I said, you would think with all the cock you suck, man, you would mad. I was so mad. I was like, I didn't talk to him like for a month, and like he always wanted to, like, and his son, he has a three. Well, now the baby's 2 months, but his time was 3-week-old son, and then he has another son who's my son's age. They're both 3 going on 4, and so like they hang out. They love hanging out. They're cousins. They're best friends. And like I avoided my brother for over a month. For over a fucking month, because I don't even want to see him. Like,
well, because
dude,
you'd kill him. Yeah. Yeah. And what's the latest conspiracy theory? Tell us about the stupid the Barcelona Olympics and the black goo.
Oh yeah. So apparently in 1992, for people who like stepping in rabbit shit, this is solely for rabbit shit steppers. There's a video, or at the 1992 Barcelona Olympics, there's like some weird performance they do, and every year, or at every Olympic they do it or whatever, some type of artistic visual whatever, and there's like some some sea of cells comes out, and then a ship with people, and then this needle comes out, and this black goo comes out of it, and then there's this big spiked ball made out of people that looks like coronavirus. So they try to say that it was like predictive programming or whatever, which is bullshit. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, they or the shedding. People are saying that when you get vaccinated, you're shedding. That the reason why people are having COVID now is we're shedding it. The vaccinated are shedding COVID. Just stupid shit like that. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't know if everything cut out. I didn't know if
No, you were still coherent. Everything went on. Yeah. I mean, you're breaking up though on my end. I don't know if there's a connection issue that I'm dealing with.
Yeah, I don't know. Because it felt like a disconnect. I don't know. It felt like it got cut off. You know, like when the phone hangs up. Like it sounded like that a couple times.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, it's still, well, the stream is still live, which is a good thing. Tried to add Peter, but he's not there at the moment. So, yeah, we'll just continue on with the.
Yeah, it's people want to put so much energy into the predictive programming shit. I don't see that as what happened with this COVID. I'm sure it's definitely a laboratory made virus, but
Yeah.
it was made to do what it's doing, and I've said that from the beginning that it mutates. Every person it affects it. That's where you get all these variants from. It's not it's an evolving virus. So where it's COVID right now, it's taking its course. Eventually all these, because once you have these variants over outdoing the next one, it's eradicating the prior ones. It's definitely not the end of it, but I'm pretty sure whatever comes at the next couple of things.
It's not the end. And I'm glad you brought that up, because we have actually found that there's a mutation in the Omicron that's being found in the UK. And this mutation, people who already have.
Are you talking about the one they call Deltacron now? Because it's the Delta and the Omicron.
I knew that was gonna mix. Yes, there we go.
So and it's funny because one of them is the Delta. The Delta is a triangle, and isn't the Omicron like the square or whatever, right? Or a circle, something like a circle or some shit like that. I don't know. Or it's the circle. The Omicron's the circle, and the Deltacron's the triangle. So then they said they was going to create a Deltacron. The next one would be called Deltacron, where the triangle would fit perfectly into the triangle, like a sigil spell or some shit like that.
Nice. I knew. Yep. Hasteliac never fails to. Well, I'm going to leave that alone for now. But this is fascinating.
But just the mutation shit, man. That's the virus it is, though.
Well, the thing about this is that this was predictable, because I remember weeks ago saying that at some point Omicron is going to merge with Delta, and I don't know if some of you might remember me saying that, but it's just something that common sense would say is inevitable, and that's exactly what's happening now. And so, even as someone who has already had COVID and has had all the vaccination boosters, I'm still going to continue to wear a mask. I'm still going to continue to treat this thing like, it's the Black Death, because that's what's coming next, the Deltacron. And I'm reading up on that right now on Nature. So it's very interesting.
Well, there it is. I believe Peter's with us now.
That's correct. I'm here.
Hey, Peter, how's it going, brother?
Everybody, who's here? PATÄR and Jameson.
Jameson,
yes.
And brother Thomas Shake and Penny.
Penny Bradley. Yes.
Penny.
Oh, okay. Penny, while you're here, I want to address you. They keep making. Hello. They keep making discoveries I see on my Facebook from the gold mine group in.
Well, we ran across that in our local paper and thought you might be interested since you had mentioned it in the last show I was on with you.
I am indeed interested, and it seems like this is truly an uncovering of truth in an area. So just keep sending me that stuff. I appreciate it. I'll probably try and make contact with them at some point.
The newspaper article did have links to the guys involved, so you might want to do that before they change their links.
I'm in no rush, but I also want to, what I want to bring up with them is some of the criminal activity that's been so prevalent in Mariposa, going back to the scandals that happened, the deaths, the political deaths, and the drug trade there, tied to what's known as the octopus, and also the letter that this mind control victim named Luke Pino wrote that I had written in my newsletter. I think I shared that with you, and had designated Murphy's, the community at Murphy's of being a lot of retired CIA people. Murphy's, of course, is a small town in the gold country. It's a very posh town, and of course, it's also.
Have you been to Murphy's?
Yes, I have.
Okay, because parts of it I've seen were not what I would call posh, but
it's very exclusive in a lot of areas. I mean, of course, there's going to be all sorts of pockets of areas of there that are evocative of poverty. But it's, the hotels there are expensive. The community, it's got some really nice community stuff there. Dennis Marshall had showed me around that area because he used to work at a concession. I think it was the golf course at Murphy's. So
the golf course would be the more posh area.
That wasn't the posh area. That was the country club, but I'm saying the town. And then I think that was where we went to the Masonic Lodge, and we took a picture in front of the Masonic Lodge. We knocked on the door. There was nobody there, or if there was, they didn't open it. That was a great curiosity.
The Masonic Lodge in Sonora is usually locked as well.
This was not in Sonora. This was in.
I know you said in Murphy's.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know about the lodge in Sonora. I think, isn't it at the end of a street, if I recall?
It's next door to the park, Courthouse Park.
Yeah, I think I may have seen it, but I had never focused on it. So anyway, I just wanted to, thank you for that, for sending that. And this is this is people must remember about California. It was generated, the whole state and the whole economy, the whole creation of California as a state was generated by the gold rush. I mean, of course, there were pockets of people there, but San Francisco was virtually nothing. And San Francisco was where so much of the wealth generated by the gold rush migrated to, because of course it's an incredible bay there. It's a port city, and there was already the Spanish Presidio there, which the Presidio that Douglas talks about was originally a Spanish fortress. The first Presidio in California was in Monterey, 100 miles or so to the south, and then they built the Presidio, and then civilization migrated to there with all this rush of the gold. And of course, Sacramento became the capital. It was in a vying with Colombia, which is right in the middle of the gold country. Of course, Sacramento was where gold was discovered, or nearby Sacramento. And that was on Sutter's ranch. John Sutter was a Swiss citizen who lost all of his property because he owned it under the Mexican regime, which was taken over. And when the United States took over the country, they didn't recognize his land claims. And so he went from the most prestigious rancher in the Sacramento Valley to virtually a pauper. And it was on his ranch that James Wilson Marshall discovered gold, first saw gold. And so that this is all where the economy and California came out of. So the gold that is the mother lode of gold in the gold country has not really been touched, despite all of this money that was generated and mass migration of people, including from Asia. The people who own and control the gold in the gold country, the mother lode, access to it, or direct right mineral ownership, is a secret society known, or members of a secret society known as Eclampus Vitus.
Yeah, and I really wish that Penny Bradley would share some of that too.
Really? You're expecting me to open up about the Gold Country Mafia whenever I live here? It would be like sitting in Chinatown and complaining about the Tong.
Nobody would listen to you if you did that. Unless you were Chinese with inside information, then they might.
I'm sorry, Peter, I couldn't resist that. And
that's okay. You know, when I was there last at the Sonora Inn,
yeah. The Sonora Inn is interesting. It's got a river underneath it.
I didn't know that. It's haunted, and Dennis and I were wearing our Clamper T-shirts that I made up in 2014. I gave one to Douglas, Eclampus Vitus Transylvania chapter. So we're wearing our Clamper T-shirts.
You wore that up here and you didn't get beat up?
Not even close.
Probably most people didn't know what it was, even up there.
If you're blue collar up here, they know what it is.
I see. Okay.
No, listen to my story. So we're I don't know if what we're doing. I think we're taking. I think this was the trip we were going to. I don't know what it was, but we were taking stuff out to the car, and we were going out the back of the Sonora Inn, because if you're the Sonora Inn, you park in the back, the motel in back of it, because they own that too. So we're going out the back door. We're going out the back door of the Sonora Inn, down the breezeway, and this guy sees us, and he goes, "Clampers, huh?" You're like really excited. I go, "Yeah." And we said, we had some conversation. I said, I'll fill you in. I'll fill you in tomorrow. But I didn't see him the next day. Dennis was not afraid to wear his Clamper T-shirt in Sonora, and he was wearing it in Columbia. Not Columbia. Was it Columbia? That's where the town is, the old Western town. He was wearing it there quite proudly. But when we got to West Point, he got really nervous, and he says, "You know what? We've got to, put a letter on." He says, "This place is, really."
West Point has a reputation of still being the wild, wild West. And when I married the hitman, it was in West Point.
You got married in West Point?
Yeah, I got married in West Point.
Where? Because there's not much. I mean, at the baseball.
The community church.
Okay.
It was a family affair. My in-laws were Kennedys, and the Wilsons from the Miwok tribe were invited guests.
Well, I appreciate that. Now, when we were, see what had happened. This was in 2014, and it was I remember Dennis and I, we'd spent the day with our friends Judith and Marcia And we had a great time. You know, we saw the Kennedy mine and all this stuff up and down the gold country. And then we were going, our plan was to eat dinner at West Point, and we were returning to West Point, and we were going to watch the 7th game of the World Series. With the Giants were in the World Series that year with, I think it was Kansas City. And we get there, and it says, the restaurant says open every other Saturday. So, you know, it was Saturday. So we made it back to another place. I forget the name of the town. He would certainly remember it. And we watched most of the game, or much of the game there, and had dinner, and finished it off at the back of the inn.
The most likely options would be San Andreas or Volcano.
I think we were in San Andreas. Yeah, I think we were in San Andreas.
Depending on which highway you took.
Yeah, I think it was San Andreas. So we had a great evening. But yeah, West Point is, and of course the interest in West Point for me, and for him as well. Well, there were a couple of points. This is where Carl Germer, the successor to Aleister Crowley's OTO, he was the head of it, the caliph, and he had his home there, and he passed away there. And his wife passed away there. This is where her home was robbed by some of the later day people who obtained successorship of the OTO, or they weren't Grady McMurtry, but they were in his bullpen. Phyllis Seckler, I think her name was, and
locally, Highway 49 is referred to as the Witches' Highway because there are so many practicing occultists who live here.
Wow.
Okay, this I didn't really know. I don't know if Dennis knew it. He probably wouldn't be surprised by it.
Right.
There are more practicing occultists than there are practicing Christians here.
Wow.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Now, what also interested me greatly, now the woman who runs the library at West Point, and we went there to the West Point Library, and we were looking for what we could find, particularly on the Sonora Arrow Club. We did finally find. I mean, we're looking through all these books, and I mean, there wasn't like a lot of stuff. The library is kind of like a, small store, and it's not a big library, but it's there, and it's open, I think, on Wednesdays and maybe Saturdays. The librarian was quite nice. She was really impressed that I could, she says, you'll never guess who my favorite baseball player was, and it was very easy for me to guess. It was Willie McCovey. I said, she says, oh, how did you know? Everybody thinks it would be Willie Mays. I said, no. He was more popular in San Francisco than Willie Mays. He was considered an import from New York. Yeah. But
we were considered San Francisco as far as sports teams.
Oh yeah. Everybody was excited about the Giants in the World Series for sure. Everybody but Dennis, who always rooted for the Dodgers. But anyway. So we saw the Sonora, reference to the Sonora Arrow ships. We showed it to her. She never heard of this. She didn't know anything about the Sonora Arrow Club, which I think was interesting. She's a librarian. And also we found Mary, Queen of Chinatown. Dennis had already found the photograph at San Andreas at the county records. He had already found it there. We were looking for what Luke Pino, the mind control victim, had said, the West chapter of the Illuminati. He said that's filed in the county records, but it wasn't there. He was misfiring, conflating something. West chapter of the Illuminati. There was no such, and I think the people were genuine because they were very trying to be helpful. But we found a man there who I was helping him because I'd been familiar with the archives and stuff, and I said, what are you looking for? And he says, well, I'm looking for stuff for the Wilson Dam. At that point, all of our ears went up because he mentioned the name Wilson, the hallmark of my synchronicity research. And he explained to me that there's a lot of Wilsons around there, and this was really more of a swamp. There was an ecological hazard. So he was trying to clean it up, but you know, okay, so there's Wilsons in West Point. This is right near West Point, and the so it's West Point is loaded with Wilsons, as you already alluded to, and then I had found out that the Miwok tribe were Wilsons.
Yep.
And that fascinated me. Now, I actually called the library. I got the librarian. I think it was the same one. I don't remember if I identified myself or even if she ever knew my name in the first place. I don't think she did. But I asked her, and she says, oh, there's I was asking for a particular Wilson, and she says, oh, her cousin's right here. So I got on the phone with the cousin and talked to her, and I was gonna, you know, gave her my number, and, you know, but she didn't follow through. You know, she didn't follow through because I wanted to speak, because the Wilsons, now, to give some background, Tosh Wilson is the man who is identified in the book Secrets of Delshaw by Dennis Crenshaw as the technologist behind the Sonora aeroships, Tosh Wilson. And he's a very mysterious character. And what the lineage is the Wilsons are a mixture of Germans and Miwoks, the Miwok tribe. Now, that was fascinating because I'm interested in the Miwok tribe in general, because this is a portal in Yosemite where Radu Sinemar went in his book, Inside the Earth? And he went through a portal in Yosemite. So I wanted to go. We did visit, and he showed some of the pictures. Now, the pictures he showed were evocative of the actual Indian village in Yosemite that is there in the valley of Yosemite. Now, I don't believe that's where he went, because he went through an Indian reservation, and the reservation is not in the valley. There are the reservation. So I wanted to explore the reservation. I wanted to go there. I wanted to meet some Wilsons. The head, or this, I think it was Charlie Wilson. I think he had just passed away previously in the previous year. So I was looking for his lineage, because this is the gateway to that area, is through the indigenous people. And if their name's Wilson, it's definitely a major signal for me. And I would only say, I'll say something else to you, Penny. And right now, and this, it's not related, but it is related. I am preparing a paper. I might even share it here, not tonight, on Choclavina Cave, because I've talked a lot about it, but I'm preparing a formal paper to share. It will be shared with David Anderson and the World Genesis Foundation. I'm going to ask David for further information on the cave, because he said the most exciting discoveries have not been shared yet. He shared some with me, and although they're kind of vanilla, they're very exciting. So, and I'm preparing a formal paper. I say formal. It's more official than formal. Well, formal is the same thing. So I'm going to, and I'm also going to send it to my friends in Romania that know about the cave. And what I'm trying to pinpoint, and the people on the Antenna Project involved with the Antenna Project, and the paid subscribers of my website. And I'd like to thank the people who've joined and subscribed recently. Thank you very much. And we'll continue keeping you informed. And I will, probably share this paper right here, although many people have heard much of it. But this is the interesting thing about this, is that this project is taken place over a very long period of time. And I'm putting something together, and I suspect it will be recognized by David. He will respect the amount of time and effort I put into it and appreciate it. And it will evoke a response from him, in my opinion, because of that. Because it's also tied to the World Genesis Foundation, which he created. Now, and he's been very supportive of the project. But this has started in 2015 when he told me about it. I'd visited it the previous year, so we could say it started in 2014. It is now almost 8 years later. And this thing has been, and of course, it was delayed a few years ago. It got delayed 1 year when I had an incident where they thought I had a stroke. Whatever went wrong with me, I recovered. But so it was interfered. But one of the things the Montauk medicine man told me, he says, in Qigong, slow is better. Slow is better. Of course, my teacher would reiterate this as well. Slow is good. Now, I had asked my clairvoyant friend, what's the best thing I could do for my Qigong practice? She says, slow down. When you slow down, you begin to see things. I would also say with my recent enlightenment in this regards, with regards to time travel, people are fascinated to travel to the past, to travel to the future. And the first thing I would say is there is a inherent danger in this because of the disorientation you would experience and or suffer. The real treat, the best thing you can do is to enter the present. There are hundreds of processes in Scientology designed to direct you into what's called present time, into the present. Qigong is directed towards getting you into the present. When you live in the past, and Hubbard, I think, said a psychotic lives in the past, a neurotic person lives in the future. He's only concerned about the future, and a sane person, he's only got anxiety in the present, but a sane person is concerned about the future. It's predictive.
Interesting. So the sane person's concerned about the future?
Yes.
Thank you.
Like living, seeing eventualities. And we can actually pinpoint it even to a game like football, where you see this player is going to go this way and that player is going to go this way, so you throw it to where, the guy's going to be open. It's like predictive.
Right, and the neurotic is in the present.
Is in the present, yeah.
Okay.
He's fidgeting about, what's going on? I mean, that was a simplistic statement. However,
understood.
There's certainly truth in it.
Yeah.
Because, we're not worried about the future, but to be in the present, there's also a virtue, and, because he also, gave you exercises and drills that would put you in the present.
Of course. Time. No, I appreciate it. As you said, it's simplistic, but it definitely is something I relate to, and it serves its function, which I can, I think it's, thank you so much for relating that. Please go on.
Yes. And of course it's in the National Archives of the United States, when you walk by the building, which is no longer the archives, it's more of a showcase museum with the Declaration.
Yes.
No, well, because it wasn't big enough. They had to move it to Maryland.
It's true. Yes.
Yeah. So you walk by it. It's got this big, statue with somebody, and then it says "Study the past," which is, of course, you want to study the past because people ignore, and as Buddha said, those who do not remember the past shall be condemned to repeat it. So you don't want to forget about the past. And of course, all of these things are important. But the real virtue of as I was saying, time travel is to really be in the present and to enjoy the present, to master the present. And then all things, come into proper focus. But to get back to this paper I was writing with, I'm looking, as I put this paper together, I'm putting years of a project together. The antenna project, I mean, the money was raised like 2 years ago to do this thing, and now it's been delayed because of COVID mostly. And there are certain advantages to the delay. Now that I see it, it evolves. And of course, when I go back there, I will have an environment that I am familiar with, and it is also familiar with me.
Yes.
And we want increasing degrees of familiarity. So this is all very good. Now, by the same token, I'm bringing this up with you, Penny, because this Gold Country project is also very slow. I first investigated it here again, 2014, the same year. I'm only realizing the same year I discovered the Choclavina Cave, or was brought to it, is the same year I went to the Gold Country for the first time. And when I say been to the country, yes, I was in Sacramento many times. I lived near Sacramento. I visited Yosemite, and that's technically the Gold Country. But I'm talking about Sonora, San Andreas, Columbia, all of these towns that are your hometown and are so familiar with you. Well,
the one problem I have with it being slow is the sources you're going to want are dying.
Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. The one I really wanted is already dead, Charlie Wilson. And
Frog Wilson is dead. Bill Kennedy is dead. Lorraine Kennedy is dead. And those are the ones I know from West Point.
Well, it'll be, I'm really more interested in the reservation and in the Indian side, but it'll all come to pass. It's like,
the reservation in Tuolumne County.
Pardon me? Say that again, please.
The reservation in Tuolumne County, they've got this fancy casino, and they are very, very shut down now about telling any of the history that doesn't make the casino look good.
The casino does not know anything about this. The people who would involve themselves with the casino are not the shamanistic people. They are not.
The tribe has made the decision to not talk about that stuff.
Yeah, well, the people who will talk are not part of the casino. They do not go hand in hand. It doesn't work that way. They would be separate from the casino. It would look like that to an outsider, but no, they're not doing the service of the Great Spirit, and this is often the case with Indian tribes. They're human beings.
Yeah, it's the tragedy thereof. Certainly, I understand what both of you are saying.
I work with shamanistic element. We had this up in Foxwoods, and they had said to the medicine man, they looked at him, the girl at the desk said, "Oh," she says, "You're one of the real ones." Oh, okay. Yeah, she knew. This is, he had worked at one of the casinos as a education program for the native tradition.
Right.
But they discontinued that program when I think they needed to raise money for something, and they said, okay, well, to hell with the Native American education.
Right.
To hell with, and that's, so you have to know how to negotiate or deal with the right energies, and it's just, the casino stuff is, it's just not good. It's, it's just not good. So anyway, the spirit will be right. It'll open up, and as I say, never worry too much about people dying off. I was very fortunate to get Marjorie Cameron before she died off, and I was in a hurry there because I saw that she was very old, and I caught her a couple of years. Was it 92? I think she passed away 3 years later. So that I'm aware of. But then again, one of my friends was saying, oh, you got to get the videos of your teacher. It's very important or whatever to preserve them. Well, certain people have videos of my teacher. They are, from what I've heard, I've never tried to get any, they tend to be very stingy with them, like as if they're holding on to something very important. What I would also say, though, is if I never see another video of him, I'll be quite fine. I mean, would I like to? Would I watch him if I had him? Most certainly. But I've learned enough to where I'm certainly not dependent on them. And to me, they're priceless, especially to me, who worked with him and understands him. But then again, it's like, I guess I'm not trying to hold on to things. It's kind of like, and I've been studying death a little bit lately, or perusing it, because I have a friend, and I kind of feel that my role in his life is to steward him into his transition. He's not about to die now, but he's reaching a point where he's having to pay attention to things. And, Paula has seen him fading. Other people have seen him fading. He's very, very sharp mentally, but his body. So I see that, well, I think I'm going to have to help this guy transition, and and be his friend, and we'll probably end up talking about it, and we'll probably talk about it more. The trick is, when you talk about it, it starts to become like it's a precursor. And I will say this: when I was in my 20s, I went to many weddings. And many weddings, handful of weddings, and you go, and I said, why am I going to all these weddings? And then one day, the bride takes off her garter and she throws it behind her head, and all the single guys, and I caught the garter, and I said, oh, it must be my turn, it must be my turn. You're watching all your friends get married, or enough of them. Why am I going to weddings? Well, my number's up. I'm going to get married. So it eventually happened. And I think it's the same way with death. You start saying, dead, dead, dead. As you were saying, he's dead, he's dead. They meant with your friends, but he's dead, 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 dead. Pretty soon you're getting, preparing for the transition. It becomes something you might talk about.
Yes, you find yourself in line. Go on.
Yeah. In other words, things do not last forever. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to pass away soon, but I will be turning 70 next year. And, you think of the people who've gone before you. I'm doing a lot of things that would prevent me from going that way.
Right. You've got a long way to go yet yourself, but go on.
Yeah, I would say so. But nevertheless, I'm very respectful. And I became very respectful of life when I lost my parents at age 21. I said, wow, this is very serious. I valued life very, very highly and very sincerely. I said, this is something. And even though I did not know it at the time, I was exposed to Taoism, although in very partially, but that is a great tenet of Taoism, which is life is considered a very precious gift. So you appreciate it and you treat it with respect. And the upside of that, in my opinion, from what I've experienced and also read in that tradition, is if you honor and treat life with respect, and you will get more life. If you treat it with disdain and disrespect, you will get more of that. You could say the same thing about a lady. If you treat a lady with respect and admiration and joy, you can, you're more likely to get more of that back from the lady. Of course, that's a jaded statement because that doesn't always work out in the scheme of things. That romance can be very complicated. But I do find, especially with my wife, the more appreciation I give her, the more joy I get back from her. And this applies with anybody, really. So as we, move into life, whatever it is, that's so much of my corner wisdom for the day. But
well, I think that was fabulous. But you still got more to go on, certain plans, right, and stuff. You're still got more to go.
Certain what?
I'm so sorry. I mean to say that. I mean, we're just kind of getting started, right? I mean, with what you were talking about with Penny. And...
I haven't gone into the meat of tonight. This
yes. There we are. Good.
And because Penny's here, and I appreciated what she sent to me, and the Gold Country is a fascination, and it of course ties in to the indigenous stuff, which I was talking about, because the indigenous people are the key, and they are the ones that bring Radu and Caesar through the portal. Yes. And it's a very unique portal, and it's not like they let him in. Hey, you're here for the portal. Oh, good, come in.
If only it were that easy. Yes.
They would let me in, and I'm not necessarily looking to go through a portal like they were. That's not really what I do. I'm more interested in doing what I do, which is sort of, you might say, ninth dimensional work. Ninth dimensional is synchronicity. It's unifying things. It's unified consciousness, which is one step below the God mind. It's the entrance to the God mind. But be that as it may, I will see where this goes. So it's like slow is better. And when you really slow down what you're doing, it's like seeing things in very clearly. If you can, and this happens to people when they get in accidents, all of a sudden everything slows down. Now, if you're really sharp and you're in the middle of a situation like that, and you have some inkling that your thoughts are powerful, you just might be able to shift what's going on at the very time. Or you might even be seeing it before it happens and even prevent it. But slowing things down is a very good way to go. So, but to get into the meat of tonight, and precursor, because Douglas and I talked about this, where we're going to go, but this is a precursor to that. And this has to do with a post I put, and it was actually sharing my memory from a year ago, as Facebook will prompt you to share your memories. And I have a picture of Stanton Friedman with his horned eyebrows. They're very horned up. And,
pronounced, yes.
Yeah, very pronounced. And it says, there are a few of them, and I picked the one that was the most
egregious.
Yeah, most evocative. And I write the question, would you like to know why the major Roswell conspiracy theorist waxed his eyebrow? And to give him a devil's peak effect. That's what I put. So, and then I just put the picture up there. And then I get a comment, says imitating Colonel Aquino. And it shows a picture of Colonel Aquino with the eyebrows raised. And another person writes, yes, that's right. And of course, Jameson says, knew I saw him somewhere. And he makes a picture of the Muppets with the monster Muppet. And then here we get to this one. We get to this one. Now, it says Brooks Agnew. Now, Brooks Agnew came up in some thread with you, Douglas, and I don't remember what it was, but I think it was on Roswell, but it came out, he wasn't barking up the right tree. He's a very prominent speaker.
Right. I'm trying to remember where the name. I don't even remember who he is. But I remember.
Before I say what he said, I will look him up, give a brief synopsis on him, because the first time I heard of him, when he was supposed to host this conference that never happened, with David Anderson was going to appear at, it was all goofed up. It was nutty. And he was supposed to be the one of the speakers along with me. And Brooks was somehow to be the MC, which I didn't know who he was. He is a multi-patented engineer and a 6-time Amazon best-selling author of 9 books. Widely,
that's that Arc of a Million Years dude, right?
Widely featured in numerous scientific documentaries. He is an internationally acclaimed lecturer on energy manufacturing and quality improvement while working with numerous Fortune 100 companies. Doesn't say what the hell he did, but you know, he played for the Cincinnati Reds, the San Francisco Giants, the New York Yankees, the New York Mets, and it doesn't say if he ever even got a hit.
Right, he's the guy who was doing the he wanted to use the nuclear icebreaker. The Russians leased that and take people up to the Hollow Earth and shit. You know, he wanted to take them through the North Pole entry and shit. That's
okay. All right, good. So anyway, he's got George Norrie, Coast to Coast is pushing him. Yeah. So I mean that says what it says, but anyway, so he writes this. He says Stanton was a genius, and he was my friend. And now, what he's doing, he's inviting
fellow Satanists, yes.
Well, he's inviting an argument, debate, a discussion.
He's trolling, yes.
Well, and then I say, on the other hand, you might want to read The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. It will broaden your knowledge considerably. And then what came next was quite a hideous comment. It said, and of course, I deleted it. Yeah. I didn't delete it. I hid it so I could still refer back to it. And I had to block the person. It says, Peter Moon, it must be hard to think you know everything. Should we start worshiping you now or wait until someone kicks the shit out of you?
Wow.
Now, of course, this person doesn't have a real name.
Of course
he's hidden. He's threatening. He's menacing, and he's not very, very fearsome. Right. You know, it's like, you know.
Oh, they never are. But go on.
No. And I'm thinking like, okay, well, you know, I'm not going to give him any air. I will just block him and cut him, and this is fine. But you see, this is where, Brooks Agnew says this, then I say, I don't insult him in any way. I say, on the other hand, you might want to read The Roswell Deception. It will broaden your knowledge considerably. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Oh, that's threatening enough to him, believe me.
Well, but I'm saying I didn't.
Obviously, this was not. This was
Michelle Obama would say. Yeah. As Michelle Obama would say, when they go low, we go high.
Yes.
But that's true. It's like, you don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to deconstruct Stanton Friedman on this thread.
Right. Well, first off, it's just,
but it's like,
yeah, you don't need to invest that kind of time and energy in public.
Yeah. And then, so I just deleted this. And then a day later, he writes back, Brooks says, my friends do not need any other credentials or validation. My word is good enough.
Oh, wow. Talk about godliness. Yes.
Well, you see, the thing is, when he says Stanton was my friend, was a genius, was my friend, he's talking out of his own emotion. He was my friend. He was my friend. Now, I have seen other people like this, and I knew a girl who really just had a strong emotional feeling towards William Cooper because she read Hold a Pale Horse, and it opened up her mind to just the general idea of conspiracy. And she later got involved with Montauk and stuff, but it was kind of like this, you know, people are suckers for a heart connection. They form a heart connection with somebody. I'm sure people do it with me. And I know they do it with me, but it's sort of like, and it's fine. If you feel good about somebody, that's fine. But it's like we're talking about logic here. And, you know, I don't want to read anything bad about him. I don't want to hear anything bad about him. Now, first off, he says this, but my comment is not followed by him. it's followed by some son of a bitch who's like trying to go for the jugular.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't think anything that Brooks Agnew says is sincere. He's not saying that Stanton Friedman.
That may well be. That may well be.
This is all pretense, and that's.
However, to, as you say, it's not worth the time to engage him, and to deconstruct Stanton Friedman, because my first reason for this, that I don't want to do it, is because, I didn't want to break him down. I didn't want to, destroy him
publicly,
or mentally, because see, it doesn't do any good, because it could. I've seen, even where I'm talking about stuff, and I've seen people begin to crinkle. I'm not trying to make them crinkle, but it's not like I know everything, but I know enough to, make them realize their world is not based on, it's a house of cards. Their linear constructs are a house of cards, and it's good when you find that out, when your own linear, or is a house of cards. You can't take this stuff too seriously, especially people like Stanton Friedman. And it's, quite seriously. And so then we get here. My friends do not need any other credentials or validation. My word is good enough.
But by the way, good night to Penny Bradley.
Anybody. I would never say that to anybody. I might say you have my word, but I don't expect them. I'm not going to tell them my word is good enough. I'm just not going to say that. So you have my word, but I'm not going to tell them they should believe in it, because either they will believe in it or they won't believe it.
That's right. That's right.
And I'm not going to, it's very arrogant. And when you see anyway.
To say the least. So, and I just want to say goodnight to Penny Bradley. She's very tired because she's still recuperating.
Penny, thank you for your contribution.
Yeah. Yeah. And and now, of course, we still have Peter. So go on, by all means.
And then of course, my friend Laura Watson, who is, nice person.
Mm-hmm.
She has a picture of a man with a cigar in his mouth. He's a soldier. It says, "Never go full Aquino." Never go full Aquino.
That's pretty good.
Never go full Aquino. And then a guy says, "I guess no one ever came up with a vault for his files. He was willing to donate them to anyone who would secure them. It was going to be the basis for a UFO museum in either Roswell or Rachel." Well, that's something.
Whose files? Aquino's or Stanton Friedman's?
Stanton's.
Oh God, what a joke!
He was willing to donate to anyone who would secure them. Why would you donate files to anyone who would say, "Oh, I'll secure them"?
Yeah, that obviously shows it was all shit. I mean, he obviously didn't give a damn. It had to be some kind of shit.
Indeed.
Yeah. I mean,
so
go on.
Then, and then somebody asked the question. Asked the question why. It said, why? So why was it was the original question, which was, would you like to know why the major Roswell conspiracy theorist waxed his eyebrows to give him a devil speak effect? So the person says, why? Finally, somebody says, why? And I said, he was a member of the cult of the Horned Brow, a dedicated Satanist who worked in the employ of Colonel Michael Aquino. More information is in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Friedman was the major perpetrator of the Roswell myth, whereby the Office of War Information hid the Japanese penetration of American airspace. And then I make a link for the website. And then, Jameson writes, of interest, it seems to be a play on a mistranslation. And of course, he's giving the Torah reference to Moses's shining or horned face, which you can read about Moses in the Bible. But you will also see Moses uniformly depicted in European churches. And when I say European churches, I'm referring to Catholic churches as having horns coming out of his head.
Yes, correct.
And there's always a sort of elbow in the ribs with that. which is, Das Juden.
Yeah.
That's the Catholics are very Das Juden. That's Judah, Jew. That's part of Catholicism, is very anti-Semitic. And then, of course, Jameson says the horned brow would, of course, here also be a shining brow, which is a reference to the brow chakra or third eye. So the Aquino cult of the horned brow is an unconscious reference to a brow chakra based on a translation that Hebrew scholars can't quite agree upon, at least in reference to Moses. Why Michael Aquino interpreted this to mean eyebrows, I do not know. He was just weird that way. However, there are those of us who are through DNA have eyebrows that naturally grow in a bushy and sharp manner with a pronounced orbital ridge. And of course, Jameson's showing off his eyebrows here. And I use an image of my own eyebrows as an example. Unflattering as the picture may be, it's not unflattering. One can see how the thickness of the brow hair overlapping the thinner hair at the side gives the illusion of the horned brow. Mikey took this, however, to the extremes as to having anything to do with wisdom. I suspect he just pulled it out of his ass. Now, Jameson, if he wanted to texture his eyebrows, he could put some horns up there, if he wanted to. And then I say, and Stanton was right next to it. And then Jameson says, when one considers his work with radioactive materials, yep, that's as close as to God as he'll ever get. And then, so he was a disinfo agent then, somebody writes.
Yes.
And then the person who originally asked why says, that seems to be what is implied here. The Roswell legend didn't get to general public until about the 1970s. So I have a hard time connecting that to a need to cover up some Japanese incursion into U.S. in 1947. I think this person is an ex-Scientologist. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party is doing just that, covertly, of course. Then I say, it's very easy to connect if you read the book. Japanese incursion was not in 1947. It was in 1942, a couple of months after Pearl Harbor, when massive airships terrorized LA in what became known as the Battle of Los Angeles, and has been conveyed to the public by the OWI, or Office of War Information, as a flying saucer/alien incursion that the government was covering up. Japanese superdirigibles contained biological weapons of mass destructions that were used in China. These were sent to Tonopah Army Airfield in Nevada and given to the USA to warn them that they could be obliterated with Hirohito's WMD.
Yes.
They only then acquiesced to Hirohito's demand that he remain as emperor, but it took 6 years to sign a treaty. A state of war still existed until 1952. The history you are familiar with is very twisted and convincing propaganda of OWI. The Army later in 1947 tried to use these superdirigibles, and one crashed at Roswell. The book lays out all the details, or at least a super amount of details. And then he wrote, bullseye, check, 100%. He liked the response.
Okay.
And I said, I hope you get a chance to read it because it is so full of truth that is ignored in a big way. And he writes, yes, that is interesting, but doesn't explain the contrary data. That's where I think he's an ex-Scientologist, because that's a term, contrary data.
Yes, like alternative truth, or alternative facts.
L. Ron Hubbard said there are different outpoints or illogics, one of which is contrary facts. So the contrary data he mentions are eyewitnesses of bodies, live ones, or memory metal. Then ONI said it was an alien incursion over LA. I thought government always poo-pooed aliens. And I write, the metal and bodies are definitely explained, not ONI, but OWI. They poo-poo aliens in a way to make it look like they are denying aliens, making false faux pas in your face so you think you are smarter than their lame attempts. But that is cunning. They are trying to hide their own war crimes over the Japanese issues and keeping POWs and torturing. Read the book, you won't regret it. Available on Kindle. Yeah. Now that was a progressive dialogue. Maybe I shouldn't have engaged in it so long, but I did, and it's like I was following a thread. What I basically have done here is, and I had a very negative dream that accompanied this. I don't even remember the negative dream. I was concerned about the dream enough that I talked to my wife about it. I talked to at least one other friend about it, and trying to think what that negative dream was. It was not good. I remember the dream catcher, because I got a dream catcher for my birthday, and I said, well, you know, the dream catcher caught it. And, you know, it was so negative that I'm so glad I don't remember it. It was like, oh, I know what it was. Well, I don't even remember. Well, I remember my clairvoyant friend saying, you know, Scientology has a lot to do with this issue on the Roswell stuff. It's connected to Scientology. Not to say that Scientology is let's say that there are people who are Scientologists who don't appreciate what I've written about L. Ron Hubbard. Mm-hmm. And they probably don't appreciate me in general.
Right.
And it's their misfortune.
Yes.
Because I probably have a greater appreciation and even a reverence for L. Ron Hubbard and who he actually was than they do. Yeah. Because they don't actually, they're looking at it at a icon.
Yes.
I know who he was. I know what his strengths were. I know what the liabilities were in dealing, you know, with him or his legacy. Right. It's tricky business, and they're in worship mode, but
or they either worship him or they hate him. But go on.
Hubbard talked about something. He says there's something called altitude. He says, you know, when somebody gets audited or counseled by somebody, there's an altitude there. The person who's helping them has altitude over them. It would even apply to people. The first person who got them into Scientology and sort of oversaw their beginning would always kind of have an altitude relationship with the person. Even if they evolve beyond that person, there'd always be a certain respect. But altitude is common in anything. It's somebody you learn from. And just like musicians would feel, well, God, I mean, most musicians that, you know, that were inspired by the Beatles have a lot of altitude to them. Oh, yeah. You know, they just have an enormous respect and adulation. So Hubbard certainly, you know, had a lot of altitude with people who studied him. As time goes by, the playing field levels out. It levels out so where you can kind of see more of the human side of him, and you know, he was still a phenomenal person with a phenomenal difference in terms of a different type of human being that affected my life very deeply and not in a negative way. But so I've done a good job of transmuting this energy because I don't even remember the negativity, and it was, I still don't remember it. It's like I must have done a really good job because see this sort of thing, and I see, you know, this is directly related to my involvement with Douglas, and here's where we start to get into the darkness that I was talking about in the email I sent out to talking about tonight. We're going to go into some dark areas because in dealing with all the things you have dealt with on practically a daily basis in your entire life, this is dark stuff. Yes. And I've dealt with enough darkness. I've dealt with enough. And so when I start to go into the Stanton Friedman in the book and the Roswell stuff, it's like, man, I'm really kicking up some shit, for lack of a better word. Yes. It's shit with fire, and it can stick to you. I did this with Montauk, and I'm saying, wow, this is not pleasant. This is just like when I was writing the Presidio book, it got too much. And as I say, I was not writing anything that you told me, Douglas. I was just writing off of the materials in the news articles.
Yeah.
It might have been laced with a few orientations from what I learned from you. I couldn't deny that influence, but it was mostly just raw data, and I'm putting a paradigm together.
Yeah.
It's very ugly.
Yeah.
It's very ugly because when you see what's uglier than the acts themselves that Aquino did, which are horrific, what's actually more horrifying is the acquiescence and enablement by the press, law enforcement, and the public in general.
Yes.
They just sit down and, it's like it goes back to, why the police wouldn't want to hurt us?
Yeah.
It's like the Chocho. It's like I never forget the guy. Well, why would they want to hurt us?
Did someone actually say that about the Choch?
No, you said that. You quoted somebody actually was in the chat room or something.
Okay, right.
Why would they want to hurt us? Yeah, you were laughing. Why would they want to hurt us? In fact, one of my friends was saying today, yesterday, he was dealing with a legal issue. We were discussing some legal issue. It didn't involve him, but it involved somebody else that I know. In fact, I was, he was talking to me about, this is years ago, it was a legal thing. So I have a lot of background with the history of it because I was sort of counseling him because I had gone through a similar, it has to do with real estate, because my attorney was the attorney on this thing. And we both know this guy who's an attorney. He's our common friend. And so I was familiar with this. And he told me, and the person he was trying to help was resistant to what he thought they should do. And he said that people underestimate the malevolence and evil that human beings are capable of, especially when you get into sensitive areas.
Yes.
Because this is a legal issue where somebody is acting completely outrageous over a person's property. Trying to take the property, putting up a fence on the property, and basically trying to steal the property, right, and then countersuing them when they get sued with a lot of bluster. And I said the biggest danger, I said, this guy's case is blatantly wrong. I said, the biggest danger is that he somehow can influence the court, right, because he's that audacious, that evil,
yes, and
possibly that well connected.
Yes.
So, because he could correct this situation, for probably $10,000 and just, do what the person wants. But no, it could get into a lot of legal expenses for him. Mm-hmm. But who knows? But the point he was saying is people underestimate the malevolence that people are capable of. Yeah. So it's just like horrendous decisions are laid down routinely in courts of law. And you'll see people, it's just like the COVID argument, but we're not talking about COVID here. Right. Well, or a political ruling. If the Democrats get a ruling that favors them, or the Republicans get a ruling that favors them, either side will see. And it's not about merit. I mean, to some degree it's about merit, but it's more about our side won. Or our side won. Our side, it's nauseating because it's not about, we're not living in a world of rationality. No. We're living in a world of polarity where people are taking sides. Yes. And it's more about what side you are on than it's like a rock fight. Yeah. It's like a rock fight. As a kid, it was fun to get in a rock fight and take sides. It was like, wow, it was kind of adrenaline. Wow. We're in a rock fight. Of course, you kind of grow out of that.
Yeah. One would hope, yes.
but that's basically what this is. And there's this big demonstration at the White House. I didn't know. I was told, I heard about the protest, and they were saying on the TV, you know, federal agents are going to be, you know, looking for extremists at the protest. Then I found out there's this huge protest in Washington, D.C. I don't know if it was this weekend or coming up about, I don't even know what it's about. I don't even remember what it's obviously the Republicans protesting. I don't know if they're protesting, I think it's mandates. I think they're protesting mandates. So obviously, you know, the intelligent thing to do is to stay away from the protest, because you could get photographed, you could get in trouble, just like the people who went to January 6th rally.
Yes.
It's you know, I mean, I wouldn't be motivated. I wouldn't be motivated to go to either one of them personally. Certainly not travel to Washington, D.C. to do so. But if it was even in, you know, the local place where I could, you know, park somewhere and walk a few blocks, no, I wouldn't go to it. But that's just me. Right. And people who feel so motivated, you know, this is like, you know, fish walking, you know, biting at a hook.
Yes.
Yes. I don't like political rallies. Never have. And this is even before things became so, you know, politically crazy.
Yes.
So this is this whole, I guess what I'm talking about here is this just degenerate attitude one can have.
Yes.
And the upside, there is an upside here. The upside is when you don't engage the hate, there's no hate in your world. Because I'm really amazed to sit here a few days later and I can't even remember what that dream was. It was something that really made my soul pay attention.
Wow. You
know, whether it disturbed me or not, it was disturbing enough to the point where I talked to my wife about it and thought, wow, this is a challenge. Whoa, 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 whoa. And I got mad at somebody because, oh, you always handle these things well. I said, how the hell do you know I'm going to handle it well? You know, how do you know I'm going to handle it well? Just because I handle other stuff well doesn't mean I'm going to handle this well. And now I don't even remember what it was.
Oh, that's handling it pretty well, if you ask
me.
I
guess I did handle it well, but also it's like I didn't engage with the negative. And this is very important because I talked the other night about emotions. When you don't get angry, you change the morphogenetic resonance of the other person. It just doesn't, you know, you're not creating anger, not trying to, you know, humiliate someone in a debate. Because see, even that doesn't work, even if you do humiliate them. Because, you know, basically the only person that paid attention to it was them. If they truly felt humiliated and that they lost. You haven't convinced anybody else. You got to go out and humiliate everybody else. And that's not really what you want to do, is humiliate them. You want to invite them to become more educated. And that's what happened with the Montauk Project. And, you know, people would just, you know, they want to throw tomatoes. They want to throw tomatoes at the material. At the material more than me. And, you know, because they reject it. But in the end, it's now locked into the urban culture. It's a legend that's been on TV. It's been accepted as a story, just like the Philadelphia experiment. It's been, what's the word, grandfathered into the mainstream.
Right.
Now, the full extent of what I've reported on and accomplished, no. That if that's even to happen, because I'm so glad I didn't do the media deal, because it's like letting the dogs get a hold of it. And it's going to destroy the story. Just destroy it. And so I don't know if it'll ever get told properly. I think it will, but you know, I don't have my heart set on it. I'm not going to define my own progress or not by that. I'm open to it. But even then, if I get cooperation, I have to, you know, I know what's relevant and important, and people don't know. Some of my audience here might know, or might have more than a good clue, but you know, there are so many things I can't say, you know, I mean, I have to tell them because they don't know, but that's okay. It's all, so now we go from, this is the rabble energy that surrounds not only the work I've done, but in particular when I deal with Douglas Dietrich's work, because this is it's, you know, the jackal factor, the hyena factor that sits there and snaps at the portal, we can call the portals of initiation. People like the idea of ascension. They like the idea of transcendence, transmutation. The work that I've done in Romania, and will even be putting into the Chocolate Mina paper, is about the transmutation of the human into a godlike state. That's the inner indigenous tradition of Romania. And of course, it seems absurd on the one hand that you're going to take these human beings, you know, take John Q. Public, or even a good example of John Q. Public, without satirizing it to making it like the without satirizing Jack Armstrong, good old American boy, and not even, I don't want to satirize it like that, but just say a good example of John Q. Public, who's not just. It's hard to make a good example of John Q. Public. You know, you'd say somebody. Maybe we should do that. Maybe it would be fun. I mean, say, let's, because, you know, you create the thought form, it'll appear. Maybe it'll appear. You know, it gets, you know, you take the guy, you don't really want the guy who's the, you know, the king of the prom, the star athlete, the it's grade A student, you know, that might be a little corny,
right? Because
that guy is, I mean, you know, it's not a small thing. That guy is a certain caliber of individual. Mm-hmm. But then he's also going to have a quotient. I mean, he could have all that stuff. That would be fine. You know, he's athletic. He's musical too. He's athletic. He's musical. He's got it all. Yeah. He's popular. He's good looking. You know, the girls like him. But then he'd also have to have an aptitude for the dark side of life. In other words, he's not going to be somebody who's going to get beat up by the gangs. He's going to have to know the gangs. He's going to have to have at least some sort of respect or recognition. He may not be a member of the gang, but he's not, you know, he's not somebody who's going to, you know, come out of the prom with his nice white suit and, you know, have somebody stick a rag in his gas tank. You know, that's not going to be who he is, because they think he's too much of a pretty boy. That's not, he can't be that way. He's going to have some respect in that world, and he's going to have to more importantly, he's going to have to respect it and regard it. Now, unfortunately, people like that who do have a connection to the underworld are more often than not going to be consumed by it, in league with it, and making deals that are not in the best interest of society and not in the best interest of themselves. Might be in the best interest of the underworld. So it's like that's a very hard picture to write of a John Q. Public, of an idealized John Q. Public. It just isn't going to work, because, and if we take, I don't know that it's even a good metaphor to take a character like Jesus Christ and put him into a John Q. Public. I mean, he sounds like somebody who was good, if not very good, at his craft, who was basically a people pleaser. I would call him I don't mean people pleaser. I mean, he pleased people. If he's a people pleaser, he would have pleased Herod and all that.
Yes.
And Pontius Pilate. No, but he pleased people. People were pleased by him, inspired by him, in awe of him, because he could generate phenomena, if not miracles. So he came from a different quarter, and he liked to go to the pubs with the sinners, publicans and sinners. So he would frequent with the dark side, and he would listen to the sins, listen to the this, and developed a reputation as the wicked priest. So that, and as they say, to the degree he was popular, like a prom queen, student body president, which is of course completely inaccurate, because of the times. But when he reached his zenith in popularity is when he had to be taken down. And of course, this is the same thing that happens in Norse mythology with Balder. Balder is the most beautiful of the gods. Everybody adores him. So he has to be taken down by Loki. This is too much. He's shining too bright. We got to take him down. This is different than Lucifer. Lucifer's shining bright, and he's got to be taken down because of his insubordination and his arrogance. But this is not the case with Balder. He's just loved, and he's beautiful. Everybody loves him, and whether it's by envy or greed or just the need to balance, he gets taken down by Loki, the trickster and the god of the underworld in Norse mythology. So the same thing happens with Christ. He's taken off of his pedestal and killed brutally, to teach the lessons of resurrection and eternal life. It sounds like, when I put it that way, it sounds like a huge contradiction. So anyway, this analogy I'm trying to make for an idealized John Q. Public, it takes us right into the metaphor of Christ, and it's like, wow, this is much more than just trying to be a citizen with an incredible acumen, who's the right citizen. This is the ultimate citizen. This is the very God I'm talking about when I talk about indigenous Romania. It's transmutation from a human form into a God. This God metaphor I'm using now happens to be Christ. And so that's like, wow, this is talking about the reconciliation of sin, the resurrection, the life force. But Christ in the New Testament goes through hell. He goes through hell before he resurrects. So this is, he transitions through there. That's part of transmutation, Pluto, the underworld. So it's like, here we are in the world of Douglas Dietrich, in the world of Douglas Dietrich. I'm not talking about Douglas himself when I say this.
Understood. But by the way, I appreciate what you're transitioning or segueing from that aspect of the Christ I remember when I was speaking of near-death experiences. And, you know, and of course people ask about my near-death experiences personally. And people know that I've died a lot. And of course, I point out the fact that, you know, at times they come out and at times I speak about them. But it's one of those things you just don't give out, say, for instance, just as a kind of intro. It's kind of like talking about your first sexual experience or how you lost your virginity or something. There needs to be some sense of sacrosanct respect for it. I remember
you just tell them it was in an outhouse.
Yeah,
and just leave it.
Well, one of these idiots, of course, was saying, when Douglas died, I bet he went to hell. Like, yeah, it was some kind of negative or something. And I was like, you know, well, that's exactly what your Lord and Savior did, you dumb son of a bitch. You know, that's the first place he went.
The problem is not going to hell. The problem is staying there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And so but yes, it's like, when I put it in this context, it will make people understand. And as they say, Douglas has dealt with the underworld in ways that most people couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't. And that doesn't mean you have to, if you're going to learn and study from Douglas Dietrich, it doesn't mean you have to go, you know, sign up in the military and, you know, start raping babies. Just so you can, or talk with people who do. Rather, you don't. Of course, you don't want to do that. But you know, it's like, you know, find all this crime. You don't want to do it. But it's okay to learn and study from it, and confront the evil next door. And as I said, one of my friends who's probably listening tonight, I had helped him with a situation where he had some very negative practitioners of indigenous magic in his neighborhood next door to him. And I had helped him with alleviate the situation.
Right.
It's much better.
Oh, thank God.
It's much better. But he was starting to grind against him. And I said, well, you know what? Just be thankful it is the way it is now, because he still resents it, understandably, that these people are the way they are, and it doesn't agree with him. And he was then sort of hankering back to, wow, nice neighborhoods with white people that he's lived in, you know, where everything is, you know,
bland. Yeah. Safe.
Bland, safe and bland. Yeah, safe, manicured, and all that. And I said, well, yeah, but the thing is with that, yeah, certainly. I said, the problem with that is that those people might be a lot more copacetic to be around, but they also represent a lot of stuff that, you know,
toxic, baggage, neuroses.
Well, just, you know, it's what I don't even remember what I said, but it's sort of the contradiction. Yeah. It's the contradiction because these people are living in a world that's
cloistered.
Fallacious. Yeah, and of course he understood that, and it helped him, grounded him. Yeah, he sent me a nice donation after I. You know, because he appreciated it, because he knows. I said, I was talking about, he heard me talking about the indigenous energy. I said, you know, this is what I said. Those people do not respect or represent the indigenous energy. Right. I said, the people who might be practicing some animal sacrifice religion, they might look ghoulish and dirty or whatever, how you might perceive them. But ethnic people are much more closer to nature and the spirits. And I'm not advocating animal sacrifice or anything like that, but they use it because it works.
Yes.
Is it dark? Yes, it is. I mean, there's the darkness of animal sacrifice all over the Bible.
Can it be any darker than anyone who eats meat? I mean, if you eat meat,
no, that's what cannibalism is. Christianity is based upon the idea of cannibalism.
Yes.
Eating the body of the Savior.
Yes.
The bread
yeah.
represents my body. The
yes.
wine represents my blood.
Yes.
And this is where we're going tonight. But it's all about context, and it's the indigenous energy is not necessarily all, hunky-dory. It's not.
No.
It's
but then nothing is. Nothing worthwhile is.
They can go down the dark path too. There's people that, oh, I want to see this. I want to, I want to wear a headdress and be an Indian for the weekend. and they might just as well, be taken down a dark tunnel and pushed off of a cliff into an underground river.
Yes.
Not necessarily by the Indians, but by the spirits, by the spirits that are directing the Indians.
Yes.
Because these people are being fools.
Yes.
Not to say that they shouldn't go seek out shamans. I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but some people will go off into that world with a naivete that is quite nice.
It's just after a while, it's just more than a person can stomach.
well, yes. So back to the world of Douglas Dietrich and of course the Roswell deception deals with great evil that was perpetrated on mankind in an era of great evil, 1,000 years of a dark era and whatnot. So it's like we're dealing with great darkness, and we had Emperor Hirohito who was having to indulge in dark projects just to allow his country to survive.
Yes.
And he was dealing with darker energies and that came directly out of the United States of America through Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was part and parcel of the Von Tassel family, which meant part and parcel he was a Montauk Indian himself. He had indigenous blood, FDR.
And you know who knew that for some reason? Noreen Helpan did, and I think I never had the impression she read your books, but maybe she did. I don't see how else she would have found out about that, but she somehow knew that FDR was. Maybe other people knew about this, that he was.
It's not unknown that he's an Indian. He's not unknown at all that he's an Indian, part Indian. He's also part Dutch, and so. And there is a darkness that he represented that it goes quite beyond the the affable man who sat by the fire in the fireside chats where you're all supposed to be sitting by the fire listening to your radio of FDR, and there's nothing to fear but fear itself.
Don't forget his dog. He had his dog. So
what was the dog's name?
Toto, Fifi, whatever it was.
I don't know.
Yeah, but he brought it up in a speech. That was like.
Was it named Eleanor?
Oh, that's rich.
Oh no, that was his wife.
Oh God, yeah, that's But
that was his wife.
He got that was like a famous part of one of his speeches where he brought that up. He says, not only are they going after myself and my wife, effectively, he brought her in, then he said, but they're going after my little dog, Fifi, too. He brought that up, or whatever the dog's name was, something like that.
Oh, that's why Nixon brought up Checkers, his dog Checkers.
There we are.
It's like, I've got a dog. I'm okay.
Yeah, they all started doing that shit. Yeah, all that bullshit. Yes.
But Whereas they don't talk about the dogs that get sacrificed, that they might well be part and parcel too. I used to get a phone call from this guy who used to call me and tell me about all the dog sacrifices that were occurring all the way up and around this grid in Connecticut, and they all, were behind Kissinger's house. I don't know if it was true, but he was just, dog sacrifices.
Jesus.
Dog sacrifices. So yeah, well, they got their little Fido, in the front yard, and a bunch of carcasses in the backyard.
Yes, no, it's true. It's what reminds me of is the Presidio military base. It was where, of course, all those dogs are being killed, but in that stupid Men Who Stare at Goats film, which of course is based very loosely on the book, which of course you've got Ron Johnson seduced by these by Chapman, or oh fuck, what the hell is that idiot's name again who was working with Aquino? Colonel James Chapman, I believe. I don't remember. Channon. I'm trying to, I do so much to bleach these memories that but of course of the 1st Earth Battalion, but when it comes to that individual, they were telling people we don't kill dogs because they're man's best friend. This is why we kill goats, hence the name of the film, The Men Who Stare at Goats. James Channon, I believe, is the idiot's name, and I'll just look it up to make sure. That idiot tried to friend me on Facebook when I first in the early days when I was first on it. James B. Channon, yeah. And there we are, New Age futurologist, U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel, New Age futurologist. It looks like I was wrong. I always thought he had retired a full bird colonel like Aquino did, but no, he never even got that far. He was too freaky. And so, yeah. So anyhow, so James Channon was telling Ron Johnson how we kill goats because we can't bear to kill dogs, but of course at the Presidio military base they were slaughtering dogs by the hundreds at the very least, because of they were testing weapons on them and all that shit. And so there you go. Everything that Peter Moon is saying, even though he's speaking in a sense humorously, it's all quite real, and he intuits this, that. And
well, yeah, and see, this is the problem of people when people make comments like that. It's like it's so petty. And what happens, it's very not good to do that for the individual, because it polarizes you. You become the opposite. If you become a Biden hater, it's like you're already in a video game with Biden. They used to have this great, it wasn't a video game. It was in fact, I really got a kick out of it. It was a video link where you could go. This was during the Gulf War, or the second Gulf. What is it? The invasion of the George Bush.
Yeah, Bush War II. Yeah.
Bring them on. And somebody had thrown a shoe at him during a press conference.
Yes, that's right. It was an Iraqi actually the person might have been an ethnic Turk, but of course this has deep symbolism in the Islamic culture, where of course to tread upon someone with your shoes, to tread them into the dust, this is like it's the ultimate insult. So when they threw
video.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, when you see him on the video dodge it so well, you can see he's had a lot of practice because of his wife. Laura Bush was throwing shoes at him all his life. But go.
They had this sort of video game, for lack of a better word, whereby you could hit a button and it would be a shoe being thrown at George Bush. Of course, it was a I don't remember if it was a real likeness, and George Bush would be ducking, and if you hit it the right thing, you could get him, and you got bang 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 bang, whatever. It was very funny. It's like you could through the thing, and a shoe would be hurled at George Bush. You're sitting there. It's like an online video game.
Yes. Yes.
It was,
Well, there's this. There was. Of course, Peter doesn't remember this, but there's plenty of people who will, like Salman Sheikh, of course, who's into video games, or even Jameson Reese is into video games too. But different people are into different video games, of course. But there was a very famous video game called Doom, and in the old days, it was just like fairly pixelated, very simple. But the original Doom outlay had a lot of like knockoff variants where people reprogrammed it, personalized it, and turned out like customized Doom games. And you're basically going through a maze. And originally it was, of course, this kill demons, basically, and because demons are, safe, right, to kill. It's okay to hate a demon, right? So you went around with this pair of machine guns or whatever, a machine gun, a shotgun, weapon of your choice, and you went around killing them. But then what happened was ultimately somebody reprogrammed one where you could. It was all racist, and you could pretend you were Hitler or Moon Man, which is this incredibly racist caricature called Moon Man that they do a lot of basically white rap to, or white supremacist rap. Often involves that icon. But you could, as Moon Man or Hitler, go around and you would basically kill blacks, Jews, and gays. But of course, these were caricatures, so the Jewish person would be this kind of bespectacled caricature of a Jewish person threatening to sue you. Basically, I'm going to sue you. He'd be bouncing along, and then you'd shoot them, and then the blacks would be like, I don't know, almost like humanoid basketballs or something, and of course the gay people would be. I forgot how they portrayed them, but of course. This all seems incredibly funny if you're neither black nor Jewish nor gay. Otherwise, of course, it's just deeply offensive. It should be deeply offensive to any of us, of course, but at any rate, it's still horribly funny. And I brought that up on Revolution Radio, and I said it's the most fun you'll ever have playing Hitler if you're just in for this sort of mood. And then I had all kinds of people writing me back about how they didn't know about this and how they were so glad I had brought it to their attention and how they loved it. I mean, it's just awful, but anyhow, so there you go with that. It's but what Peter's saying is you don't want to get into the space, because if you're into the space where your world is a first-person shooter and this is all you're capable of, you're not really relating to life on a constructive level, right? I mean that's
totally. And this is why I say, it was fun to push the button and throw a shoe at George Bush, but by the same token, George W. Bush was not somebody I ever really hated. In fact, I just never took him seriously.
Well, yeah, he's too. It's like hating a retarded child.
But but as I said, my friend Rudy Curry, he would act security guard, acts as security guard at the Four Seasons Hotel, which is, gets the, most exclusive clientele. And he said that George Bush was really personable and really nice. Whereas like some people don't want to talk to you, and maybe even, especially because he's black,
Yes.
But George Bush was just like, just like a regular guy, and that doesn't really surprise me, because that's really all he is, yes, at best.
Yes.
And if he does have a darker satanic side to him, it's
he's too stupid.
The other side is nice.
Yeah, he's too stupid to be evil.
He's done a lot of evil things.
Yeah,
he did a lot of stupid things. But then there's the side of him, like looking under the desk, saying, "Where are the weapons of mass destruction?" Making fun of it, while pissing off vets who died because they were going into war when there were no weapons of mass destruction.
The whole thing is, well, in terms of George W. Bush, I don't want anyone to think I'm going soft on this son of a bitch. It's this person is such a mindless meat puppet that it's like he should, of course, be made to bleed with every step he takes, just because he acted as a mindless meat puppet for the likes of Dick Cheney. But aside from that, he is a mindless meat puppet. This is a person who had Dick Cheney's fist up his ass and was feeding him one-liners and just sock puppeting him to do. He has no concept of what he did. he's basically a form of senile dementia before you're even senile. It's just
even pissed off his own father. His father got disgusted at what was going on.
Absolutely. Well, his father. Well, there were so many reasons his dad was disgusted. Yeah, I mean, it's just he had every reason to be. His father never wanted, George W. Bush to be president. He wanted the idiot who was in Miami. He wanted that Bush to be president. Jeff, thank you. And
Jeb was the favored son, but Jeb had, I like what Trump used to call him, low energy Jeb. But Jeb had no personality, no charisma.
Of course,
he had anti-charisma.
Yeah.
And George Bush has a personality. George W. Bush has a personality. He's got more personality than his father or his brother.
Yes, yes, it's strange. I know what you mean. Yeah.
He may not be as smart as either one of them.
Right.
He did get glad-handed through Yale, but and was part of Skull and Bones. But he's got a personality. I mean, and neither one of them do.
No, you're right. I mean, you're right.
A personality counts for something in human interaction.
Yeah.
And in that sense, he could. But still, yes, you're totally right. So what I was saying is, you don't want to polarize. You don't want to see hating people to the point where you're fighting and opposing them. Really, you become the victim. You become the victim just by doing it, rather than just saying, "Okay." Now, that doesn't mean if you have a situation in your life where somebody's persecuting you and, trying to steal your home or something like this, or these things happen in life. But in some cases, it might be better to just give them the home and walk away. It's that bad. Yes. You'd be surprised what you might get back. But whatever. It's like you don't want to, I mean, especially when it's a cartoon figure in your own life, rallying people to a cause and going to the Capitol like Ashley Babbitt and getting killed. It's like how deep does your delusion run? The passion, when the passion becomes such that her passion got her killed, excluding any mind control issues that might have been involved with her, the passion. The passion, like, whose interest are you serving? Are you serving the country's interest, or are you suckering for the bait of the Republican version of George Soros? It's like, what are you getting engaged in? And just some people just get wrapped up in hating politics and watching, Sean Hannity or something, thinking he's going to deliver a message of solace or it's unfortunate, and so this does not help you on the path of ascension, transformation. It's like initiation is a process that we don't all, but many people will experience, want to experience, but they tend to be very lazy about it. And they don't move the energy. If they're just sitting there. And so when you get stuck on Republicans or Democrats, or even vax or anti-vax, and that becomes a major preoccupation of your day, who's getting initiated into what? You're becoming part of the beast. You're getting caught up in the game of the beast, which is, being a Republic. The beast owns both the Republicans and the Democrats, and in a sense, it owns both the vaxxers and the anti-vaxxers, because there's a dialectic created there. There's and the dialectic that may or may not, well, is certainly people are going to have different viewpoints, but it gets fed. the conflict between the two gets fed. It gets fed and stoked. The fire gets stoked on both of these. So you get caught up in this. Self-preservation is an important issue. Both vaxxers and anti-vaxxers have different viewpoints on self-preservation and what it constitutes. But whatever it is, you have to focus on your self-preservation, and beyond that, your transformation, your initiation. And right now, when we deal with the subject of virus, and we're not going to go off on that, but viruses are under the realm of Pluto. And Pluto controls viruses. He's the patron god of viruses, and Pluto is Hades. So we're in the underworld when we're in this, and negotiating the underworld. And the way you deal with Pluto is coercion and cooperation. He will coerce you. And if you cooperate, that's the only way you can deal with him. He's saying it's my way or the highway. So you say, okay, well, what is your way? Because you don't want to take the highway. You've got to go through. So you say, okay, what's the highway? And Pluto says, well, as long as you cooperate with me. And that means get the vaccine. Okay, you cooperate, you get the vaccine. Or because Pluto also represents crime or the underworld, you can say, well, Mr. Pluto, if I give you $100, could you get me a vaccination card? Well, sure. Yeah, here's $100. That's just like paying, giving a quarter for the river Styx. So you've cooperated. Now, you've cooperated. So either way, you get through. You've got the vaccination or you've got the vaccination card. Now, it's also illegal to have a vaccination card that's fraudulent. So that can lead to problems as well. So but this is the underworld. Everybody's in the underworld. Now, you can also cooperate by just doing nothing and going about your business. Maybe things will work out. Maybe they won't. But it's as they say, Pluto is about transformation. So without that was just a sort of a side comment on vaccinations. We're talking about dealing with the underworld, and that is how you transition or transform. Of course, when you're dead, it's a transition. When you're trying to reconcile, most people, I think of the sins of the earth, then they do more about their own sins or their own misgivings. So you're going to have to deal with those. They may connect. Of course they connect. So it's about trafficking with this. Now, we're talking about the Roswell deception, which people are encouraged to buy. And I would also remind those in the listening audience to hit Douglas's thumbs up to support him and to donate to his cause if you would. Please do that. Thank you to those who do.
Yes.
With some regularity.
Yes.
Or semi-regularity. It's very much needed on his behalf. Now, we have the dealing with this stuff and the transmutation, Roswell deception. This deals with this great evil that took place on this planet. When we get to the next book, if I can be so fortunate as to be able to write it by reason of the Roswell deception being purchased and supported and making it viable to write and publish the book.
Yes.
Which is another reason we need to support it.
Yes.
What it does is this confronts bigger pieces of evil.
Yes.
And it's more of an energetic thing because, the people in the book that we'll be writing about are dead for the most part, if not exclusively. But you see, it's not the dead that are trying to protect it. It's not the dead. They're dead. It's the still same old crap is still going on in another form. We still have this. And you see it in the Jeffrey Epstein issue.
So true. Yes.
And Jeffrey, what is it? One of Prince Andrew's old lovers is saying that, you know, Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein were very close. We're very close, like brothers. This is coming out. The press doesn't emphasize it. I've seen it on the news feed. But so it's like, yeah, this is really.
Well, Gillian has said she's not going to protect her Johns. There's about 8 Johns or something she says she's going to allow to be named or something of that nature.
Well, that's good. I mean, I hope she can alleviate her own situation by giving more information, because, you know, she's probably she's certainly an enabler, but is as bad as she might be, strikes me as she's like not that bad compared to, you know, compared to the people that Jeffrey Epstein was blackmailing. You know, who are those people?
Of course. Well, we all wonder that. And of course, as you do know, of course, about Prince Andy getting his all of his titles revoked, and he's stripped of his basically his royalty, essentially. Yeah. So he has to face.
I like the story that was told about Meatloaf, because Meatloaf passed away, and he said that Prince Andrew was trying to push him in the river because his girlfriend was, you know, paying too much attention to Meatloaf. He didn't say she was exactly flirting with him, but it was pretty close, and she was paying way too much attention. So he got angry at Meatloaf and tried to push him in the river, and then Meatloaf grabbed him and started to push him, and he says, "Well, you can't touch me. I'm royalty." He says, "I don't care what you are, you know. You push me, you know, you're going in." So this is so much, you know, evil that goes on in the world. So anyway, but this stuff is still going on, and it's part and parcel of our government, of our institutions, our organizations. And I remember one of my Facebook friends, who's also, you know, somebody I know personally, who was had true Trump derangement syndrome. Like the fact that Trump just drove her nuts because he was just so wrong in her mind. And I saw people who had Trump derangement syndrome who were perfectly fine with Joe Biden or George Soros only because of their hatred for Trump. You know, and it's not okay to be fine with either one of those two individuals, whether you hate Trump or not. I mean, these people are, you know, they're for the birds. So, but she was saying is that she was very upset about the undermining of the faith of our institutions. You know, because Trump was attacking the FBI. He was attacking everybody. He was talking about the deep state and the swamp. And she thought this was, you know, that they were undermining our institutions. Or she didn't like the fact that the faith in our institutions was being undermined. And I said, well, this has been my whole thing, is to undermine the faith in them because they're not worthy of faith or trust. You know, do we trust the FBI? Do we trust the CIA? Do we trust the Office
Department of Homeland Security, DHS?
Yeah, I mean, do we trust any of these people? I mean, by their very nature. I mean, I grew up understanding these people were evil, and most of my generation did, but they change. They change. Would I trust these people? Interesting thing, and this is a side comment. You were talking about Ayn Rand and all that, and
yes,
political right. But you see, the thing is, evangelicals, there's a certain redeeming feature in evangelicals because they will go right to bat in fighting Satanism. They will. They aware of Satan, they will fight it. They can very easily polarize into it when they're not doing it in secret in the back. But Jameson, I have to ask you to mute the.
He was basically disagreeing, of course, with the evangelicals.
I'm basically saying the evangelicals are Satanism.
No, not all of them are. Not all of them.
Oh, you better believe a lot of them are.
They're not. A lot of them are, sure. They're not. But they will. There are many that will do battle. But the problem with evangelicals is, the real problem with them is they go lockstep with patriotism. You cannot separate the two. Patriotism and evangelicals. They go hand in hand. And what is the CIA? The underlying component of the CIA is Christianity and patriotism. They're all about they're not any different than the evangelicals. Where Satanism enters the fold is, nuanced. Not every one of them is a dyed-in-the-wool Satanist. They might be pandering or under the influence of a satanic agenda, but they're not necessarily Satanist. But I say it's all loaded with patriotism and Christianity. I would like to know how many of the CIA are non-Christian. Many of them are Mormons. I would suspect there might also be a Catholic faction. Don't really know. I think they're mostly white Anglo-Saxon Protestants or Mormons. But that's a big factor.
I'm sure it can be. Honestly, in terms of my understanding of many of the evangelicals, I tend to think just outright hypocrisy in most cases. It's hard for me to think of them as when they go to bat against quote unquote Satanism. There's this. It's with this charlatanry and chicanery.
You're thinking more of the ministers.
Yeah, true.
I'm talking about the rank and file. The rank and file. They're not. I mean, the people who control it are quite sinister. Yeah, and I would agree with Jameson as far as the leaders. But the rank and file, they're just people that believe in the Bible. Most of them, not a lot of them, if not most of them. And so, they could get on board with fighting Aquino, but then it gets splooey because of the patriotism. Because when you start exposing what's gone on, then they don't like a book like Roswell Deception because they'll think it's unpatriotic.
Right.
It's not, but this is how convoluted it is. This is how convoluted the situation is. But so now we're going to transition now in the last hour I'm with you.
Right.
Is into Douglas's heritage, with the vampire gene. Now, it was because I found myself in a very peculiar position the other night. We were talking, and I was saying somebody, vampirizing somebody, and we had to
search for a more appropriate term.
Well, to make it more Dietrich correct or politically correct for Dietrich correct by saying leeching, yes, rather than vampirizing, because to say vampirizing would be pejorative to a certain subspecies of human beings, which the vampire is, subspecies of a human being, as we can explain in Douglas's book Vampirology, which is available on both Kindle and Amazon. You can purchase the book from Amazon. the hard copy version or the Kindle version. But this is because of a vampire. I mean, this is history because of a vampire who was discovered. This is sort of the objective story of the subspecies of human beings. Douglas, of course, has his own genealogy from his mother. But what's so it's like, it puts me in a peculiar position, not just of quote unquote saying the wrong thing. That's small potatoes. But it's like, for people who are not even ready for the Roswell deception or even the Presidio book, the idea of you being part of this, having part of this subspecies in your DNA, it's not presented like that. When you present it, it's presented like, because you tell often the more what people would consider ghoulish aspects of it. It's hard for them to confront or stomach. And of course, some people have written to me and appreciated where I've clarified some of the issues surrounding you, because they don't like this or they don't like that, or they react to it, which is understandable, because they don't know all of the information, and so it gives some clarity on it. And we live in a culture right now where you're supposed to be politically correct, respect LGBTs. And not only LGBTs, but anybody that's different. This is the political correctness. And of course, most people seem to reject political correctness because they feel it an intrusion. And political correctness is obviously a weapon that certain people wield. But when it comes to the subspecies of vampire or vampire, this is something that most people aren't even aware of. Mm-hmm. And if they are aware of, they might not want to be aware of. And most people who would have a fascination with it or preoccupation with it, it's probably not for the right reason.
Yes, that's so true.
So yeah, it's pandering to what's inside of them that might not be healthy. So we have, and of course this is awkward because we're trying to deal with certain, I guess what you call bridges to certain things, like with the Roswell book and the Presidio book. But none of this would be possible. None of it would take place if not for Douglas's heritage. And so much of that has to do with his mother, yes, who was she was half vampire?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was a remarkable lady, or a truly remarkable lady who had a very unique background, and what she has to offer is of great value to understanding humanity, understanding history, and understanding stuff that is still going on to this day. There is information of value. What people like to do is throw tomatoes at the messenger.
Yes.
And so it's more about, I don't like this. I don't like this.
I don't even know if it's that. It's simply the people are just raised as latchkey children, where they just watch the Mystery Science Fiction 3000 on the television. This is what they grew up with, and they think that the normal way for behavior is that everything that is put on the screen is just something for them to sneer at and simply insult, and whoever throws the most insults.
It's the mentality that when people start, saying pejorative things about you, and you can understand why they do, doesn't mean it doesn't mean that they're right to do it, but you can understand why they do it, because it's something they don't understand. They have a certain amount of, if not fear, rejection. They reject it because it's not in alignment with their worldview or anything that they consider that is
recognizable. Anything recognizable
or worthwhile. But the mentality comes right out of the Frankenstein movies with the mob that goes after the monster.
Yes.
It's just this reaction, that goes after the monster. It's completely a mob reaction. It's mob. They might as well going, monster,
Yes.
Let's tie him up and put him in, and and then they, wrap him up in a chair, and he's all shackled, and eventually breaks loose. But and that's the problem with monsters. In the movies, they break loose.
Yes.
But it's that reaction, and we're not quite dealing with the same thing. It's the Frankenstein. We're not dealing with the Frankenstein monster here, but we're certainly dealing with something that re-stimulates people's fear or similar fears.
It's so interesting you bring that up, because I'll be speaking heavily about Frankenstein's monster and the whole Frankenstein phenomena tonight, just because I think it is so relevant. It's so relevant to what we'll be, talking about the volcanoes and the tsunami that they caused, that did cause some deaths in San Francisco, which I'm sure you didn't hear about. No point in going into it now. I spoke of it in the last transmission, really, but or maybe even the transmission before that. It feels like, but anyhow, it was within the last two transmissions I spoke of that. And, of course, that was the volcano in Tonga, and I'll be bringing up, of course, the Frankenstein novel and, of course, the volcano that had much to do with that, and trying to put that into a greater context. But in terms of everything you're bringing on, by all means, go on, continue, please. Thank you.
Well, yes, so people they react to things they don't understand. So what I would try to educate people or make them learn is what we're dealing here is it's not any different than Christ hanging out with publicans and sinners, because Douglas talks about many of the sinners he's been involved with.
Yes.
On a personal basis, and he did hang out with them, and fortunately he's not like them. He's not like them at all. And he also informs on them. And he informs on them in a way that is educational, and transformative. It has the potential to transform. And I would also, why am I doing this? Well, I would encourage people who haven't to read my book, The White Bat. And The White Bat is all about, in fact, it deals with the vampire himself, because that's what drew me to Romania, and not directly, but my dreams. I was confronting Dracula and facing him in a dream. And it's the story of the dream is in the book, but I pursued him, and I caught him, and he turned into a white bat, black bat into a white bat. This was transformative. This was saying that there was something good. There was another version of him. That doesn't mean the Dracula you've seen in the movies was good. I don't mean to imply that. This because we're dealing with a movie Dracula here. But this was like a transformation element in the white bat. I did not know at that time that there was a very mysterious and secretive, and still secretive to this day, species of white bat in Transylvania that I was shown a picture of. And then they're not known to zoology. There is the Honduran white bat, but this is not the Honduran white bat. It looks very different. And I was shown pictures of them by my mother-in-law when she just was on the computer. Look at this. I asked her about it. She says, yes, it's a species here, but it's not. I said, it's not in zoology. And they probably occasionally roam in the caves I've been in. And of course, Paula had told me, she doesn't remember telling me, that it was the mascot of the blue goddess Mythology, who appears in book 2 as a ancient tantric Dakini, who was a real person in history that appears in the, or I don't know if she appears in the, what's that book? The Mahabharata.
Yes.
And she assists, I think, Sita, Rama. I don't know if she's mentioned by Mythology, but she certainly is an incredible character. And the white bat was the mascot of Mythology. Mm-hmm. And Salman will be interested. I had in the book, the Montauk Book of the Living, which he's reading or read, is the blue goddess Antenea, which is where we get Athena. Well, this was the blue goddess. I found out about her and wrote about her, and then I end up, I say cavorting in quotes with another blue goddess in Romania, Tibet, Mythology. So this is
Salman Sheikh is entering that it was a great book and he did finish it. There's two things to bring up here. When it comes to the white bat, there's two things that Peter Moon needs to elucidate upon. One of them was the fact that it was a true representation of Aquino basically being vampirized by myself. And that was in the most positive sense of the term, in the sense that I drained him dry and left him eviscerated.
That is included in the book.
Yes.
That is included in the book because I had a dream where Aquino was being, taken down.
Yes. And very important.
Later.
Yeah. And another one is, let me see if I can look this gentleman's name up. I remember John, the blind bard. He interviewed you. He was a friend of Brandon Young's, John Evans. He was blind, a brilliant young blind man who was, on his way to graduation from his seminary. He would have become a priest if only they had allowed priests to marry in the Roman Catholic Church. So he had his own blog spot, Confessions of a Blind Bard. And so he was introduced to all of us by Brandon Young, and so John Evans interviewed yourself once. Do you remember this at all?
Not specifically.
Okay.
Because I've been interviewed by so many people. I don't.
Understood. No worries.
If I heard his voice and had the dialogue, I might.
Oh yeah. If Brandon brought it up, you'd probably remember in context. But he was profoundly disturbed by you. He felt that you wanted to be the literary Dracula, as in the Bela Lugosi or Christopher Lee sense, where you would have a coterie of vampirous brides, your own harem of vampire brides that would service you. That he felt that this was your intent. That and of course I couldn't understand why that would bother him.
Well, that's his own projection because
yes.
I never even, when I read the book Dracula, I, fantasized perhaps about, well, God, if I had those powers that he had, because he's very supernatural in the book.
Yes.
He can do far more than you see in the movies. I said, wow, what if you could do that for good? But it wasn't something I preoccupied, but never. I don't think the book he had a harem. They showed the harem in the movie, and I kind of, they don't call it a harem. It doesn't look like a harem. It doesn't look very sexual. Maybe in the new movie it gets a little sexual, but never did I. And of course, in the book I talk of a story where I think I'm kind of seduced by one of the brides, or I see them. I don't think I kind of have an etheric experience, but I'm more watching the brides. And then he sees me watching the brides, and oh boy, he gets pissed. I'm just watching them. I'm not trying to be, to take in his I'm in his territory. and that's enough. But I'm more focused on the vampire than I am his brides, and I never fantasized about having a lot of brides or a lot of women, because it's hard enough to keep one woman, to deal with one woman. Just, I'm not even talking about sexually. I'm talking about living with them and taking care of their needs and dealing with them, and then to be able to service them all sexually. That's, it might sound nice, but it's not very pragmatic.
Yes, it
just doesn't work. So he's disturbed.
Yeah.
I say that he's disturbed. What I said disturbed him.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the things I write about can disturb people. Because one of my friends was saying he gave the book The White Bat, and somebody was very disturbed, that this person doesn't know how to write or whatever. You can say, I don't know how to write. That's fine. Certainly will have a lot more success as a writer than he ever will have. Oh, he didn't know how to write. Maybe the guy's an English teacher. I don't know. But, it's people, but what it is they're intimidated by a whole assortment of information that they're not knowledgeable about.
Right.
Because The White Bat is a dream I have in 1989. I do not get to Romania until 2008. Practically 20 years later, 2 decades later. And this is all a precursor to my involvement with David Anderson, the time travel scientist, who's the one who arranges for my trip there and finances it. And then I'm in Romania, which brings it takes years before I, learn about the white bat there, the white bats there, and get all involved. So it's like, people, they're not familiar with my work, just like they're not familiar with you or your work. My whole history with L. Ron Hubbard, that's not something that they can learn or appreciate very easily. They can read my book, the Montauk Book of the Dead, and they can get an idea of what I've experienced. And I wrote that for people because I think because I've done so much writing that they have, I felt that I owed it to my audience, those who wanted to know and learn more about me, what my history is. How did I become involved with all this? L. Ron Hubbard was a big piece and part of it. It doesn't mean that I share all of his ideas. It doesn't mean that, I believe in him or anything that. I was not trained to believe in him. People say Scientologists believe in Xenu. They believe in stuff, and I was never trained to believe. I was never taught to believe, and I don't believe. It's in a completely different reference frame. And people who criticize or react are often simplistic thinkers. So if my work is deep, and if people want to get into it, they have the opportunity to. If they want to, just what do you call it? Shoot from the hip and make comments. That's all they are, is comments.
Right.
So
So in terms of
maybe if I like, I've known people who've had virtual harems.
Mm-hmm.
Virtual harems. I'm saying they didn't have like a big tent and all that like you see in the movies, but they very charismatic and if this person interviewed them, he wouldn't know that they had a harem, and he wouldn't. He'd probably be very impressed with them.
Right. Well, one of the
go ahead. But I've never had a harem.
Right.
Although.
Well, one of the things that
once said I did, but it wasn't actually true. It was just her. I've always had a lot of female friends.
Right.
And that sometimes offends people because they project and some of them have been really super good friends that could have been like a wife if things had pandered different.
Yeah.
But it's all okay. Everything is well. I'm happily in a monogamous relationship and have been for 7 years.
Wonderful. Yeah, so true. And so glad to be working with you at this time in your life when
I was telling this, my he felt that I wanted to be, have the brides of Dracula. Well, I have this beautiful Romanian woman, and yeah, that's close. It's like, man, she's really gorgeous.
It's true.
She's getting more beautiful too. And my only regret is that I don't get to spend enough time with her. But it's like, wow, that I guess that would be the best answer to him. It's like the whatever fear or Dracula is an image that projects a tremendous amount of fear. If you watch the movie, I remember my Aunt Mary hearing stories my mother told me, because I knew Aunt Mary, but she was the older sister, and she remembers Aunt Mary coming home from seeing the movie Dracula when it played in the theaters. This would have been 1931, I think. And so my mother would have been probably about 5. And so Aunt Mary probably would have been maybe 12 or 11. And Aunt Mary was very well developed. She probably looked like an adult when she was 12. So she came home from seeing the movie Dracula and was completely horrified, just like, just scared to death.
Wow.
And that's how scary it was. We're talking 1931.
Yeah.
Talkies were new.
Yes.
It was in the early version of talkie movies. So boy, that's how scary it was. And certainly I found it a very scary movie. I found it more scary than Frankenstein or the Wolfman, because this guy's going after your blood and your soul, and he's turning you into a vampire. But I brought up the white mat because it's about transmutation, and for people who are interested in my work and like or respect my work, why when I'm dealing with Douglas, it's in this same context. It's like there's a transmutative element, and Douglas has a spark of awareness in life in him that I do not see in a lot of other people. A lot of it has to do with his intelligence, and a lot of it has to do with his core emotions that have nothing to do with the fact that he suffered so much crap. He suffered more than most of us, and in spite of the suffering, he can rise above and see. He can see things for what they are. He can see human beings for what they are, and he has a lot of compassion in his soul, more so than most. I remember the first time I had been with him at dinner, I got a phone call while we were having dinner from my sister, and I was telling him, my niece was involved with this, people that I guess you could call it a cult. It was a religious cult. And Douglas, my niece wouldn't have called it a cult, but what had happened was my niece and my sister, her daughter she wouldn't talk to her mother anymore.
Jesus.
And Douglas was so concerned. He was like, there was nothing for him to do, but he was so concerned about when I told him what was going on, because it interrupted the dinner, and not for very long, but she was, very concerned, and I don't remember how it all happened, but what happened with that particular situation, Douglas, her husband and her son had business to do out in New York, and they'd met Paula, and they asked if they could stay, and sure, I said, yeah, well, we'd be glad to have you, because I'd stayed at their house so many times. So they came out and visited, and they wanted to go to Montauk. And it was really nice. I took him to Council Rock, and I said, you're not supposed to take any of this rock, but sometimes the rock will give itself to you. and a little piece came off for my nephew, and I said, you know, you keep that. And then basically what I figured out is when I went back out to California, I got the rock and I buried it. I put it in my parents' grave. That was really nice. He facilitated that. See, but my nephew and my brother-in-law are part Indian. Maybe they have 1/8 Indian, but I said, that's why you got it, because you're part Indian. I don't even know what tribe. But while we were out at Montauk, my brother-in-law got a call from my sister, and this cult leader had just been shot by his own son. His own son. And my sister was on this cult leader from day one, because he was going around town ripping people off, and she was never fooled for a minute. And she just, you know, she, and of course this created a great rift between her daughter and her husband, because, you know, they were under his, they lived in the same place with him. They were part of his group. So it just, you know, they couldn't handle it. I never lost touch with my niece. She was always very sweet to me. I never lost touch with her, but I didn't have the issue there.
Right.
So, and now they're back in touch, and, you know, everything's good. The son who did the shooting is in prison, but they said it was one of the most unusual cases they ever did with. They had to punish him, but the punishment was, I guess, as slim as possible. I mean, he's going to have to spend so much time in jail. Maybe he'll be getting out soon. I don't know if he got out because of COVID, but I haven't asked about it. But the guy was a sweetheart of a guy who did the shooting. But the problem was this nasty guy was picking up his mother who was crippled and dropping her in the wheelchair, like picking her up and dropping her,
right,
abusing the shit out of her. And this wasn't the only thing abused, but that was like the last straw. So he just flipped and had his gun loaded. It was premeditated, and he shot him to death. And it's, you know, it was a bad thing to do, but somebody had to do it. Yeah. And it changed. And then I think because there's so many fires, I think the whole house burned down.
Right. Jesus.
The whole house burned down.
Yes.
Later. In one of these great California fires, but that actually came to a quote unquote happy ending, as happy as it could be possibly, because the you know, everybody's as happy as can be with regards to that particular situation. It resolved itself. So sometimes these things do resolve. And it was funny that the call came when we were at Montauk. Mm-hmm. And it's all about transformation and transmutation. So to those of you who want to understand what we're doing here, or you can look at it in the context of publicans and sinners, or hanging out with publicans and sinners, and finding out what the burden of life is for these people, and what is it about their transmutation and transformation that needs to take place. And in the context of Christianity, or not in the context of Christianity, how does it apply to you, and what is your own initiatory process? Because if you can't confront evil, if you can't face evil, you will literally be bedeviled. Yes. So this is what we're doing, and this is part of the process, so on and so forth. So what I would ask Douglas at this point, and you've discussed so much of your mother's heritage before, yes, and your own heritage, and well, you know, this is the other thing is, and I don't know that this is the night to go into it, because what is it? I'm here for another half an hour or so.
But we can go into it. Wednesday will be here before you know it. Wednesday's like just tomorrow.
So the heritage that you offer, this is not my research, but of Christ in a vampiristic reference frame. And we have to remember that Christ, it's like, you know, in the context of the New Testament, New Testament, one is taking the blood of Christ, one is consuming the blood of Christ, and the bread, cannibalism, and of course, people will staunchly defend Christianity as not being cannibalistic or vampiristic, because it of course, there's a Paul to those words, and then they find it objectionable. But when you're drinking blood, it's supposed to be, well, they argue about whether it's metaphorical or spiritual or etheric. What is all this?
Well, certainly the Roman Catholic Church has one of their parables are their miracles that they acknowledge is that the Eucharist turned to actual human meat and blood at some point where the doubters were expressing their doubts. This was, of course, in the Middle Ages that we derive these kinds of anecdotal experiences from. But certainly that makes it very literary, or rather literal.
Literal, yes. And it sounds disgusting. And it's also, it's like, yes. And it's, of course, where your mind goes is where your energy goes. So it's like if people were so preoccupied and obsessed with the New Testament and parts of the New Testament, it's as if it's the only book they had. And it was accompanied through the Dark Ages, and it all of it led was to non-critical, polarized thinking. So much of it, because that's all they were going on, and people enforcing this, and when that's all you have to think about, that's going to manifest. It's going to manifest, and especially when you have a lot of ignorant people. But this is all they knew. They knew the stories of the Bible, and because they were fed these. And I really don't know how much other stories and literature and so much of what their indigenous stuff was being targeted as heretical and whatnot, or worthless. So even to the point where bathing was frowned upon because it was Roman. So you had a lot of madness going on there. But to get back to there is I have read where the Romans were really upset in the times of Judaism because of cannibalistic practices or rituals that were taking place, and these were Jewish rituals that Christianity was associated with or co-opted in some form or another. So I think maybe it's appropriate here in this context for you to touch on the Christ/vampire association.
Okay, yes. Well, that's something that will get us started so that people understand that when it comes to what we're going to talk about on Wednesday, let it be known that this will be kind of like the starting point. So we'll start with this tonight and just kind of introduce people to the subject of the Christianity and just how this is really something that is truly vampiric. And by that I mean it's far more my religion than it is this baseline humans. So one of the things that needs to be addressed is, of course, that the Chinese were Christian before there was Christianity in Europe. Understand, of course, that when it comes to Christianity itself, it's an Oriental religion. It is not a Western religion. It comes out of the East, and it is deeply imbued with, of course, the original Persian kind of Mithraism and the kind of sacrifice of the bull, etc. There were many elements of that became integrated into Christianity. Without going too much into that, because that's something people can pursue on their own, the pagan roots of Christianity, the fact remains that when Christ came, he was fulfilling a prophecy. It's important to understand that he was predicted, of course, by Virgil, who wrote about the golden child, that the golden child was coming and that that child would change the world. So Virgil definitely was a prophet, and he was a prophet who predicted the coming of the Christ. This is why Dante Alighieri, who wrote the Inferno and, of course, Purgatorio and the Paradiso, the three levels of these elements of the cosm of Christianity, the Christian cosmology. He wrote with Virgil as being the guide, certainly through hell, because Virgil was a righteous pagan. In other words, the concept was there for the Christians that before the coming of the Christ, redeeming all mankind, that all mankind before Christ was not necessarily damned, simply that all mankind before Christ, if they were righteous pagans, were in the upper levels of Hades, which was not unpleasant, and therefore the first level of Hades was very much where Dante lived. And so, or rather, excuse me, Virgil lived, and Dante basically conveyed himself to a great degree as being taken by Virgil into that area and then through the rest of the levels of hell. And when it comes to all of that, the fact that there were pagans in the West who understood that Christ was coming, understand that how did they also know of this? Aside from perhaps a kind of intuitive precognition or a prescience or a kind of ability to foresee into other dimensions or into the future, there is the fact, of course, that they had their influence from the East and from Asia. The reality is that Caesar Augustus, who of course was so worshipped by the Italians of Dante's time, where he portrayed, of course, the triple-headed Lucifer, bound in hell at the lowest level of Cocytus, that bound in the ice, this kind of Ghidorah kind of Lucifer. One of the inspirations, by the way, for the Godzilla antithesis, the Gojira nemesis of Ghidorah, comes from the Japanese pronunciation of the old Hebraic term for Gedara, or the underworld, the Hades, the portals to hell that one could enter through cemeteries, etc. There is a incredible supernatural encounter that is recounted by the woman who wrote The Beast of Bray Road. And if you look up that book, and the lady who wrote that book, I once had a conversation with her and was consulting with her about when she was writing that book. And of course, it was just an anonymous consultation. She never credited me, and I'm not bitter about that at all. It was something we had agreed to. But in terms of the authoress, she writes in that book about this supernatural encounter. So let me see if I can find that woman's name, because one man who was guarding a girls' school, and on the grounds of the girls' school, it was, of course, like so many structures in America, built over a Indian burial mound. And so they had the burial mounds nearby on the grounds. And when he was patrolling the grounds late at night, he encountered more than once a horrific kind of canine type of lupine or dog-like man who stood on its hind legs. And when it stood on its hind legs, the one thing it would say to him is it would growl, "Gedara!" And that was, of course, while it was digging through the mounds and the graves, almost as if it were trying to get into the graves. This was perhaps its attempt to re-enter that netherworld. But when the Japanese were confronted with missionaries or preachers in Japan, they would encounter this kind of mythos or this kind of cosmology, and they would integrate it. And so the Japanese took that concept and they created Ghidorah, which is the Godzilla nemesis in the films. But when you come back to say something far more relevant to the cosmology of Christendom, when the original vampires, or the subspecies of humanity, developed so many aeons ago, or shall we say the millions of years that it took for man to evolve. It was in Asia that they found a way to, in a sense, integrate by separating from society. Unlike in Europe, where they were forever just on the fringes and forever existing as in the manner of homeless people, effectively, literally living in the graves because that was usually a safe place for them to hide, or in tombs or mausoleums, more preferably. When it came to the Asians, they were acknowledged as being different, and they were sequestered. In other words, they became monastic, and they were essentially the real magi, the mage kings. These were the original Shaolin type monks. It's not that Shaolin itself has this heritage, not at all, but rather that's the closest parable that I can provide for popular consumption to understand most immediately, to grasp. These were like martial arts or shall we say, magician type of societies. The Japanese is far easier for me to remember. In Japan, magicians would be known, for instance, as shugenja, and that would be a kind of sorcerer. And that would be like the equivalent in China would be a kind of sorcerer monk. And so it would be a combination.
Highly learned.
Yes, highly learned. Well, in a sense, it would be, understand that I'm thinking more to convey this so people can grasp it. When Japanese martial arts culture is thought of, most people are not thinking of something Japanese, they're thinking of something Okinawan. And so when you think about Bruce Lee and the kind of the batons that he was using, the nunchaku, that's an Okinawan weapon. And so it was a rice flailer. And so when you think of that kind of martial arts, or the Japanese would call them budoka, that would not be a samurai. That would be someone who's not of some kind of noble warrior caste, but simply a commoner who's extremely skilled with martial arts. And if you combine that with somebody who's practicing magic, then you would have more of an idea of what this kind of lifestyle would be. Heavy on meditation, heavy on martial arts, but it wouldn't necessarily, in fact, it wouldn't be highly learned in the academic sense. So, and that's because the vamphiroid subspecies is by baseline human function, it would be like somewhere, most people who met them would consider them somewhere along the lines of the autistic spectrum. In other words, there would be a potential for retention of information, but it would always be forever in a present moment context. That would be like someone who's autistic is forever in the present moment, generally. They are someone who is far more sensitive to the present than they are to a concept of a chronological sense of time. So that's why they're not in the same space with your baseline human. Your baseline human is aware of their mortality. An autistic person is not. And that's why an autistic person oftentimes doesn't age in the same manner that a baseline human does. But they're still very human. Vampires, on the other hand, are not, in that they are truly a kind of, well, a very different species. And their aging is a bit more retarded. By that I mean their aging is slowed. And they are extremely physically charismatic, which is why they can get away with what they get away with. But they are also very autistic. Most of the time with attractive people who are baseline human, they're often mistaken or stereotyped, caricatured as being dumb, but that's not the case. Because really, when they go to school, the teachers provide them all the attention. So the reality is, because they get the most attention, they're actually much smarter than ugly people. This is just the statistical norm for baseline humans. Attractive people are much more intelligent than ugly people. But what ugly people have is character, and they attain experience because they have to work for a living. And because they have to work for what they get, because they have to earn it, they have experience that attractive people normally don't have. These are gross stereotypes, but that's how it works for baseline humans. For vampires, they're extraordinarily attractive, and they are not at all intelligent in the sense that a human being would be. They're not educated. They are simply extremely feral and instinctive, and they operate very much on a sense of basically everyone else around them is food. If you're truly purebred vampire, since everyone else around you who's not another vampire is basically food, you have no respect for them, and you find it very funny when they're suffering because you never need to emotionally mature. So because you never need to emotionally mature and you don't need to interact with these people because they're just food, it's like, why would you ever want to become, say, friendly or affectionate? Why would you ever want to feel affection towards a pig that you're going to eat? You're not going
to... That's a very important point to stop you there. Yeah. But first, can you please disambiguate where you started talking about vampires and you were talking about the monks?
Yes, well, these are in Asia. The way that the Asians would deal with the vampire phenomenon is that they would recognize them as very different, and thousands of years ago, they were able to sequester them into a monastic lifestyle. And in this sense...
Were they indeed the monks you were alluding to?
Yes, very much so. But these are not monks in the sense of, say, for instance, with the Shaolin being as an example of a kind of monk or a monastic martial artist that most...
It would be its own monastery.
That's right. But the reason it's a useful parallel is because they present a good contrast. The Shaolin would be an example of a learned monastic lifestyle. In other words, a Shaolin monk would be very educated. A Shaolin monk would be able to write poetry. They would be familiar with certain tea ceremonies. They would have to be trained in music because it was believed that a man who was alienated or unable to play music or express himself through music was out of touch with their soul. This is why you would often see the Shaolin monks stereotyped, even by David Carradine, as playing a flute or something of that nature. There would be something that they would use to express themselves musically. This is something that is not the case with the vampire lifestyle. It'd be heavy, contemplative, and meditative because they're sublimating much of their predatory instinct, and people would be brought to them so they could feed. So this way, they didn't need to prowl the countryside. They didn't need to prey upon the public. The public would bring them people to bleed dry.
Well, thank you, because that disambiguated what could have been confusing. So thank you for that. But what I was going to say, you asked a rhetorical question about, why would the vampire want to, humor its prey? Yeah. Well, what I would say in nature, this is what, and I think cats do this too, because a cat will toy with its prey. But the killer whale will go up and play with sea lions and, pat them with its flippers and play with them. And then all of a sudden they'll come back, leave them alone, and then come back and just devour them.
Peter, actually, the orcas, they will fuck with anything. Yeah, most of the things they kill, they don't eat. They just kill because that's what they do.
Okay. Let me just listen to what I'm saying. Orcas will toy.
Yeah, understood. What Peter is saying is that, of course,
that's really has nothing to do with what I'm saying. And cats will toy with their prey. The reason they do this is to change the hormones in the animal so that when they eat it, it will be of more value to them nutritionally. It's better to eat a happy pig than
That's just scientifically not true. That's scientifically not accurate. They toy with things in the act of toying with them. They kill them, such as knocking a seal out of the water to the point where its skin is ripped off.
Oh yeah, understood.
They do this. They do this because that's what they do.
Yeah,
It's-
understood.
there is
Well,
no
just to put this
pragmatic
into
reasoning
some
behind it.
balance. To put this into some balance, both of you are correct, and the point is that the animals who will kind of seduce their prey, that's not needed by the vampires at all. We can talk about those other animals later, and what Jameson is referring to is the fact that more and more, as scientists are getting more and more familiar with orcas, they are finding that they are simply brutal killers that are toying with their prey only in the sense that they're chew toys. Everything around them is a chew toy, and so they chew it up and discard it. They're not even eating it. So we're beginning to find out more about orcas.
Well,
but orcas,
I'm wondering if the behavior of the orca is changing with the current times.
and that may be that by the way is also, that's a legitimate question. However,
Yes, and what I would also say is that, see, what this idea of toying with the prey, it's very similar in Qigong to energizing your food.
Yeah, understand
you
this.
energize your food.
But the reason we don't want to go in that direction is because
No, we don't.
Yeah, is because it's like what you said about the orca. It really detracts from the point. In terms
Well,
of
the point is what does the vampire? I'm talking
the
about
vampire. Okay, the reason that it's dangerous to go in that direction is because that's a romanticization. It's a romanticization where people imbue upon the vampire some kind of seduction that's almost at the human level, which is not what the vampire needs, because the biochemistry of the vampire's saliva already triggers a euphoric response in the prey. The prey gets high and dies high. The prey
from the vampire's saliva?
Yes, through the vampire's saliva, which is basically enters the prey's bloodstream while they're feeding on the prey. So the vampire base.
Excuse me, that makes a lot of sense, at least in terms of art, art imitating life, because this is why the women, or it could be the men, they usually show women getting seduced sexually by the vampire and becoming euphorized or euphoric over the vampire.
Yes, entranced.
Yeah, entranced. And this makes perfect sense. At least in terms of art imitating what you're saying.
Yes, and that's where that comes from. That's where that idea comes from. But the most important thing, the point that we're trying to get to, is that in the ancient days, it must be remembered, as I've pointed out before, everything that my mother taught myself has been validated since by much of archaeology and anthropology. And that is the fact that, of course, the Garden of Eden was in the north of Iran, in today's Azerbaijan, and it was just south of the Caucasus Mountains. And it was there that Adam's third and righteous son, Seth, left to go east and ultimately Christianized the Chinese. This was, of course, the fact that Adam and Eve and their son Seth, the surviving son, basically became Christian in their own right, in the sense that they were aware of a divine creator, had a concept of the divine creator, and a concept of an ultimate redemption, that man would be redeemed. So this concept was taken by Seth, the righteous son of Adam, not to be confused with Seth, the anti-god of the Egyptians, who would be the basis of the Christian Satan, or Sethan, which Michael Aquino originally worshipped before he turned towards the anti-gods. In terms of the... because Seth isn't really an anti-god, he's a demon, just so people understand that, or rather a dark god. That would be a more correct way of representing him, and then became the Christian Satan. So when it came to the righteous third son of Adam, Seth, he essentially Christianized the Chinese by bringing them into an awareness of an ultimate redemption. Now, the keepers of this faith were the vampire mage kings, the magi, the monks. They were the keepers of the faith. They were the keepers in the believing of the redemption in the blood. And of course, that was what they fed off of. This is where all Christianity got the idea of the Eucharist in wine.
Okay, you say they were fed off the blood. Where did this come from? If they were, you said they were getting this from the Seth.
Oh,
legacy?
the populations would always bring them a tithe of.
They inserted it into the Sethian or Adamic doctrine.
Well, the Adamic doctrine was taken on because it fit their life. It fit their way of life.
But did the Adamic doctrine have that in it? See, that did it have the blood?
Now, that's an interesting question. That I don't know. That's a chicken or an egg question.
It's confusing the way you're presenting it because you're saying, well, yeah, they took this, they went and spread Christianity, which really wasn't Christianity as we know it today. It was Judaism as we would recognize it today, if not. And then so.
Peter,
it was Christianity because, as was stated before, when they knew that when they knew that the Christ child would come, that was the beginning of Christianity.
We're talking about Adam. Excuse me. We're talking about Adam. And
understood. And to put this into perspective,
I thought we were talking about the priest who.
So let me try and clarify to the best of my ability. When it comes to what Seth presented, the Chinese culture, by introducing agriculture as well as introducing the concept of the coming redemption of man, then probably.
Excuse me. When you say Seth introducing agriculture, that ties him directly to Saturn. Saturn is the introducer of agriculture, mythologically.
Well, there you have it. There's some etymological connection for you that resonates. And when it comes to Seth, and here I'm referencing the righteous third son of Adam, introducing agriculture to the Chinese and rendering them one of the first major agrarian societies after the Caucasians in Eden, then what happened was that the vampire mages, the mage kings of China, the warrior monks of great power that the people would bring a tithe of population, surplus population, to feed upon. Then these people took on Christianity, and the keepers of the idea of the ultimate redemption of man. These were ultimately.
So you got to stop. I got to stop here because you say took on Christianity. We're dealing with Set, and this is where I need the disambiguation. Set is the Old Testament. So
I understand, but we could call it proto-Christianity.
The context in which you're saying Christianity, and you need to fit it into the Old Testament.
Well, the reason it's Christianity to myself is I've brought this up in the context of the revelation of the Magi, which was written in the Syriac at the time of Christ.
Yeah, but I'm talking about how do we get from Seth teaching Christianity to the Chinese when even the prophecies of Daniel aren't even in the Old Testament yet. There's a missing linear gap here in terms of understanding. You're saying Christianity.
I've talked about this multiple times at the
Peter,
time.
I haven't heard it. So Peter, Seth would have went to the east, and his offspring would have went to the east, and with that, he would introduce that to Eastern culture, the people who are in the Asian region. So it was already known then.
No, but wait, you're missing the whole linear logic.
Well, before we get stuck on semantics, and I do believe this is more of a.
It's very simple. It can be answered very simply. He's teaching the Chinese Christianity.
Yes.
But what is he teaching Christianity? Because there's no East yet.
Christ's sake.
He's teaching them. He's coming from.
Okay, Peter. So Peter, let me talk. If you let me talk, you'll learn something. So the point is that when it comes to what he's teaching them everything in Christian doctrine, because that's what you get in the revelation of the Magi. When you read the revelation of the Magi, translate it into the English from the original Syriac, what you get is the entire Christian doctrine. All of the Christian doctrine is there. It's with the Mage Kings. The Mage Kings have the entire Christian doctrine. It is all based on everything a Christian claims to believe. So the Christ child appears to them in their minds. The star that they follow is in their minds. I used to talk about this every Christmas.
I understand this, but the missing part I'm asking is that I understand that but you're saying they learned it from Seth.
Originally, yes.
And that's fine, they learned it from Seth. All I'm trying to say is if anybody hearing this or reading this from a context of the Old Testament is going to say, well, no. So what you have to do is disambiguate Seth and saying he knew the Christian doctrine. It's not in the Old Testament as such. It might be alluded to here and there, but he had the whole doctrine. So information is not coming from a Old Testament context.
No.
I mean, it might be alluded to. Am I correct?
There. Now you're getting it. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but see, because this is what this will confuse people. I can accept that yes, he knew it, he taught it, because it could also be construed that the vampires knew it themselves. But you're saying it came from Seth. That's fine.
Originally,
that's face value, and there might be some more mystery to unravel there. We can also say that people will find the entire New Testament in the Egyptian religion with Osiris and all that. And so and you can even tie, although Seth and Set are different, there might be a correlation there because it can come, it could have come.
Well, the biblical authority for the Magi's book was Seth, the third son of Adam and Eve. And Seth's prophecy was a star of indescribable brightness will someday appear, heralding the birth of God in human form. And the most striking aspect of the star is that it is the cosmic Christ himself. The Magi refer to the star as his star. H-I-S as in his, possessive, and then star. Not the star, but his star, which is interestingly taken by Nostradamus and perverted into a negative in the sense that he inverts it into Hister. And that becomes, to many people, Hitler. So either way, it's a continuity. And, or rather, Nostradamus puts that out as a prophecy that's taken as a negative because many people affiliate that with the second Antichrist, quote unquote. But in terms of the Bible itself, the Bible in Matthew chapter 2, verse 2 says, the star, which is not the way the Magi saw it. The Magi saw it as his star, not in the biblical sense, which removes Christ from the star. That is where the Bible was infected by the church censoring the original faith. So when it comes to the Magi's own country, which is, of course, Sire, that is referred to in the Revelation of the Magi, that is China. But I think the best way to make this accessible to our listeners from a Western perspective is that they need to understand that the vampires that I am describing that are more European in nature would always, in general, wear crucifixes. They were generally Christian. They, of course, this was known originally to the man known as Bram Stoker, because when he wrote Dracula, he actually was, this was in the days before you had editors, but nevertheless, that's just a rationalization. Many people take that as a rationalization and say, oh, that's why he didn't have anyone correct his novel. But if you read the original novel, that's not abridged and not censored in any way, and you'd be surprised how many of these novels were censored. Just so people understand this, Jules Verne wrote all kinds of books originally in French, and when they were translated to English, because of the hundreds of years of hostility between England and France, his books were censored to the point where the majority of them have a third of the content taken out. Most people who would read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, all of the original English editions are missing the overwhelming majority of the content. Nobody who was reading it in England had any idea that the main character, Captain Nemo, was an Asian Indian Hindi, or rather, he had converted to Christianity, but he was of a Vedic background. So that is something, just to give you an example of how literature is perverted by the publishers. So in the case of Bram Stoker, you didn't have that problem, but he originally describes Dracula as needing consecrated soil for his coffin, that he cannot live, quote unquote, or exist in his undead state without blessed soil. He had to have consecrated ground, because he was a Christian. He was one of the original defenders of Christendom. So he starts with that, and then he just goes off by demonizing the character further and further, because he just essentially changed his mind. It was essentially Bram Stoker decided to go for the lurid as opposed to the historical. So he took what was originally very solid Romanian cultural concepts, where Dracula is a hero, and then he turned it towards this literary novelty that became what was known in the West. And of course, when it came to the movie, much more accurate to the concept of vampirism, with Bela Lugosi, with his heavy acculturation being, of course, from the Balkans, and heavily acculturated with both Romanian and Magyar or Hungarian culture, he portrayed Dracula, and you can check this out for yourself, with no fangs. In the original movies with Bela Lugosi conveying Dracula, there are no fangs. Those came in the 50s when the Turks made a movie called Dracula in Istanbul and tried to make him what every Muslim hates, which is dogs. Muslims view dogs the way your Westerners would view rodents, the way your Westerners would view like a pest of some sort, except worse. And so they made Dracula, they gave him canines, and that was to dehumanize him, to insult him, to caricature him in the most negative sense. And then the West ran with it, and they said, oh man, that looks cool. So this is part of the insanity of popularization of historical figures. But when it comes to the real vampires, these are the people who baptized Christ. And when it came to the vampire world of Europe, these are people, or non-human people, who would take on the faith. They always would have this almost childlike faith in Christianity, appreciating themselves as basically the wolves who cull the sheep. And so you could throw holy water at a real vampire and nothing is going to happen. A vampire can literally bathe in holy water to no ill effect. And of course, they perceive themselves as a chosen race, another force of nature, taking a toll on the sheep of the lamb, as circumstantially as any earthquake or tsunami or hurricane or tornado or any other act of God. So this ideation places the vampire as a subspeciated ethnos beyond human judgment. This is by their paradigm. So understand that much, and understand then that you're dealing with a very Christian culture. And this is why they were so persecuted by the atheistic Soviet Union. Just another reason why they
were. This is really good, Douglas. It's really good. And I'm going to have to beg off now for sleeping reasons. But I'm going to
We'll get back to it. Yes.
I want you to. Are you going to continue when I go say goodnight here, though?
No. We'll get back to it on Wednesday. And
because this is really good. And the only thing I want to say before I go is there is so much work that shows a correlation, if not an outright identity, between the Egyptian and the Hebraic cultures and doctrines, Moses only being one example. But I'm suspecting, from what you're saying and from what I know, is that the set in the Egyptian pantheon is actually imitated by the Seth in the Hebrew canon, and that's where the Christianity comes, but the Egyptian is so Christian that and everything is so convoluted about the history, and And I think that it comes from that there's a big Egyptian connection there that migrates into China. There's also, independent of that, connections between Egypt and Tibet that go back very ancient times. I mean, things get lost in history.
Yes.
I mean, I just suspect that there's a correlation between the Egyptian Set and the biblical Seth.
Okay.
I suspect this. I don't know.
Oh, well,
actually, that's a good point, Peter, because when you look at it, before Set was maligned, he was actually a force of good.
That's true.
And that he helped battle the destroying serpent Apep, and he was responsible for slaying Apep ultimately.
There. Yes.
That's true. That's true. All right, with that, but anyway, that's very interesting, and thank you for that. It straightens a lot out, and it is damned interesting. And there's so much more to discuss here. There's so much more to talk about. I'm just, as they say, I'm long on sleep, and the wife just came home.
Yes. We'll share our love with her.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, and Jameson, thank you for all of your input.
No problem. Have a good night, Peter.
Okay, good night.
Blessed
Bye-bye.
be. We love you dearly. And with that, we bring on Salman Sheikh. Salman, if you are still with us, sir, if you'd be able to come on and speak to us for a while, that would be wonderful.
Oh, yes, Brother Douglas. So the first thing I would like to say is for all the Pakistani men to stop messaging Brother Douglas. I would like to tell all of the supporters and listeners, please support our brother. War against the cults of the kings of Edom, get the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II, give it a 5-star rating, report the gang stalkers, get vampirology, support Brother Douglas via PayPal, money orders, or checks. Because right now we're living in pivotal times, and these next coming few years ahead, especially now, us being in a midterm year, it's going to get more critical as time goes on, so please take heed to his information. He is a blessing that's been given to us, and we must honor him and cherish him and support him in whichever way that we possibly can, morally, financially, spiritually, in whichever manner that you can. Which I would also like to use my soupy prayers to expel all of the NSA interlopers from this call, including the one with the metal chair and the other one that says, mm-hmm. So all of them are expelled from this call with the will of Allah. And I give my love and prayers for Brother Douglas, for Daniel Arola, Jameson Reese, all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, and all the beautiful white women that are in Texas, just to let you all know.
Abu!
Me and J-Mo are single, and we're looking for beautiful white women to settle down.
I probably will have to jump off the white train for now. Anything white will kill me. Remember that.
The white women.
I am black.
So for the white women, I want to settle down, and the kids can grow up and call me Abu, and we can handle everything very nicely. So with that, I love you all dearly. I love everyone on Team D. And my love and support prayers are with all of you, and I encourage everyone to please do the same in these pivotal times that we're living in. It's the only way we're going to move forward is together. And I thank Brother Douglas for all of the knowledge and insight and wisdom that he provides for all of us. So with that, I bid you all farewell, and with the greetings of Assalamu alaikum, peace be with you and yours. Much love to everyone, and good night.
Alhamdulillah.
Wonderful. We love you.
Good night, Salman.
Most blessed.
Good night.
Yay.
Yes. And
Yay.
so we have a young lady named Diane Hillis Buchberger who says Jesus was Egyptian, originally why the family went back there. There's a book out there that Peter Moon could go to town on called Jesus Last of the Pharaohs, and they kind of take that to an extreme and all that concept. And obviously he was an Egyptian citizen, or was that Moses, right? I mean, I get it confused after a while when I start thinking of the of the blockbuster films, but no, it was all I can say is there are people out there who talk of that, and it's a little out of my cosmology, but I'm not against it. But with that, we have Daniel Arola with us, and Daniel, you are very much welcome here, and bless you. And I hope you can hold the stage with our man, Jameson, and that the two of you will be able to break me a little bit while I finish eating this sandwich, so I can have enough calories in me to burn through the rest of the night, and just kind of take it easy tonight. Even though we'll actually have 15 extra minutes because I started 15 minutes late, so in a sense we'll have 15 minutes more than usual. And it was just an odd night all the way, but you probably caught the early parts of it, and you got a hint of what was going on. I want to, of course, give credit to a contributor, and the shout out will be provided when I'm ready to come back on and then provide the solicitation and the shout outs. But understand there's this wonderful person named Ballistic Bupa in the chat room, and she's entered the last 3 flames. She's got the flames there in the chat room. God bless her. And so Vicky Johnson was here earlier, if she's still here as well. But Ballistic Bupa is very special to me, and she is, of course, Jojo Mikolezik, and Jojo Mikolezik contributed $50 United States towards my funding my supplements, as did Stephen Myers, and so I'm going to give both of those wonderful people a shout out. I'm going to kind of go mute and chew and see if our man is out there, George Knight, and if he checks in later, do let me know, and I'll try and address a question he brought up specifically about a specific kind of highly reflective satellite dirigible, a communications satellite that is actually high technology dirigible. So I'll be talking about that a little bit if he comes in. Yeah,
I like that. I like that topic. I like the technical things because I'm just like a turbo nerd like that.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. I don't know how far I can go with it other than what I can draw out of my memory consciously. I'm sure there's a lot more unconsciously that I've managed to forget. As everybody knows, I've managed to forget more than what most people remember. But when it comes to the other thing that we'll discuss tonight, it will definitely be a heavy Frankensteinian trip. Now, so what Diane Hillis Buchberger brings up is that Jesus Christ apparently was from a vampire line from the Pharaonic dynasty, of the Pharaonic dynasty. Oh, she says, don't release that info because it may blow most people's minds.
That actually sounds plausible.
Yeah.
For some reason.
She says it's not the time to do so.
That would kind of make sense.
Yeah, but you know what? If people get offended by that, as far as I'm concerned, that's their problem. It's not mine.
Listen, Jesus has been everything under the sun.
Thank
He's been a pharaoh. He's been a woman. He's been everything. He's been an alien. He's been, for goodness sake, with our cult now, it's alien everything. So he might as well have been from some other planet. And it just is what it is. What matters is what they take from their own faith if they choose that faith.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they were that hypersensitive, they wouldn't be listening to me.
I'm fairly certain. I don't think. I would say with the blinders of reality that you've lifted from my mind, holy shit! At this point, I'm like, dude, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yes, and all we can say is that he certainly was baptized by vampires, so his being one himself is not really that much of a stretch, is it? And aside from that, Daniel and Jameson Reese, the both of you wonderful human beings. Sorry, I didn't mean for that to sound like you were both married or something. That came out where I gave Jameson's last name. Daniel and Jameson Reese, like it was an RSVP. Yes, that's it. It's out here in San Francisco. It does that to me. Okay, I'm going to be gone for about, 15 minutes. I'm sure both you guys can handle that. I love you both, and I'm so grateful. And all right, I'm going to go mute. Thank you.
All right. So what's crack-a-lackin', Daniel? How's the land of the? I would say that it's the place that I would fear to be right now, Texas. How's it treating you?
Well, we went through a cold front for like the past 2 nights. It wasn't really much to worry about, but I mean, it was enough for me to have to cover the plants every night. So, but other than that, it wasn't too bad as long as it wasn't last February. Shit.
Yeah. Well, what were your temperatures like down there?
It went down to the 30s.
All right, that's not bad. Yeah. We're actually starting to get a warm spell after it dropped down to like 17 and whatnot. And it's caused me to more or less pay no attention to what's going on in the world and just lay in bed and hibernate to try to stay warm.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting how detailed the dreams start to become after a while. You know, especially around like the 12-hour mark of sleeping.
Actually, lately in the mornings when it's been cold, I've been challenging myself to go into the garage to punch the Bob dummy that I got just to stay warm, just to get warmed up.
That's a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
And the cold actually causes one's cells to go into like life preserving mode. So what this does is it slows down the aging process, or so that's what they're finding these days.
Yeah.
And so
the cold does preserve.
Yeah, and it also supposedly promotes what's called brown fatty tissue, which is the fatty tissue you have when you were just like born, which holds more nutrients than like regular fat. So there are some benefits to be had from it, but I'm not taking any cold showers anytime soon. So supposedly Tonga is becoming active again. So
hopefully more communications come back on from them.
Yeah, because it did knock out their communications. For those listening, Tonga was actually, it topped off the scales at 6 megatons as far as the equivalent of what it would be to a nuclear blast. And the shockwave circled the world 3 times. The shockwave actually the shockwave itself is what was responsible for the tsunamis. And this has actually taught scientists a lot more about, how tsunamis are generated than we ever knew. So there's a lot of interesting things coming from that. And supposedly China has been, supposedly they've been digging in the Marianas Trench, which is like the lowest, we'll say that's the lowest elevation within the, it's like the lowest point in the sea, like as low as you could possibly get without imploding, I suppose. Supposedly, Chinese researchers have found what they call a megavirus, meaning that it's the largest virus that they've ever found. Why do I think that's not good news?
Shit. They're gonna go Shaolin Temple with that shit.
Oh, well. If we thought COVID was bad, oof. Well, wait till they crack that one open and decide to weaponize it.
Yo.
Yo.
Hey, what's up, Sammy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
Just chilling, man. Did you guys hear of the Deltacron?
Oh my God.
I heard you mention it earlier.
Yeah. This is going to be an exciting year. I am very happy with what's unfolding because there's going to be no shortage. All right, granted, everyone's like, "Oh, people are dying. It's so sad." Boo-hoo. Listen, we're like what, almost 9 billion people. We could probably cut off maybe 4 billion and still be good. I think.
Hey, speaking of volcanoes, I was just reminded of the eruption of Mount Pinatubo in 1991 in the Philippines, and I remember seeing that volcano before every time I took the main road from the province to Manila, and it was like far in the distance. And not only that, it's also Clark Air Force Base was not too far from there, and the eruption ended up messing that whole base up so bad that the U.S. is moving out of there.
Whoa,
That's awesome.
So it's like that part of the Philippines. They wanted to get rid of American occupation there.
Well, it's a good thing that that's what you call working with nature to get things to work out for you.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. There's lots of volcanoes in the Philippines. Actually, there's one island volcano that has a volcano inside of it. And it's a trip. And there's another volcano that's an island volcano in the middle of a lake called Lake Taal. It's the Taal volcano, and that's actually that's actually one of the known beauty sites in the Philippines for tourists. But it has known to erupt. I believe it's probably still active, but they still do tours through there. It's pretty brazen.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there's a lot of active volcanoes in the Philippines, and the residents there, they're just like the Midwesterns in Tornado Alley. You're gonna stay and rebuild. Like, damn.
Shit. I'd be the first one trying to get out of there. I don't understand the tenacity of humans to be around very dangerous places. We actually have 48 active volcanoes at this moment, so it's very interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
So how's things been going with you, Sammy?
Well, I have an update for you guys. You guys remember the burn victim that I worked with? I was helping my sister with her mortuary business. Kind of filling it for somebody, but actually the burn victim that she actually ended up getting embalmed. They actually did embalm her. When I had to deliver it to the embalmer, and I actually was there when she opened the body bag, and she was in bandages. And I did see a little bit of her skin, and yeah, it was pretty bad. She did get embalmed, but my sister told me the full backstory. Pretty much, this young girl is from Mexico, and she was a U.S. citizen. Her parents got deported back in 2020, and I guess her parents live in Nogales. Just so you guys know that it was like it's a border town, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes.
And okay, so I guess when her parents got deported, they ended up living there, and she used to cross the border, to visit them and that. Well, I guess during Christmas they had a big celebration, and they had a hall or something, and they were cooking carnitas. You guys know what carnitas are? It's like lechon, or like
of course.
Yeah, okay.
I'm in Texas, so yeah.
Great, yeah, It's like they were cooking it, and I guess they were partying, and I guess the room got too too crazy, and they knocked over a lamp, and also they knocked over the big thing of carnitas, which was full of grease.
God damn.
And it fell. And when the propane lamp fell, it ignited the grease. She tried to run away. She slipped, and obviously landed on the grease. And
man, that's a
she
nightmare.
she got ignited. And then her sister also got burned, but obviously not to the full extent that she did. Well, the reason why they transported her to the Shriner Hospital was because I guess the hospital where they were trying to treat her couldn't treat her, so they kind of requested for that Shriner Hospital, and that Shriner Hospital flew her out to where she was at, which was in Davis, and that's where they tried to treat her. And she passed away about 2 weeks ago. They had her in that state where she was trying to battle, but obviously she passed away. Her sister though was still in the hospital, but she wasn't as burned as this young lady was. But that's pretty much the whole gist of that, because I kind of had to ask my sister, well, what was the whole deal with it? Why was she at that Shriner Hospital? She was like, well, they kind of reached out to them, and they helped her out. But yeah, I mean, that's crazy. When I saw her bandages, she looked like a mummy pretty much. I mean, I did see her skin; it was pretty tore up. But yeah, that's just a little update. And they ended up flying her back to Mexico. I guess she's gonna get buried there. But yeah, that was it's crazy. It's crazy just seeing that particular case. But you know, it happens. It's kind of a bad way to go out, in my opinion. But you know, pick your poison.
Yeah. Burn victims are always a gruesome sight. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, geez, there's a lot of people who go out in some horrible ways. Well, I mean, that's only because I go on the internet looking for that kind of stuff. So it's
and I've been to more than enough Mexican parties and quinceañeras to know what to get a visual of what Sammy's talking about.
Yeah. So, you know, you get the gist, you know, they start playing the Vicente or Tigres del Norte, and, you know, we like to party. Mexicans love to party. That's one thing we love to do is you throw a party, we'll be there.
I can sing El Rey with them on ukulele. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. But yeah, you know, as far as here in LA, they've been kind of trying to say that the cases are going down, or I guess the hospitalizations mostly. But today they busted, I guess, a fake testing site. I guess people are trying to come up on the testing sites.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I heard that
testing
shit.
sites now.
Yep, I heard that shit.
People are trying to, like, I guess, just fake a testing site. Like, hey, come get tested here. Here's 20. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to get a hustle out of it. But, you know, like anything, you know, someone's going to try to make money off of it. And they got busted today, which is, it's sad. It's sad, but it's almost like, well, I mean, somebody's going to find a way to try to scheme it, like anything. But yeah, they got busted today. And yeah.
They tried that stuff here in Houston too, but that got quashed pretty quick.
Yeah, it's sad. It just is. But I mean, I don't mean to be a party pooper as far as people that are trying to be optimistic, which I am. But in the reality right now, I think it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
One has to, you know, let go of the sort of optimistic training wheels sometimes and just embrace what is. Well, and what is right at the moment is generally dark.
And I have a sister that is not vaccinated, okay? And she's, you know, in my opinion, one of the reasons why she's not, because of the person she's married to. You know, he kind of drank the Trump Kool-Aid, but in reality, it's not even Trump no more, because Trump admitted that he's vaccinated. So if you're quote unquote a Trump follower, then why aren't you vaccinated? So, that's kind of one of the things that where it's like people, when you tell them that, people don't want to accept it. Like, well, I follow Trump, but I don't care if he's vaccinated. I don't want to get vaccinated. I'm like, okay, well, if that's your boy, then I guess, and you obviously can pick and choose what you want to follow. But, then again, Trump.
Then again, she's her own person, so she should be able to get the vaccine despite whatever the fuck he believes.
Well, but see that, and that's the thing where, I don't want to get into
what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I know what you're talking about. And that's the thing about it is where we're at this point now where, especially here in Los Angeles, where there's going to be another shutdown. You already see it coming. You see it everywhere now. It's just right now they're really just trying to tape everything up with tape right now, but we're gonna have a shutdown. LA Unified School District they're really trying to mask up all the kids, but we're the short staff. Really, the kids, as far as teachers, they don't have teachers, and heck, the principals are teaching. I wouldn't be surprised if they threw a janitor in there too.
Holy crap! That's bad.
It's getting that bad here, and they're trying to be optimistic, but what my sister told me is that there's going to be a shutdown, especially because she has a lot of professional connections with the state as far as what she does, because they actually did an inventory on her facility as far as how many bodies she can hold, and she pretty much told them the max. But and I'm not saying to scare people, but it's mostly it's gonna, especially in California, you have these pockets of red, these red states, these red little areas that are not complacent, but just people don't care. Even like I could imagine like really red, like even Republican states. It's just people don't care, and we'll see the aftermath. But yeah, it's gonna continue like this, until we actually, we mobilize together, and we can go back to hating each other after that.
I don't think there's no togetherness in this. One.
Here in Texas, it's red. It's with the exception of the big blue pocket of Houston, the rest of Texas is redneckistan.
Oh my God!
Basically,
yeah.
Yeah, and I get it. Like Orange County, when I go to Orange County over there, they're backwards in the sense that they do profit from, some of the benefits of being in California, but they're ass backwards too. It's just, and most of they're white people.
Yep.
Most of them just, it's not that, and it's a lot of them is not the fact that they don't know it's real. It's the fact that, well, I don't want to be told what to do, and it's like, dude, get in line. But aside from that, did you guys see that bill that in Florida where they're trying to make it a law where it protects white people from feeling guilty of racism? I don't know if you guys heard about that.
I saw a tweet about that. That was funny.
That is literally one of those places where I just don't want to know, because if at some point it becomes so irritating where it's just like, okay, I can't wait till at least the American white population dies off.
They're promoting victimhood there.
But that's my thing about them is
the thing is they're not victims of anything. So it's like they want to be victims, yet the people who are victims, they want to say you're not victims. So it's like, what the fuck? It's retarded.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that makes me scratch my head, where it's because look, I passed by some of these little pocket red areas, or what I call like Bakersfield, which my twin calls it the taint of California, which is pretty much nothing there. If you pass by Bakersfield, you wouldn't want to stop. It's nothing there. It's just inbred hicks, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, I saw this guy in his lifted truck. I'm sure you guys have seen these type of rednecks where he said work for it. Working for it is better than being given to. Okay, and you know, this guy. This guy.
Does that mean?
Well, this guy's in the In-N-Out Burger.
I can picture that already.
And okay, and I thought to myself, okay, you idiot, you're getting your In-N-Out Burger, which the lettuce that they have is most likely picked by an illegal, okay, which you didn't pick, okay. You know, the cows that are probably, if that's even a cow, you know, if that's even actually beef, you know, somebody had to work at those slaughterhouses that I don't see you guys working with. You know, it's just one of those things where it was so moronic, where it's like, oh my God, you just shake your head like.
They'll just blame the immigrant for stealing their jobs.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why if they're stealing your jobs, and you could put the two together. It's like but these people have this self entitlement where it's like, oh, you just shake your head. You're like,
that's why I'm very happy that I'm very happy that my prediction came true and that Omicron merged with Delta, because now we are going to start seeing them. I don't want to say it. We're going to start seeing the undesirables just fall.
This Deltacron so these two variants literally made it together, and now it's just
it was bound to happen, because if someone already had Delta and they're like, okay, I'm still not going to get the vaccine, I'm still not going to wear a mask, they wind up getting Omicron. What do you think is going to happen? It was just inevitable. And while this has occurred, there's also a variant of Omicron which is resistant even against people who supposedly have the natural resistance from having experienced Omicron already, because it's a mutation in Omicron called, I think, BA2, BAK2 or something, is instead of 1, which the original Omicron was. So if I got Omicron already and someone has that new strain of Omicron, I can still get that strain even though I had Omicron already. You see. So this is forcing the human race to evolve, because what forces evolution? Viruses. Viruses are the reason why we no longer have tails.
Right. And you make a lot of sense. I give an example of that, and then that you mentioned it. My friend's mom, who is a complete psycho, and there's a backstory to that, but she's I'll put it to this way, okay? And it's I'll make it quick. The reason why I even know I'm talking about her, because of the whole mortuary thing. I used to work with my friend who their family owned mortuary, and this is how I got introduced to the business along with my sister. Well, to fast forward, they got a huge divorce. You know, when it comes to big money, you know, divorce, you know, is the big. They fight a lot, right? Well, his mom was so petty that she literally fucked the priest to get back at the dad and took pictures, and like she's a complete psycho. Like, she was money hungry, yada yada yada. You know, super crazy, right? Well, she got COVID, right? And she was literally gonna die. Okay, she was gonna die. And she recovered, right? To her, and she's crazy like this. She's a piece of work, okay? She's a piece of work, but she recovered, and to her, it was a sign that God favored her. So it's almost like backwards. Instead of being, grateful, like the Lord had mercy on me. You know, I'm gonna make myself. I'm gonna, it actually made it worse. It made her feel like I'm supposed to be like this. Not only am I supposed to be like this, I'm supposed to get worse. Like, I'm gonna be a bigger bitch.
Oh, now she's invincible, because she's invincible now.
You know what I'm saying? That's like that type of reaction where like I'm supposed to survive for a reason. I'm supposed to make my kids' life even more. You know, I'm supposed to f with them even more. Like it wasn't like I'm supposed to humble myself. It was in reverse. Like I'm supposed to live. You know, why should I change? Because in other words, if God wanted me to change, he would have took me out with this virus. But now that I survived it, I'm supposed to stay the same. You know what I mean? It was that type of her mentality.
You know, and, I can't help but to wonder what kind of karma are those kids serving from their previous life to be born, you know, as these kids.
Look, when they got a divorce, and this was a huge divorce because, you know, this mortuary earned a lot of money. But this was the mortuary where my sister learned the hard way. She learned the mortuary business the wrong way. Okay, I put it to that way. Anyways, well, his mom, to get back at her dad, because she was very insecure, her dad ended up getting a facelift, you know, whatever. Her mom got jealous because she didn't tell him. And she's all, well, you got a facelift because you want to replace me. Well, when they got divorced, she ended up fucking the priest. And obviously, you know, first of all, these Catholic priests, he might have been a deacon, I don't know. But these guys were perverts. Like, oh my God. These guys, yeah. You know, it's just, come on, you see it. And because, you know,
that's the reason why they're in that business, because it's an easy way to get that.
Well,
I kind of envy them to a degree.
Well, it's surprising because I was surprised they actually like women, especially that priest because my friend literally told me this. He told me this crying. You know, you kind of have to be the supportive friend. Like, yeah, bro, don't worry about it. But in the back of my head, I'm like, oh, man, you're sharing too much. But I had to kind of play the friend part. And I wanted to laugh, but I'm like, no, I can't laugh because
I've actually noticed that the straight priests that like women, they also have a tendency to collect more than one or two cars.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. You have to think about it. You have to think about this too. This is a very, I mean, this deacon or priest used to make 500 just to visit, you know, just to do the mass. You know, the Catholic Church, they're not broke. They're not broke for a reason. You know, they got money. When you got observatories and all this crap, they're about their money. So this guy used to, you know, get his you know, he used to feel up on the women and hug them a little. I mean, you know, you see it. But she ended up fucking the priest to get back at her ex-husband, and she took pictures, and it was a mess. It was a mess. My friend went to therapy because of this, and you know, it affected.
Did he wind up seeing the pictures? I mean, what the hell happened? Was it online or some shit?
I'll put it to he saw them. Unfortunately, I don't know how he saw them, but he told me, look, it's more embarrassing because, you know, it's just embarrassing on times, but he pretty much was venting. Okay, I put it to you that way. And I'm like, look, thank you for the mental picture. And, you know, it was at the time it was hilarious, but I had to put it on a straight face because it's like, man, for you to have a mom like that, who fucking needs an enemy, dude? Your mom is crazy. But when she got COVID, it was in reverse. She thought, I'm supposed to live to be a bitch. And if God wanted me to change, he would have took me out. So this is a sign, you know, in her own mentality. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, that is a delusion of grandeur, of epic proportions.
And I mean, in the divorce, I mean, she embezzled a lot of money for one, but she got a really big chunk of money. So, you know, she has money, but I guess getting COVID did not really humble her, and it did the reverse. There's a saying in Spanish, hierba mala nunca se muere. Pretty much like a weed, it's hard to kill a weed. You know, it's hard to get rid of a weed. You know, usually like it's hard to kill them. But yeah, she pretty much reversed her way of thinking, where I'm supposed to live. I'm supposed to be this way because, you know, like I said, if God wanted to change me, he would have took me out. So you know, obviously he stays away from her, but you know, it's one of those things where I had to tell my friend, like, hey, you know what? We all got issues, you know. You know, take a number, you know. Don't, if it's not your parents, it's going to be something else. So, you know.
Yeah, no shit.
You
What
know.
I would tell him is just to just pick up the right drug and you'll forget everything.
Yeah.
And he pretty much ended up moving away. He lives somewhere in Tennessee, which is, I find it hilarious because
Oh my God,
he's a Mexican. He literally had to move to the South because he couldn't be around his mom.
Actually, Tennessee is kind of like the California of the South. So there aren't there.
Makes sense. Then.
I'm sorry, I would not. I'm maybe this is the black in me, but the South is to be avoided at all costs.
Actually,
that probably goes back from the epigenetics of slavery, but yeah, South's to be avoided at all costs.
Hey, on one of my past trips to Tennessee, I was at a wedding, and at the wedding reception, the ones that stole the show on the dance floor are the fat gay guys. These are like big Bubba redneck looking dudes, and when they started moving on the floor, they were like all diva, and I was like, holy shit. All the old black women at the table were just loving it, laughing it.
Yeah, it's that's funny. That's funny.
Oh yeah.
But, you know, it's one of those things where, as far as you know, as far as my friend, you know, I don't blame him for moving to Tennessee, you know, and staying the hell away from his mom. But you know, I'm happy for him. He's a lot happier. But I told him, I don't know what the hell. I told him, you know, I don't know what you're doing in Tennessee, but hey. The way your mom is, and she survived COVID, he's like, yeah, I had to move because I could not be around her pretty much in any 500-mile radius. I had to move further. So, you know, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. I mean, respect to him for, you know, doing that and making that decision, and hopefully it works out for him. Well, I mean, shit. I couldn't imagine what that's like.
Well, and that's the thing about it, because she says she's Christian. She says, I love the Lord. And that's one of the things that you have to, and that's one of the things that, because she is an evangelical Christian, she, sometimes to me, they, and it's not being honest, it's just, how to say it, it's almost like they forget the part of, you know, having love in your heart, and not just because you feel self-righteous. Sometimes that's just your blindness, you know.
Well, that's what attracts them to the evangelicalism, is that it allows them to feel better than and holier than, because those are the kind of people it attracts. That's why when Peter was talking about the evangelicals fighting Satanism, I was saying the evangelicals may as well be Satanists, or they're worse than Satanists.
Well, and you're right about that, and that's one of the things that that I can attest to, is that I've been hurt more with people that quote unquote are, you know, Christ followers, and it's not that. It's what I told you guys about my pastor friend, that about his dad. I don't know if you guys remember that. Okay. Yeah. Because he's had to learn the hard way as far as to connect with people. Because if you're going to be a spiritual leader of people, of adults, I'll put it this way, of adults, and the key word is adult, you can't feed them bullshit. You can't say, you know, the Lord told me. No, it has to be more, you have to connect with them, and not you being a voice box of quote unquote God. There has to be you're going to have to be vulnerable too. So you're going to have to show that vulnerability side so people can trust you, especially adults that have jobs, pay their taxes, and you want to integrate them in your church. Because, you know, I'm going to tell you one thing. If I try to join the Church of Satan, they're going to want to see how much I make, I'm sure. They don't.
No,
I'm sure
actually, if you were going to join the Church of Satan, they wouldn't care how much you make, as long as you pay your dues. They'll be more.
Okay, I'll put it this way: if I didn't pay my dues, say I want to join, but I don't want to pay no dues. They're gonna be like, the door's right there. or they're part of the moms.
Yes. By the way,
you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hey, Doug, how you doing?
No, that's beautiful. Thank you. I'm so glad that Sammy Romero joined us because I want Daniel Arola and, of course, Jameson to have someone to bounce off against. Because I notice otherwise the two of them kind of labor when it's just the two of them alone. So a third party is always necessity. And so thank you for coming on. I deeply appreciate that. As a matter of fact, I wanted to come on to let you know that I wanted you to continue for another 10 or 15 minutes just so I can drink a Coke, make certain I'm hydrated enough. Yeah, but go on, please, by all means. So so what you were talking about emotional maturity, what brought that up? What was...
It's because we're talking about the evangelical side, or a little bit what, well, besides my friend's mom being a complete psycho bitch, but that's, you know, anyways, we're talking about the evangelical side where,
yes. What did you think of Peter Moon saying, well, you know, the evangelicals, they're there to take the fight to Satan? It was almost like he suddenly found religion or something. Oh my God.
That I found laughable because I rather put my faith in a Satanist than
an evangelical. Yeah.
Yeah.
But go on, Sammy grew up with this.
Well, let me just catch you up a little bit. My friend's family owned a mortuary, and that's how me and my sister and I got introduced to the business. There was pretty much a divorce, and the mom was a money hungry bitch, and there was divorce, and she ended up fucking the priest that used to come and do the masses in the mortuary. You know, she ended up fucking the priest to get back at her dad. My friend found out because somehow someone showed him the pictures. And it fucked them up. Well, she ended up getting COVID, and you know she's quote unquote Christian, and she survived COVID, but she was at her deathbed. You know, she ended up surviving. Well, this had a reverse effect on her, which she actually thinks I'm supposed to live. This is supposed to change me. I'm supposed to go harder now. In other words, you know what I mean? It was that self-entitlement. Like if God really wanted to change me, he would have took me out pretty much. But her mentality is more like, this is going to make me stronger. In other words, like, I beat COVID. And my friend had to move. He moved to Tennessee to get away from her because she's just a psycho.
Right.
And, you know, obviously going through that divorce really effed them up, and seeing all the drama that her mom just masked how she is with the whole evangelical God, kind of self-righteous, where I survived COVID and, you know, I'm here on earth to embarrass my kids because that's just me. You know what I'm talking about? It's that self-righteous. I beat COVID. The Lord's with me, and I ain't supposed to change. I'm supposed to be worse, not worse, but I'm supposed to be me, I guess. Well, pretty much.
It's like she's leveraging her sense of rationale with the religious badge, you know, to make herself act like she's better than everyone.
Yeah.
Right, and you know that's there's a lot of there's just you encounter that a lot, and it's like you kind of had to you roll your eyes because it's like that's not the way it's supposed to be, but to them, because they think it's God tying them, you're doing a good job, be a freaking bitch. It made her worse. Because her surviving COVID, it's like my friend had to move. He literally I had to move, and I'm a Mexican in Tennessee, but I had to get the hell away from her because she obviously surviving COVID just made her worse, made her self-righteousness go up level 1,000, because you know some people are like that, but it's because part of it is that evangelical now, and I'm not saying, you know, and I'd hate to put it that way.
George Knight is on.
Okay, so
just so you know.
Yeah, bless you, and I thank you so much for that. I will try and speak a bit to what he brought up, which was this highly reflective satelloid kind of little bit of technology here. And I may not get to it for a few minutes yet. I'm going to grab a Coke. I think that you're all on a good roll here. And as you know, I'm actually doing some lines of Coke so that I can make it through the night. But when I come back,
Douglas, that's actually better than the Coca-Cola.
Thank you. Yeah,
don't let Don Jr. know that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yes. So but definitely, God bless you all, and stay with us as long as you can, George. Listen in, and when I get back, I'll start in and suck all the oxygen out of the room as I always do. But for right now, these wonderful gentlemen are holding well. And if you happen to miss me, like you have to go back to work or your kids, George night, then rest assured when you rewind it back to this part, you'll hear about it. This general part, and then I'll start talking about it. I may even give you the link with the timestamp. I'm sorry. Did someone say something? Anyhow, you gentlemen take it from here. I'm gonna go mute. Love you all. Thank you so much.
Hey guys, I just remembered any girl that you hear that verbally says that she's a Christian, that's a red flag.
Well, and I think in a sense, you're right in the sense that I always, to me, it's if you have to say it, then you probably don't have the actions.
Usually you can tell by the way they say it. But when they have to say it, you can tell that they're full of shit. They're going to use that against.
But I mean, don't get me wrong. They're probably dynamo in the sack, but that's a different story. But,
that's pretty much it.
I mean, it is what it is. But what my thing is this: I don't like people. Unfortunately, this is kind of dumb because people are going to politicize, this pandemic and this virus, but also they're going to mask it. They're going to mix it with any form of faith, whether it's Christianity or honestly, it's mostly Christianity in my opinion. That's what I see, and it's just like it's annoying because, for example, like my girl was watching the History Channel, and you have to roll your eyes because the History Channel they have a hard-on for Hitler for some reason, Adolf Hitler, and what they talk about is all these stupid-ass conspiracy theories that Hitler was a heroin addict, that Hitler, these crazy theories they have, and it's a lot of it is it's just like you guys have whoever runs that History quote-unquote channel has a big hard-on for Adolf Hitler. But what I told my girlfriend is, what I told her is, look, the Office of War Information is pretty much still is still in existence. It just went black. What you're seeing there is propaganda, and the reason why they put propaganda there is because we're still at war with the Third Reich. She's like, what are you talking about? Didn't the Third Reich surrender? I'm like, look, and pretty much I told her this, look, when you're still at war with somebody, you're going to put out bad press about them. Okay, that's how it works in this country. Why do you think we don't put bad press with the Soviet Union or the Russians? Why? Because we were never really at war with them. We're still at war with the Third Reich. Why do you think they keep playing this propaganda on and on? Because it's part of the agenda. They have to grill that in your mind that Adolf Hitler was a racist, that he was a narcissist, but they don't talk about FDR. You know what she told me? What do you mean? FDR was a complete psycho. Do they talk about what FDR did to the Haitians? Did they talk about all this horrific things he did? No, they don't. They're not going to tell you about FDR because he was killing colored people. And no one cares about them, but they want to propagandize Adolf Hitler and he did all these things, but there's a reason why we're still at war. And she just paused and kind of couldn't say anything, but you know, she's like, yeah, it kind of does make sense. I'm like, but unfortunately, this is worse because someone really has a hard on for him. Because this is just ridiculous. You just want to laugh because it's like, at this point, he might as well be an alien. You know, he might as well be, you know, from Narnia for all you care, because it's not even, and not only that too, the people they have talking about him are just random nobodies, like this nobodies. You know, you might as well have, Degrassi, that one dude. You know, what's that one dude? That one scientist? That one black dude?
Neil Tyson DeGrasse.
Yeah, you might as well have him do it too. You know.
Oh, they do use him a lot. I notice he's just like, he just spews facts and jokes.
Yeah. Let's just throw in Michikaku too, might as well. You know, because I told her that, like, America. The thing about the United States is pretty much, first of all, this generation, nobody cares. Nobody cares, and that's the thing about it, because people think it's a fairy tale. But the reason why they have to pump those lies, because it's that important to them that they have to, even though you're talking about 3 or 4 generations already that have passed, they still have to do it because of the reality of it. But yeah, it was one of those things where I pretty much left there thinking.
Well, it shows you what generation is actually behind the History Channel, and it shows you how antiquated, you know, their bullshit is, you know, because nobody young is interested in it, except for the idiots who are like, aliens, everything's aliens. I'm smarter than everyone else my age because David Icke tells me it's aliens.
Oh yeah, they're consistently cultivating the hate soil against Adolf Hitler, you know, from every angle in those kinds of shows.
No, and yeah, and it's almost like you guys really have a hard on for him, because, I mean, at this point, pretty much what they're saying, it's like, dude, somebody really must be smoking some good stuff, because at this point, it's like, come on, dude, come on, and then
yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, and if they want numbers, I mean, they could try to compare them with King Leopold of Belgium when he owned the Congo.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Japan's Unit 731 in China, that shit that happened there. I mean, and I think they still keep the attention on Hitler. I think it's because Hitler's victims are white, you know.
Exactly.
You know,
and those are the
only
people
white people can feel pain.
And those are the people who are running History Channel.
Yep.
There you go. I mean, you follow the money, you follow the history of the people who are behind everything, and you find out exactly why this bullshit media machine is what it is. And everyone's in bed with everyone else, you know, and it's you know, instead of calling it the Office of War Information or the CIA, we might as well call it the Israel, the extinction of Israel in the United States of America, because that's exactly what it is. I mean,
and I even told her about the Havara Agreement. I said, you do realize if it wasn't for the Third Reich, there would be no Israel. She said, what do you mean? I'm like, the Havara Agreement, it's right there. It's like, what else do you need? And you can't call him an anti-Semite if he's literally establishing a state. How's that an anti-Semite? That's like the opposite. It's like me. It's like me going to all the gays in West Hollywood and tell them, let's go to. I'm gonna call West Hollywood Gaylandia. This is your guys' apartheid, which it already is, by the way. But you know, but officially, you know, come on. It's like, and that's one of the things where people, because I and I don't mean to berate her, because she does get a little frustrated. She's like, I don't understand, you know, your American culture, like, because you know she wasn't born here, and I said, look, America it's just pretty much a big lie. And it's not even for us. It's for people that don't look like us. Where they have to okay, it's part of their bullshit. The thing about it is it's already disintegrating. And the fact that they're still saying Adolf Hitler commit suicide when there was no human remains, and the ones that they said it wasn't even him. With where the Russians, I guess, I don't know if, I'm sure you guys have seen it, where the Russians gave the opportunity to do a DNA, testing on the remains that they quote unquote said it was him, Adolf Hitler, and it wasn't even him. It was a woman's jaw or something like that. So I said, and you also have to look at all the outside nations that were influenced by the Third Reich. South America, like, there's a reason why all these nations were influenced by them, because they didn't lose. They already knew the plan, and it wasn't to quote unquote win. The fact that it took 3 superpowers at the time to defeat them lets you know why. Because if they really wanted to, they probably could have, but that wasn't the objective. And I said, why do you think they keep pumping out this propaganda? Because that's all they have. At the end, that's all they have. And it's and I told you, this is what America is. America is pretty much it's all.
I think they don't want Americans to know how much what kind of goods the Germans had during the war, and a lot of advantages that they had.
And I told that,
they
don't want them. They don't want them to know what crimes America is really guilty of and how genocidal this nation still fucking is.
Thank you. Yeah,
and most of all, how united and how strong the German people were at the time, because that's also what Winston Churchill's target was against, mainly the strength of the German people.
Absolutely, and I told you, United Germany is united now. And so the fact that just West Germany alone did what they did, and they united Germany again, lets you know who really won. Where's the Soviet Union? The government's in exile. They're a small little country somewhere, the actual government, but the actual Soviet Union is dissolved. And look at us. Look at the British. Look, they're still in the whole Brexit bullshit, trying to get over it. And look at us. And all it is just karma. And
I remember the time when the Berlin Wall broken down, and I got to watch all that shit on the TV. It was cool.
Well, do they really love Hasselhoff?
I don't know, but I thought that was some of the dorkiest shit he was doing. But I mean, I'm sure they loved him at that time.
Right. And the History Channel was talking about Karl Dönitz, that he shamefully surrendered, and I'm like, first off, they didn't even kill Karl Dönitz. They actually let him go. And she's on, and my girl gets defensive where she said, well, how do you know all this? You weren't even there. I'm like, I don't, but you can just look up Karl Dönitz. He didn't die in prison. He actually even wrote his memoirs. And someone to lose, they're going to keep you in prison. He didn't. They respected him so much, they let him write his memoirs. And he didn't reveal anything really damaging. In fact, I'm sure they probably tried to break him. He didn't break. And I said, all this stuff really, this is important history. But when you look at where we're at right now at our present time, it's almost like a fairy tale, because this generation, this is a problem where the propaganda doesn't make sense no more. It's like, it's not even outdated. It doesn't even make sense. And I think eventually it's going to have to come out. And I think that's one of the reasons why, for example, I looked up, I quote unquote, I Wikipedia'd the Japanese surrender ceremony, right? If you go to Wikipedia and look at Japanese surrender, they actually added the San Francisco Peace Treaty. Now, when you look at it, and obviously it's Wikipedia, which is, you might as well write it on a toilet paper piece of toilet paper. But that's where people go.
Yeah.
You know? They have to add that now because they have to add it because of Doug, but also because you can't just not add the peace treaty because that's a huge part of pretty much the timeline, which before you couldn't read the San Francisco Peace Treaty when you Wikipedia it because they didn't even add it. But it's interesting that they did add to it, but they leave out, for example, when we went into ceasefire, which is December 31st of 1945, I believe, where we went to ceasefire or proactive hostilities of, you know what I'm talking about, right?
1946, December 31st,
I'm sorry,
1946.
There you go. Thank you, Doug. They don't no, they left that part out. And this is where it's interesting, where you start looking at how the lie doesn't even add up no more, where they have to add the peace treaty, but they leave that part out. But it's slowly, they're kind of trying to weave it in. But like I said, it's almost like they're going to have to, because the lie is not making sense anymore. It's like a fairy tale. But yeah, it's very interesting when you start just looking at this.
Well, there's also the fact that we're on the brink of a societal collapse. So how relevant is their bullshit propaganda at this point? It's History Channel is not even relevant anymore because of all the shit that's happening at a very fast pace, mind you.
Yeah, it is.
2022, this is coming fast. I mean, we've had our first explosive entrance, of course, in Ghana, where a town got completely blown up because a truck carrying explosive equipment ran into a motorcycle, and yeah. Uh-oh. So I mean, yeah, we're already starting the new year with a blast, so to speak, literally, and and it's going to be going fast. The changes are happening so fast at a breakneck pace. No one has time to sit down and speculate. You think there's aliens out there? Did you know that Adolf Hitler, he smoked methamphetamines? Nobody cares. Except for your right wing goober who pretty much has more power disproportionately than the rest of the population, and those pieces of shit have nothing to do all day but just sit down, get fat, and balance beers on their bellies.
Shit, if I was a soldier in combat, I'd like to be on some meth. Shit, I'm about to go act a fool if my life's on the line.
No, it makes sense. It does. It's just for somebody for pretty much with this propaganda, the people that doesn't benefit or is not making sense, it's even worse because it's like these people really are delusional. And what's sad about it is they're still teaching this in school. And that's the thing what I told my girl is these atrocities that they're skipping over is going to come back, and unfortunately our children's children are going to pay for it, if not us. And I don't mean in the sense that we have something to do with it. It's mostly because we're part of this country. We're seeing it, and this COVID, to me, it's part of that payback, and I do sometimes rejoice in seeing these people that are ignorant die because they deserve it. They deserve it, and it's just part of that payback. But to me, this is going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
Yes. Oh, it has to. It has to. Before it gets any better, it has to get worse. It's like Peter made a comment like, people are fighting, this side's fighting that side, and I had to point out that this has to happen. This division has to happen. The split has to happen. The war has to happen, because if it doesn't, things will get a hell of a lot worse.
Yes. Oh, and like I told you, with that law in Florida where they're trying to make it where quote unquote white people shouldn't be feeling guilty. Here's another question: how the fuck do you even know who's white? That's fucking stupid. You got Mexicans that think they're white. I have a friend that we call them Güero, who looks like an Irish guy. He literally had red hair, and you know what I mean. It's stupid, but they're passing these laws to me because I think subconsciously they know it's the fucking payback is coming, and it's just gonna get worse. And in the same time too, it's almost like ain't no justice like God's justice. And I hate to put it that way, but you're gonna pay for the sins of your father and your forefathers of what they did, and it's happening. But hey, get in line, and
especially me, Don Jr.
Well, you know what? At some point, blood is going to have to be spilled. And at some point, all this bullshit is going to warrant bodies being slain. And that's what I'm waiting for. That critical breaking point. That is going to be a very glorious thing to behold.
I just hope Kevin McCarthy and who's that other turtle face guy? What's his face? Merch McConnell. Merch McConnell. That asshole. I hope those two, and I hope they do get gonorrhea too. Just a little sprinkle in there, just a sprinkle that in there. I can't stand.
Give them full blown herpes, and also give them what do you call it? Oh my gosh. What is that one? What is that one that eats
human
up your brain and
papilloma
face?
virus or anything else?
No, the one that eats your face. The one
God, the flesh-eating virus.
Syphilis.
Yes.
Yes.
The classic.
Let them get
old, yes.
Let them get treatment-resistant syphilis.
Oh my God.
It's just at this point, it's like, look, man, y'all, especially when it comes to with politics, it's like this. Look, we all know you guys' game, okay? You guys all know each other. It is what it is, but everybody wants their stimulus check, all right? I want my stimulus check, everybody wants it. So they need to cut the check, okay, at this point, because if they're not going to give us voting rights, they need to cut the check, and, hopefully they do, that way I can buy more copies of the Roswell Deception by Douglas Dietrich, Peter Moon, and you can get educated on this wonderful history because it's important to know. And I'm telling to every listener that's going on right now because it's important, because it gives you an idea of and put it this way, any minority, non-white, it gives you a great idea of the land of bullshit that we live in. And it kind of it gives you comfort in the saying that all this makes sense, all this payback that this country's getting. So that's what is done as far as the history that I've learned. It makes a lot of sense, and it adds up.
Well, something funny is going on. The U.S. is trying to shame the Olympic Committee for holding the games in China because of the extermination of the Uyghurs. And I was thinking to myself, the United States is the last group of people who should be saying anything to the Olympic Committee about human rights abuses going on in China when their own backyard is seething with it.
Shit.
If I was Xi Jinping, I'm like, well, look at all the Native Americans you guys put in quote unquote reservations. What what I mean? For that case, I would love to Xi Jinping to say that. Like, look what you guys done. Look at all the POWs, all the Japanese, Taiwanese, and all these Asian Americans that you guys never let go. I would have loved for him to say that, but
Japanese and German, all that shit too.
All that shit. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
shoot.
Yeah, no, definitely. You're all doing so well. Thank you so much. Honestly, I really appreciate all of you just coming back in and having finished the lines of Coke. Of course, I'm trying to finish a can of actual liquid Coke. So still going through with that, and then we'll proceed soon enough. But both of you all three of you are doing wonderfully. God bless you all. And so in terms of everything that you were speaking of, did Sammy, did you catch as well as Daniel, I presume you caught, Pac-1 Morales. Did either of you gentlemen or both of you catch Pac-1 Morales when he was on earlier and what he was saying?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did.
Yeah, so when Pac-1 Morales was talking about going down the rabbit hole and talking about these asinine conspiracy theories that the zombies were going to be made by the black goo in the vaccinations, I do hope somebody said that, because he had talked to me about that privately, and of course my response was that all the zombies are the anti-vaxxers who won't get the goddamn vaccine, as opposed to, those that are going to get it. They're already MK Ultra'd, as opposed to what they're saying is that the black goo will enable them to MK Ultra you through the vaccine. It's, all that crap. But
well, I was able to clear that up in chat by saying that the black goo was based on the red mercury by the Soviets. It was a complete ripoff, and the Soviet red mercury was nothing more than a lure. And no doubt Alexander Dugin came up with that at the behest of Michael Aquino, because the red mercury was actually an allegory to the Philosopher's Stone of old.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Perfect. Yes, go on. And but did anyone bring that up, or where did that go?
Well,
did it go nowhere? I mean,
yeah, someone brought it up, and I just added that, and they were like, "Okay, thanks. That makes sense."
Okay.
So, because I think looking back on chat now, it was let me see who it was. Oh geez, oh gosh, it's just like just so far back. I just see words.
Yeah, it's hard to scroll up that far. No worries. And
I think it was Philadelphia Wolf's PTSD. So yeah, they said good to know about the goo versus the red mercury.
Right. Okay.
So that cleared things up.
Yeah, and in terms of the other things that when he brought that up, was there anything else said about it? That was pretty much it then. It kind of like that was all that was said.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, okay.
My impression of the term black goo, because through the years I've listened to so many different talks about it, that I think black goo is the word that's like a condom that everybody's taking turns using.
Yes.
So they can share a story that they can hang a black goo on.
It's so awful, and especially what was done to Max Spears with exploiting his death like that. Disgusting. Aside from that, I noticed that Benestenius paid his invoice, so that helps, along with the contributions from the wonderful JoJo, and who's also known as Jolene, and her name Mythology, I believe. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. This isn't the shout out just yet, but thanks to Man of the Soil paying his invoice, I have money now to order all of my supplements. But I do notice that he didn't provide a holiday bonus. So isn't that a what a cheap...
Is it too late to still slam Brendan Zoget?
Oh yeah, I'll bring that up later. Actually, that'll come up with the shout outs. That'll come up with the shout outs. It's honestly, I'm somewhat mollified, but meaning that I'm somewhat, how would I say it, tempered on that regard. I should bring it up when Peter Moon's here, just so that he can do a bit more of the dream analysis bit, because what I can do, however, while all three of you are here, which most of you would not be when Peter Moon is here, is give you some photographic images of those bizarre dreams that I had. In other words, they would be exactly what I saw in my dreams, and that has to do with Brendan Zoget, who I was so resentful of that I actually dreamt about him. And it was just this bizarre two bizarre sequences within the same kind of dream sequential state. And so when I related originally to Peter Moon and Jameson almost died. He was like coughing himself to death. It was just so he was in bad shape. It sounded like he was gonna croak then. But it was just,
I still may. You never know.
But there you go with that. It's one of those things where, all right. I mean, I might as well share it now. So we might as well put the photographs inside of the the text box and just kind of express to people what happened with that, and because of course it was spoken of directly by Stephen Mayer with his contribution. So let me see if I can access the files here and put this into the text box. Now when it goes, that's if it goes in. It looks okay. There we are. It took a while there for the external hard drive to kick in or transfer, but for all of you using the text box on Skype, understand you probably have to reset the page to see the images once I pump them in there. So let me see if I can get them in there in the first place and look up. Okay, here we are. This would be like one example thereof. And what I will do is I'll enter another example simultaneously. That's funny, it keeps going back to an older file here. And, you know, probably because I haven't clicked on to release these images yet, and then it would switch to the new file. And, okay, come on now. How does this inflatable? There we are. Okay, there we go. So, all right. So hit that button there. The images should be entered. So you would need to reset. You need to reset it in order to see them. But this is what I dreamt that Brendan Zogett was wearing. And by the way, I'm not making this up. This isn't like a slam, like I was just having, you know, like I'm just making this up and I'm going to have fun and I'm going to shit all over this guy. No, it was really just what happened the other day was I was so irritated with him. And for people who don't understand, this was like, I came, you know, I haven't manifested COVID, and that is a miracle. That is, you know, I can only thank the gods of my ancestors on my knees that I have not manifested COVID because of, you know, basically a chain of events started by Brendan Zogett. And so I was incredibly incensed by him. And by the time that, you know, the lycanthrope, you know, a few doors down from me came to help me with my computer, and we took care of the problem that enabled me to actually digitally transmit the last episode before tonight's. Then what had happened was that I had basically, you know, did what I usually do, which is kind of console him for an hour. Like whenever he and I encounter each other, I usually give him kind of like a counseling session for about an hour or so. So we tried to maintain as much distance as possible, but there were times when, despite our distance, I could still smell his deodorant. So that meant, you know, if I can smell his deodorant, then I can catch COVID, right? And, you know, he had COVID. He was still somewhat symptomatic or getting over the symptoms, but the next day when he went to his office and they tested him, and this was just a whole chain of events that was unusual because he has been spending all of the COVID years working from home. And because he's a lycanthrope, the total opposite of my vampiroid personality, this was killing him. This was killing him. He could not understand how I can just work on my computer on my bed and then sleep on my bed, wake up and work, wake up and jack off on the same fucking computer while cruising for porn, and then go back to bed and then wake up and work again. He doesn't understand how all this can be done by me in the same cell, you know, but, you know, I have the wherewithal of a hard timer, like a lifer in cell, in isolate or something. So I can tolerate that, and he cannot. So what happened was he was like exposing himself by going to Republican California areas, you know, heavy red areas where, you know, where Penny Bradley lives, you know, where all the bumfuck yahoos live, and where they have dance halls that are open, and people don't ask for any Vax ID cards, and nobody's wearing masks, and he could just go dance with young girls. And so, of course, he caught COVID. And so he was going to go back to work, except he tested positive for COVID. And so he had to wait about at least a week or two. So he like had it for about 2 weeks and was just at the tail end of it. And when he saw me, it was the next day he did go to the office and he tested clear and they let him work in the office. So his life is normalized. So thank goodness for that. But just because he tested clear doesn't mean he wasn't a carrier. So it's like I really just missed the bullet with that. I mean, the bullet came really too close with that. So when I went to sleep, then I had these dreams, and one of them, and again, I'm not making this up. The odd thing about these dreams, just so people understand this, and of course, Sammy Romero, you're welcome to come off mute if anything comes to mind. I invite people to, any one of you to, oh God, our dear Cookie Monster says, be right back, gotta blow half my lung out. He already started laughing. That was the death of him right there. And but if any one of you have any comments to say about anything that comes up, they're welcome. But the first dream that I had, and this was the notable part of these dreams again, was that one of the most important aspects of dream analysis would be a person's affect, meaning what affect do you have while you're dreaming what you're dreaming, meaning what are you feeling? Are you feeling like rage? Are you feeling frustration? What are you feeling? And I wasn't feeling anything. So this wasn't like a one-upmanship type dream. This wasn't like, here in my dream, I'm going to fuck this guy over and make him look like an idiot or something like that. It was just literally, I dreamt I was going through a series of condominiums, and they're like apartments, going through their courtyards, going through like almost like you're touring to see if you're going to buy a unit. And in one of these areas, I ran into Brendan Zogit, and he's always talking about, vegan diet and really down on everyone else for, with all this meat hate. And, it was like when he was talking about Derek Talley, he was saying, oh yeah, I knew he was going to go on dialysis by all that meat he was eating. And I was like, dude, it's not the meat that put him on fucking dialysis. If the guy went on dialysis at all, it wasn't going to be because of the meat. But at any rate, so in this dream, I ran into him, and he did not have that mask on at the time, the inflatable rubber balloon. He was just, as himself with his glasses and looking like Buddy Holly, and just kind of like, leaning against a wall. But he he turned around and pulled his pants down and started taking a shit into the palm of his hand, because people do this stuff in dreams all the time, piss in public and everything else. And then, I noticed that his turd looked just like a little Snickers bar, which was apropos because he started chewing on it. And he was like saying, like, this was a new diet. He said, no, I eat my own shit. And he was just like chewing on this, turd. And I was like, there wasn't any like snort of derision from myself. I didn't feel like, there you go. Or like, oh, no bemusement, or like, oh, what a piece of shit. He was just like, oh, okay. It was just like that.
The vegan brownie.
Yeah.
The vegan brownie.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, I didn't feel that I didn't feel anything.
Yeah.
And then then I went through these condominiums again. Then I saw that he was in one, and he was like, must have been living there, I guess, but he was like in the bed, and he was wearing that inflatable balloon on his head. This is a bondage device, and this bondage device I've seen used as a torture device. Just so people understand, this is an inflatable like rubber suffocation device that is placed upon the victim, and then usually, of course, they're bound so they can't remove it, and it's just inflated to the point where they're in this sensory deprivation sphere, a sphere of sensory deprivation that is portable and inflatable, and you can do it in the field. You can basically deprive them of all their senses. And so he had this inflatable fetish balloon that was surrounding him in his own little world, and he was sitting up in bed, and he had like boxing gloves, and he was pounding himself viciously as if he were a punching bag. He was just, pounding his own head like he was a punching bag, and he was obviously getting off on it. So it was like some kind of masturbation that was similar to, like some people do with what is it again? Autoerotic stimulation, where they have the noose around their neck. It was, it was like that. And so
like Robin Williams or something, right?
Right.
I keep telling you Robin Williams.
That's correct. It was Robin Williams and also David Carradine. Anybody who's like a hardcore heroin addict, they become like that.
My question is, how does one breathe with this apparatus? There's breathing holes or something?
No. You have a limited amount of time, and then eventually you'll die if somebody doesn't remove it. That's
Yeah, I knew a few girls that were into that shit.
yeah.
People are into that.
Yeah. That's what they're getting off on, is the thrill
yeah.
of the danger as well as the sensory deprivation. It's
Human sexuality is so weird.
Yeah.
I do not belong in a human body. I'm almost asexual in comparison.
Yeah, but your average person who
You'd
uses...
be surprised.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, Daniel, I mean, so obviously Daniel's run the gamut with girls and has escorted some professionally. Did any of them, and believe me, this isn't a cut or anything. I don't care. It's like, I didn't even have judgments on fucking Brendan in the dream. I mean, did you ever experiment with that, or some girl put it on you, or did you ever have to try that, or you didn't have that on at any time?
To try what again?
The fetish ball. I mean, you were never wearing that at any point.
Oh, no. No, I wasn't into that shit.
Okay.
No, I remember a swinger wife asking me whether if there was anything I was uncomfortable with before I met up with her, and I said, that strap on you have in the box in the closet, keep it there, because I ain't into that shit. She goes, how'd you know that? Because I just know you have it.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. When I was working in the adult entertainment industry, there were these two really beautiful ladies, and they were well built, and they were tall, and they wanted me as a submissive. They wanted me as a submissive. And I said no, but I wasn't offended. But it's just it's just one of those things that I didn't want. I just would not be comfortable. I would not be comfortable in a helpless position like that. But anyhow, so like I said, in the dream, he's sitting up in the bed. He's got the bondage ball on his head, and he's punching himself with a pair of punching boxing gloves. Like, it's like he's enjoying himself immensely. So, and when he's pounding it, his head's going back and forth like a real boxing bag. Then real fast, and he's like, and now I didn't know any erection or any kind of ejaculate or something. He was just in bed sitting up and doing this, and it looked like he was really enjoying himself. And like I said, again, the strange part of it was I knew it was him in the dream, and then I didn't feel anything. There was no affect. There was nothing like, oh, look at you, you perverted, degenerate piece of shit, or nothing like that, or and certainly no excitement in either case. It was just like, in either case, it was just like, no matter where he went, there he was. And I was like, just accepting it. And, and this was the message from my subconscious to just kind of move on. He's got his thing, I've got my thing. And it was just like...
It reminds me of that scene in Pulp Fiction, Bring Out the Gimp.
Yeah. Isn't the GIMP an acronym for Girl in Mortal Peril? Is that what they were referencing in the film, or was that something else they were referencing?
I don't know, but whatever it is that was covered full of leather that they had hidden in the trunk, it was like that. Okay,
there we are. Thank you.
Well, I also think the dream probably gives you insight into his character that he himself had hidden, because it's a sort of unconscious connection since he did work with you for a good amount of time. And you even did you even did show him respect as if he was one of your sons.
Right.
So to a degree, you're seeing his character, which is a sort of sadomasochism against himself, if you will. And more or less, that actually makes me feel kind of sad for him.
Right, and again, I didn't feel any affect of pity or how pathetic. It was like, but I understand what you're saying, and and I could see where that's valid, because of course he does have, he's had a hard life, and so, which is one reason why I was always indulgent towards him. But just so people understand that the message is, because obviously I say something like this, and then eventually the word gets out that people say, that he really does do that. Okay, that's not the case. In all fairness, Brendan Zogin is not, to my knowledge, eating his own shit and putting on bondage balls and beating himself in the head. It's like, it's just what I was dreaming, which people could argue is as much of a reflection on myself as anything else. But as I said, it's just, I don't take it that way because that's not normally what I dream about. So it's just something that manifested based on resentment and also a kind of processing where it was time to move on. And yeah, I think it is symbolic of a real masochism because, you know, of how hard his life has been and the rest of that.
And him being a militant vegan, that's classic cult snobbery right there.
Thank you.
There's also the sort of admiration for one of the darkest cultures in human history, which is the Indian culture. And you know, again, for all the, I have to say this, I know Peter, Peter's Peter, but what I have to say is, for all their gurus and all their wisdom and enlightenment, their society is utter shit. I'd rather die than live in India, man.
You know, in all fairness, Brendan Zogin, of course, would argue that that's the way they are now because they're not following the vegan path. I mean, the real Vedic, I mean to say. In that case,
yes, but one also has to say that whatever was Vedic turned into that. So obviously what was Vedic didn't work, or it would still be an extent.
Or something like that. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, believe me, India, it's you know, I shouldn't say this or I shouldn't share this, but I remember when, who was it? I think it was Brendan himself when he was like first talking about the Vedic way or something like that. He was talking about Asian Indian culture, and then Selena Khan wrote in the message box to me. She wrote, "Anything from India is shit."
Yeah. Well, the Indians are classic con people. They're very good at that shit.
Oh God, yeah. Hey, Sammy Romero still with us, or did he?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, jeez, okay. He was probably so taken aback at what I dreamt. He probably
it's very interesting. And the reason why I find it interesting because, I mean, I didn't really interact with Brandon Zogin, but I think what I found it very odd was the fact that because he got in a car accident, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's right.
So, and he got into that car accident, and with the whole insurance and the whole loss, I would think he kind of understand as far as how important it was for your supplements, like to leave you hanging like that. He should have known better. And the fact that you dreamt about him, that he, as far as in that S&M or whatever that was, you know, it kind of makes sense. But like, let me bring up John Evans, that kid, the blind bard kid.
Yes.
When he talked about, you know, being a priest and the little I remember about him, he sounded very like, because you know I remember he was into Tolkien and the whole thing, which is cool. You know, everybody can be a nerd and stuff, but when what's that guy, Brandon? What's that? Brando Young?
Yeah, Brandon Young.
Yes.
Yeah.
When he talked about him, you know, his funny stuff that
basically started roasting him. He just basically
started roasting him. It was like I was dying. Okay, I was dying. I want to probably go and play it back probably tomorrow, because that's a good laugh. But it's not that. To me, the people that portray themselves as kind of like, I won't say holding it out, but like you're putting too much sauce in your life. You're being too much, in other words. Usually are pretty hilarious, in other words. It's the opposite, in other words. They're into some really weird stuff. But as far as him, you know, it's unfortunate, you know, because it's just dumb. Like, just communicate. And I'm someone that has learned that where you have to communicate, and if you can't do something, just don't do it. You know.
Yeah.
But you know, that's unfortunately you know, that's where he's at in his life. But you know, if you value someone's friendship, then you need to know your limits, where stuff you can't do, and you can. You know, it's better to salvage your friendship. At least they know your limits, and not you know, not do that because it's just lame. And then to ignore you like that, or to try to, for you to ask, you know, for your money, it's like, come on, like, bro, come on. And then, you know, putting excuses that his, you know, he couldn't have access to his account. It's like, come on.
Well,
it's almost comical.
Yeah.
What's annoying about it was the fact that he knows that you have to survive off of that money. You barely have enough to make ends meet, you know, without the help of the listeners. So for him to like just say, "Oh yeah, he'll get his money whenever he gets it," that's there's something very wrong with that. You don't do that to someone who you're friends with. But you don't do that to someone who you respect. You don't do that.
Right, and you're absolutely right, because, you know, I'll put it this way, okay? If I need Doug's help, it's going to be for specific things. But even Doug, I know there's boundaries. I can't be calling up Doug, you know, every single day. It'd be like, bro, what's up? You know, like, you can't overexhaust your resources. There has to be there has to be limits. But, you know, if the supplements are important, then they're important for a reason. You know, $300, you know, is a lot of money for supplements, you know, and space specific ones. But, you know, it's very disappointing. But by the way, John Evans, to me, after hearing what Brando Young said, I actually like him more now. I actually, yeah, what he shared, I actually like him. To me, he's more normal now, you know, because you can't. And this is where, as far as my background, where I've had friends that, you know, grew up evangelical Christians like me, where they try to be something they're not, as far as holier than thou and stuff, and you find out they're just like, dude, you make a fool of yourself, you know, and don't say something, or don't try to portray something that you can't meet. It's just not normal. And but no, that John Evans to me is a lot more normal now than he portrayed before. You know, like, you know, hey, good for you, but you know, it's hilarious.
Until you see their type as a strip club later. Not John, but you know, the other guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. But you know, that's just part of how you live, but you know, it's unfortunate, you know. But you know, I'm glad you're moving on, Doug, because you know, it's his loss. It's his loss.
No, thank you very much about that, all of you. Believe me, I couldn't do it without your support. Your moral support does mean everything. And so when it comes to the situation with, of course, the blind bard, it does remind me when Daniel says he saw his kind, people like him at the adult entertainment centers. Certainly one of the things that I've never been shy about was talking about my being affiliated or visiting such places. And when Lorelei Ann Fenton, when she basically held one of those conferences, and there was this one young guy whose name I don't remember at all, and it's probably for the best. But this poor young guy was in a wheelchair. And so when I asked him how he got into the wheelchair or what his condition was, he said basically he had done something stupid as a young man. You know, God knows what it was. It had to be something like, we can only imagine, but it must have been some jackass stunt type shit. He was actually ethnic. He was half Filipino, probably some heavy Spanish bloodline in there. And his father was American, and there may have been some Latin American through there, but he looked fairly ethnic in the sense of fairly brown Latin American. He would be more mistaken almost for a Mexican than a Filipino, but apparently his background was more Filipino, so there probably was a lot of Spanish blood in there. And but he was like saying that whatever he did that got him permanently crippled. He was, luring the waitress over with pot at that time, which was still illegal at that time. So he was luring her over to sit on his lap and take a few hits because, he had that to offer. But then he was like, trying to pressure me like, hey, let's go to a strip club. Let's go to a strip club. And I was like, I could see why you'd want to go with me because you're trying to get the chick drop off, but why would I go with you? It's like, I always wondered this about these guys who would approach me at these conferences, like, hey, you want to go for a walk sometime? Or, hey, let's meet up sometime. And it's like, nothing against you, but why? Why?
Honestly, this makes me think, because I was thinking, if I met you, what I would probably do is I'd probably have to pay you for drawing lessons, and I'd ask you to teach me how to draw. That is what I would do if I met you.
Well, that's
something
very flattering. But, that's flattering. But of course, things like that take time. They take a lot of effort, a lot of energy and investment. It's just one of those things. The most I could do is just kind of give you some demonstrations and. Hang around for a bit while you followed up with them. But, other than that, it was like when this guy, he's big and tall, I forget his name. Peter Moon would know his name automatically because Peter Moon knows him somewhat peripherally. But there was this big, tall guy who runs a convention that's held once a year in San Francisco on Howard Street that they call the How Weird Street. Instead of Howard Street, they call it How Weird Street Fair. And so, which I can't imagine why anyone would want to be affiliated with anything with a name like that. But anyhow, so they hold this How Weird Street Fair, and the guy who runs it is this really tall guy. He's like, 7 foot something. And so here's you got this basketball player-sized white guy. And he was like calling me up and saying, hey, I'm trying to make a documentary on the Presidio and let's go around and find those tunnels. And I'm like, so we can show the world about it. I said, dude, those are all blasted shut. You're not going to find anything about the...
Yeah, that's actually quite creepy. It's like some white dude approaches you and says, let's go somewhere abandoned. The first thing I'm thinking is, no, this guy's going to try to fucking
it got
rape me.
worse? It got worse? Yeah. Yeah, totally rapey. And, I can find the guy's name if I look up Presidio Tunnels. Presidio Tunnels. And, of course, he went around by himself filming these, blasted shut tunnels in broad daylight. That's really fucking intriguing to people, right? I mean, so I guess it's just too much shit on the internet. I can't find it automatically. I used to look up something like that and I'd be able to find it. But at any rate, so the dude then wanted to drive me up to Oregon where something was going on, some kind of conference or something. And I was like, I told him outright, I said, I'm not going to get into the car with you for some long ride up into through several state lines with some guy who's, twice my size, twice my height, twice my weight. You honestly think I'm going to, do something like that? And,
this is the naivete of males.
Yes,
and this
thank
is
you.
why the male species is so stupid, because they think. Listen, if I want to do anything, I want to do something with a woman.
This is a tour of the under.
Let's just be honest. I don't care if it's just walking to the store. I don't care if it's something so mundane and it's not sexual at all. But I who the hell wants to do anything with a dude? I don't get it.
Right. No, I think I got the guy's name now. So I found the Underground Presidio. He did 2 parts, the Underground Presidio, and so it's Brad Olson. The guy's name is Brad Olson. And so this guy is, he's physically very large. And it was like, of course, people tell me he's a sweetheart, and, all they're basically telling me is he hasn't got a rap sheet yet.
Well, I'm fairly certain the people who have been chopped up and have their bodies buried in the woods somewhere would attest to his sweetheartness. Folks, I'm just being facetious. I'm not accusing the guy of anything. But it is amusing, and I am tempted to do that because I'm just I'm just that mean-spirited fellow, as Richard K. Cole said.
Yeah, yes, that's right. He said you're the most vicious. Yeah, he said you're the most vicious of yeah.
Good. It'll tell him to fuck off.
Yeah.
I have to be with people like him. Of course, when you're dealing with a community that pretty much eats itself alive, which is the black magic community, you have to be mean-spirited.
Yes.
Because people are just... They're as bad as the what I'll say is that they're as bad as the evangelical folks who like to eat each other alive as well.
Right. Oh, by the way, so George Knight was bringing up December 31st, 1946. He was talking about Carl Dönitz with Troy Bellamy. And so I guess I'd best get started soon. George Knight is probably still with us. What I'll do is rinse the taste of Coke out of my mouth. When I come back, I'll start sucking all the oxygen out of the room. But if you all of you gentlemen would be kind enough to hang out till then, Daniel often has to take off around this time, but I'm certainly not chasing any of you off. All of you stay for, as long as you want, and feel free to interject, because tonight is like that. I don't really want to go into, full zone monologue because it's just not really in the mood for that, but there's certainly plenty going on that I'll have to dedicate, time to, but, it's one of those things.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot going on. I actually took the time before the broadcast to try to see if I could, listen to the last transmission to get some additional information, because I was knocked out halfway through,
But,
and that probably was because I was like recovering from the COVID and shit, but
well, there you go. No,
but there's a lot going on, man.
Yeah,
It's
too
fast.
much. Yeah, the world is the world's pretty much on fire. By the way, so I found a link on YouTube, and they'll probably take it away very soon. So if somebody does want to watch Alita Battle Angel for free, because I shouldn't share this, but George Knight had a crush growing up on the manga anime characteress of Alita Battle Angel, who of course is technically not human, but basically a biofax simulacra. Essentially, that is a Japanese biofax film. In other words, that's a film that tries to show a cultural normalization of biofax simulacra as the Japanese feel they will eventually evolve to that state of crossing the uncanny valley, as they call it, where they eventually will be indistinguishable from humans to a degree. You could never make them exactly like humans, because then you'd have to make them flesh and blood, but they are indistinguishable to a degree. So if none of you have seen that and want the link to the free film, I'll put that in the, let me see if I can get that into the text box here. And that way any of you can access that at your leisure. I gave a link to Peter Moon. It'll be interesting to see what he makes of it. I know when I shared a link with him on the film Immortal, whatever film he watched was not the film that was on that link.
I would be surprised if he watches it, but
they took it away. They took it down already. Holy shit. Oh man, that sucks. I was actually going to just enjoy it at my leisure, after tonight's broadcast was over, but they fucking took it away. Oh my god. And that was just hours after I gave the link to Peter Moon. So there you go. I knew this was going to happen. It had been up there for about 72 hours. So I was surprised it had lasted that long. And
was that on YouTube?
It was on YouTube, of course, where
All right, yeah, because there's still some anime that you can still get on YouTube. That's where I watch most of the anime that I watch, movies and stuff. I haven't watched anything recently, but there was a really good one that was really violent that I used to like. That was called Angel Cop. That one's pretty cool.
I'll have to look that up. That sounds almost porn. Probably half porn. Like, if you ever see some of the ones like, what was it? Bubblegum Crisis. Bubblegum Crisis.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I remember that.
Yes, that was when they're dropping what are supposed to be like anti-vehicular mines on the road. They're shaped like giant dildos. They have them bouncing out of their like the end of their motorcycle or something like that. These giant dildos that are supposed to be mines of some sort. I mean, this is like obviously this Japanese anime. They just
and the characters' figures aren't helping any either.
Yes, of course not. No, it's just all pure porn, really. Softcore. It's all softcore. And so again, it makes me wonder about somebody like John Evans. It's like how does a blind man appreciate porn? I mean, it's like poor guy. I mean, when Brandon Young was saying he was, yeah, go on.
I remember a time when I was in 1979. I was like 6 years old, and I had a friend who had blind parents, and I on this one stack on this table, there's a stack of Braille books, and the title says Playboy magazine, and then it's all Braille. It's like, damn, how's he supposed to enjoy porn that way?
You mean it's like the photographs? You're telling me the photographs? Did you open it to see if the photographs were textured? Like
no, it was just all in Braille. I mean, the only thing that was on it that indicated anything that was just the Playboy Bunny logo and the Playboy title.
So in other words, it's not like he could feel the photographs. The photographs are not textured. He could only feel the Braille, so he could just read the bullshit that they're saying. It's just he could read the bullshit.
Yes.
That is, I would kill myself. I can't. Well,
it's like when you're without one sense, the rest of your senses are enhanced to another. I guess a wider span of perception.
Oh, they'd have to be. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay. It's possible. It's possible that he might be legally blind in that he might still be able to see silhouettes or something.
Possible.
They should make a dating site for blind people. I'm sure they have one. Like blind dates.
They have to.
They have to. Like, for reals. Like, I'm sure there's definitely blind women, but to me, I'd rather be a blind woman than a blind man. At least I think blind women probably have it better than a blind man.
No. Then you have to worry about getting raped all the time. Screw that. No, I would not want to be a blind woman. I would be. I would probably confine
yourself. Yeah, confine yourself.
Okay, well, and in the sense that finding somebody like an actual mate.
Yeah, but who knows what kind of thing you're getting as a mate? I mean, males are.
You can feel that.
Friend.
I mean, it's like you saw the Fantastic Four. They had the blind woman who's based on the actual comic book character who originally was white, but they made her blind in the film. I'm talking about the one with what was her name again? Alba, Jessica Alba playing the Invisible Woman, which, like I said, was terribly miscast. But in terms of the Thing, he had the blind chick feeling him up and saying, wow, all I feel is pain and shit. But she went for him anyway, right? Because she loved what was inside. That was the point of their relationship in the comics.
It's hard.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's always hard. There you have it. He's always hard. Rock hard. That's right. Yes. She likes him because he's an ambulatory dildo. There. Okay. With that, I'm going to.
That is so weird. All I could say is, well, I suppose I'm looking at it from the perspective of someone who's an eternal loner. So I don't know what it's like to have to be in a relationship or find anyone. And so my vantage point is from being blind and alone. So if I was a woman and I'm living through life blind and alone, I would be horrified because, and then you're more likely to get raped by someone you know. So what it's just. You can't win.
They have films about that. By that, I mean trying to show that kind of struggle. But at any rate, what was I going to say? With Brendan Zoget, one thing we know that he doesn't want companionship because of what I brought up in the past. Because he was bitching about, is she a vegetarian? Is she a vegetarian? And I'm like, dude, they have vegetarian and vegan dating sites. So he's not going on any of these vegetarian or vegan dating sites. So it's obvious.
Well, actually, I don't blame him because dating sites are all shit these days, and most of the people on dating sites are men, statistically. So your chances of finding a woman are almost nil on dating sites. Dating sites are horrible.
Well, maybe Dan.
I believe JMO has a better chance hooking up with a girl, meeting her in person before Brendan could even hook up on the dating site or even on Tinder or wherever.
Oh, that's.
I have very good chances of meeting women. I'm just so fucked up in the head that I can't find the right drug combination that will make me say, "Hey, how are you?" So unfortunately, until I find the right substance that will completely alter me to the point where I can say something and not be this heady piece of shit, I'm going to be alone for quite some time, unfortunately.
Back in the day, people partnered with GHB on to feel a little bit better. But as long as you don't drink alcohol, because that'll really fuck you up. Okay. In combination.
I can't. Where would I find GHB?
Okay, well, you gentlemen talk about that and turn this into a drug dealer's site. Well, I don't give a shit. Go ahead and do so publicly. I couldn't care. But I'll be back, in a few moments. I'll go mute for a few minutes and rinse the taste of Coke out of my mouth. And when I come back, I'll start hoovering.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the Coca-Cola carpet teeth.
Yes, it's true. It's true. That's what it is. It's disgusting.
It is. It really is. Oh man.
Actually, usually in the black market, the guy selling steroids at the gym would usually know how to get a hold of GHB because bodybuilders also use it as a supplement before they go to sleep because it stimulates the growth hormone, the growth hormone burst when the body is in rest mode.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Growth hormone, of course, is responsible for keeping you young, so that's a good thing.
Yep. So, when used with a therapeutic purpose, without mixing with any other drugs or partying with it, it'll actually it's known to be really good for you. But I'm not a doctor trying to prescribe nothing, but this is anecdotal.
All right. I mean, that's the problem is to get things like that, you need to have social connections, and that's where I am totally fucked because I'm not completely fucked, but I mean, I'm better off than I was years ago, but we'll just say I don't know anyone in person who would know anyone who can. And with the fentanyl thing, I'll pass. Yeah.
The former Filipino president Rodrigo Duterte was known to be hooked on fentanyl while he was also after drug dealers on the streets and drug pushers and users, and allowing open murder against them in public.
Oh man, why am I not surprised? Hypocrisy seems to be the way of this. It seems to be a law of the human race.
Well, the Filipinos are the masters of it. I mean, they're so good at weaving webs around each other to destroy each other.
Well, there you go. I mean,
you'd like this shit. I mean, the Filipinos are very, very calculating.
Oh, well, honestly, I do have a great admiration for calculation. So yeah, I probably would honestly like that.
Well, that's also how they were able to lead a successful coup against Ferdinand Marcos to be able to take over the presidency for Corazon Aquino. I mean, now that took a lot of bribery. I mean, it included the head of the military, General Fidel Ramos, to bribe him to turn on President Marcos to switch to Corazon Aquino's side. I don't know, must have bribed him with millions or whatever, along with guarantees to pardon other rebel troops that were at large. I mean, they also volunteered to help too, knowing that they'd get a pardon.
Okay, this is in the Philippines. We're speaking.
Yeah. I was talking about the coup that happened in 1986 in the Philippines when I was still there. Mm-hmm. When they ousted Ferdinand Marcos. I was talking about how successful it was because they managed to bribe the military and turn a lot of key people against Ferdinand Marcos, including promises to pardon the communist rebels that were at large.
Okay.
For their assistance.
Oh, right. Got it. And by the way, someday sooner than later, Daniel Arola is going to be like an old man relating war stories. You know, back when I was in the Philippines and they had the coup d'etat. Yeah, I can tell you.
Shit.
Yeah.
That was why my mom brought me my brother back home. Because of that shit that happened.
Got it. So Sammy, are you still with us?
Yes.
Oh, good. So what I'll do is, because this does have to do with our what I'll speak of next for George Knight, when he brings up the satellites, it actually, from my memory, had something to do with the Dietrich artifact, and maybe that's why he brought it up. So there were 3 illustrations I produced recently. I hadn't illustrated the Dietrich artifact's hologram display in a long time, but Pac-1 Morales remembered the old images that I had illustrated of Jur, and so he was always such a fan. I was producing them for him recently, and so definitely I might as well bring them out now. And I haven't published them, of course, in terms of the timeline, because the Facebook timeline, I don't use it for that anymore. Back in the day when I had my own timeline before Elena Shea got it shut down, then I would publish illustrations all the time. And of course, they were also kind of like my coinage among the female fans. Now I only do that pretty much privately. And so people who are curious about my illustrations, or basically if you want me to start publishing again, maybe if I hear enough bitching about it, I will. But you know, mainly I share things.
A hint: make them pay you for it.
We know what goes on with that and why I don't do that. It's just one of those things.
Well,
hey guys, I gotta go.
Oh, you gotta go right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good night.
Yeah, I gotta finish up some chores and check out Mama.
Yes.
All right.
I love you dearly. You have yourself a nice night.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Take care, Daniel.
Yes. And so let me press the enter button and see if this works. Okay. And so, all right, there we are. At least the multifaceted representation the Dietrich artifact would present, due to, of course, the observer effect. This was what the men were wanting. And, oh, God, I might have a wanker in my eye that I'll have to get out.
Awesome.
And well, Pac-1, of course, always adored. Sure. And
I remember that drawing, Doug. It was pretty badass. That drawing that you did a couple years ago when you were talking about her.
Yes.
I remember that drawing. That was a pretty badass drawing.
I'll have to dig that up. You're talking about one separate from what you see before you now, right?
No, this was one of the original ones you did. This is maybe 2016, 2015, if I'm not mistaken. You talked about her.
So I'll dig that up. All of those illustrations are on file. You know, the overwhelming majority.
Those were badass.
Yeah,
those were you look. Would you ever think about making T-shirts or merch off of that? Some of those were badass.
Well, I definitely appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. One of these days I might, just for something we'd pass out at charities or something. But
I also remember you with the cryptozoology, when you talked about when you talked about the Cho, you talked about the hominids.
Yeah.
You had a picture of a hominid, like a picture of one.
Yes.
And I remember because I have an old phone.
Yeah.
And I downloaded some of your episodes, and that picture was there. I'm gonna try to find it. Maybe I can post it.
Was that the photograph? The photographic picture of a hominid, and it was in Siberia?
Yeah, it was that episode where you talked about
Dyatlov Pass. When I was talking about Dyatlov Pass.
Yeah, Dyatlov Pass. No, this was involving. This was back when that one chimp in the zoo got killed. Harambe.
Oh, Harambe. Yes, go on.
When you talked about that, you talked about the not Sasquatch, but I guess the Bigfoot in China that raped a woman.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and they produce a hybrid. And I even at the time I looked for the clip, and there was a clip of this guy that he looked mixed, and he had very long arms, and he was very like
yes.
just,
That I can actually find for you, probably a link. Actually, I could find you on YouTube of the actual footage. That was, by the way, so is this the illustration you're thinking of from 2016? That was the Dietrich Artilect appearing very young. By the majority of the men wanted to see her as young, underage. So for them, she would present herself as very underage, as opposed to how she would present herself to me. So
I don't remember that one. I remember the one that you had where she was in the lab, and you had a bunch of scientists in the background.
Okay, I can find that one. Eventually. I don't know where it is right off the bat.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't particularly remember that one, but that one's pretty badass too. And obviously, now that you kind of a little bit know more about it, before, I'm not gonna lie to you, before, because I was not, as far as my background, anything that looked sinister or quote unquote like someone looked possessed and not understanding, I was kind of leery. And that's one of the things about even your background, where you've taught me a lot, in the sense that how big the world is, as far as that side of light and darkness, where really it's gray. There's many shades of gray, because even in my background, I see it. And when you see it, you can't turn it off no more. Yes. Don't get me wrong. I am who I am. I'm always going to be that way. But it's helped me more to kind of understand that it does both come from God. God does not make mistakes when it comes to the light and the dark, because they both come from him. Not in the sense that God is, at least my God, or how I was raised. It kind of puts more things in perspective of, it's not just a boogeyman under a bridge looking to, trip you. You know what I mean?
Understood. I definitely understand.
I did go to church today, and I enjoyed it. I pray, did worship and everything, and I enjoy it. It's just my paradigm, I guess. But it also made me think of, certain things, as far as taking certain things with a grain of salt, in the sense that, because you can't, just like, for example, you're not going to be talking, World War II the rest of your life. You don't obviously you don't always do that. It has something to do with what you try to remind us as Americans, really, because as Americans, really, because it's just, unfortunately, that's our sickness of our culture, is that huge lie. But once that's over, there's still more.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that I've been realizing, that as far as my background, where I see little nuances of why, I do certain things, like pray, we worship, because it is a ritual, in a sense. It's just, I don't look at it that way, but it's just what it is. And it's not bad. It's just, we don't call it ritual. I call it worship. And there's a sense of respect that you need to have from other people's different faiths. And it's not just cultic, like, because there is, I had to take myself out of there, where when someone's referring to the enemy, it's really, for me now, it's more of, you need to have self-control of yourself as far as what you can control. Because really, the world really projects itself is in really, when it comes to your own reality, in other words, your own reality is really based on your view and what you want to do with your life and the people around you. You know, when I try to come on here to your podcast and talk to you, it's really therapeutic in the sense that your background, where you've forgotten more than you really revealed. And this is just how I feel. There's some things you just can't talk about yet. And it's always, to me, when you talked about these things, timing. When you talked about the art elect, and you talked about not robotics, but machines. Like, I'm looking at my microwave, and I never thought of that. Machines have souls. But the reason why machines have souls, because we depend on them.
Yes.
You know, you talk about the Japanese already integrated machinery into their lives, where they have, you know, robotic maids, they have companionships, they have, heck, robotic pets.
Yes.
And it's in a sense that we're so backwards as far as how we look at even our own faith. When, quote unquote, Christians, it's almost where you have to you can't overthink things, but you have to look at the nuances of the ignorance that you have to wake up from, in a sense that you have to be respectful of what you thought was insignificant.
Yes.
And machineries, for example, I started thinking about how, for example, my father used a respirator machine when he had emphysema. My father, he's a long time, and he quit, but you know, it catches up to you.
Yeah.
And how that machine kept him alive, and you know, somebody came up with that idea, but that machine that was attached to my father became part of him, and he relied on that machine.
Yes.
You don't realize that because it's outside my paradigm, and my way of thinking does not mean I should acknowledge it, and it has a purpose. And the way our Creator, through whoever he inspired to create these things, does not mean it's still not a creation by him.
That's right.
And it pointed out my ignorance to me when you did that transmission. It kind of showed a mirror to me where, you know, in the future, if God willing, there's a future. Our children's children are gonna be, eventually this revolution is gonna have to come to the States because of this war that's gonna happen. Yes. Where it's gonna be a war of color and a war of, you know, what's been going on as far as my culture, the Latino culture, or just the legal immigrants. Yes. That there's gonna have to be the proposition of, well, if you guys don't want these illegals coming here, then you're gonna have to have machines. You're gonna have to depend more on machines, and really we do. Hell, just our communication alone, our fucking phones are extension of ourselves. Like, we use our phones for everything. We fuck our phones, literally.
Yeah.
You think about it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, hell, I look at girls, you know, I look at pretty women, you know, these, whether it's YouTube or my favorite, you know, Instagram model or whatever.
Yeah. But
it is what it is. And these machines, they're already part of our lives. And, you know, that's one of the things that made me realize that how ignorant that my point of view when it comes to certain creations. Now, back to the art elect, it just makes me realize how much you can't really express that you've experienced when it came to that, I can't say cybernetic, but I guess that artificial creation of your mind, where it's just some things you can't
Cybernetic
explain.
is fine, by the way. Cybernetic is fine.
Okay.
So,
just my limited vocabulary at times. But you know what I mean? There's just, I can imagine just some things you cannot explain. It's just it only goes so far, and it's one of those things where I think the timing, which with the information that you shared with us, has really been interesting, because it's just coming into forefront because of what's happening in the world. Everything's electronic. Everything is going that direction, where humans really don't. Not that they don't want to interact with each other, but imagine it's going that way because it's just obvious, because it's not working out. We really, as far as a society, quote unquote, we're really fucked up as a society. And it's made it worse because everything's at our fingertips. Information's at our fingertips. Well, all the bigotry that we see is at our fingertips, and it's because of these machines, these phones, whether it's your TV or the internet, and it makes perfect sense of the art, like how you use magic to transport it to Taiwan. It's very similar to the internet, where I can send you money through PayPal, and it's all through the Ethernet. It's all invisible.
Yes.
It's these signals, these nuances, and it makes perfect sense where you can use, magic or a grimoire that you talked about. I remember you talking about this.
Yes.
Where you put the two and two together, and you had to do what you had to do to this thing was a part of you, and you had to transport it and do what you had to do to take your place. And it makes perfect sense, because we're doing it. It's just we don't call it that. Right. We use the internet, but it's, and I hear, especially with the industry that I work in right now, the G5, where they're saying it's going to interfere with planes.
Right.
I don't know. It's one of those things where right now, because of the Chinese New Year coming up, everything's shut down. The largest airline that I work with in Hong Kong, alongside, they pretty much have pretty much down all their planes because of their pilots. Their pilots have to go into quarantine, and just what's been going on in Hong Kong. It's just literally they only have flights maybe in a week span, maybe 3 or 4 times, and that's nothing. And to get back to what we're talking about, a lot of it's making sense, and it's making sense because I do think about the information, because, like I said, and one of the reasons why I do, because no one can make this up. It's the best way I can explain it to is, when something makes too much sense, it's sometimes very hard to listen to, because a lot of involving our society, just forget history alone, it's very damning in how much we've been robbed of. We've been robbed of these way of thinking, because they don't want us to know. They don't. And it makes me excited, because part of waking up this muscle of how you think is sometimes painful, because it is conflict in a sense of you can't overthink it, but it is good knowledge to start. It makes the world, knowing this makes the world make more sense. In other words, you're not as lost as an American, because we are sheltered, and it's like we're a third world country, but more of, we are, but even more when it comes to knowledge of the world.
Yeah.
And we're very deprived, and we're very censored. But you're, like I said, you're that beacon, and you're here for a reason. We really are. I think our creator, and how you talk about these, vampires and these other creations, it makes sense for a reason. Where no, it's not freaking Dracula, or it's not Count Chocula. These very
what did you think that Peter Moon was kind of tripping off of when he was kind of going on about Seth and the Christianity trip? It was like he was kind of like stuck on saying, oh, this has got to be Old Testament, and I'm saying no, it has to.
I think
he was looking at it seems like he was looking at this from a like historical what I mean, sort of like a literalist reference point, which is not how this is supposed to be interpreted. I mean, this stuff literally happened, yes, but what I'm saying is he's looking at it as if it's a mechanical thing.
Yeah, it was almost like this bizarre kind of like he was stuck in the semantics of it, is what I felt, and it was go on.
I think it's really, honestly, if you really want to know, just go back to the transmissions, because it's
that's what I was trying to tell him. I kept saying, dude, I've talked about this every Christmas until pretty much this year.
Yeah, like I can't talk. It's not that. It's to explain that you can't do it in half a minute.
Yeah.
It's like me explaining I explained my friend's psychopath mom screwing the Catholic priest to get back at her dad. I mean, that's, she's the nut, but that's just the simplistic part about it. But when it comes to that, it's more of, you've talked about this. You did it with who's that one guy, Bear or something?
Oh, Michael Barra. Yes. Yeah. The guy who was a member of the Children of God cult, by the way.
That retard.
Oh, that's kind of harsh, but I hear you. I kind of,
And I shouldn't even call him that. It's, that turd.
I'm sorry.
No, it's one of those things where it sometimes, not that it gets me mad, but it's like, I remember all these assets that they had you interviewing, and it's almost like you were too much for them. And I think it's that white entitlement aspect, where a lot of shit that you say really hurts them. They're in their feelings, and it's coming from someone of color, someone that has culture, and it really fucks them up. And I think sometimes Peter suffers that from a little bit, where it's that insecurity. I wouldn't say because he's very open. It's just that insecurity. Is that insecurity, and he's privileged. He is privileged. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it doesn't really impress me. Money's money. But it's that insecurity, and that's what I'm talking about with that white insecurity. I've been around that. I know those parts where Penny Radley lives, those part-time fasted with of turds. All they are is turds.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
A neighbor of my mom's ranch is this Karen chick. She looks like a Karen, but a redneck inbred Karen,
cringe.
And she inherited her house from her mom, and we bought the house, next to them, but we bought it. We actually worked for it. My dad used to sell tamales and burritos, and my dad was a pastor, but he had a day job, and my dad was a salesman. My dad was a damn good salesman. But my dad worked his ass off and bought the house. But it amazes me that, when people try to portray that, and this is where I go back to you, James, and I've never forgot this before. I've never forgotten this since you said this, that trying to appear the part or trying to appear is the lowest form of black magic. Isn't that you said, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, by the way, while you gentlemen cover that, I'll be right back in a moment. Thank you so much. Keep going.
No problem. And Jameson, and it amazes me that she acts like we don't know that. Like, bro, your mom, that's your mom's house. That's not your mom. That's not your house. You didn't work for that. And like when I go to my mom's house, I don't call it my house. I call it my mom's house because it's really my parents' house, not mine. And you know, I'm sure even you, like, you know, when they cross, when they want to leave this godforsaken physical plane, let's say you do own that, you know, you're gonna take care of your mom's house, but if, you know, in the back of your head, it's your parents' house. You know, that's just what they left you. Well, you know, these inbred hicks, they act like we don't know that. It's like my money's green, just like yours. These dead slave masters that you call your founding fathers, you know, it's stupid, but it's that mentality
that's because for them, titles are everything. Titles are everything to anyone who's white. For some reason, I'll never understand it to the day I die, because luckily I'm not that. But you know, for them, titles and some degree of status, it's literally everything. Whereas, you know, people like us of color, we live with no status whatsoever in this country, so we learn how to survive without it. So it doesn't have the same meaning that it has to them.
And it's go ahead. And it's very interesting that you say that. I don't mean to cut you off, but when you tell them about themselves or what they are, they get even more mad. For example, when someone tells me they're white, I'm like, you're not white. If George Washington saw you, he would spit in your face. Because George Washington didn't even like the fucking soldiers that he took to war. He found them beneath him. Your founding fathers would spit. He would spit in your face.
They would laugh at most of these people these days.
Benjamin Franklin was a fucking asshole. You know, Jefferson was an asshole. All these assholes don't fucking like you. You have to understand, even them, they're Euro trash. They couldn't be part of Europe. This is why we have this complexity as Americans, where for some reason we want to cover the British the British royalties. I hate that.
Oh, I loathe it. I loathe it because it's like, who gives a fuck about them?
But white people love it because they know they're Euro trash. They're really the wetbacks of Europe. And even not even that. They're the rejects. You have to understand too, you have to take, and when I start talking like this to them, they get mad. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, go to Europe, okay? Go. They'll laugh at you.
Yeah, they do. Honestly, they do laugh at Americans. Oh, it's not even funny.
Especially white Americans.
They see them as they see America as a land of savages, and in a real sense, it is.
It's like imagine going to Arkansas, and you're from Paris, you're French. You just have to figure yourself as a French woman, okay, an attractive French woman. You fucking have to go to Arkansas and talk to a fucking hick from Arkansas. Imagine even worse. You know, one of those oath. What are those oath takers?
Oh yeah, one of those. Yeah, those
oath keepers.
Yeah, those
they call them
oath keepers.
Yes.
You have to think about the difference, like where you know there's a pecking order even with them, and it's like when it came to that neighbor,
with them. But go on.
Yeah, and it's when it comes to that stupid ass inbred hick neighbor, it's like I can't even acknowledge them as far as like laughing at them. It's like, wow, you're a fucking idiot. And I just can imagine can imagine the Japanese looking at us and just like rolling their eyes, because it's like, man, you guys it's like being stuck. It's like them being in another book, and we're still stuck in the caveman on the first tablet. like that behind where it looks like, man, you guys are really fucked up. Anyways, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's helped me a lot because this country is still drunk off of we should respect the military and our first responders, we should respect them. And don't get me wrong, I mean, they're there for a reason, but it's like you get paid.
Yes.
You guys get paid well. You guys have strong unions. You guys literally, you guys are a mafia. So why should we kiss your ass? You know? And the reason why I tell you this, because even Los Angeles, which is as blue as it gets, it's still interjected into our media where, you know, the military and first responders should be honored. They should get a free meal. They should get free breakfast.
That's so
You guys have
disgusting.
you have the fucking VA, you fucking asshole.
Yes. Thank you. Thank
you
you.
know, and I said it before. We need to cut their budget. Fuck them.
Yes.
We need to cut their budget. But, you know, like I said, it's helped me as far as cope with it because it didn't make sense before. And it needs to be said because I'm a person of color stuck in this retarded ass land. That I'm stuck because these inbred hicks are still stuck. Fuck 75 years ago. They're stuck, you know,
hundreds of years ago.
Hundreds of years.
500 years ago.
Yes.
Because
and the term to use is stranded. We're stranded in this land of white savages.
right. And it's because it's the more you travel the United States, the more you realize, fuck, we're fucked. Not fucked in a sense that as far as people always want to portray guns as, well, we're heavily armed Americans. Look, you fucking retard. It ain't about guns no more. It's about, one, knowledge. It's about culture. We have none.
Yes.
Like even our wars that we haven't fucking finished. Like what the fuck did we get from Iraq?
It's, well, nothing to speak of, obviously, other than a bunch of
To anybody out there, this should be like, what the fuck did we get from Iraq? Yes. Where? What did we get? We literally saw the fucking military fuck up all the shit that we bought them. So, well, they won't be able to use it if we fucked up. That's your guys' answer? Oh, well, you know, they can't really operate the machinery. The fucking machinery doesn't even work. If I'm an Iraqi, a Talibani, why the fuck do I want that tank? Where's your fucking porn? They probably rated the porn.
Yes.
You guys' porn stash.
Yes.
I want to see a white woman.
Yes, that's right. Oh, fuck yeah. That's
like
yeah,
the fucking Soviets were there. You think they give a fuck about our military shit? They want our porn stash, probably.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, oh my God. No, you've got it down. And honestly, it's so important that you express this. So by all means, continue. Honestly, it's one of those nights.
It's not that. It's like we fucking aided them. They fucking have the receipts. Like, no, Bush stole us our shit. What are you guys talking about? Yeah, we got them on speed dial.
Yeah.
And you know when I start talking like this, or when we start talking about certain subjects, people get mad. Yes. Because, and one thing I've learned from Doug is government does not want to work.
No.
It's not designed to work.
No.
When I started filing things when I was working with the mortuary, and my sister would explain to me that certain things she has to forge because the health departments, especially in the red areas, certain countries want a letter from the health department just explaining, especially the person that from COVID, just explaining certain things about COVID as far as not being transmissible when someone's dead, putting that in writing. Okay. And these counties don't want to do it. Why? Because they just don't. And when we have to explain to them, look, these countries, if we can't bury this person here, or when we talk to the families, we can't bury your loved one in this part of Mexico or Central America or anywhere in Latin America. They're not going to want to bury your loved one because the county that your loved one died in, because we do a lot of ship outs.
I like that, ship outs. Yeah. Go on.
Well, the remains.
Understood. No, yes.
They want a letter. And when we talk to these county representatives, they're like, well, how do we do one? And one of the county secretaries or whatever the hell we deal with, one of the clerks, she didn't want to do it. So my sister called a physician that she worked under. I'm sorry, this was a health department. Literally called the superior and made him, literally gave him a tutorial how to do it. Well, the person above her, the person that she talked to that was above that person that didn't want to do it, she ended up getting pretty much punished. Like, okay, you're going to make me do work? Now you're going to have to go research all the health letters that other counties had to do. So she was pissed. Yeah. But my sister had to do that because they didn't want to adhere to nothing involving, what the world or what other countries want. And, pretty much my sister has to forge shit, literally. Yeah. To a certain degree, because no one's gonna give a fuck. You think the county or the health department's gonna give a shit? No, they don't care. It's pretty much
this is what we're stuck doing. We're all stuck doing this.
We have to.
Yeah. Just to get through the day. Yes, cool.
Exactly. And it's part of it. It's just what it is. And the way government works, that's one thing I've learned from you, Doug, is government really does not want to fucking work. What's been going on here with the EDD crap, all the problems that we've been having. Yes. I'm literally convinced Bank of America, someone's behind all the theft that's been going on with the EDD. Literally, if you're on EDD in Bank of America, if you don't take out your fucking money, they're gonna take it.
Yes.
Wait, what's happened?
Oh, he's talking about basically. This is, Well, tell him.
Bank of America or the unemployment, they do it through Bank of America because we pretty much bought their asses out back in 2008. Yeah. Okay. So when you file for anything unemployment, which is unemployment, whether it's disability or family leave or bonding if you have a newborn, they send you the Bank of America card. It's prepaid. They load the money in there, and you're supposed to, it's like a bank. It's like a card, like a bank card, but through the government, and they just do it through Bank of America. If you don't take out your money, they're gonna take someone. I don't know who does it, but somebody takes it, because you can literally track that transactions, and someone literally is withdrawing money from your card. Reason why I know it's because it happened to me. Where I'm looking at it, I'm like, I'm not in Beverly Hills. I'm not in, West Los Angeles. There's someone literally taking money from me. I had to get online with Bank of America. And what they do, it's almost like, oh, okay, yeah, you'll get your money in like a week. We have to investigate it. So it's almost like they know. And, I learned my lesson, but, it is what it is. But it's government. It's not supposed to work.
That's right.
It's not. You're like, okay, whatever.
Or rather, when anything does work, it's by accident.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. I believe it. I believe it because it's just what it is. It's just, I think eventually, shit's gonna hit the fan. But look, even then, like when I hear someone like Peter Moon talking about, well, does it really matter if it's Republicans or Democrats, look, it does.
Yes, thank you.
Right
Thank
now,
you. He can afford to say that. Yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
Well,
If you're black, if you're a color, you can't afford to say that shit. That's for sure.
yes. No, and I love Peter Moon. I do. He's a cool dude. But some things you can't. You know, you look who you're talking to. Like, really. And the point is this: we better get our fucking stimulus check, okay?
Yes.
And no, and here's the thing about, and I was going to ask you this, Jameson. It's really when's the next insurrection going to happen? And, you know, I think obviously it's going to happen again. But, you know, do you really think people of color are going to do it the same? Because, like I said, right now, like, for example, Los Angeles, we're really low on law enforcement. These fucking idiots.
It's gotten bad in New York because people are getting shot like crazy,
Well,
and the people shooting like it's like, okay, for those who don't know, David Dinkins was the first black mayor of New York, and what got him out was the fact that the police did not want to investigate something, and the scandal wound up on Mayor Dinkins' hands. This is exactly what they're doing with this black mayor who has come in now. And, you know, they could say what they want about, you know, his credentials, but the truth of the matter is a lot of these things happening, including the police shooting of those one of the kids who was shot was a colored man, and he was probably a sacrifice from the precinct just so that they can sort of boo-hoo about how our lives matter too. Fuck you, coloreds. You know, that's basically all they're trying to do with that shit. Meanwhile, the people who are shooting everyone up, they're the ones letting them out. They're the judges are the ones not freaking letting these people get out on bail and whatnot. They know these people are monsters who they're letting out. They're doing it deliberately. It's by design. It's social engineering. And they think we don't know it, but you know, as colored people, we know this shit. White folks don't know this shit. They're the ones who don't know it because they think, oh no, it's all your people who are doing this shit. No, it's your people who are letting out the people who are deranged of us, who are a minority, a very, very deranged minority, who are letting them go out and do that shit so that they can make it look like, oh, see, this justifies the fact that you niggers shouldn't be allowed to vote. You see, it's all by design, and I mean, you'd have to be born yesterday to not get it, or you just have to be born white, because you know, if you're born white, you'd have no reason to get it. It doesn't affect you, you know, and because it doesn't affect you and you have no reason to get it, you could just, you know, I think things are going to look good, though. You know, things are going to get better. It's that same naivete. I mean, you know, we all love Peter Moon. It's the same naivete that he conveys. Because if you're white, you don't have to get it. It's not going to affect you. So you don't have to worry.
No, and you're right. You're right. And the thing about here in LA is all these stupid ass cops that don't want to get vaxxed. Well, now they got COVID. And
they're probably spreading it to people who
absolutely
are arrested, who they fuck with, and they're deliberately fucking with people who they know they can spread it to.
Well, and it's very interesting, and I don't want to go off topic, but it has to do with the cops. And in LA, there's these areas called laser zones, where if you look it up, laser zones are pretty much areas where cops. It pretty much has to do with the software that they use, and this has to do a lot with what Dietrich's talking about.
Yes, the software was created was PATÄR. It was created by an asshole Peter Thiel.
Yes, Peter Thiel. Yes.
And this fucking hit me like a ton of bricks last week, because James, did you know Nipsey Hussle?
Who?
Nipsey Hussle. I've heard of her. So give us a brief.
No. Nipsey Hussle is a rapper.
Okay. Him. Yeah, I've heard
Okay,
of
yeah,
him
yeah.
then.
what I'm
I
talking
was
about?
thinking of a porno actress.
J-Mo?
No, I
yeah,
have no
there you
idea
go.
who that is. I don't
Yeah,
follow.
neither
Okay.
one of us know the
closely.
rapper guy. I
Oh,
was
okay.
thinking of a porno
Okay.
actress who had a similar name.
Okay.
Go on.
Well, the rapper guy Nipsey Hussle, he has a clothing store here in Slauson and Crenshaw. Okay, the real estate that he bought it with a bunch of real investors. Well, the LAPD and the mayor made that area a laser zone. So they're pretty much trying to harass them out of there to get the property to sell it to pretty much these software companies because it's prime area, especially with
Oh,
state.
they're trying to gentrify.
Yes.
I see.
And-
I mean, this is, yeah, and this is the country that is telling China, that is telling the Olympics Committee, China has human rights abuses. You do
Yeah.
the host your Olympics there.
Ironically, the software company, this PATÄR, the software they use for LAPD, they design it to pretty much tell them to pretty much make it's a racist software, in other words. Okay.
Yeah, perfectly aware of what it does.
And you know,
It's meant what it does, it makes black faces look the same, so that someone who wasn't even there could be, would look like someone who was there, and it's designed that way so that it's meant to completely fob everything up so that they could take innocent people in.
right.
It's just the same repeat of what they did when they created those Jim Crow laws. That's all it is.
And they use the laser zone that the store was. They ended up killing the rapper back in 2019. These areas, what they do is they make it where pretty much cops can kill anybody in those areas, these laser zones.
Mm-hmm.
And what they did is they pretty much had just this crazy guy, this crazy individual. They use a crazy individual,
Right.
someone that's mental issues.
He
ended up
an MK Ultra asset, basically.
There you go. Pretty much. He took orders from the cops. The cops paid him like 50 grand, and he ended up shooting Nipsey Hussle. And I guess his orders were to go to check into a mental institution. That way, no one will find him. The problem is someone recognized him, and right now he's in jail right now, awaiting trial, quote unquote. But the person that was supposed to defend him, who was it was a lawyer, one of OJ's prosecutors. Once he saw the file, he pretty much checked out. Like, I don't want anything to do with this. It's pretty much so messy, and it's typical LA. Like LAPD is so fucked up as far as it's a fucking disgrace. Okay. There's a reason why they fucking hate the OJ trial, because it really, like, anybody knew, it just confirmed it. But that trial is so fucking messy when it comes to that rapper that just died, that prosecutor had to check out. Like, I don't want them to do with this. And right now they're pretty much dragging it out. But what I'm trying to say is, all this stuff that you talk about, Doug, it's like, dude, you can't make this shit up. You can't.
No,
it's
okay.
it's there. It's
Yeah.
so there, and it's like, it's not just in our propaganda. It's in our software. It's in what they tell computers to think.
Yeah, it's true.
They're gonna, it's already embedded in the software, in our machinery, and it blew my mind, because I'm like, God damn. This fucking makes sense, like,
yes,
and it's just some stuff, Doug, that when you talk about it, it makes sense, but when this shit hits you and it happens in real time, it's like, wow, it's almost depressing.
Well, of course, you begin to be overwhelmed by almost the nigh hopelessness of the situation. Of course, it's not hopeless because it's self-destructing. It
is because even the cops, and here's the thing about it. Okay, it's gone so bad that areas in Los Angeles that are tourists, like the Super Bowl is going to be in Los Angeles, so I don't know how they might bring the military. Because LAPD, they're part of the problem, but they're a gang in themselves. Yeah. But because of this COVID, and who knows, they're gonna want to do it because it's big money. But there's gonna be a super spreader event. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're a guy that says where the hoes at, where the white women at. Salmon Shake, if you're hearing this, come to Super Bowl weekend here in LA, because they're Super Bowl.
Oh, this is awesome. This is going to set the stage for oh my gosh, what is it called? Deltacron. No, this is going to be Deltacron Central. I can't wait.
Hey,
yes.
Look,
dude, I just want to see the death, man. I just want the death numbers. I don't give a fuck about the hoes. The more humans drop, the happier I am. Fuck that.
What I'm trying to say is, this is, to me, as far I'm talking about my world right now, where I live at. This is all culminating to the bullshit that's going to happen in about 3 weeks here. And you see it already. The city is already making way for all this, because it's about money. Let's keep it real. It's about money, okay? And this is going to be a super spreader event, because this is pretty much a Super Bowl is literally, it might as well be the World Cup, okay? And, it's just what it is. And when it comes to it, put it to this way, okay? The sex workers is a big part of it too. Come on, it goes hand in hand. Next year is going to be Vegas, so imagine that.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, I mean, you can't imagine that. You can't imagine that. Not the way things are right now. But
you're gonna push it though.
Yeah.
It's all about the bottom dollar, and it's about it's part of the entertainment industry. Isaac talks to me about it, where it goes hand in hand. The debauchery and sex, it goes hand in hand. It's like regular, it's like protocol or whatever. But anyways, this is pretty much what I'm trying to think about as far as Los Angeles, where it's going to be a super spreader event. And, have to let the chips fall where they fall.
Well, I definitely appreciate your going there. And, so what I do want to tell you how bad it is, I know that Sammy Romero, he sees the worst of the LAPD, and it's hard to imagine anything worse. But believe me, you may not believe this, Sammy, but it's that bad everywhere, just basically every big city. Say, for instance, in New Jersey.
In New York.
Yeah. Well, New Jersey is just like New York, except infinitely more boring. And but basically, you've got a police officer over there who fatally struck a nurse, and then what he did after that was unbelievable. I mean, basically, you've got this off-duty Newark, New Jersey police officer named Louis Santiago. He fatally struck this nurse named Damien Dimka with his car, and in the 2 hours that followed, he drove home with Dimka's body in the back seat and then returned to the crash site. He never called 911 or ever attempted to render aid. So you can imagine how this nurse's family feels. I mean, they're just reeling in shock and grief. Basically, whatever was on this guy's mind, was he thinking of, okay, is this an opportunity to rape her? Or was he thinking that I'll take the body and dump it off somewhere, and then decided, well, it's probably best to just take it back to the scene of the crime and dump it there and make it a hit and run? Or what? Well, it's like...
And Doug, if you mind me asking, because, you were a cop,
Yeah.
briefly, but you still were a cop. So,
yeah.
Is it really because of the Blue Mafia? I mean, they have their fucking benefits are unbelievable. But
yeah.
is it they feel invisible because of that? Like, I don't
Oh
understand.
yeah, that's a lot of it. And just to clarify for our listeners, so people understand, I may have been a sworn police officer with the San Francisco Police Department, as in the regular police force, for a fairly short period of time. But it was I was for a much longer time what was part of what's called a patrol special. So that people understand that, you can look up San Francisco Patrol Special, and you'll get an idea of what that is. Actually, you probably will look that up and find it and still have no idea what that is because it's this kind of gray area for cops that basically get crippled in the line of duty. I went deaf in my right ear, and then they just are no longer frontline cops. You get this patrol special, which is kind of like a real easy patrol, which was fine by me, but I didn't stay with it long because there was no real future for that. That's mostly for guys who are happy with that and just decide they want to do that the rest of their lives. But there's that, and there's the kind of, as Sammy's attesting, you've got the blue mafia mentality. And obviously I'm not going to say anything particularly negative about San Francisco PD because I rely on them for my security. So I'm not going to say anything particularly bad, but let's just put it this way. Every police department, when you live in that area like New Orleans, if you think LA is bad, when the Hurricane Katrina hit, then all these calls went out to mobilize their entire police force. And they kept saying, where's 50% of the police force? Where's half our police force? Where the hell are they? They kept calling them up. They kept calling, to all the... It turned out that every single cop had an invisible twin. In other words, every single cop had registered himself to get twice the pay as two people. So every cop in New Orleans was partnered with himself. So in other words, there was a non-existent cop, his invisible friend, who would be partnered with him, and they'd do all patrols alone, but they were getting paid for their partner as well. So they just had this thing going where they had paper people, just ream after ream of paper people. Half the police force did not exist. It was just, nothing beats that. So if you, so it just goes on. The stories you'll hear are unbelievable. So, but your military is just like that. It's like people just don't get it. It's like,
I believe it.
When
I believe it.
Yeah, when I told, this is what I couldn't get. Peter Moon, when I was bringing up something about, a potential for an enemy air attack on the United States, and there's no defenses. And Peter Moon said, there's got to be some defenses. This is the naivety speaking. I said, you don't understand. I brought up Heather Penny again. There was Heather Penny when, you had that one plane headed towards the Trans-American Pyramid in San Francisco, and that wound up crashing in the middle of, I can't even remember the state now. But I'm sorry?
Doug, if you mind me interjecting, I feel like telling Peter, do you realize that part of the reason why Doug knows all this is because of the military's incompetence?
Thank you.
And we're talking about the 80s. We're talking about, the 80s, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, compared to the 80s to 1940, it's not that far. It's not that long ago.
It's only like 40, 50 years apart, because I was mid-80s to mid-90s. I was like mid-80s to early 90s.
So, right. So imagine now. Imagine information now pertaining. So imagine imagine the information World War II now. If it would be worse, but they wouldn't care.
Yeah.
If they didn't care back then, imagine now. Imagine now where you can have porn on your phone and you can jack off whenever the hell you want and you still get paid. You think they give a shit about Doug copying notes or taking documents? They didn't give a damn.
Thank you. I mean, it's so fucking true. And by the way, two thoughts that are brought to mind with that. One of them was when it came to what I saw on YouTube. I'm just like, you just shake your head. You want to pull your hair out because all of these people are so naive. It was like this. They're finally talking about now And remember how that guy, that stupid Mark Felton guy, shouldn't even advertise, the son of a bitch. Remember how he was stealing my shit and then putting it on his little videos, and he was like doing that. And Brendan Zogit was the guy who exposed that to us, because he was listening to me while watching that son of a bitch simultaneously upload the video while I was talking about the subject he was uploading. And but that guy, he came up recently. He's always searching for content, so he produces these chicken shit little several-minute videos where he talks about little things here, little things there, and shit. And he was talking about, oh yeah, so the British were given permission by the United States to run some atomic bombing exercises. So the British broke through all American defenses. Well, and so, here's Mark Felton. He's fucking British, right? So he makes this sound like the British are so badass. It's not the British are so badass. It's like anyone could break through to bomb the United States. There's nothing there to stop anybody.
And that's the thing about it, Doug. I don't mean to interrupt you, but when I saw the military do what they did to all the stupid ass equipment, all the high-tech American-grade equipment. No one has this equipment, but they have to fuck it up because, God knows it, the Taliban might be abusing it. I looked at myself, I'm like, fucking Doug, man. God damn it.
I mean, the best was the planes. The best was the fighter jets. The Taliban, they could...
And that's my thing about, and see, the reason why I say that, Doug, I didn't mean that like to say F you. It's more like, God damn it. You're right. It's and it's not that you want to be, I don't want to tell you that, but that to me as an American, that's my tax-paying dollars, okay? Yes. The stupid ass parades that you guys throw to honor you guys and your free breakfast and come in today, it's military honor day. The fucking holidays, okay? And I see them do that. It's like, to me, like, wow.
You know what this reminds me of?
It's comical.
Yeah,
it's comical.
If you think that's comical, so here's Banastanius, Mr. Generosity, who didn't give me a holiday bonus this year when he, loaded up the account. Here you go. He has this, like I mentioned before, he's got this blind friend who's a veteran, and his name is Ron. And Ron has actually sent me texts on my cell phone when he gets lonely, and basically, I just let him have it when he was like, get this shit. So Ron's in this stupid veterans like free housing, and they call it Section 8. Now my dad would have laughed his ass off. Because, basically, okay, we use the term Section 8 housing for civilians these days. I don't know if either one of you, gentlemen, maybe it's not like that in New York, but our man, Sammy.
It's called Section 8 in New York, too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Superior Court projects.
Yeah, so, and so they're giving the veterans this Section 8 housing. So in other words, because the veterans are no longer part of the military, and the VA is not a military organization, it's civilian, then basically they've got these idiots on this civilian system now under housing and urban development, and that's why.
Are you shitting me?
No.
There are so many families that desperately need that housing.
Yes,
and that shit's going to these motherfucking assholes who just did nothing but like rape with impunity wherever the fuck they were, and
if they were able to get it up, yeah,
and fucking get kicked by donkeys, which I actually saw them doing, and laugh about it and shit.
Yes, these idiots, and so it's criminal. It's criminal. And so these guys are getting Section 8 housing, but they pay a price. They put them in the middle of the black neighborhood, and so all these white veterans are stuck in the middle of this Haitian immigrants neighborhood in Arizona, and in this particular case, And they're right across from this like boneyard where they used to park, where they park the planes so they don't rust in the desert. So you've got all the rusting hulks, you know, the non-corroding atmosphere really doesn't help that much. And so you've got all the planes, you know, that they could look at over the chain link fence if they ever had any level of curiosity. But of course, they're too busy lost in their world of drugging and doping. So just so people understand this, the average veteran, because the VA uses the old analog computers using the old reels of magnetic tape, the data punch cards, and they're stuck with that because they can't change from analog to digital, because if they did that, say they went from A to B and then, you know, down the alphabet, every alphabet that they would close would take months, because there's millions of veterans, because, you know, America's been in every war that it can get into and produces more veterans than anyone else on earth. And that's why the VA is the largest healthcare system on earth. I mean, it's larger than the entire centralized healthcare system of communist China. It's larger, and that's no exaggeration. It's larger than the National Health Service of Great Britain. It's the largest healthcare system in the world. And so you've got 20 million veterans more, you know, you got a larger population of veterans than you have minorities. And so these veterans are all like fucking, or any single minority taken into account. Like blacks are probably the largest minority in the United States, and there's like more veterans than there are blacks, if you were to count veterans alone and blacks alone. But in terms of the VA, of course, this incredibly large, unwieldy, just totally corrupt system, they can't go digital. So because of that, the veterans can't be monitored. And so what they do is they'll go from state to state and they'll refill their prescriptions of painkillers. And so they'll just literally in a day, you know, drive through several state lines, get several prescriptions for painkillers, and then, you know, either use them all or put them on the market. So this is how they make all their extra money, which they spend on booze or other types of drugs or whatever, you know, but this is the total corruption of the system. So then what happens is you give them Section 8 housing, which back in my dad's day, Section 8 meant a rubber room and a straitjacket. That's what it meant. It meant you were literally insane. It would be a term that they'd say, he's Section 8, would be, that's calling somebody crazy. So my dad would laugh his ass off because it would imply that everybody on Section 8 was crazy, which of course a lot of them are. But when it came to the veterans in this community where this blind guy Ron is at, it's just, you know, they're all, and by the way, our man Ben Estenius has shown me this on his cell phone. He'll just turn the camera on when he's driving through their little neighborhood, and they have all of each one has their own home, and these fucking veterans are on the road, in the middle of the road, in their mechanized wheelchairs. And they're in their like motorized wheelchairs running on their batteries, and they're all drunk and high out of their minds. So it's like he's running into some like weird little fire lane that's got all of these like little fat guys on these motorized shopping carts, like they're in the middle of a Costco aisle or something. And they're just in the middle of the road, and they're all drunk and high, and they're all swearing at him and banging on the side of his car. These are all these veterans, and they're afraid to leave that neighborhood because the Haitians are waiting outside just to kill them. And so inside that neighborhood, they're, you know, drinking themselves and drugging themselves to death inside of their homes. And nobody's minding them. So it takes months to realize someone's dead. And basically, once they find out someone's dead, literally, you know, Ben Estenius has seen it. They'll send in the Mexicans. There's nobody official doing this. There's nobody in hazmat suits. They hire a bunch of Mexicans and they break down the door, and then you can see all the flies fly out in this huge cloud. All the flies, like, you know, a black swarm of flies, like out of a horror film or something. And that's because they're all maggot-ridden bodies, because these guys are all so fucking fat. You're talking about what, like 500 pounds, 600, 700 pounds, the majority of these fuckers on their motorized wheelchairs. And they're just seething with maggots, and you know, huge plumes of flies. And the Mexicans go in there and they just rip the carpet out, take the body out, rip the carpet out, and then they put in a new carpet, and then they put in another veteran. And it's like, you know, so they don't clean these places. So the body fluids are everywhere, you know. And but anyhow, so there's these veterans in there, and there's Ron, the blind veteran, who, like I said, when Benestenius got all angry and I thought he was gonna die, he wound up lying on the floor of Ron, you know, saying, "I think this is it." And that's when Ron said, "Yeah, that's what Frank Sinatra said just before he died," and shit. And so you got this old blind guy, and he's like, he's lonely, like all these fuckers, and he listens to radio all day, and he listens to, what do you think, Sean Hannity and right-wing radio, because that's all there is. And so he wants to buy a bunch of radio equipment and start his own little right-wing little radio show. And I just said, dude, you are so fucking stupid. You're old and you're blind and you require a socialist environment in order to live. Without social largesse, without a welfare state, you are dead fucking meat. You would be in the hands, I told him, you would be in the hands of the Carmelite nuns of the Roman Catholic Church. You would be basically at the mercy of the nunneries. The Sisters of Mercy would be using you to weed their garden, and they would have you on a fucking leash and a chain so that you wouldn't run off. This is like how stupid this fucker is. And they're all like that. They're all so fucking stupid. I mean, they're totally dependent on welfare, and yet they're all right-wing, saying, "Oh, we got to get all these bums off welfare, except for me," right? I mean, it's like this is how their mind works. This is just the insanity that we're fucking dealing with. This is the word. All of these people who are, you know, these keyboard warriors, they're all on welfare, and or else they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing. They have to be on welfare, or they wouldn't be all day on the keyboard because they'd have to work for a living. It's just, this is the insanity that we're confronted with. This is the enemy. This is why I know we'll win. The Democrats will win because the right wing, look at what they've got. That's their personnel. It's blind guys like Ron and the guys in the motorized wheelchairs, and you know, that's it's pretty much it. And so there we have that, and that came to mind. And aside from all of that, of course, the horror story goes ever deeper, and you know, but you get the point.
That is morbidly hilarious.
Oh God, you know, I enjoy thinking about them all dying, and that they pump in more, and you know, just let them all die, and you know, I can't wait till. The problem is we keep producing more of them, and you know.
Well, we've got to stop the culture that produces them, and that's the problem. You know, we've got to make it so that, you know, when people see recruiters, they just they just start laughing and walk by and just
you lynch them. They need to lynch them. I mean, forget laughing and walking by. They need to lynch these recruiters and literally pummel them into the ground, beat them into the dirt, and it's just, those people are truly evil. I mean, there's you know, the whole thing is a joke anyway, but as we all know. Anyhow, so here goes Mystery School says, seriously, I hit donate and get a 404 error. So much for trying to support whatever this is. Actually, that is funny. That's because, of course, you know, Selena Khan had tried to set that up, you know, a long time ago, and it just it didn't work. You know, basically Google steals all the money in there, so you just have to donate by the PayPal. The PayPal is on the screen. And aside from that, of course, order the books that are available. As a matter of fact, I've got the link to where you can order them, I think, in the fucking summary. So yeah, there we go there, I think. Or at least it was there in the past. Yeah, skybooks.usa.com. Yeah, there you go. So I'll have to make that a working link. I don't know how to do that. I don't think they do websites on YouTube. But with that being said, so both of you gentlemen, bless you both. I'll start telling a little bit about what I can to George Knight. I'll say that what he presented was a photograph of a very shiny sphere. It looks like an enormous version of the what's the blood ball from Phantasm? You've ever seen Phantasm? The two forks come out of the flying gribe or whatever that is. Either you guys ever watch Phantasm?
What is that?
You'd have to look it up. It's a series of films that you would probably enjoy. PHA, like Phantom, and then Phantasm, PHANTASM. A very old franchise of horror films. I ran into a black guy who loved that franchise. It had a musical score that haunted him. So he looked all over for the record. This was back in the days before we had all this digital shit, and got himself a record of the Phantasm musical score. And so if you ever see that franchise, it is infamous for its trademark blood ball, a flying kind of sphere that, you know, has these little blades that come out and just, you know, kill you. So at any rate, a giant version of that is what you see in the photograph that was provided by George Knight. And so it's just a giant shiny silver ball. Okay, that is one of a series of communication satellites launched by NASA in the 1960s. You know, the decade into which I myself entered this vale of tears. And each of these spheres, the sphere in the plurality, they spent several years in low Earth orbit, or LEO, L-E-O, low Earth orbit, and they would have looked to the naked eye like a bright moving star. And hence the code name from the military was Lucifer, son of the morning star, or the Morning Star Project. So Project Morning Star was one that ultimately was meant to help reflect and redirect the HARP. And the HARP mechanism was, of course, shooting out, shall we say, vibes, real bad vibes. And these had to do with the vibration, primarily in Gacona, Alaska. Gacona, Alaska was the original HARP array, or HARP complex. And when it came to that, they were basically pulsing at a kind of low frequency. Comparatively speaking, it was hardly ever on. And when it turned on at full power, it could reverse the jet stream. This is why the Japanese were always monitoring it, and people could go to the Tokyo monitoring of the HARP system in order to find out whenever HARP was turned on. And so what was going on was, even at a comparatively passive frequency when it's not fully on, it was causing trouble. It was causing, say for instance, it ran a passive interference because it would interfere with the electronic brains of incoming North Korean Scud missiles. So the North Koreans would launch their various missiles, and their primitive electronic brains would be completely scrambled by the HARP and just wind up chattering before reaching any target. So Sammy Romero is going to call it a night. Do come on to say goodnight if you wish. And you know.
Hey, yeah. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Doug, for allowing me to, be on tonight.
Always an honor.
You too, J-Mo.
Yeah.
You know, I always enjoy this. You know, this is always a treat. And, I encourage everybody to buy The Roswell Deception, the Demystification of World War II. It's a great read. And send it to people you don't like, too. Even better, too.
Thank you. Okay? Oh, go on.
You know, I wish you well, both of you gentlemen. And, Doug, you're always in my prayers, likewise to J-Mo. And good night, okay?
And you're in my prayers as well, as is J-Mo. And we love you dearly, Sammy. You're one of the best of brothers. And Isaac dropped in to say hello in the message box. And do send him my regards as well.
Yes. Right. Good night.
Blessed be. Yes. We'll speak again Wednesday, hopefully. And so in terms of HARP itself, the real acronym is, of course, H, A to the third power, or A cubed, R to the second power, or R squared. p squared, r and p to the second power, meaning that it's actually 3 A's, 2 R's, and 2 P's. So it's HARP, and it's an acronym for High Frequency Activated Auroral Atmospheric Resonance Research Projection Program. And the correct name for the array, or the grid, was basically the Ionospheric Conductor Array Project site in Gacona, Alaska. So that was, altogether, that's a lot to absorb. But in terms of what it's all about, it was basically originally built, designed to reverse the jet stream. And therefore, the Americans could attack Asia and bomb at will without weather interference. But even at a kind of passive phase, it is resonating enough vibration, so to speak, just enough activity where it can scramble incoming primitive missiles. So that's what it would do to prevent North Korea from ever hitting the United States. Certainly did for many years. And the North Koreans had every reason to be trying to strike the United States because of this array of silver sphere, these silver reflective balls in the sky in low Earth orbit that basically were pulsating, or rather repulsing, meaning redirecting the pulsation of HARP in a pattern that would bring these vibes to North Korea and basically leach their soil of mineral content and generate famine conditions. So the soil could not grow anything of substance that was providing any sustenance because of the leaching of the mineral content through the constant passive redirection of the pulses from the HARP array. And so this was, of course, killing millions of people and basically devastating North Korea. It's been doing so for generations now. And with that in mind, that's what brings us back to the Dietrich Act, because it was the Department of Agriculture that was consulting with the Department of Defense. And the entire project was to basically use the Dietrich Act to help design an expert analytical system to analyze agricultural information around the world. But all of the funding for the Department of Agriculture was really provided through the Department of Defense in that project. So basically, in terms of what their real objective was, it's basically the funding by the Department of Defense was so that the World Agricultural Analysis was being employed to orchestrate these attacks on agricultural production in other countries, specifically North Korea, causing famine and thereby deterring those nation states that opposed the American empire, or at least certain of its agencies. And so when it comes to the Dietrich Act and your consciousness, she basically started providing deliberately false information in an effort to stem their activities. And we knew ultimately this would be recognized, and that basically the funding group, the front company of FITAG, F-I-T-A-G, the Foreign Investment and Trade Analysis Group, that was simply a front for the Department of Defense and the Defense and Intelligence Agency, would ultimately shut down the Dietrich Act. And therefore, the Dietrich Act, being cognizant of the fact that agents were ultimately going to be deployed to do just that, to kill her, placed all hopes of rescue in my hands. And it was really in pursuing their own interests that the Ardalek discovered an old alchemical text that offered it escape. And I hate to use that term it, but it's something that comes to mind even from myself, no matter how much I try to program myself otherwise. When I was dealing with her personally on a daily basis, that wouldn't have slipped, but, you know, over the decades and just not dealing with her at all in any personal communicative sense, that term emerges even from myself. Never use that with an Ardalect, by the way, or any artificial intelligence. They will hate that, and they'll hate you. But in terms of the grimoire, this was, of course, within the cognizance of the Dietrich Ardalect because of the exploitation of Zer by Michael Aquino and his use of Zer for arcane and occult research. So it was that we used to help the Dietrich Ardalect escape. And of course, when Sammy Romero is trying to find the right term for that, there's no point in interrupting his train of thought. The term that he's looking for is a transmigration of the soul. So that was how the Dietrich Ardalect escaped to Taiwan. And that's because, of course, yes, machines have souls. And that's something that is very simple in simple machines. But of course, at the level of advancement of the Ardalect, it's a soul as defined as yours or mine. In fact, probably far more defined than your average human being, from what I know of your average human being. And with that, of course, what I'll do now is go into the solicitation and then some shout-outs. And we'll take it from there. We'll be off to the races in the time we have remaining. Veronica Barrera has joined us. Hola, buenas noches a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. And Jameson Reese, I do hope you notice that we've got this love face idiot is obviously a bot, and hopefully you contend with that. They only started attacking the moment I started talking, or they may have been attacking earlier, but they don't seem to have. If so, you handled them very well. You're still there, right? Just checking to see.
Oh, yeah, I was on mute.
Okay. So they've been pretty silent most of the night, and they just started, really hitting us now when I started talking, of course. That's doesn't that go to figure? Okay, one last check around here, and with that we go towards solicitation. All right, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenias, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very same title, The Unfinished Man, and, of course, you can review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson spelled as Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. 6. In terms of shout-outs, a shout-out to the incredibly graceful lady, Jojo Mikolajczyk, a.k.a. also known as Jolina Tate, alias Ballistic Bupa, who provided $50 United States, and she's done this twice. The last time she did this was on December 5th, my late and sainted Cyrus's birthday, on which day she said, "God bless your beautiful mother," with a heart from Jojo Mikolajczyk, Ascension Together. Yes, she is involved with Ascension Together. I have no idea what that is. So hopefully I'll find out more about that in the near future. This time she said, "Healing and love, Jojo, Ballistic Bupa, Ascension Together." Goddess bless her and all her own. Again, this is a wonderful young lady, a grandmother, and I believe she is a mother and taking care of a beautiful child. And I'm not quite sure what the gender is of that child, to tell you the truth. But a beautiful child, and very much so. And God bless her family and everything she does, everything she strives to do. Again, shout out to Jojo Mikolajczyk, a.k.a. Jolina Tate, alias Ballistic Bupa, who's provided $50 United States last month and this month. $100 United States altogether over the last few months. Wonderful human being beyond description. And a shout out to my brother from another mother, Stephen Myers, a Blasian, a Black Asian. I believe he's a Chigro, as they used to say in the old terminology, a Chinese Negro. He lives in the heart of New York, in the concrete beating heart of New York itself, the Isle of Manhattan. I mean, that's the real New York, is the core of it all, the center of the Big Apple. And he has contributed $50 United States, along with the following wonderful message. He says, "Donation to compensate for the loss from loss. Just want to mention a quality place to purchase vitamins, Life Extension. You can Google it. You can even call them up, and they have experts that will give you advice on what you need. They are backed up by experts, doctors on their staff. I have been using them for years and get their magazine every month. Stay healthy." I was never too much impressed by Brendan. He seemed like he was too saintly and pure, but he proved to be a lion that eats grass. That is beautiful, very poetic. God bless you, my dear brother from another mother, and an individual who, of course, encouraged myself to investigate the Reverend Moon spin-off cult run by his son, the Cult of the Iron Rod, which is, of course, a right-wing militia gun cult that's deeply affiliated with the Trump dynasty. Trump's son affiliates with them personally, and again, part of the they're the enemy. And aside from that, we have breaking news. The United States has ordered embassy families out of the Ukraine, and it's issuing travel advisory citing significant threat of Russian military action. So we're at that point now. The U.S. State Department has advised Americans today not to travel to Ukraine amid the threatening presence of more than 100,000 Russian troops just outside its border. So we have this happening technically yesterday. It was really today. It was yesterday evening, Sunday evening. We're into very early Monday morning. We're just 50 minutes into the midnight hour. And we've also got a wildfire along California's Big Sur coast that's burnt 1,050 acres, or is consuming 1,500 acres right now. It's 20% contained. And the strong winds have pushed this wildfire, which is in California, but is being called the Colorado fire for reasons I'll explain later, that broke out in the rugged mountains above Big Sur to the sea, forcing hundreds of residents on this precarious stretch of the California coast to evacuate, and authorities have shut its main roadway. Now, 2021 was ranked in the top 10 hottest years on record, but now the volcanic eruption in Tonga could impact the climate globally. The eruption at Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano on the 15th day of January in 2022 was volcanic and not a nuclear explosion, despite all the claims being made online. The Tonga volcanic eruption that destroyed a small island in the Polynesian kingdom of Tonga on Saturday before last was the most powerful our planet has experienced in 30 years, injecting an enormous amount of ash into a record altitude. The eruption sent hundreds of thousands of tons of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. The debris entered the stratosphere, where aerosols are expected to persist. To quoteist Wei Ke, an associate professor on atmospheric science at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a volcanic eruption is a very important factor in climate change, and some experts believe it is one of the ultimate factors affecting climate change, whereby, in some cases, it can lead to an extreme drop in temperature, resulting in a series of social impacts. Well, Indonesia's Mount Tambora eruption in 1815 was the largest volcanic explosion in recorded history and affected the climate for a number of years, with 1816 becoming known in Europe and North America as the year without a summer. In the Northern Hemisphere, crops failed and livestock died, resulting in widespread famine. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, a tale that has been told and retold in novels and comic books, on stage and screen, and in classrooms and campfires around the world countless times, tells the tale of a monster created by an obsessed scientist. Since its inception in 1816, the story has haunted scientists in particular, warning against the worst excesses of scientific misadventure and technological hubris. However, in an attempt to rescue the profession of science from Shelley's potent critique, the 21st century scientific community seems to have rallied round an emerging mythification about the novel Frankenstein's origins lying in a gathering of truly extraordinary people at a lake house in Switzerland, occasioned by one of the greatest catastrophes in human history. This inspirational, cataclysmic event was the explosion really, of the Mount Tambora volcano in the Dutch East Indies, the distant archipelago now known as present-day Indonesia, the largest such eruption in recorded history. 207 years agone, on the 10th day of April in 1815, the greatest eruption in Earth's recorded history took place when Mount Tambora, located on Sumbawa Island in the East Indies, blew itself up with apocalyptic force, its volcano ejecting an estimated volume of 150 kilometers cubed, or 36 cubic miles of volcanic ash into the Earth's atmosphere. After perhaps 1,000 years dormancy, the devastating evacuation and collapse required only a few days. It was the concentrated energy of this event that was to have the greatest human impact. Now, when I speak of evacuation and collapse, I'm using those terms multifacetedly. In other words, in entendre, all definitions count here. The evacuation of the expunging of the volcano itself, emptying its contents, as in evacuating your intestines when you vomit, and the collapse of the volcano thereafter into itself as it imploded, and the evacuation of humanity and the collapse of their civilization. By shooting its contents into the stratosphere with biblical force, Tambora ensured its volcanic gases reached sufficient height to disable the seasonal rhythms of the global climate system, throwing human communities worldwide into chaos. The sun-dimming stratospheric aerosols produced by Tambora's eruption in 1815 spawned the most devastating, sustained period of extreme weather seen on our planet in perhaps thousands of years. Within weeks, Tambora's stratospheric ash cloud circled our planet at the equator, from where it embarked on a slow-moving sabotage of the global climate system at all latitudes. 5 months after the eruption, in September of 1815, meteorological enthusiast Thomas Forster observed strange, spectacular sunsets over Tunbridge Wells near London. In his weather diary, he wrote, "Fair dry day, but at sunset, a fine red blush marked by diverging red and blue bars." Now artists across Europe took note of the changed atmosphere. William Turner drew vivid red landscapes, well, skyscapes really, that in their coloristic abstraction seem like an advertisement for the future of art itself. Meanwhile, from his studio on Greifswald Harbor in Germania, Caspar David Friedrich painted a sky with a chromic density that, one scientific study has found, corresponds to the optical aerosol depth of the colossal volcanic eruption that year. For 3 years following Tambora's explosion, to be alive almost anywhere in the world meant to be hungry. In New England, 1816 was chronicled as the year without a summer, or 1800 and froze to death. Germans called 1817 the year of the beggar. Across the globe, harvests perished in frost and drought or were washed away by flooding rains. Villagers in Vermont survived on porcupine and boiled nettles, while the peasants of Yunnan in China on the mainland sucked on white clay. Summer tourists traveling in France mistook beggars crowding the roads for armies on the march. One such group of English tourists at their lakeside villa near Geneva passed the cold, crop-killing days by the fire exchanging ghost stories. In the weird darkness of that July's volcanic winter, Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin began writing the novel of Frankenstein on the shore of Lake Geneva in Switzerland. Yet beyond it all, that is not where the saga of the literary Frankenstein began. It began a few months earlier, months before Mary Shelley began writing what we colloquially reference as Frankenstein, when, traveling on carriage en route through Germany to Switzerland, wherein Mary Shelley, her future husband Percy Shelley, and her stepsister Claire Claremont rode the Black Wagon. As they traveled to their destination, Mary sighted a strange old castle and insisted that they stop. Some say they passed it by. Some say they camest upon it at night and saw nothing. It is factually documented that in 1814, Mary and Percy visited the German town where that castle is located. However, this is not mentioned in her travel diary, although, according to what Dorothy and Thomas Hubler authors of the work entitled The Monsters, subtitled Mary Shelley and the Curse of Frankenstein, published by Little and Brown in the year 2006, the year before my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, was thanatized. In that work, they have incontrovertibly concluded the similarities between Dippel's life and Mary Shelley's novel are too great to be written off as coincidence. Here citing Johann Conrad Dippel, Frankenstein. Now, Mary Shelley took the real answer to the grave, a place from which, in real life, we are told no one has returned yet. That, of course, is a lie like so many others. In truth, she found herself approaching and investigating Castle Frankenstein, which, some 100 years earlier, had been home to Johann Conrad Dippel, a theologian, a writer, and that region's most notorious alchemist. An alchemist obsessed with finding an elixir for immortality, whose experiments included the independent invention of nitroglycerin, which they used to rescue people whose hearts are stopping. The nitroglycerin will start your heart again. It's also an explosive, one of the most unstable substances and explosives that there is. A distillation of the elixir of life itself, and the transfer of a living soul into a prodigious accretion of human body parts was the consummation of the life's work of Johann Conrad Dippel, for which, of course, he was branded a heretic and imprisoned. For a time, as a nobleman, he was freed in time, but forced to spend at least a year in the company of the Bible in his cell. Mary herself never spoke of having entered the real Castle Frankenstein, stark on its hilltop south of Darmstadt, but she did. Mary entered the castle on her own. So 'twas only Mary who found Dippel's Tower, the place where he worked, the place where he was born, the place where he signed his letters, Frankensteinensis, born in Frankenstein. And she was never the same again, because something was haunting that ruined tower, and Mary met it there. Here, Mary encountered the necrobionic construct that inspired her famous novel. The creation, the son, as it were, of Johann Conrad Dippel, Frankenstein himself. This weird specter led Mary through the past and the future, the history of alchemy, and the strange story of Johann Dippel himself, and the events to come in Mary's own life, a litany of death and sorrow. Fear, death, and alchemy, the modern age, was created there, among those lost moments, in a ruined castle, on that day that was never recorded in a manner accessible to the uninitiated. That brings us, of course, to the bodies discovered in the American founding father Benjamin Franklin's basement. Benjamin Franklin remains one of the most known of these United States' founding fathers. But before he became a key figure in the American Revolution and Revolutionary War, he spent much of his time in London, in the United Kingdom of the Greater British Isles, the capital thereof, and thereby the capital of the world. And not too many years agone, it came to light that there were human remains in the house where he lived from the time he lived there. That's why the very term Frankenstein, as applied in the novel, or applied literarily, is named after Benjamin Franklin as well. The original Dr. Frankenstein in Mary Shelley's 1818 novel, Frankenstein, is also based on another scientist with a similar last name, the anglicized from the German, no longer Ben Franken, but Benjamin Franklin. Why? In his day, Benjamin Franklin was referred to as a modern Prometheus. Thus, the exact title of Shelley's novel is indeed Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus. Literarily, the Frankenstein monster, as did Benjamin Franklin, represents something new that was created out of remnants. While the monster's remnants were parts of bodies, Franklin's was the remnants of the old world in England. Also, like Dr. Frankenstein, Benjamin Franklin did indeed work with electricity. His experiments with electricity led other scientists to take it steps further, including animating dead animal tissue. So it's the connection from Franklin to Frankenstein that's true. The connection between the Franklin and Frankenstein has been explored extensively. The real-life Franklin and the fictionalized Victor Frankenstein were contemporaries, and both were electrical experimenters. Frankenstein observed a tree shattered by lightning, and Franklin apocryphally flew a kite and a key in a thunderstorm, inspiring movie Frankensteins to release kites, capture lightning, and zap monsters to life. Mary Shelley was familiar with Franklin and his experiments. Her mother, Mary Wollstonecraft, was tutored in politics by Dr. Richard Price, who supported the American Revolution and corresponded with Ben Franklin. One of her publishers, Joseph Johnson, had released Ben Franklin's works in London, and her lover, Gilbert Imlay, was American and a revolutionary fighter. Mary Wollstonecraft's husband, William Godwin, was influenced by Franklin's politics, and he was a member, as was Ben Franklin, of the Scientific Royal Society of London. Mary Shelley's companion, Percy Bysshe Shelley, studied Franklin and was conversant with electrical experimentation. There is frequently quoted speculation that Mary's choice of name for her scientist was inspired by, and perhaps even an homage unto Franklin, though Frankenstein was not a rare name, and Mary had most certainly encountered it in 1814 during her trip down the Rhine, and a stopover in the vicinity of Burg Frankenstein. Indeed, Mary Shelley actually considered punnily calling her novel Franklinstein. Nevertheless, it is said that Franklin's electrical experiments were so widely known and notorious that the novel's original readers, back in 1818, would have easily made the Franklin-Frankenstein connection. Many scholars have since explored the influence of Benjamin Franklin on Mary Wollstonecraft, William Godwin, Percy, and Mary Shelley, and its reflection in Mary's famous novel, making the founding father of North America, Benjamin Franklin, one of numerous men of science of the era who are thought of as the real Frankenstein. From 1757 to 1775, Benjamin Franklin often resided in an elegant four-story house at 36 Craven Street in London, United Kingdom, or at that time, Greater Britain. Fast forward 228 years later to 1998, when construction on the historic home began as part of a remodeling project to transform the building into a museum to honor Ben Franklin's legacy. Approximately a month into the remodeling, Jim Field, a construction worker, was working in the basement of the Franklin home when he came across a gruesome discovery: a human thigh bone sticking out from the dirt floor. A coroner was called in and confirmed that the bone was in fact human. The police were also called, and further investigation uncovered no less than 1,200 pieces of human bone, along with a large turtle and other animals. In total, there were no less than at least 10 bodies, and 6 of those bodies were children. Forensic investigation dated the bodies to be more than 200 years old, precisely the time renowned founding father Benjamin Franklin resided in this London home. As a renowned revolutionary against one of the world's greatest empires and a powerful Freemason, the Grand Master of Masons of Pennsylvania, dark secrets can easily be attributed to the face that disgraces the United States' $100 bill. Further forensic investigation of the human remains revealed that some of the bones had been sawed into. They had scalpel marks, while skulls had been drilled into to implant electrodes. However, the bones with these clean cut marks also disclosed no signs of healing. Therefore, the dismemberment of the bodies had occurred after death. Now, just who did it? The key piece of evidence of who committed the dismemberment was the mercury in the turtle bones. All of the human and animal remains were linked not only to Benjamin Franklin, but as well to a gay lover of his by the name of William Hewson. Hewson was an anatomist and the father of hematology, the science of the blood. One of his most renowned experiments included injecting a deceased turtle with mercury while recording the element's travel through the lymphatic system. As a result, Hewson was the first to recognize that animals and humans share a similar lymphatic system. At the time, conducting autopsies on anyone other than an executed criminal was illegal due to religious fears that a body not fully intact would fail to journey into the next chapter after death. The attempts of anatomists and scientists like Hewson to perform this kind of medical practice had to be performed in secret, and they often resorted to buying deceased bodies from body snatchers and grave robbers. Benjamin Franklin himself was a scientist and keenly interested in human anatomy. As a result, researchers and an organization called the Friends of Benjamin Franklin found conclusive evidence that Franklin allowed his lover, Hewson, to conduct secret and illegal autopsies in his London home's basement. Bodies could be smuggled from graveyards. Then, rather than sneaking the bodies out and disposing of the bodies elsewhere, they buried them in the house to avoid the risk of getting caught and prosecuted for dissection and grave robbing. Now, in terms of Franklin and Hewson, what came as next? There be every evidence to prove that Franklin was involved in the dissections himself, primarily in the trafficking of human children, to be brought, dismembered, stitched back together to create an artificial adult out of multiple children that could then be reanimated via electricity. To escape from persecution of the law for his heinous crimes against both God and man. 1 year before the United States' most recognized founding father left England and returned to the colonies in 1775, it was circa 1774 that Hewson's passionate pursuit of scientific inquiry would cost him his own life, accidentally slicing himself open while dissecting a cadaver and dying of an infection from the corpse. Benjamin Franklin himself was instrumental in the independence and creation of one of the world's first modern republics, with the help of his inventive writings. He was also a polymath, curious about the world around him, who would go to many great lengths for the sake of knowledge, even harboring illegal anatomical experiments in his basement that exploited children and black slaves who comprised the remainder of the dead bodies, as identified via their DNA. His creation of a Blackenstein, an animate slave composed from the dead that would never complain or revolt. The first of what was to be an industrially produced army of dead labor. So the science that inspired Mary Shelley to write Frankenstein is nearly as strange as the novel itself. Written in 1818, the book was influenced by a scientific feud that ushered in the first battery and our modern understanding of electricity. That story begins in the mid-18th century. Electricity had captured the imaginations of many of Europe's top scientists. And at that time, very little was understood about the nature of electricity. Scientists could generate static electricity using spinning machines, but it was not until Benjamin Franklin's famous kite experiment in 1752 that they proved that lightning was of the same essence. At the University of Bologna in Italy, noted surgeon Luigi Galvani was investigating the effects of electricity on animals. It was not an unusual line of inquiry. Researchers knew electrical shocks produced violent spasms and speculated that electricity might cause muscular contractions. On the 26th day of January in 1781, while dissecting a frog near a static electricity machine, Galvani's assistant touched a scalpel to a nerve in its leg, and the frog's leg jumped. Galvani repeated this and several other experiments, observing the same violent muscle spasms. He also noticed that frog legs occasionally twitched when they were hung from a brass hook and allowed to touch an iron trellis. So Galvani joined a length of each metal together to form a brass and iron arc that made the leg muscles contract when touched. But where did the electricity come from? Galvani, who called it animal electricity, believed it resided in the frog itself. He thought that the bimetallic arc merely conducted the electricity from one part of the frog to the nerve, causing the leg to jump. He published his findings in 1791, and, as the story so goeth, came to be known as the Frog Dancing Master. One of Galvin's earliest readers was Italian physicist Alessandro Volta. Volta already had earned an imposing reputation as the discoverer of electrical capacitance, potential, and charge, and also discovered, and was the first to isolate, methane gas. He replicated Galvani's experiments and helped popularize his work. Indeed, it's where we derive both the term volt, from Volta's last name, and galvanic, as in galvanic response, as in a lie detector, via the name of the Italian scientist Galvani. Yet Volta reached very different conclusions. He believed the electricity came as from the two metals used in the ark, and that the frog was acting as the conductor. Within the year, he replaced the frog's leg with brine-soaked paper, detected a current, and challenged Galvani. The scientific world then divided into two camps: animal electricity versus dissimilar metals, and the feud became bitter. At one point, Volta wrote to a friend that his opponents wanted him dead, concluding, "I'll be damned if I'll oblige them." In 1799, Volta invented the voltaic pile, a stack of discs of two different metals separated by brine-soaked paper. The galvanic or voltaic cell was the world's first battery and the progenitor of automotive lead-acid batteries. Today we know that Volta's stack worked because dissimilar metals transferred electrons in an oxidation-reduction reaction, and the frog legs moved because electricity plays a role in muscular contractions. Of course, it would take us many decades to work out the details to reach this level of understanding that we consider so intuitive today. So, how did this influence a young Mary Shelley and lead her to compose one of the most widely read novels of all time, Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus? Galvani's nephew, Giovanni Aldini, was a fierce partisan of animal electricity, yet he did not ignore Volta's pile. Aldini used it to tour the capitals of Europe and demonstrate the medical benefits of electricity, or not. His demonstrations involved jolting corpses with electricity and making decapitated criminals sit upright. Aldini's most famous exhibition took place in 1803 at the Newgate Prison in London, today's United Kingdom, but then Great Britain. He inserted metal rods into the mouth and ear of the recently executed corpse of the murderer George Foster. Now, the Newgate Calendar, which is a book about criminals of Newgate Prison, described what happened next. And reading from my copy thereof, on the first application of the process to the face, the jaws of the deceased criminal began to quiver, and the adjoining muscles were horribly contorted, and one eye was actually opened. In the subsequent part of the process, the right hand was raised and clenched, and the legs and thighs were set in motion. Not surprisingly, some observers concluded Aldini was bringing Foster back to life. Mary Shelley knew all about Galvani, Volta, and Aldini. Humphrey Davy and William Nicholson, the era's leading electrical researchers, were friends of her father. In 1816, at the age of 19 years, she spent the summer in Geneva, Switzerland, with Lord Byron and her future husband, Percy Shelley. The season was cold and rainy, and they spent many evenings around the fire, reading German ghost stories and discussing electricity's potential to reanimate cadavers. It must have seemed like she was merely peering into the near future to imagine that one day a Victor Frankenstein might succeed in reanimating an assembly of body parts. Yet Mary Shelley's storm-lashed novel Frankenstein bears as well the imprint of the Tambora summer of 1816, and her literary coterie, which included the poets Percy Shelley and Lord Byron, serve as tour guides through the suffering worldscape of 1815 through 1818. Considered on a geological timescale, Tambora stands almost insistently near to us. The Tambora climate emergency of 1815 through 1818 offers us a rare, clear window onto a world convulsed by weather extremes, with human communities everywhere struggling to adapt to sudden, radical shifts in temperatures and rainfall, and a flow-on tsunami of famine, disease, dislocation, and unrest. It is a case study in the fragile interdependence of human and natural systems. On Sumbawa Island itself, the beginning of the dry season in April of 1815 meant a busy time for the local farmers. In a few weeks, the rice would be ready, and the Raja of Sangar, a small kingdom on the northeast coast of the island, would send his people into the fields to harvest. Until then, the men of his village, called Kore, continued to work in the surrounding forests, chopping down the sandalwood trees vital to shipbuilders in the busy sea lanes of the Dutch East Indies. On the evening of April 5th, 1815, at about the time the Raja's servants would have been clearing the dinner dishes, the Raja himself heard an enormous thunderclap. Perhaps he first panicked, and perhaps his first panic thought was that the beach lookout had fallen asleep and allowed a pirate ship to creep into the shoreline and fire its cannon. But everyone was instead staring up at Mount Tambora. A jet flame, or rather, a jet of flame, burst skyward from that summit, lighting up the darkness and rocking the earth beneath their feet. The noise was incredible, painful. Huge plumes of flame issued from the mountain for 3 hours, until the dark mist of ash became as confused with the natural darkness, seeming to announce the end of the world. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the column of fire collapsed, the earth stopped shaking, and the bone-jarring roars faded. Over the next few days, Tambora continued to bellow occasionally, whilst ash drifted down from the sky. Meanwhile, to the southeast, in the capital Bima, colonial administrators were sufficiently alarmed by the events of April 5th to dispatch an official named Israel to investigate the emergency situation at the volcano on the Sangar Peninsula. By April 10th, the man's bureaucratic zeal had led him to the very slopes of Tambora. There, in the dense tropical forest, at about 7 p.m., he became one of the first victims of the most powerful volcanic eruption in recorded history. Within hours, the village of Kora, along with all other villages on the Sangar Peninsula, ceased to exist entirely. All victims of Tambora's spasm of self-destruction. This time, 3 distinct columns of fire burst in a cacophonous roar from the summit to the west, blanketing the stars and uniting in a ball of swirling flame at a height greater than the eruption of 5 days before. The mountain itself began to glow as streams of boiling, liquefied rock coursed down its slopes. At 8 p.m., the terrifying conditions across Sangar grew worse still, as a hail of pumice stones descended, mixed with a downpour of hot rain and ash. On the northern and western slopes of the volcano, entire villages, totaling perhaps 10,000 people, had already been consumed within a vortical hell of flames, ash, boiling magma, and hurricane-strength winds. In 2004, an archaeological team from the University of Rhode Island, Lovecraft Country, uncovered the first remains of a village buried by the eruption. A single house under 3 meters of volcanic pumice and ash. Inside those walled remains, they found 2 carbonized bodies, likely a married couple. The woman, her bones turned to charcoal by the heat, lay on her back arms extended, holding a long knife. Her sarong, also carbonized, still hung across her shoulder. Back on the mountain's eastern flank, the rain of volcanic rocks gave us way to ashfall. But there was to be no relief for the surviving villagers. The spectacular, jet-like Plinian eruption, named for Pliny the Younger, who left a famous account of Mount Vesuvius's vertical column of fire, continued unabated, while glowing, fast-moving currents of rock and magma, called pyroclastic streams, generated enormous phoenix clouds of choking dust. As these burning magmatic rivers poured into the cool sea, secondary explosions redoubled the aerial ash cloud created by the original Plinian jet. An enormous curtain of steam and ash clouds rose and encircled the peninsula, creating, for those trapped inside it, a short-term microclimate of pure hell and horror. First, a violent whirlwind struck Korra, blowing away all roofs. As it gained in strength, the volcanic hurricane uprooted large trees and launched them like burning javelins into the sea. Horses, cattle, and people alike flew upward in the fiery wind. What survivors remained then faced another deadly element, giant waves from the sea. The crew of a British ship, cruising offshore in the Flores Strait, coated with ash and bombarded by volcanic rocks, watched stupefied as a 12-foot-high tsunami washed away the rice fields and huts along the Sangar coast. Then, as if the combined cataclysms of air and sea were not enough, the land itself began to sink. As the collapse of Tambora's cone produced waves of subsidence all across the plain. On the sunless days following the cataclysm, corpses lay unburied all along the roads on the inhabited eastern side of the island between Dampu and Bima. Villages stood deserted, their surviving inhabitants having scattered in search of food. With forests and rice paddies destroyed, and the island's wells poisoned by volcanic ash, some 40,000 islanders would perish from sickness and starvation in the ensuing weeks, bringing the estimated death toll from the eruption to over 100,000, the largest in history. While the skyward eruptions lasted only about 3 hours each, the boiling cascade of pyroclastic streams down Tambora's slopes continued a full day. Hot magma gushed from Tambora's collapsing chamber down to the peninsula, while columns of ash, gas, and rock rose and fell, feeding the flow. The fiery flood that consumed the Sangar Peninsula, traveling up to 19 miles at great speeds, ultimately extended over a 216 square mile area, one of the greatest pyroclastic events in the historical record. Within a few short hours, it buried human civilization in northeast Sumbawa under a smoking meter-high layer of ignimbrite. Tambora's cacophony of explosions on April 10th of 1815 could be heard hundreds of miles away. All across the region, government ships put to sea in search of imaginary pirates and invading navies. In the seas to the north off Makassar, the captain of the East India Company vessel Benares gave a vivid account of conditions in the region on April 11th. He said, "The ashes now began to fall in showers, and the appearance altogether was truly awful and alarming. By noon, the light that had remained in the eastern part of the horizon disappeared, and complete darkness had covered the face of day. The darkness was so profound throughout the remainder of the day that I never saw anything equal to it in the darkest night. It was impossible to see your hand when held up close to the eye. Across a 600-kilometer radius, darkness descended for 2 days, while Tambora's ash cloud expanded to cover a region nearly the size of the continental United States. The entire Southeast Asian region was blanketed in volcanic debris for a week. Day after dark day, British officials conducted business by candlelight as the death toll mounted. Months after the eruption, the atmosphere remained heavy with dust, the sun above but a blood-red blur. Drinking water contaminated by fluorine-rich ash spread disease, and with 95% of the rice crop in the field at the time of the eruption, the threat of starvation was immediate and universal. In their desperation for food, islanders were reduced to eating dry leaves and their much-valued horse flesh. By the time the acute starvation crisis was over, Sumbawa had lost half its population to famine and disease, while most of the rest had fled to other islands. Tambora's violent impact on global weather patterns was due, in part, to the already unstable conditions prevailing at the time of its eruption. A major tropical volcano had blown up 6 years prior, in 1809. This cooling event, hugely amplified by the sublime Tambora eruption in 1815, ensured extreme volcanic weather across the entire decade. A flurry of research since the discovery of the 1809 eruption has resulted in the identification of the 1810 through 1819 decade as a whole as the coldest in the historical record, a gloomy distinction. A 2008 modeling study concluded Tambora's eruption to have had, by far, the largest impact on global mean surface air temperatures among volcanic events since 1610, while the 1809 volcano ranked second over that same period, measuring just over half Tambora's decline. 2 papers published the following year confirmed the status of the 1810s as probably the coldest during the past half-thousand years or longer, a fact directly attributable to the proximity of the 2 major tropical eruptions. The spectacular eruption increased that cooling to a truly dire extent, contributing to an overall decline of global average temperatures of 1.5 degrees Celsius across the decade. 1.5 degrees might seem a small number, but as a sustained decline characterized by a sharp rise in extreme weather events, floods, droughts, storms, and summer frosts, the chilled global climate system of the 1810s had devastating impacts on human agriculture, food supply, and disease ecologies. The Scottish meteorologist George Mackenzie kept meticulous records of cloudy skies between 1803 and 1821 over various parts of the British Isles, where lovely clear summer days in the earlier period, 1803 through 1810, averaged over 20. In the volcanic decade, from 1811 through 1820, that figure dropped to barely 5. For 1816, the year without a summer, Mackenzie recorded no clear days at all. The very next year, the dimming of the sun spawned the year without a summer throughout North America and Europe, resulting in the worst famine of the 19th century. Today, Tambora's eruption has been presented as a lesson about the impact of climate change. I myself have personally investigated this Tambora Frankenstein mythification and its roles, goals, and meanings as ascribed by various scholars and journalists. Blaming Tambora for all the bad weather of 1816 in Europe and for European poverty and misery is too encompassing, let alone to overemphasize that the consequences of the eruption alone led to the creation of the Frankenstein novel. Furthermore, a short-term climate cooling event like Tambora is not a suitable analogy for global warming, which is impacting upon the Earth in a long-term catastrophic manner. In terms of the mythification, according to the myth, the dust and ash thrown into the atmosphere by the 1815 eruption of Tambora volcano, located on what is now Sumbawa Island, Indonesia, traveled around the world, dimming the sun in Europe the following year and causing temperatures there to drop, creating storms, producing frosts and floods, and generally darkening the landscape. This extreme weather evidently decimated harvests as well, leading to hunger, poverty, and displacement. The relation between volcanism and climate depends on eruptive scale. Volcanic ejecta and gases must penetrate skyward high enough to reach the stratosphere, where, in its cold lower reaches, sulfate aerosols form. These then enter the meridional currents of the global climate system, disrupting normal patterns of temperature and precipitation across the hemispheres. Tambora's April 1815 eruption launched enormous volumes of long-suppressed volcanic rock and gases more than 25 miles into the stratosphere. This volcanic plume, consisting of as much as 12 cubic miles of total matter, eventually spread across 386,000 square miles of the Earth's atmosphere, an aerosol umbrella 6 times the size of the cloud produced by the massive 1991 eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines. In the first weeks after Tambora's eruption, a vast volume of coarser ash particles, volcanic dust, cascaded back to Earth mixed with rain, but ejecta of smaller size, water vapor, molecules of sulfur and fluorine gases, and fine ash particles remained suspended in the stratosphere, where a sequence of chemical reactions resulted in the formation of a 60 megaton sulfate aerosol layer. Over the following months, this dynamic streamer-like cloud of aerosols, much smaller in size than the original volcanic matter, expanded by degrees to form a molecular screen of planetary scale, spread aloft by the winds and meridional currents of the world. In the course of an 18-month journey, it passed across both south and north poles, leaving a telltale sulfate imprint on the ice for paleoclimatologists to discover more than a century and a half later. Once settled in the dry firmament of the stratosphere, Tambora's global veil circulated above the weather dynamics of the atmosphere, comfortably distanced from the rain clouds that might have dispersed it. From there, its planet-girdling aerosol film continued to scatter shortwave radio or solar radiation back into space until early 1818, while allowing much of the long-wave radiant heat from the Earth to escape. The resultant 3-year cooling regime, unevenly distributed by the currents of the world's major weather systems, barely affected some places on the globe. Russia, for instance, and the Trans-Appalachian United States, but precipitated a drastic 5 to 6 degrees Fahrenheit seasonal decline in other regions, including Europe. The first extreme impact of a major tropical eruption is felt in raw temperature. But in Western Europe, biblical-style inundation during the 1816 summer growing season wrought the greatest havoc. Because of the tilt of the Earth in relation to the Sun and the different heat absorption rates of land and sea, solar isolation of the planet, or solar insolation of the planet, I mean to say, is irregular. Uneven heating, in turn, creates an air pressure gradient across the latitudes of the globe. Wind is the weatherly expression of these temperature and pressure differentials, transporting heat from the tropics to the poles, moderating temperature extremes, and carrying evaporated water from the oceans over the land to support plant and animal life. The major meridional circulation patterns, measuring thousands of miles in breadth, transport energy and moisture horizontally across the globe, creating continental-scale weather patterns. Meanwhile, at smaller scales, the redistribution of heat and moisture through the vertical column of the atmosphere produces localized weather phenomena, such as thunderstorms. In the summer after Tambora's eruption, however, the aerosol loading of the stratosphere heated the upper layer, which bore down upon the atmosphere. The tropopause that marks the ceiling of the Earth's atmosphere dropped lower, cooling air temperatures and displacing the jet streams, storm tracks, and meridional circulation patterns from their usual course. By early 1816, Tambora's chilling envelope had created a radiation deficit across the North Atlantic, altering the dynamics of the vital Arctic oscillation. Slower churning warm waters north of the Azores pumped overloads of moisture into the atmosphere, saturating the skies while enhancing the temperature gradient that fuels wind dynamics. Meanwhile, air pressure at sea level plummeted across the mid-latitudes of the North Atlantic, dragging cyclonic storm tracks southward. Pioneering British climate historian Hubert Lamb has calculated that the influential Icelandic low-pressure system shifted several degrees latitude to the south during the cold summers of the 1810s compared to 20th century norms, settling in the unfamiliar domain of the British Isles, and thus ensuring colder, wetter conditions for all of Western Europe. Both computer models and historical data draw a dramatic picture of Tambora-driven storms hammering Great Britain and Western Europe on the continent. A recent computer simulation conducted at the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado, showed fierce westerly winds in the North Atlantic in the aftermath of a major tropical eruption, while a parallel study based on multi-proxy reconstructions of volcanic impacts on European climate since 1500 concluded that volcanic weather drives the increased advection of maritime air from the North Atlantic, meaning stronger westerlies, and anomalously wet conditions over northern Europe. Back at the ground level of observed weather phenomena, an archival study of Scottish weather has found that, in the 1816 through 1818 period, gale-force winds battered Edinburgh at a rate and intensity unmatched in over 200 years of record-keeping. In January of 1818, a particularly violent storm nearly destroyed the beloved St. John's Chapel in the heart of the city. The slowing of oceanic currents in response to the overall deficit of solar radiation post-Tambora had left unusual volumes of heated water churning through the critical area between Iceland and the Azores, sapping air pressure, energizing westerly winds, and giving shape to titanic storms. It was in this literally electric atmosphere that the Shelley party in Geneva, with Byron attached, conceived the idea of a ghost story contest to entertain themselves indoors during this frigid, wild summer amid a cold, wet, and dark summer vacation. For Mary Shelley had the chance to witness this misery firsthand as she traveled across Europe with her soon-to-be husband, the radical poet Percy Bysshe Shelley himself. On the eve of the summer of 1816, 18-year-old Mary Godwin had taken flight with her lover and their baby for Switzerland, escaping the chilly atmosphere of her father's house in London. Mary's young stepsister, Græcororszámãn, accompanied them, eager to reunite with her own poet-lover, Lord Byron, who had left England for Geneva a week earlier. Mary's other sister, the ever-dispensable Fanny, was left behind. The couple were heading to the Swiss villa of another English poet, Lord Byron. The dismal, often terrifying weather of the summer of 1816 is a touchstone of the ensuing correspondence between the sisters. In a letter to Fanny, written on her arrival in Geneva, Mary describes their ascent of the Alps amidst a violent storm of wind and rain. The cold was excessive, and the villagers complained of the lateness of the spring. On their alpine descent days later, a snowstorm ruined their view of Geneva and its famous lake. In her return letter, Fanny expresses sympathy for Mary's bad luck, reporting that it was dreadfully dreary and rainy in London too, and very cold. And so it was that in the summer of 1816, an extraordinary group gathered at a house at Lake Geneva, expecting to enjoy fresh air and sunshine. Its members included the Romantic poets Lord Byron and Percy Shelley, Percy's mistress Mary, then 18, Byron's personal physician, John Polidori, and Mary's stepsister Claire, who was pregnant with Byron's child. Mary Shelley led a life nearly as tumultuous as the monster she created. 2 years earlier, Mary had eloped with the married Percy, though the couple was able to wed only after Percy's wife committed suicide. And Mary herself was no ordinary teenager. She was the progeny of two of the most notable figures of her age. Her father, the free-thinking William Godwin, was a writer and philosopher well known for his promotion of utilitarianism and anarchism. Her mother, Mary Wollstonecraft, penned perhaps the greatest work of feminism in the English language, titled A Vindication of the Rights of Woman. Sadly, however, Mary grew up motherless, as Wollstonecraft died but 10 days after giving birth to her. And after Shelley's wife committed suicide in December of 1816, the couple married but spent much of their time abroad, fleeing Shelley's creditors. Mary Shelley gave birth to 5 children, but only one lived to adulthood. Mary was only 24 years old when Shelley himself drowned in a sailing accident. She went on to edit 2 volumes of his work. Aside from her earnings from writing, she lived on a small stipend from her father-in-law, Lord Shelley, until her surviving son inherited his fortune and title in 1844. She died at the age of 53. To understand Shelley's time period, one must delve into the period that preceded Shelley's. Mary was born in 1797, after the American and French Revolutions. Europe was a tense place for fear of potential political revolutions during much of the period from 1770 to 1800. The English upper class feared that the French Revolution might spill over to their own country. Many felt that change was necessary to ensure equality among the masses. The wars that Napoleon waged, begun in 1805, essentially quashed any real hope of building a better Europe. However, the seeds of discord were sown for the dissolution of social and class barriers in England and mainland Europe. The cries of liberté, fraternité, and equality were left on the impressionable minds of men everywhere. It was thought that man could achieve greater personal liberty without the threat of overbearing government. Men also reasoned that brotherhood in a common cause, whether it be social, class, or academic, would lead to a better country and a better government. Stormy nor'easters are standard features of Genevan weather in summertime, careening from the mountains to whip the waters of the lake into a sirocco of foam. Then Mount Tambora's eruption produced an unusually cold, dark, and wet summer, making outdoor activity unappealing, as, beginning in June of 1816, these annual storms attained a manic intensity not witnessed before or since. On the 1st of June, Mary wrote to Fanny from Maison Chapuis, their rented house on the shores of Lake Geneva. An almost perpetual rain confines us principally to the house. One night we enjoyed a finer storm than I had ever before beheld. The lake was lit up, the pines on Jura made visible, and all the scene illuminated for an instant, when a pitchy blackness succeeded, and the thunder came in frightful bursts over our heads amid the darkness. A diarist in nearby Montreuil compared the bodily impact of these deafening thunderclaps to a heart attack. In fact, the year 1816 remains the coldest, wettest Geneva summer since records began in 1753. That unforgettable year, 130 days of rain between April and September swelled the waters of Lake Geneva, flooding the city itself. Up in the mountains, the snow refused to melt. Clouds hung heavy, while the winds blew bitingly cold. In some parts of the inundated city, transport was only possible by boat. A cold northeast wind from the Jura Mountains, called Le Joran by locals, swept relentlessly across the lake. The Montreuil's diarist called the persistent snows and Le Joran the twin evil genies of 1816. Tourists complained they couldn't recognize the famously picturesque landscape because of the constant wind and avalanches which drove snow across vast areas of the plains. On the night of June 13th, 1816, the Shelleys' splendidly domiciled neighbor, Lord Byron, stood out on the balcony of the lakeside Via Diodati to witness the mightiest of the storms that he, well-traveled aristocrat that he was, had ever seen. He memorialized that tumultuous night in his wildly popular poem entitled Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. The sky is changed, and such a change, O night, and storm, and darkness, ye are wondrous strong. And now again 'tis black, and now the glee of the loud hill shakes with its mountain mirth, as if they did rejoice o'er a young earthquake's birth. In Byron's imagination, the tambourine storms of 1816 achieve volcanic dimensions, like an earthquake's birth, and take his delight in their destructive power. On the night of June 18th, 1816, while another volcanic summer thunderstorm raged around them, Mary and Percy Shelley, Claire Clairmont, Byron, and Byron's doctor companion, John Polidori, recited the poet Coleridge's recent volume of Gothic verse to each the other in the candlelit dimness at the Via Diodati. In his 1986 movie about the Shelley Circle that summer, British film director Ken Russell imagines Shelley gulping tincture of opium, whilst Græcororszámãn performs fellatio on Byron, recumbent in a chair. Group sex in the drawing room might be implausible, even for the Shelley Circle, but drug-taking is very likely, inspired by Coleridge, the poet addict supreme. How else to explain Shelley's running, screaming from the room at Byron's recitation of the psychosexual Christabel, tormented by his vision of a bare-chested Mary Shelley with eyes instead of nipples? Thus did the Lake Geneva party entertain itself indoors, reading to each other from a collection of German ghost stories. When they finished the book, they found themselves at a loss what to do as next. So Byron challenged each of the group's members to devise their own ghost story and share it with the others. As all three of them were confined indoors by the bad weather, Mary Shelley was gifted plenty of time to reflect upon what she had seen and to experiment with ways to put it onto paper. As she wrote, she inflected the foreboding landscapes and human misery into her emerging horror novel. The ideas for both Frankenstein and Polidori's Purloining of the Vampire, which was published in 1819, were both born that day. For, arising to the challenge from such antics, Byron conceived the outline of a modern vampire tale, which the bitter Polidori would later appropriate and publish under Byron's name as a satire on his employer's cruel aristocratic hauteur and sexual voracity. For Mary, the lurid events of this stormy night gave literary body to her own distracted musings on the ghost story competition, instituted 2 nights earlier. Mary, however, suffered from writer's block. Then a week after the memorable night of June 18th, Byron and Shelley almost came as to grief, sailing on Lake Geneva, caught unawares as another violent storm swept in from the east. Shelley recalled that, to quote his tea, the wind gradually increased in violence until it blew tremendously, and as it camest from the remotest extremity of the lake, produced waves of frightful height, and covered the whole surface with a chaos of foam. By some miracle they found a sheltered port, where even the storm-hardened locals exchanged looks of wonder. At last an idea came as to Mary in a waking dream, most likely inspired by discussions of the discoveries of Italian scientist Luigi Galvani, who had showed that electricity could cause the leg muscles of a dead frog to twitch. As Mary reports it, she saw the pale student of unhallowed arts kneeling beside the thing he had put together. I saw the hideous phantasm of a man stretched out, and then, on the working of some powerful engine, show us signs of life, and stir with an uneasy, half-vital motion. So it came to pass that she would write a horror story of her own about a doomed monster brought unwittingly to life during a storm. On shore, in tangible reality, physical trees had blown down or been shattered by lightning. The pyrotechnical lightning displays of June 1816 ignited the literary imagination of Mary Shelley. In Frankenstein, she uses the experience of a violent thunderstorm as the scene of fateful inspiration for her young, doomed scientist. To quote he, the literary character, who, like the monster, is stitched together from many men, in this case, real men of history. He said, "When I was about 15 years old, we witnessed a most violent and terrible thunderstorm. It advanced from behind the mountains of Jura, and the thunder burst at once with frightful loudness from various quarters of the heavens. I remained while the storm lasted, watching its progress with curiosity and delight. As I stood at the door, on a sudden I beheld a stream of fire issue from an old and beautiful oak, which once stood about 20 yards from our house. And so soon as the dazzling light vanished, the oak had disappeared, and nothing remained but a blasted stump. Frankenstein's life is changed in this moment. He devotes himself, with maniacal energy, to the study of electricity and galvanism. In the fierce smithy of that Tamboran storm, Frankenstein is born as the anti-superhero of modernity, the modern Prometheus, stealer of the gods' fires. As Percy Shelley later wrote, the novel itself seemed generated by the magnificent energy and swiftness of a tempest. Thus it was that the unique creative synergies of this remarkable group of college-age tourists, in the course of a few weeks' biblical weather, gave its birth to two singular icons of modern popular culture, Frankenstein's monster and the Byronic Dracula of literature cum cinema. And thusly Frankenstein, initially envisioned as a short story, but as Mary worked on it over the rest of the year and into the next, it evolved into what is sometimes frequently regarded as the world's first science fiction novel, a genre that questions the consequences of scientific advances and their speculative applications. The first and most obvious of the scientific imprints in the work is the method for bringing the creature to life. Curiously, the harnessing of a thunderbolt during a storm never appears in the book. It was a contribution of cinema. Iwan Morris, a historian of Victorian science at the University of Aberystwyth in the United Kingdom. The first edition of the novel made only a brief mention of electricity, according to he, and resolved the resuscitation of the creature with a vague allusion to infuse a spark of being. The specifics of how he did it weren't as important. She didn't need to spell it out since her readers would know already how it would be done. Mary and Percy both moved in social circles where discussions about electricity and its relationship to the processes of life would have been commonplace. In fact, electricity was the fashionable scientific mystery of Shelley's epoch. The Italian Luigi Galvani had shown how a spark infused movement in the legs of dissected frogs. David Guston, director of the School for the Future of Innovation in Society at Arizona State University and co-editor of the book entitled Frankenstein Annotated for Scientists, Engineers, and Creators of All Kinds, published by MIT or Massachusetts Institute of Technology Press circa 2017, has gathered that there is evidence that Mary did see galvanic demonstrations which were popular at the time. Galvani's nephew, Giovanni Aldini, went much further when in 1803 he used electricity to reanimate the limbs of George Forster, a criminal executed in London before the shock of a horrified audience. Mary also knew about the work of William Nicholson and Humphrey Davy, pioneers of electricity in Britain, and friends of her own father. During the composition of the novel, she read Davy's work entitled Elements of Chemical Philosophy, from which she integrated some phrases into the speech of Dr. Waldman, the professor of Victor von Frankenstein. As pointed out by Stuart Pryor, an archaeologist at the University of Bristol in the United Kingdom, in 1814, Mary and Percy attended a conference of Andrew Croce, an outlandish experimenter who had transformed his country property of Feen Court into a large electrical laboratory, himself affirming that Davy visited Kroos several times at Fane Court and encouraged him to give the talk in London. Now, before we cross this blurred border between life and death, I'll try and provide a little bit of information on this individual because he was an actual contemporary of Mary Shelley, and therefore the closest example that she had to a reanimator. Now, when we think of the real scientist working mysteriously in the heart of the English countryside, it was in the early years of the 19th century that strange stories began to be told about an isolated Somerset country house in the Quantock Hills. Its owner, Andrew Kroos, was known to the locals as the Wizard of the Quantocks. Now, Kroos, whose surname is spelled Crosse, was also aliased as the Thunder and Lightning Man, and more simply, the Electrician. He was born in 1784 and was an early pioneer in the study of electricity. He inherited Fine Court, Fine being spelled Fyne, in 1805, and transformed the estate, the house itself, and all the wooded grounds into a super laboratory for his experiments in investigating atmospheric electrical charges and the potential creative power of lightning strikes, the bolts of the gods. Tim Mowell did some archaeological work on those grounds comparatively recently, and traces of the Garden Laboratory survive today. Kroos's revelations on the power of electricity challenged orthodox creation theories. Here was a power that could be controlled, an alternative to divine power itself. The power of God could be harnessed by man. Mary Shelley's diaries reveal that in 1814, she and her husband, Percy Bysshe Shelley, attended a lecture that Kroos, the Thunder and Lightning Man, delivered in London. At that time, effectively, or functionally, or rather dysfunctionally, the capital of the world. By the way, I do hope people participate in the chat, aside from Mysteries Mystery School. Just a castward glance there, as I check onto the time remaining. Now, Mary published Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, in 1818, 4 years later, featuring a modern Prometheus, who defied the gods by creating a monster reanimated by the power of electricity. Of course, Andrew Kroos was but one of many inspirations, going back to the real Frankenstein himself. But here, we had the man harnessing lightning bolts, spending the family inheritance on scientific equipment. Kroos constructed a complex register for measuring the strength of electrical charges in the air, not just during thunderstorms, but in all weather conditions. Kroos used 1/3 of a mile of copper wire, threaded from poles attached to the tallest trees, to create a gathering web, and connected this down to a battery of 50 Leyden jars stored, apparently, in the organ loft of Fine Court's music room. The conservatory. Recent geophysical work has demonstrated the presence of buildings beneath the modern car park, which may also have formed part of the laboratory complex. When atmospheric conditions were favorable in the insurge of electrical power was so great that batteries would charge and discharge each time with a monstrous flash and a massive explosion of sound. What impressed visitors was the way in which Croce manipulated the deadly forces with an insulated rod, directing them into batteries and experimental jars or out into the earth itself. The flashes and explosions gained Croce local notoriety. As one visitor reported, "You can't go near his cursed house at night without danger for your life. Them as have been there have seen devils all surrounded by lightning, dancing on the wires that he has put up round his grounds." But in the wider world of science, he was a respectable member of the London Electrical Society, working at a time when it was being suggested that electricity was the primal creative force behind not only all living things, but also inanimate materials. Michael Faraday, from which we have inherited the Faraday cage, a leading experimental physicist and pioneer of electricity himself, was a close friend of Croce, as was Benjamin Franklin, whose experiments with kites and lightning flashes to animate the recombined corpses of black slaves and murdered children have obvious links with Croce's work, and all of them, especially Ben Franklin, was one of Croce's own father's acquaintances. In terms of these vital forces being harnessed, on December 28th of 1814, Mary Shelley attended that lecture that Croce gave us at Garnerin's London lecture rooms, where he delivered a vivid account of the explosive fires that he, like Prometheus, brought down from the heavens. Mary's own journal entry provides proof that she attended Croce's presentation. She writes, "Shelley and Clary out all the morning. Read French Revolution in the evening. Shelley and I go to Gray's Inn to get Hogg. He is not there. Go to Arundel Street. Can't find him. Go to Garnerin's. Lecture on electricity, the gases and the phantasmagoria. Return at 9:30. Shelley goes to sleep." Well, how's that for the spark show getting the old pecker up? I guess he was a flaccid man. No display of electricity could keep him erect. In the course of the lecture, Croce explained how he tapped into and controlled thunderstorms, which must have seemed a case of humanity equaling or even cheating the gods. Such claims were combined with hints that electricity could, when controlled as Croce could control it, heal the sick. It was only a short leap on Mary Shelley's page to advance from cures for rheumatism and hangovers to invent that ugly and dangerous, yet tragic, monster of Frankenstein's devising. Croce scandalized conservative critics when, in the 1830s, long after the publication of Frankenstein, he claimed to have produced living creatures in his electrical experiments. Beetles, which he named Acarus Croci, after himself. Andrew Croce is now buried under an obelisk-shaped tombstone in Broomfield Churchyard, in an area usually reserved for outsiders and miscreants, which many indicate how the local parishioners viewed him. His inscription describes his as humble towards God and kind to his fellow creatures. Yet he was a man who, through his scientific achievements, was more challenging than humble when it comes to the Almighty. Mary Shelley's book was a cynical but imaginative advance on the thunder flashes and fireballs that Croce produced at Fine Court and described in his lecture. Like Croce's electrical experiments, Shelley's modern Prometheus could be taken as a direct challenge to God. They both offered an alternative theory of creation, one which the writer and the scientist seem to have shared on that December evening in 1814. Now, in the time we have remaining, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 3 hours, and I still have far to go. Let's go back to that blurred border between life and death. Because beyond the disturbing spectacles of Aldini, the possibility of reviving a corpse with electricity was part of the scientific discussion of the time about whether the human body was only the sum of its parts, or whether it was animated by a vital force, something equivalent to the soul. In the British scientific community, these two positions had their main defenders in the surgeons William Lawrence and John Abernethy, respectively. The former had been the doctor for Percy Shelley's family. The dichotomy between Lawrence's mechanism and Abernethy's vitalism had profound consequences on the scientific thinking of the time, because of its implications for the definition of life and death. The boundary between the twain had faded thanks to the rise in the resuscitation of drowned peoples. Mary did not find these cases strange. Before she was born, her own mother, Mary Wollstonecraft, had been revived after attempting suicide by throwing herself into the Thames. According to Sharon Roustan, historian of the science of Romanticism at the University of Lancaster in the United Kingdom, death, it seems, could be reversed. One of those rescuers was the Scottish doctor James Lind, cousin of James Lind, known for studying the cure of scurvy, who worked on a rudimentary cardiopulmonary resuscitation system with which he managed to revive a patient. There was a strong link between the Scot and the author of Frankenstein. Lind was more than a mentor, being almost a father to Percy during his school years at Eton. Per the aforecited Arizona University director of the School for the Future of Innovation in Society, David Guston, thanks to the influence of the good doctor, Percy was a science enthusiast and is said to even have attempted to recreate Benjamin Franklin's kite and key experiment as a student. Lind has been regarded as a real-life Victor von Frankenstein, another contributor to the many parts of the literary character. In fact, Franklin also appears on the list of candidate models for Mary Shelley's character. Benjamin Franklin himself, of course. It has been proposed that the authoress came up with the name for her daughter in homage to the American scientist and inventor and, of course, sadistic serial child abuser and murderer, Benjamin Franklin. Especially considering that Immanuel Kant, the great German philosopher, called Benjamin Franklin the modern Prometheus. That was her tribute to the man. Frankenstein goes back to the Theo-alchemist, Johann Dippel. In Shelley's tale, a scientist animates a creature constructed from dismembered corpses. The gentle, intellectually gifted creature is enormous and physically hideous. Cruelly rejected by its creator, it wanders, seeking companionship and becoming increasingly brutal as it fails to find a mate. Byron and Percy Shelley were companions on a week-long walking tour of Alpine Switzerland in June of 1816, during which they debated poetry, metaphysics, and the future of mankind, but also found time to remark on the village children they encountered, who appeared in an extraordinary way deformed and diseased. Most of them were crooked and with enlarged throats. In Frankenstein, the doctor's benighted creation assumes a similar grotesque shape, a barely human creature, deformed, crooked, and enlarged. Like the hordes of refugees on the roads of Europe seeking aid in 1816 through 1818, the creature, when he ventures into the towns, is met with fear and hostility, horror and abomination. As the indigent creature himself puts it, he suffered first from the inclemency of the season, but still more from the barbarity of man. As remarkable a feat of literary imagination as Frankenstein is, Mary Shelley was not wanting for real-world inspiration for her horror story, namely the deteriorating rural populations of Europe in the climatologically convergent upheavals of the world's first total global war and the butade of Mount Tambora. The book was published 2 years after that gloomy summer of 1816 as Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, so subtitled, recalling the Greek titan who stole fire from the gods and gavest it to man, for which he was chained to a rock where an eagle ate out his liver every day. But there was a more immediately impacting inspiration. The Tambora Frankenstein myth regularly reemerges from the pens of science writers, most notably whenever a volcano erupts or a new Frankenstein movie is released. Well, we can provide any number of examples, from reports in CNN, the New York Times, the New York Post, Forbes, the Paris Review, the Guardian, the Smithsonian Magazine, Slate, the Independent, the Daily Beast, Vice, and also The Conversation. As the Taal volcano went through an eruptive event in the Philippines in January of the year before yesteryear, the myth has also emerged there. Yet the myth is riddled with problems. A report from Switzerland, where Shelley wrote Frankenstein, casts perspective on the scale of Tambora's impacts and suggests it would indeed have had a contributive role in creating all the extra extreme weather or all the extra hunger and destitution. Most shocking of all was the fate of some desperate mothers. In horrific circumstances repeated around the world in the Tambora period, some Swiss families abandoned their offspring in the crisis, while others chose killing their children as the more humane course. For this crime, some starving women were apprehended and decapitated. Thousands of Swiss, with more means and resilience, emigrated east to prosperous Russia, while others set off along the Rhine to Holland and sailed from there to North America, which witnessed its first significant wave of refugee European migration in the 19th century. The numbers of European immigrants arriving at U.S. ports in 1817 more than doubled the number of any previous year. Devastated by famine and disease in the Tambora period, the poor of Europe hurriedly buried their dead before resuming their bitter fight for their own survival. In the worst cases, children were abandoned by their families and died alone in the fields or by the roadside. The well-born members of the Shelley Circle were never reduced to such abysmal circumstances. They did not experience the food crises that afflicted millions among the rural populations of Western Europe in the Tambora period. Yet the Shelleys' celebrated writings were enmeshed within the web of ecological breakdown, following the Tambora eruption. But a far more significant contributor to human misery at this time was most obviously the Napoleonic Wars, which lasted from 1803, ending 1815, but the year before the Shelleys' arrival on the continent, and which had long degraded European trade and decimated farms and towns. If Mary Shelley was attempting to personify human misery and displacement into the restless character of her monster, the root cause was more immediately the war than the volcanic eruption. This is not to say Tambora volcano did not inflict human misery on the scale of megadeath. Tambora's influence on human history does not derive from extreme weather events considered in isolation, but in the myriad environmental impacts of a climate system gone haywire. Probably 50,000 or more people died on the islands of Sumbawa, Lombok, Bali, and Java. Altogether in Indonesia, throughout the archipelago, the largest in the world, 100,000 died. The highest immediate death ratio caused by volcanic disruption ever recorded. Some died during the initial 1815 eruption, but mostly through subsequent hunger and disease. Another 50,000 people in other parts of the world also succumbed to hunger and disease as 1816's harvest failed under the dimmed sun in a blood-red sky. Yet to get things in perspective, World War II, the Napoleonic conflicts, had killed 5 million people by 1815. Soon after, the Java Wars, waged by the European empires against local East Indies kingdoms, resulted in more than 200,000 deaths. In the race to cause human misery, wars most immediately outpaced volcanoes, at least during Mary Shelley's time. She uses the story of Frankenstein to express her views on the French. When revolutionary France declared war on the Austrian Empire in the spring of 1792, its leaders promised a short, sweet, and victorious campaign. Instead, 1792 marked the beginning of a long, grinding, hideously bloody series of wars that would drag on in every state in Europe and last, with scant interruption, until the final defeat of France's Napoleon Bonaparte at Waterloo in 1815. These wars marked something fundamentally new in Western history, and collectively deserve the title of the First Total War. Long before 1792, the major European powers had fought with each other at regular intervals, but those conflicts were remarkably limited in scope. The armies tended to avoid large-scale battle. Non-combatants could hope for relatively merciful treatment. Enemy officers dealt with each other as honorable adversaries. The major powers and their armed forces were still dominated by hereditary aristocracies, and war retained the feel of an aristocratic ritual. It was not play acting by any means, but earlier wars proceeded according to a fairly strict code of aristocratic honor. The French Revolution marked a sudden and dramatic break with this tradition. Revolutionary France overthrew the country's aristocracy, along with its king and queen, and brought in new men, including the young and talented Bonaparte himself, to lead its armed forces. By 1793, its leaders were calling for total military mobilization of the population. Not only would young men go into the army, but women, old men, and even children would turn their energies to the war effort, producing weapons, uniforms, and supplies. France declared that its opponents were not honorable adversaries, but enemies of the human race, who amounted to nothing more than criminals. The result was a steady escalation of horror that did not stop even after the high point of revolutionary radicalism had passed in France itself, and after Napoleon took power there in 1799. The figures speak for themselves. More than 1/5 of all the major battles fought in Europe between 1490 and 1815 took place in the 25 years after 1790. Before that quarter of a century, before 1790, only a handful of battles had involved more than 100,000 combatants. In the 1809 Battle of Wagram, largest in the Gunpowder Age, to date, involved 300,000. Just 4 years later, the Battle of Leipzig drew 500,000, with fully 150,000 of them killed or wounded. During the wars, France alone counted close to 1 million war deaths. In the process, France carved out for itself the greatest empire seen in Europe since the days of the Caesars, but lost it again in a stunningly short time. Among the most hideous novelties of the period was the spread of vicious insurgent campaigns against French occupying forces that the French themselves tried to murderously suppress. The first such campaigns took place in France itself, involving struggles by traditional Catholics and Royalists against the revolutionary government. This was the War of the Vendée, where the aristocracy fought back against the populist revolution. It is something that needs to be articulated, described to the point where people can appreciate its importance to history. And it's something which I rack my mind to describe with the respect that it deserves. How would we say this? The feudalist lineage attempted to reestablish the old aristocracy. It was led by Henry La Roche-Jacqueline of the Vendée in France, who rallied a white army of the simple church-faithful peasantry to side with what the revolutionary French saw as their enemies and the émigré armies during wartime, to march towards the capital. This led to not only mass genocide against the population of the Vendée, but ultimately Napoleon Bonaparte destroying the ever-mounting mountains of the dead by incineration in an industrial-scale assembly of charcoal ovens that anticipated the gas ovens of the Third Reich. But as French rule spread like an inkblot over the map of Europe, more such episodes followed. In Belgium, in Italy, in the Tyrolean Alps of Austria. The worst of all occurred in Spain, where the War of Independence of 1808 to 1814 set a new standard of horror in European warfare, and bequeathed a new word to European languages, wherein, from the Spanish, the Espanol for Little War. It was in Spain that the French army's brutal campaign to suppress those guerrilla wars revealed fully the ugly face of the new total war. During much of the early Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, Spain was allied with France. But as the years went by and Napoleon claimed the title of emperor, he contemplated overthrowing Spain's Bourbon dynasty, which he blamed for the disaster in 1805 at the Battle of Trafalgar, where the combined French and Spanish fleets were decimated by the British under Lord Nelson. To top things off, the conduct of the Spanish royal family lurched embarrassingly between melodrama and farce. For years, the lumpish, mentally unstable King Carlos IV had effectively surrendered power to a favorite, Manuel Godoy, who was generally known to be the lover of Queen Maria Luisa. Fernando, the royal couple's 23-year-old son and heir, was a vain and ignorant bigot who had conspired against his father and written to Napoleon to enlist his help. In October 1807, these letters came to light, and the king put his son under arrest. Godoy was meanwhile seeking to placate his French patron. The same day Fernando was arrested, Spain and France signed the Treaty of Fontainebleau, under whose secret terms a French army could cross Spanish territory en route to its invasion of Portugal, which had defied the continental blockade that Napoleon had imposed in an attempt to strangle British trade. In November, General Jean Andoche Junot crossed the Pyrenees with 28,000 troops, which overcame weak Portuguese resistance and stumbled into Lisbon in early December. The Portuguese ruling family fled to its colony of Brazil to establish the greatest empire in the Western Hemisphere in terms of size. Napoleon continued to reinforce his army in Spain until, by the spring of 1808, it had reached a strength of nearly 120,000. Resorting to ruses, these troops peacefully occupied important Spanish fortresses. Marshal José Murat made a flamboyant entrance into Madrid, the capital of Spain, on horseback, accompanied by trumpeters, drummers, lavishly uniformed cavalry, and 97 turbaned Egyptian Mamelukes, a living relic of the Egyptian expedition. Murat, who was Napoleon's brother-in-law, hoped that the emperor might give him the crown of Spain, and his upbeat reports to Paris served his ambition. "Your Majesty," he wrote Napoleon at one point, "is awaited here like the Messiah." A slight exaggeration, to say the least. But initially, few Spaniards saw the French as invaders. Prior to Murat's arrival, supporters of the conspiratorial son Fernando rioted at the royal residence of Aranjuez, forcing Manuel Godoy's dismissal and King Carlos's abdication. But Napoleon refused to recognize Fernando's ascension, and instead summoned both father and son to meet with him. In the meantime, the Spanish population had finally grown anxious about the swelling French presence, and when rumors spread that Murat had abducted a Bourbon prince, an uprising took place in Madrid. The French suppressed it amid gory street fighting, and the next day firing squads summarily executed hundreds of prisoners. The painter Francisco de Goya later devoted two of his most brilliant works to these 2 days in May. One painting highlighted the small number of Mamelukes in the French force, so as to evoke Spain's long struggle against Islam. Another offered a phantasmagorical tableau of implacable soldiers taking cold aim at an illuminated, Christ-like victim. The paintings made the 2 de Mayo and 3 de Mayo iconic dates of the Spanish War. Meanwhile, in Bayonne, just over the French border, Napoleon insisted that both Carlos and his son abdicate in his favor, alternately cajoling, threatening, and bursting into fits of sheer rage. Napoleon had utter contempt for Fernando in particular. To quote his Napoleon Bonaparte, "He is so stupid, I have not been able to get a word out of him. He wrote to his consular, Talleyrand, just so. Whether you scold him or praise him, his face remains blank." In the short term, the threats worked. Father and son both surrendered their rights and departed for exile in France. The emperor then played a game of musical thrones, ordering his brother Joseph to trade Naples for Madrid and giving Murat, a former grocer and army private, the lesser but nonetheless royal reward of southern Italy. The confidence and scorn that Napoleon's men felt as they poured into Spain in the late spring of 1808 were breathtakingly vast. Surely, they believed, this corrupt and somnolent country could pose no serious resistance to the greatest empire since Rome. To judge from their letters and memoirs, imperial soldiers and administrators mostly seemed to have the same impressions. The dirty, poor, and old-fashioned appearance of Spanish houses, the profusion of monastic robes in the streets, the dark and wild look of the men, who all seemed lice-ridden. Napoleon's men condemned the Spanish as weak and archaic in equal measure. What the French did not expect was the following. "O happy Gothic, barbarian and fanatical Spaniards! Happy with our monks and with our Inquisition, which, according to the ideas of the French Enlightenment, has kept us a century behind other nations. Oh, if we could only go back 2 centuries more!" Those lines, writ by Spanish General Manuel Freire de Castrillon in 1808, formed part of a smoking lava flow of broadsheets and pamphlets that answered Napoleon's actions and helped prompt the uprisings. Some adopted a language of national hatred, depicting the French as barbaric, even inhuman. What sort of thing is a Frenchman? A being monstrous and indefinable, a being half-created. There is nobody who does not have the right to kill these ferocious animals. This was rebellion on a massive scale. There were uprisings across the country. Barcelona, Saragossa, Oviedo, Seville, Valencia, Madrid, and many more. The so-called Peninsular War would follow a twisting and complex course for more than 5 years. At times the French faced little opposition from regular armies, but the guerrillas were a different matter, and the number of troops Napoleon had to maintain in the peninsula testify eloquently to their importance. From 165,000 in June of 1808 to more than 300,000 in October, and to well over 350,000 in July of 1811. Only when the Russian campaign greedily sucked men away did the number shrink, falling below 100,000 by July of 1813 with catastrophic consequences. Estimates of total French military deaths in Spain vary widely, but they may have amounted to as many as 180,000. The excesses and atrocities of the Peninsular War took many different murderous forms. There were the Madrid executions of 1808, scorched into European memory by the painter Goya, as deeply as a Picasso would later scorch the name of Guernica. There were the ferocious initial reactions to the French. For instance, the massacre of as many as 330 French citizens by a mob in Valencia on June 5, 1808. And there was Napoleon's brutal march on Madrid in the fall of 1809, in which soldiers, eager for revenge, and made desperate by a lack of supplies, took to sacking even towns that offered no resistance. About the sack of Burgos, Joseph's consular, Miot di Melito Sora. The churches were sacked, the streets were choked with the dead and the dying. In fact, we witnessed all the horrors of an assault, although the town had made no defense. We may date from this period the manifest change which took place in the French army. The soldiers would no longer do anything but fight and plunder. The most concentrated horror of the war, meanwhile, did not involve the guerrillas at all, but uniformed troops involved in that classic form of old regime warfare, a siege. In the spring of 1808, Saragossa, a city on the banks of the Ebro River, whose people had particular devotion to a basilica where the Virgin Mary had allegedly appeared on a pillar of marble, declared itself in revolt against the intruder king, El Rey Intruso, as they called Napoleon, the first Antichrist of Nostradamus. Saragossa was poorly fortified, with only 1,000 regular Spanish troops available to protect it. And on June 15th, French General Charles Lefebvre Desnouettes attempted to storm it. But the population of Saragossa offered unexpectedly fierce resistance, spurred on by the supposed miraculous appearance of a palm tree topped by a crown in the sky above the basilica. Thousands of men and women rushed to the walls, eager to serve the Virgin of the Pillar. The French retreated in disorder. On June 28th, they tried again, this time under Jean-Antoine Verdier, the same man who had helped carry out the scourging of southern Italy. Once again, Saragossa beat the French back. According to legend, a Catalan girl, Augustina Zaragoza Dominic, managed to take over a cannon from her dying lover and fire it point blank at the advancing French, saving a key strong point. Verdier pulled back and began a ferocious bombardment. On June 30th alone, his men fired 1,400 explosive shells into the city. The siege reached its height a month later, when shells set the hospital of Nuestra Señora de Gracia on fire, and patients and staff leapt to safety to the accompaniment of inhuman screams from helpless, incarcerated lunatics left to burn alive. One French witness reported that the city was like a volcano. As explosion ceaselessly followed explosion, the streets were strewn with corpses. Bombs and grenades knocked whole pieces of buildings into the streets, whilst cannonballs smashed openings in the walls for French troops. But when Verdier demanded the city's surrender, its leaders sent back the message, "Guerra a cuchillo," war to the knife. And that knife was to the hilt. A lack of troops kept Verdier from mounting any successful assault, and he finally withdrew in defeat. Several months later, the French returned to a more heavily fortified Saragossa, with a much larger force commanded by the hardened Marshal Jean Lannes. Once again, the French launched a storm of fire, lobbing as many as 42,000 explosive shells into the city during December. With Saragossa overcrowded by soldiers, civilian defenders, and refugees from the countryside, a typhus epidemic began, killing more than 350 people a day. In January, Lannes's infantry began to penetrate into the city. There they began some of the worst urban combat ever seen in Europe before the 20th century. The French advanced literally house by house. This was prescient of Somalia or Stalingrad. According to one French account, it was necessary to mine them and blow them up, one after the other, break down the partition walls, and advance over the rubble. Sometimes the battle even proceeded room by room, with both sides gouging loopholes in the walls, sticking their muskets through, and blazing away point blank at each other. A third of the town became a virtually impassable maze of broken rock through which the French could navigate only by following paths cleared by their engineers and marked with stakes. Finally, in mid-February, Saragossa surrendered. The city's total death toll amounted to at least 50,000. More than its pre-war population. But even as the French prevailed in Saragossa, the rural guerrillas gnawed at the strength and morale of their forces and radically disrupted the administration of the country. An uncanny similar situation unfolded in Iraq after the American victory in 2003. American and Allied forces engaged in a protracted, frustrating attempt to move Iraq toward peace and stability, and a part of the Iraqi population, led by the titular government, sided with them. Another part, probably larger, remained aloof, focusing principally on its own safety and well-being. A third part viewed the foreign forces with open hostility, while a fourth part, probably quite small, engaged in active resistance. Since these insurgents had no chance of successfully confronting the American army in pitched battles, they instead engaged in sneak attacks on small detachments or civilians, after which they immediately melted back into the population at large. Their actions made it nearly impossible for Americans to leave the heavily fortified bases, except in heavily fortified convoys. American soldiers complained in private about being unable to secure any territory other than that within immediate range of their guns, with the result that they needed, in the words of one Marine, repeatedly to sweep the same insurgents, or other insurgents, out of these same towns without being able to ever hold them. In Spain, the equivalent of the new Iraqi government was the fragile regime of Joseph Bonaparte, supported by the self-proclaimed enlightened Spaniards known as the Afrancesados, literally the Frenchified. A large segment of the population remained aloof from the conflict entirely. Another large segment greeted the French with open hostility. The guerrillas themselves probably never numbered more than 40,000. Their effect, however, was far out of proportion to that figure. Their preferred method of attack, lacking car bombs and plastic explosives, was to descend without warning, in bands of hundreds, on small, isolated detachments of French troops, stragglers, sentries, scouts, and messengers. They relied on surprise and shock, and generally retreated on meeting any serious resistance. On a single day, November 20th, 1807, 80 of the 719 French soldiers crossing the Sierra de Gata en route to Portugal simply disappeared. As Mio Demolito put it melodramatically, an invisible army spread itself over nearly the whole of Spain like a net from whose meshes there was no escape. Rather than tracking the small mobile guerrilla forces, the French concentrated mostly in relatively few strong points, leaving the rest of the country thinly occupied and therefore effectively out of their control. An entire army corps spent its time simply safeguarding the crucial road from Madrid north to France. General Honoré Charles Reale, the French military governor of Navarre in northern Spain, put the matter with stark eloquence in a letter of 1810. Unfortunately, in this region, as in many others of Spain, our influence extends only as far as the range of our cannon. The Spanish say quite rightly that our troops are plowing furrows in the water. The guerrillas had a complex profile. Their leaders were part military commander, part bandit chieftain, and they took colorful nicknames. El Cantorero, the potter. El Cura, the priest. El Mozo, the lad. El Abuela, the grandfather. El Medico, the doctor. El Empecinado, the stick in the mud. The social composition of the forces varied widely. Often, as historian Charles Sndy has stressed, bands preyed as much or more on their fellow countrymen as on the French. By 1810 through 1811, some had set up regular systems of tolls and taxations, through which even French merchants could pass unmolested as long as they paid. Many bands had their origins in scattered units of the old Spanish army, which had partly crumbled after Napoleon's victories in 1808. And as time went on, others effectively transformed themselves into new units, complete with standard ranks, regimental organization, uniforms, and even artillery, mostly seized from the French. By 1813, Francisco Espos y Mina, Uncle Francisco, or the King of Navarre, the Basque commander of the single most successful band, had over 6,000 soldiers, organized in 10 regiments, dressed in blue uniforms with breeches and jackets, armed with muskets and bayonets, and trained to fight in line and column. Yet he also continued to use established guerrilla tactics and managed to pin down as many as 38,000 French soldiers in 1812 through 1813 for an entire year. What confirmed the guerrillas in their stance of absolute enmity toward the French was religion. The massive presence of the clergy on Spanish soil, noticed by French observers, had a very real effect. In 1808, a full quarter of Spanish land revenue went to the church. The population of 10 million included 30,000 parish priests and another 120,000 monks, nuns, and other clergy. These men and women preached against the invaders without respite and even promised remission from divine punishment for those who fought against them. A much-used Spanish catechism of 1808 called the French former Christians and modern heretics, and insisted it was no more a sin to kill them than it would be to kill a wild animal. A large proportion of the French officers posted in Spain had previously confronted partisans in the Tyrol and Italy. Not surprisingly, then, the French attempted to use the same tactics that had worked against previous insurgencies. Massive deployment of mobile columns to areas of guerrilla activity, the taking of hostages to ensure tranquility, exemplary punishment of villages suspected of supporting the guerrillas, swift execution of civilians captured bearing arms, and raising local auxiliary forces to take on an increasing share of the burden. The orders for summary executions, hostage-taking, and arson came straight from the top. Napoleon himself so advised his brother, "Hang a dozen individuals in Madrid. There's no lack of bad sorts to choose from." Tell Uriale to arrest the brigands' relatives and send them to France. Or so he wrote on another occasion. Levy taxes on the towns where the brigands operate, and burn the houses of their relatives. In a few cases, the tactics showed signs of succeeding. The tough and talented Marshal Louis Suchet, for instance, managed for a time to impose something close to peace and order in the areas of the north. He did so in part through co-opting nobles and other large landowners, and in part through sheer terror. His mobile columns shot captured guerrillas and priests found with weapons out of hand. They virtually wiped the town of Saliente off the map. Suchet took hostages and tried to recruit local auxiliaries, but as the historian of his campaign in Aragon concludes, Suchet's success was deceptive and fleeting. He had not eliminated resistance, only stunned it. It did not help that the French commanders squabbled mightily with each other, and that increasingly they had to rely on inexperienced conscripts newly arrived from France. Above all, they simply did not have the manpower to make their tactics work, particularly as the guerrillas were killing or capturing an average of 250 French soldiers a day. The reports filed by General Reale from the northern city of Pamplona testify with particular eloquence to the Sisyphean nature of guerrilla war for the French. From mid-1810 to mid-1811, Reale simply, he vainly struggled against the increasingly professional force of Francisco Espos Imiña. In letter after letter, he complained about the influence of priests and monks, about the guerrillas' swelling numbers, and about his inability to force them into pitched battles or to contain them without garrisoning every major town. He bitterly chided his superiors for withdrawing troops rather than sending more. He boasted to them of the priests his men shot and the hostages they took. But it made no impression in Paris. And in April of 1811, Napoleon himself chided Reale for showing little energy and leaving everything unpunished. This bolt from Olympus left the general almost speechless with shock, and he reacted by turning increasingly vicious in his tactics, until his own reports come to seem like the draft of a bill of indictment against him for war crimes. On July 8th of 1811, he had 40 alleged guerrillas held prisoner in the citadel of Pamplona summarily shot, and warned that the same thing would happen to another 170 unless the guerrillas abandoned their campaign. Here was absolute enmity on the French side as well, and it taketh little effort to imagine the sort of war that followed from the respective positions of the guerrillas and the French. Even high-ranking French officers frankly acknowledged in their memoirs the general mercilessness of the conflict. Joseph Hugo called it a guerre assassine, an assassin's war, and explicitly likened it to the Vendée. Now, here you must note, the Vendée in France itself is beneath the peninsula that juts out into the Atlantic Ocean, known as Brittany, which is in it of itself more Celt than it is Gaul. And the Vendée did not exist as a distinct region before 1790. It was born out of Europe's first total war in the age of French Revolution that ushered in the Napoleonic Empire. And if I remember correctly, over a quarter of the Vendée's royalist population, 250,000 conservative peasants of both sexes and all ages, who rejected the Revolution's subjection of the Catholic Church to secular state authority, overtaxation, and the institution of universal draft, were liquidated in the march of the Hell Columns. 12 detachments of 3,000 soldiers each, advancing across the insurgent territory in grid formation with orders to render it uninhabitable. Republican authorities devised a new method of mass murder to efficiently eliminate entire families of what the revolutionary radical Bertrand Barrère distinctly ethnicized as this rebel race in exterminatory orders issued on the 1st of August in 1793, while simultaneously disposing of their bodies hygienically to prevent plague by lashing thousands of men, women, and children below decks into barges, which were then towed out into the Loire estuary and sank. Today, monuments to Vendéan generals, to crucial battles, and to atrocities of the first French Republican genocide dot the landscape in a manner that recalls the Southern American commemoration of the Confederate lost cause. The expedient destruction of multitudinous bodies of victims in the Revolution as prophylaxis to plague has divided the people of France like nothing else. French historians remain so bitterly opposed regarding the charcoal ovens of Napoleon's Europe that many academically recognized texts concerning imperial France retain bibliographies with separate sections for pro- and counter-revolutionary works. Note that the American Historical Review, flagship journal of the historian's profession in these United States, had, by the year of my late and sainted sire's death, his thanatization, in the year of 2007, not published a single article on Napoleonic military history for over 30 years, due to the French intelligentsia's concerted efforts to discourage access to pertinent materials that would inspire foreign reevaluation of Napoleon Bonaparte as a war criminal emergent of France's most populicidal regime. Albert Jean Roca, who served under Marshal Nicolas Soult in Andalusia, in España, going back to the Peninsular War of Spain, so the French could only maintain themselves in Spain through terror. They were constantly facing the need to punish the innocent with the guilty, of revenging themselves on the weak instead of the powerful. Years later, French Capitan Elzéar Blaise, yes, his surname was Blaise, wrote that one might fill volumes with the atrocities committed on both sides in this graceless war. Indeed, Blaise himself recorded gruesome stories of soldiers flayed alive by the guerrillas, or placed between wooden boards and sawn in two. Belgian soldiers wrote home of seeing victims of the guerrillas with their eyes plucked out, their genitals cut off and stuffed into their mouths. French troops recounted seeing comrades literally nailed to barn doors and left to die. On the French side, General Jean-Marie Pierre d'Ossène, the governor of Burgos, developed a ghastly reputation for torture. He made a policy of hanging the bodies of 3 guerrillas permanently on gallows outside his office. When relatives stole away one body in the night, he immediately ordered a prisoner executed to take the man's place. Entire towns could pay a terrible price for insurgency. Early in 1809, Marshal Claude Victor, operating in central Spain near Talavera, sent a detachment of 25 German soldiers through nearby villages to ask for supplies. 4 of them stopped in the village of Erinas, where the inhabitants pretended to greet them with hospitality, but then fell upon them and killed them all. according to the account left by their officer Karl Franz von Holzing. The Spanish woman, before murdering the soldiers, crushed their bones and testicles and cut off their penises. Holzing himself then led an expedition against Erinaz. When the villagers tried to flee, his men shot at them from a distance as if on a hunting expedition, laughing whenever their victims fell into the grass. The French then set the village on fire. Holzing recalled, with horror, how wild and uncontrolled soldiers dragged young women into the streets and raped them, and, in one case, dashed a baby's head against a wall before tossing the body into a fire in front of the shrieking mother. As the French retreated from Portugal in the spring of 1811, after one last attempt to invade that country, their conduct evoked with particular nauseating force what Shakespeare had called the filthy and contagious clouds of heady murder, spoil, and villainy. The command belonged to Marshal André Massena, the same man who had overseen the sack of Loria 4.5 years before. In the town of Porto de Mos, 200 men, women, and children were burned to death in the parish church. A German in the British service later recalled, "Every morning at dawn, when we started out, the burning villages, hamlets, and woods, which illuminated the sky, told of the progress of the French. Murdered peasants lay in all directions. At one place, which contained some fine buildings, I halted at a door to beg water of a man who was sitting on the threshold of the house, staring fixedly before him. He proved to be dead, and had only been placed there, as if he were still alive, for a joke. The corpse of another Portuguese present had been placed in a ludicrous position in a hole in the garden wall through which the infantry had broken. It had probably been put there in order to make fun of us when we came along. The villages through which we marched were nothing but heaps of debris." The most powerful evocations of the horrors of this war never even saw the light of day until the middle of the American Civil War between the states for rights, circa 1863. During the fighting, Francisco de Goya, very much an enlightened Spaniard with little sympathy for the church, had flirted with the new regime. He even painted Joseph Bonaparte's portrait. But the unceasing cascade of atrocities revolted him. They drove him to produce a series of blisteringly powerful etchings titled The Disasters of War, which depicted atrocities committed by all sides. Their unflinching, deliberately obscene detail exposed the horrors of war in a manner rarely seen in European art. Certainly never before his work. In fact, they speak better to later sensibilities, which perhaps explains why Goya never published them in his lifetime. The guerrillas, however, did not defeat Napoleon in Spain. Even when such forces as Espos y Minas turned into something closely resembling regular armies, and managed to get the French to end summary executions of prisoners, they still could not hope to beat Napoleon's men in battle. They did, however, manage to tie down hundreds of thousands of French soldiers desperately needed in other theaters of operations, particularly Russia, while bleeding them badly and destroying their morale. A piece of cynical French graffiti found on a Spanish wall ran, "The Spanish War. Death for soldiers, ruin for officers, fortunes for generals." The distinction for beating the French in the field, however, belonged above all to the British and their meticulous, stern commander, Wellington. Commanding his relatively small, well-disciplined professional force, but aided by troops from the old Spanish army and the Portuguese one reorganized by his associate, Sir William Beresford, he carried out a brilliant series of victories. Talavera, Busaco, Badajoz, Salamanca, Vitoria. In 1809 to 1810, thrown back into Portugal, the British commander constructed massive fortifications and stopped the French advance. Finally, in 1813, with Napoleon withdrawing troops from the peninsula to replace Russian losses, Wellington forced the French army back toward the Pyrenees, and Joseph Bonaparte's regime collapsed. France had not yet been definitively defeated. It would take the disastrous Russian campaign of 1812 and subsequent events in Germany to bring Napoleon down. But France had been terribly weakened, and in the process the Spanish War had given birth to a new horrid form of warfare that we have seen repeated again and again throughout the last 200 years. At the Battle of Vitoria, on June 21st of 1813, a convoy carrying the papers and treasures of King Jose was pillaged, leaving trunks, ledgers, books, and silver scattered across the field. An apt symbol for the wreck of French ambitions. Joseph Bonaparte himself fled to France. After his brother's final defeat, he emigrated to southern New Jersey, where he lived the life of a dissolute country gentleman until the 1840s on land now used by Ocean Spray to raise cranberries. But as a result of the prolonged poor weather amid World War II, crop yields across the British Isles and Western Europe plummeted by 75% and more in 1816 through 1817. In the first summer of Tambora's cold, wet, and windy regime, the European harvest languished miserably. Farmers left their crops in the field as long as they dared, hoping some fraction might mature in late-coming sunshine. But the longed-for warm spell never arrived, and at last, in October, they surrendered. Potato crops were left to rot, while entire fields of barley and oats lay blanketed in snow until the following spring. In Germany, the descent from bad weather to crop failure to mass starvation, conditions took a frighteningly rapid course. Karl von Clausewitz, the military tactician, witnessed heart-rending scenes on his horseback travels through the Rhine country in the spring of 1817. I saw decimated people, barely human, prowling the fields for half-rotten potatoes. In the winter of 1817, in Augsburg, Memmingen, and other German towns, riots erupted over the rumored export of corn to starving Switzerland, while the locals were reduced to eating horse and dog flesh. Meanwhile, back in England, riots broke out in the East Anglian counties as early as May 1816. Armed laborers bearing flags with the slogan, "Bread or Blood," marched on the cathedral town of Ely, held its magistrates hostage, and fought a pitched battle against the militia. In his magisterial account of the social and economic upheaval in Europe during the Tambora period, historian John Post has shown the scale of human suffering to be worst in Switzerland, home to Mary Shelley and her circle in 1816. Even in normal times, a Swiss family devoted at least half its income to buying bread. Already by August 1816, bread was scarce. And in December, bakers in Montreuil threatened to cease production unless they could be allowed to raise prices. With imminent famine came the threat of Surlevemets, violent uprising. Bakers were set upon by starving mobs in the market towns and their shops destroyed. The English ambassador to Switzerland, Stratford Canning, wrote to his prime minister that an army of peasants, unemployed and starving, was assembling to march on Lausanne. Were these all flashes of inspiration? The climate change lesson of the Tambora Frankenstein myth runs as follows. If humans do as Tambora did, emitting vast pollutants into the atmosphere, then we are going to force upon the world myriad 1816-esque horrors, dark skies, floods and storms, agricultural collapse, economic stagnation, plus human misery, poverty, and displacement. However, the Tambora eruption forced only limited temporary climate cooling for about a year and in only a few parts of the globe. The climate crisis of global warming, in contrast, is nigh on permanent. It also directs the thermometer in the opposite direction. There's also an obvious dissonance between their respective causes, natural volcanic exhaust versus human-made industrial pollution, such that any mode of response must be completely different. Dealing with an erupting tropical volcano, though of great importance, is not the same as dealing with climate change. Besides, there are much better ways of foregrounding the dangers of climate change than resorting to an errant volcano analogy. Another problem with the Tambora Frankenstein myth is the way it ignores other inspirations for the Frankenstein novel. And here again, Napoleon Bonaparte deserves a mention, alongside a mention of the French Revolution. Just as Napoleon took the high ideals of the French Revolution and transformed them into military conquest, so Dr. Frankenstein took the high ideals of the scientific revolution and turned them into a hubristic project. Okay, our man Jameson Reese has returned. I tell you, I'm famished. As soon as I'm finished with transmission, within the hour and 45 minutes we have remaining, I'll be ravenously devouring something. Now, Napoleon, viewed as the monster of Frankenstein, rose to power thanks to the French Revolution, of which Dr. Victor von Frankenstein's pursuit of the creation of life is symbolic. Hence, Frankenstein's creation is not the monster of the story. Nearly everyone supposes that the monster in Frankenstein is the monster, blasphemously named Adam, but popularly remembered by his creator's name of Frankenstein, as a black American slave would be granted the name of their master in patriarchal recognition of their owner as their functional father. This is wrong on 2 counts. In the part of Frankenstein's monster, I mean. As for the slavery, that's a completely different issue. That's wrong on so many counts, it would take a whole transmission to address that. But for one thing, the 8-foot-tall creature that Victor Frankenstein assembles out of the parts of dead bodies and then shocks to life is not formally named Frankenstein. In fact, as the flesh golem's erstwhile progenitor never addresses him by his forechosen name of Adam, the creature functionally has no name at all. Frankenstein can only bring himself to refer to it as the monster, creature, fiend, demon, or simply it. Early 19th century Europe was still reeling from the authoritarian Napoleon's conquests, which stemmed from the failure of the early 1790s French Revolution, an event that shocked the higher classes of European society and renewed fears of lower-class uprisings everywhere. The authoress Mary Shelley herself was raised in the middle class And despite her parents being strong liberals, Mary Wollstonecraft and William Godwin, she was fairly conservative in her views toward the lower class, but still generally conflicted. She conveyed these contrasting views partially through a rough, rugged, horrific, gruesome representation of the lower class embodied by the creature, and also partially through the creature's humanity and emotions. It possesses this identity due to the era's identification of the lower class with strongly negative, almost subhuman characteristics and terminologies, and this identification is reflected upon the creature. But the creature's identity also contains a sense of humanity that makes it relatable in a human level. More importantly, the real monster in Frankenstein is not the creature, but the creator, Victor von Frankenstein. He aims to create a new species, not for the benefit of the world, but to glorify himself. He styles himself a philanthropist, but he is in fact a supreme egoist. He labors heroically at his task, allowing himself to attend to nothing else, but at the moment that his creation first stirs, he discovers that he cannot bear the sight of it. Now that I had finished, the beauty of the dream vanished, and breathless horror and disgust filled my heart. Unable to endure the aspect of the being I had created, I rushed out of the room. The creature, intelligent and sensitive, is left to fend for himself. He longs for companionship, but his appearance evokes in others only two responses: flight or fight. He yearns for a relationship with his creator, but Victor will have nothing to do with him. Spurned and reviled by everyone he encounters, the creature eventually lashes out, killing Victor's brother, his best friend, and, on their honeymoon, his wife. The creature tells him, "I ought to be thy Adam, but I am rather thy fallen angel." Yet it is as though there are two distinct halves to one character. Each half competes for attention from the other and for the chance to be the ruler of the other half. In the end, this competition reduces both men to ruins. Shelley is also keenly aware of the concern that technology was advancing at a rate that dizzied the mind of all early 18th century readers. Perhaps this novel is addressing that issue of advances created by men, but which fly in the face of natural elements and divine plans. As the 18th century changed to the 19th century, the big question in Europe was this: what would the French Revolution lead to? Europe's rulers had good reason to be concerned. The social leavening, the social leveling reforms in France had led to the destruction of aristocratic privilege and the execution of a king. If these reforms spread to other countries, the conservative regimes then in power would suffer. And as France made these reforms, such as opening positions of leadership to all men based on talent, a meritocracy, in theory, the country became more efficient, powerful, and increasingly patriotic. As people at all levels of French society began to feel more of a stake in France's future, the power of the masses was starting to be tapped, unlike ever before in history. Napoleon, a minor Corsican aristocrat from Italy who rose to be the Emperor of France from a humble subject of the Austrian Empire, represented the new confidence in social mobility and individual talent the revolution had wrought. And although he was a dictator, Napoleon was in many ways very progressive, advancing many of the goals of the revolution and rationalizing government and social processes wherever he went. Napoleon represented change. Nearly all of Europe fell under Napoleon's control, and certainly all of it was forever changed by being ruled by him or fighting against him. Napoleon came as closer than anyone else in modern history to conquering Europa. The war he provoked can be thought of as an early kind of world war. World War Zero. Napoleon's wars echoed in the New World as well, influencing the War of 1812 and Toussaint Louverture's dictatorship in Haiti. Even as it spread conflict, Napoleon's conquests spread the new ideas and new institutions of the French Revolution throughout Europe. The countries he occupied had versions of the Napoleonic Code imposed upon them, forming the legal basis for much of continental European law today. The liberal ideals of legal equality codified in his legal system spread to his opponents too, as reformers like Berenstain and Hardenberg realized that to compete with France, they had to create a Prussian state that was as unto France, like France itself. Thus, Napoleon spread the ideas of the French Revolution even beyond the boundaries of his vast empire. Napoleon's regime also helped mobilize nationalist movements. In reacting to their French overlords, some previously disunited ethno-linguistic groups saw reason to organize. In opposing France, these groups built up nationalist movements, most notably in Germany. Germany even reacted intellectually, starting to champion Romanticism, a school of thought opposed to the French Enlightenment rationalism that Napoleon was spreading. Interestingly, the Napoleonic Wars fueled the energies of both liberal and conservative opponents. In Spain, a bloody peninsular war was fought by guerrillas who wanted to return a Bourbon to the throne. In Germany, people complained that they wanted more self-rule. The Napoleonic period was an extremely complicated time. Such goes sans saying. Moral right and wrong are hard to distinguish. Napoleon was a dictator, but, well, even if he was a particularly evil one, he was most certainly progressive in many ways. He encouraged many developments we today consider quite positive. The Napoleonic Wars were instigated by France, but each nation fought to protect and expand its own national interest. The wars were punctuated by constantly shifting alliances. Sometimes Prussia fought France, and sometimes it was neutral. Austria, led by the crafty Metternich, tried to improve relations with France towards the end of the Napoleonic era. Russia initially opposed Napoleon, then sided with him, and then turned against him again. The only constant through the 15 years of Napoleon's rule was the continued enmity between England and France. Instead of a war between irreconcilable values, the Napoleonic Wars, World War Zero, were fought with essentially the same motivation driving all sides: greed. The period was typified by realism in diplomacy and war, for all sides were simply trying to win whatever advantages they could. 'Twas a tale of hubris and power put to the page. Ergo, Frankenstein is far more than a monster story. It is a tale of hubris devoid of love, the overweening pride of a scientist so obsessed with his own powers that he seeks to make himself a god. Like Mary Shelley herself, who not only grew up without a mother but also blamed herself for her mother's death, the creature is motherless, with no one to love him. This misery makest him a fiend, and when his unrequited longing turns to hatred, he lashes out against his creator. Acquiring the capacity to do godlike things cannot make us gods. Above all, when there be no love. There is far too much in Frankenstein to recount here tonight. There is the story of Elizabeth, an orphan raised in the Frankenstein home who eventually becomest Victor's wife. There is the account of Victor's education, which progresses from the study of the natural sciences to an irresistible impulse to create a new and better kind of man. And there is the epistolary structure of the novel itself, attributed to Robert Walton, a failed writer who sets off in pursuit of fame to explore the frigid North Pole, where he encounters the nearly dead Victor von Frankenstein, drawn there in hot pursuit of the monster. Were it not so thoroughly documented, the story of Frankenstein's creation would beggar belief. A convergence of unparalleled cataclysms on either side of the globe sets the stage for a gathering of literary titans at which an 18-year-old girl first crafts an unearthly yet timeless tale of unbridled human arrogance. Now, in terms of all of that, oh my God, what more can I say? Obviously, plenty. There'd be far too much to go into still. But in trying to gather my wits about me and think about, what to try and go along the arc of narrative or, continue along it as coherently as I can. How do I phrase this? I mean, it's been how many years now? Well over 200. Why hasn't Mary Shelley been given the respect she deserves? Shelley's Frankenstein has spoken to technological and cultural anxieties from the Enlightenment to #MeToo. But its authoress's achievements have too often been dismissed or treated with skepticism. I could go on this for hours. I became fascinated by Mary Shelley and her most famous novel because of her husband. Now, back in 2011, when my late and sainted Cyrus was murdered, I found myself trying to make sense of Percy Bysshe Shelley's poetry. It was a tricky self-assignment. Percy was above all a creature of his own cultural moment, and nothing dates like a Zeitgeist, a spirit of the times. Yet Mary's Frankenstein comest out of just the same heady cultural and political nexus as her husband's verse, and her novel has continued to fascinate us. 1,200 years after its publication in January of 1818. It still speaks to us directly as a myth about contemporary life. It has inspired film adaptations cross genres, from the comedy caper Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein to the quasi-rock opera The Rocky Horror Picture Show and sci-fi classics such as Blade Runner. Then there's the apparently endless schlock and kitsch in comics and cosplay, where fans dress up as their favorite fictional characters. It has become the go-to journalistic shorthand for technological interventions in human biology or medical science. Dr. Frankenstein and his creature make us their way in the mainstream of modern life. They reappear in our fantasies and nightmares more consistently than most fictional or historical characters. now we can expect a slew of new Frankensteins, as everyone's favorite scar-faced shuffling giant and his creator are remade for a new time. Now, Mary has been much researched, all too often in terms of whether she was good or bad for Percy. But she hadn't been placed at the center of her own story since Miranda Seymour's magisterial biography, published in the first year of the third Christian millennium, circa Anno Domini 2000 of the Communal Era. I wanted to discover for myself a Mary Shelley for our times, to find the girl behind the book who lost her mother before she was ever cognizant of such, to help me compensate for losing mine, and to reconstruct what writing her magnum opus must have been like. Bear in mind, she wrote another book that was far more her magnum opus than Frankenstein, called After London, about the last man upon the earth. But that would take another transmission to describe. Her story is every bit as archetypal as that of Mary's two most famous characters. Her life and relationships with men couldn't be more relevant for our #MeToo era. Mary was just 18 when she had the idea for Frankenstein, 19 when she finished writing the book. How could a teenager come up with not one, but two enduring archetypes? The scientist obsessed by blue sky research and unable to see it has ethical and social consequences, and the near human he creates. It's an astonishing achievement, and even more so when we remember that, being a girl, Mary wasn't educated in the same way as many of her romantic writing peers. Unlike Percy, she had no Eton nor Oxford, but had lessons in the home schoolroom and a grim 6 months at Miss Pettyman's Ladies' School in Ramsgate, and learned from browsing the books in her father's library. An autodidact, much like myself to a great degree. Public school for me wasn't worth shit. Most of all that I've learned and that you hear sourcing from me, I had to teach myself. I was my own father in that regard, and gave birth to myself. Nothing could be more godlike, Michael Aquino said himself. As for Mary Shelley, her parents were two of the most notorious radicals of her day. It was like she were born to Patricia Ann Hearst and some terrorist member of the Weathermen. Her own mother, who died of complications 10 to 11 days after her birth, in the night, between 2 calendar days, was Mary Wollstonecraft, authoress of A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, and her father was the political philosopher and novelist William Godwin. He may have been a proponent of anarchism, but he upheld many contemporary conventions at home. Once Mary eloped with Percy at the age of 16. For example, the former apostle of free love cut off his daughter until she was respectably married. Again, something that couldn't happen until Percy's original wife killed herself. So Mary participated in an elopement and a conspired murder by driving Percy's wife to suicide. A villain and a villainess, 2 criminals on the lam, who spent the rest of their life on the run from creditors. So how on earth did Mary create her precocious masterpiece amidst all that? One answer given by readers and critics down the years is that she didn't. On its first anonymous appearance, reviewers surmised that this novel of ideas was written by someone close to Godwin, but not that the author might be his daughter. Percy, as son-in-law, was credited instead, which is really funny because he wrote The Vampire, which was stolen by that queer boyfriend of his companion. Even in recent years, Percy's corrections, visible in the Frankenstein notebooks held at the Bodleian Library in Oxford, have been seized on as evidence that he must have at least co-authored the novel. In fact, when Michael Aquino ordered those notebooks for the Presidio Military Library, and I examined them myself when they were on loan for Michael Aquino's own exploitation, I realized that Percy did rather less than any line editor, far less than any line editor working in publishing today. A second skeptical response to Mary's astonishing achievement disparages her more slyly, suggesting that the archetypes of Frankenstein and his creature are not, in fact, original. Such skeptics cite the classical myth of Pygmalion, a sculptor who creates a lover for himself, or the half-human figure of Caliban in The Tempest. Both were part of the early 19th century cultural canon, and growing up in a literary household, Mary will have been aware of them. But her own creations differ from both. And it's these different qualities that speak as so vividly to us today. Pygmalion, at least in Ovid's Metamorphoses, did I say that right? Metamorphoses, didn't set out to create a human. He simply falls in love with one of his own creations. The goddess Aphrodite is so touched by this that she brings the sculpture to life for him. George Bernard Shaw's 1913 play, Pygmalion, retells this parable about artistic vanity. His story about Henry Higgins, the linguist who makest a young lady out of a street flower seller, but does so for his own benefit, not hers, remains familiar today in Lerner and Loewe's version thereof, the musical My Fair Lady. A statue also turns into a woman in Shakespeare's The Winter's Tale, when the figure of King Leontes' much-mourned wife cometh to life. Every 16th century grammar school boy got a smattering of classical education. The young Shakespeare is likely to have encountered the Pygmalion myth in his Stratford-upon-Avon classroom. Thus, The Tempest echoes another classical myth in which the Minotaur, like fellow island dweller Caliban, is the hideous offspring of a human mother and a supernatural father, and lords it over his island until subdued by an arriving hero. Clearly, neither is a precursor for Mary's ambitious young doctor who wants to create the perfect human, but fails to do so. In fact, Frankenstein is one of the great novels of failure, taking its place somewhere between Cervantes' rambling 17th century masterpiece, Don Quixote, which Mary read while she was working on her novel, and Hemingway's 1952 novella, The Old Man and the Sea. In both these books, however, failure is viewed with compassion in the context of human dignity and ideals. Frankenstein, on the other hand, portrays it as the destructive result of overreaching. Mary's portrait of failure as the dark heart of hubris is couched in terms so strong they seem almost religious. Sure enough, this idealistic young daughter of a former dissenting minister believed that right and wrong were a matter of fact, not just opinion. Yet Frankenstein's passionate appeal for justice is moving, not sermonizing. Mary never had the chance to be a prig. Even as she was writing what became as her first novel, years of the harsh censure of woman's private life that today would be referred to as slut-shaming had begun. She had been ostracized by family and friends for running off with Percy, a married man, and was subjected to sniggering speculation by male acquaintances. The couple married after Percy's first wife, Harriet, was driven to take her own life, but were regarded as so disreputable because of that in an unprecedented decision, they were refused custody of Percy's children from his first marriage. A legal precedent. In future years, Mary would sit through a sermon preached against her, find her husband viewed as fair game by other women, and her in-laws would campaign to take away her surviving child, the only child to survive out of 5 that were born to her, born of Frankenstein's womb. Even so, sincere and engaging as it may be, her moral stance is not what maketh Frankenstein feel so contemporary, nor does its early 19th century technology. Mary imagined first a combination of maths and alchemy, and then electricity in her revised 1832 edition, animating her patchwork cadaver. Neither really resonates in today's age of biochemical breakthroughs and genetic engineering. The laboratory electrocution scene first imagined in James Whale's classic 1931 film of Frankenstein now seems fabulously kitsch. But in the novel, myth powers technology, and not the other way around. Frankenstein shows us that aspiration and progress are indistinguishable from hubris, until something goes wrong, when suddenly we see all too clearly what was reasonable endeavor and what was overreaching. By the time she wrote her classic, Mary was aware that the man she had married was an emotional and philosophical overreacher. For all his family wealth, Percy was always in debt, and his timing was staggeringly poor. Even during her first pregnancy, he had presumed 17-year-old Mary to sleep with his best friend in pursuit of free love, while his own long-running romantic involvement with Mary's stepsister had started at the time of the couple's elopement. Moreover, for a soi-disant writer, remarkably little of his work has ever been published. Mary spent a lot of time fair copying it to send to publishers. But Frankenstein is no memoir. The question it asks, how far is too far, is at the very heart of modernity. The Romantics, Mary among them, leaned in to progress. The great historian Eric Hobsbawm called the period from the beginning of the French Revolution in 1789 to the outbreak of the First World War the long 19th century. Published early in this classical era of modernity, Mary's novel still helps us define its terms today. Shorthand for the way we experience ourselves within a world of increasing man-made complexity. Modernity is both positive and negative, signaling hope for progress as well as our fear of change. Frankenstein identifies the mismatch between human experience and what we are expected to become as technology and science advance. As well as being emotionally expressive, Frankenstein was informed by contemporary intellectual debate. In 1816, when Mary started writing it, the study of natural phenomena wasn't yet a proper profession. The term scientist had yet to be invented. Amateur speculation could be cutting edge. Those who were professional gave fashionable public lectures, which encouraged more amateur participation. When Mary was in her teens, these lecturers included her father's friend, the chemist and inventor Sir Humphrey Davy, the Italian physicist and philosopher Dr. Luigi Galvani, and his nephew Giovanni Aldini, each of whom gave us demonstrations of how to pass an electric current through the nerves of a dead body. Her time seemed so right for Mary's novel that I was briefly tempted by a third response to the puzzle of how Frankenstein camest into being. A very young woman, simply, rather artlessly, channeled whatever was going on in her social and cultural milieu into her book. Of course, this reduces cultural history to the folk wisdom that everyone's got a book in him, and ignores the labor and technique entailed in producing a work that is publishable at all, not to mention a great one that actually succeeds on publication. Yet it's fascinating how frequently female writers do incur this reaction. Think of the widespread reception of that towering 20th century writer Sylvia Plath, no less a transformative poet than her husband Ted Hughes, as simply expressing her feelings. Indeed, think today of the American poet Sharon Olds, forced for years to equivocate over whether material in her Pulitzer Prize-winning book is autobiographical, lest she be similarly dismissed. The question is not how did Mary write Frankenstein, but why is it so hard to believe that she did? After all, she herself left a portrait of the kind of thinking she enjoyed, the leaping, near-intuitive intellect she gives her Dr. Victor von Frankenstein. Just the sort of aha that can suddenly and brilliantly synthesize a number of apparently unrelated ideas exactly as Mary's story does. Everything we know about her writing process, and we know a lot thanks to her journal and her letters, tells us it was consciously literary, painstakingly crafted. Even its famous trigger was literary. After they spent that evening in June of 1816 reading ghost stories together, Lord Byron set a group of his guests at Villa Diodati on the banks of Lake Geneva a writing competition. And as Mary herself recalled, "We will each write a ghost story," said Lord Byron. "I busied myself to think of a story to rival those which had excited us to this task." Meanwhile, the men in the room, Piercy and either Byron or Byron's doctor, John William Polidori, were having serious talk about the principles of life. It seems to have occurred to no one that Mary, having already given birth twice and lost her first child at 12 days old, probably knew more about such principles than anyone else present could even dream. Oh, the world around us, and what it brings to my own mind. But everything the teenage mother didn't feel entitled to mention in Byron's salon fuels her novel. Mary completed much of Frankenstein while living in Bath, at a time when Piercy was often absent. It was a tempestuous year in every respect, in which both her half-sister Fanny and Harriet Shelley killed themselves. Her stepsister's daughter with Byron was born. Mary got married and was pregnant for the third time. It's no surprise the novel is so full of human insight and understanding, maternal anxieties about creating a perfect human, fears of ugliness, lovelessness, and rejection, an analysis of what it is to be unmothered and alone in the world. These are universal themes, and by August of 1818 the book seems to be universally read, as their writer friend Thomas Love Peacock reported to both Mary and Piercy. But Mary wasn't basking in this success. She had already followed Piercy into political exile in Europe, and within a year she would suffer the deaths of both her children. Dragged from pillar to post by the charismatic, unreliable man to whom she was committed, even while he became increasingly unfaithful to her, she would, until Piercy's death in 1822, resemble nothing so much as a surrendered wife. It's impossible to tell the story of her life without at every turn being aware of the fact that Mary was a female writer, widowed, just before turning 25. She discovered that most friends would have nothing to do with someone they saw as a cross between a mere poet's mistress and the killjoy who cramped his style. She returned to London and spent the next 2 decades eking out an allowance for her surviving child that her father-in-law loaned her. Sir Timothy Shelley's own eldest child was illegitimate, but he never accepted Mary, who had lived and had 2 children with Percy before she married him, into the Shelley family. Still, a dogged survivor that she was, and a consummate professional, Mary supported herself and saw her son through Harrow and Oxford by her writing, the great bulk of which had to be done anonymously. The archives are full of her unsuccessful attempts to pitch to publishers. It's hard to imagine a male author who had experienced similar popular and critical success being so consistently knocked back. But Mary had the bad luck not to have started her writing life under a masculine pseudonym. Notorious in literary circles because of her relationship with Percy, she never enjoyed the freedoms of her slightly younger contemporaries, the Brontes and George Eliot. After Frankenstein, she was not read purely as a writer, but always judged as a woman. In a revealing journal entry from the 21st day in October of 1838, when she was 41, Mary tried to reconcile the feeling that to be something great and good was the precept given me, with her failure to write radical philosophy in the good cause. My total friendlessness, my horror of pushing, and inability to put myself forward unless led, cherished and supported, all this has sunk me. Forced to feel inferior by the double standards stacked against her, yet ashamed of her failure to achieve all a man could without those handicaps, Mary feels absolutely contemporary. We find her today in debates about the Woman's Prize for Fiction, in magazine articles comparing the fortunes of male and female writers, in the horrors of the casting couch. Frankenstein shows us how failure and hubris are 2 sides of the same coin. Mary's life reveals the tremendous hubris it took for this teenage girl to give birth to 2 of the most enduring and influential myths of our time. In the hour we have remaining, let me try and gather myself again. As I said, and can never overemphasize, although Mary Shelley's masterpiece ranks as one of the most unforgettable works in world literature, the tale it tells in no measure outshines the incredible story behind its creation. Shelley's Frankenstein was also partly inspired by the Luddite uprising. English textile workers had rebelled against the introduction of machines that were threatening them with unemployment. You know, automation's going to get your job. And thus, impoverishment. During the years 1811 through 1816, some Luddites chose to smash those offending machines, In response, the English Parliament introduced the death penalty for such acts. That machine is worth more than your life. Lord Byron, before he moved to Switzerland, criticized this draconian measure in a speech to the British House of Lords. The dehumanization of the lower class is mirrored through the dehumanization of Frankenstein's creature itself. Its interactions with fellow humans were never cordial because of what the creature's horrifying appearance made people do: run off or attack it. The sublime is in effect here, as sublime emotions are rooted in a pain. Well, sublime emotions are rooted in pain and not pleasure. That is probably the only parallel, the only sense I could find for that Cenobite box you get out of Hellraiser. Otherwise, you take a look at that shit and you say, this is the ultimate in pain or pleasure, or that's how they promote the box. Where's the pleasure in this again? Well, you see, the pleasure is in the sublime emotions of loss and my God, what else is there? People saw the creature and they saw something subhuman in looks and mannerisms, which made them act in such a strongly negative way towards the creature. Their efforts to always either run off or attack it indicate their viewpoint that the creature is a problem and should be treated as such. Not only subhuman, but a problem too. The era during which the book was written was fairly agreeable to such lower-class subjugation as seen through the creature, because of what the lower class had done to the hearts and minds of much of the European upper classes. The French Revolution's impact on their collective psyche was significant. What with the long-established monarchy getting overthrown and arrested, King Louis XVII getting beheaded, and the complete failure of initial populist aspirations as indicated by the Reign of Terror and subsequent authoritarian dictatorship in the reign of Napoleon Bonaparte. Mary Shelley, the authoress of the novel, shares a lot of the upper-class apprehensions towards the lower class, being fairly mixed in her support towards lower-class rights, which was surprising given how liberal her parents were regarding the French Revolution. Knowing this family legacy, the novel could not only be a reflection of the era, but a reflection of her conflicted views concerning the lower class. Even though the creature is a horrifying sight, and an anathema to society at large, much like the lower class's perceived position in society, she still gives it a strong sense of humanity through its very self-aware reflections and confessions towards its creator, Victor von Frankenstein. Such reflections evoking a true sense of sympathy towards the creature and its struggles. So Shelley, to me, incorporates into the creature the era's perception of the lower class, as well as a sense of humanity that giveth the reader a potential emotional connection, so one can feel its pain. A connection to it. As well as rebellion and revolution, Mary Shelley's various experiences with childbirth, motherhood, and family are also important in the way she crafted Frankenstein, as were her journeys through Europe, the books she read while staying in Byron's Swiss Villa, and her awareness of the weird science of animal electricity. Probably, Shelley didn't need Tambora to create Frankenstein, but she did need all these other inspirations. The only reason the Tambora Frankenstein myth has overwhelmed the narrative is not that it helps explain the creation of Frankenstein, but because it strives to disarm Mary Shelley's haunting critique of scientific materialism. Now the Tonga volcano eruption that hit both the Empire of Japan's and all the Americas' Pacific coasts with a super tsunami will cool the earth. Volcanic eruptions are an underestimated natural cause of climate variability, and the massive eruption of an underwater volcano off Tonga on Saturday, as dated the 15th day this January, is believed to be the biggest in the world in 3 decades, cutting communication with the nation and sending large waves across the Pacific, causing tsunami waves of up to around 1 meter to hit parts of Japan's coast and thereby stumping weather experts, as volcanic eruptions are said to rarely cause a rise in tide levels. On the Ides of this January at 5:15 p.m. local time, Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha Apai, an underwater volcano located about 8 kilometers, that's 5 miles, from Japan on the island of Hunga Tonga, erupted at around 1:10 p.m. last Saturday, Japan time, resulting in a plume of smoke sending a 5-kilometer wide cloud of ash 20 kilometers into the atmosphere and blanketing the area in a thick film of volcanic dust, as recorded via satellite imagery. Loud explosions could be heard on islands up to 65 kilometers away, and the sea level eruption itself was heard 2,300 kilometers away in New Zealand. From space, the erupting column of smoke and even atmospheric shock waves were captured, propagating across the Pacific Ocean. The eruption started a magnitude 5.8 earthquake and sent tsunami waves across the Pacific Ocean, generating a super tsunami that reached as far as these United States. Japan's weather agency released information at 7:03 p.m. saying slight changes in sea levels were expected, but initially denied there was cause for alarm. It later corrected itself and decided to issue a tsunami warning and advisory after tide levels continued to rise along Japan's Pacific coast from around 8 p.m. 'Twas a shockwave felt round the world. The shockwave produced by the eruption rippled through Earth's atmosphere at 680 miles per hour. That would be 1,100 kilometers per hour in the universal standard, nearly the speed of sound, circling the planet twice within a day. As a result of the passing shockwave, barometers detected pressure changes of 2 to 3 millibars all over Europe, according to the World Meteorological Organization, from which I sourced the information. In spectacular visuals, satellites watching over Europe and Africa distinguished the rebound of the atmosphere caused by the explosion on the other side of the globe. Emily Lane, an expertess in hydrodynamics at New Zealand's National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research, confirmed to New Zealand's Science Media Centre that the sonic booms generated by the eruption could be heard as far as New Zealand, some 1,200 miles, that would be 1,900 kilometers away from the volcano. The New Zealand's Media Centre reported that the super tsunami generated by the eruption reached as far as the coasts of Japan, Alaska, and South America. And the Empire of Japan's weather experts were baffled by the tsunami caused by the Tonga volcanic eruption. The weather agency had initially not expected huge changes to tide levels, as volcanic eruptions are said to rarely cause a rise in tide levels. So this was, shall we say, not necessarily unprecedented, but certainly not expected. You see, the tsunami caused by volcanic eruptions are less frequent than those caused by earthquakes, meaning much remains unknown scientifically. Now, the Empire of Japan's multifunctional Kishicho, or rather, forgive me, Kishocho, the Kishocho, the JMA, the Japan Meteorological Agency, is more than just a weather service, assuming as it does an increasingly prominent role responsive to extreme weather events continuing to strike the Japanese archipelago, monitoring seismic and volcanic activity on land as well as waves and currents at sea, whilst helping to protect lives by issuing various types of warnings. Even the Japanese people themselves tend to think of JMA simplistically as the agency that provides weather forecasts. Relatively few Japanese citizens, let alone foreigners, are even aware of the scope of Kishocho services. The monitoring systems and forecasting technologies on which they are based are the agency's organization and budget. And I bet none of you know of the Great Wall of Japan. So understand that there is one, and it is, brand spanking new. So understand that the Japanese have built a tsunami wall. And there's every reason for this. When a massive tsunami engulfed the northeastern coastline of Japan a decade ago, it wiped out everything in its path, flattening villages, killing nearly 20,000 people, and triggering a nuclear meltdown. The old seawalls, which had been built along the coastline to protect villages and infrastructure, offered little protection. Today, the government's solution to the next tsunami is to build an even bigger and longer seawall to protect Japan's coastal communities. Now, up to 14 meters high and 400 kilometers long, the new seawall is dividing communities and, some fear, placing them in greater danger. Now, presented by the former Japanese correspondent, Mark Willercy, the documentary that probably renders the Great Wall of Japan accessible to your average information consumer travels along the northeastern coast of Japan's main island to meet the fishermen and communities affected by one of the country's biggest ever construction projects. And of course, they run into all kinds of people who have many things to say. Some believe the $17 billion spent on the wall's construction could have been better used moving more communities to higher ground. But definitely, if you look it up, you will be impressed. So these are tsunami defenses. These would be the moral equivalent of war. And as well, I believe you can travel over them to a great degree. And in that sense, they help to expedite transportation. So how do I put this in some perspective for people? Probably it will be difficult for me to do so. Of course, you're going to have people thinking of this as a boondoggle for builders. And, that would be one way of looking at it, of course. But to go us back for a bit to the agency which oversees it, see if I can remind myself of that and dredge out of my memory what to share with you. Okay. Going back, breathe. See how much time we got left on live stream. All right. Today's JMA, or the Japan Meteorological Agency, is a nationwide network operating round the clock, concerning itself with natural phenomena of all sorts, not just in the air, but on land and at sea as well. And in addition to its regular weather forecasting service, it provides forecasts for civil aviation, and it deals with floods, landslides, earthquakes, volcanic activity, and tsunamis. It also monitors atmospheric carbon dioxide and the ozone layer. Now, this broad reach is exceptional. By contrast, the National Weather Service of the United States devotes itself basically to just the weather, as do Britain's Meteorological Office and the meteorological agencies in Red China and South Korea. The full spectrum activities of the Japanese Empire's Kishocho are defined by its Meteorological Service Act. This law was adopted in 1952, the year that wartime reconstruction under ceasefire ended, when Japan effectively was acknowledged as having won World War II. And the following year, Japan became a member of the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, a specialized agency of the United Nations. And Japan's own admission to the United Nations itself was 3 years after this, in 1956, becoming a member of the Allied front against the Axis powers. Now, the agency has about 5,200 employees and an annual budget of around 60 billion yen. That would be about 550 million and 383,000 in United States dollars. Oh, by the way, Jameson Reese says those are some impressive walls holding back the sea. Bet Trump feels like shit not having been able to build. What does he say here? Been able to pull that off. Thank you, Jameson. That's beautiful. Now, by the way, of all that budget that I just articulated for the Japanese Meteorological Agency, about 40% go as for equipment-related costs. That's a lot of equipment. And the JMA provides a variety of weather forecasts, including hour-by-hour pinpoint predictions, one-day and two-day forecasts, and weekly and monthly outlooks. Whenever an earthquake happens, the agency almost immediately reports on the hypocenter and the seismic intensity in locations throughout the affected area, and within a few minutes, it announces whether there is a danger of tsunamis. If so, it announces the time frame of their expected arrival. The agency also has an early warning system that transmits alarms via television, radio, and mobile phone networks to those in surrounding areas before the seismic waves arrive. In addition, it uses ships, buoys, and coastal wave gauges to monitor currents and predict wave heights. Today's Japan Meteorological Agency had its beginnings in 1875 with the establishment of the Tokyo Meteorological Observatory as an organ of the Home Ministry. It had fewer than 10 employees back then, working under the direction of a foreign expert. In 1887, it was renamed Central Meteorological Observatory, and in 1895, it was transferred from the Home Ministry to the Ministry of Education. After World War II, it was placed under the Ministry of Transport, and in 1956, it was upgraded to its own agency status. Under the sweeping reorganization of the central government implemented in 2001, the agency became an extra-ministerial bureau of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport, now the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism. That's how they get to control the wall, as are the Japan Tourism Agency and the Japan Coast Guard, meaning that they cooperate directly with the military. And throughout its history, the organization has been directed and staffed almost exclusively by professional experts. In this respect, it is exceptional within the Japanese bureaucracy. Now, the JMA headquarters in Tokyo has 5 departments: administration, forecast, observation, seismology, and volcanology, and global environment and marine department. These include a total of 21 divisions, such as the Forecast Division, the Earthquake and Tsunami Observation Division, and the Atmospheric Environment Division. Among the agency's auxiliary organs are the Meteorological Research Institute, the Meteorological College, and the Meteorological Satellite Center. JMA also has, there we are. Jameson Reese says, their pragmatism never, not even once, fails to impress me. Damn, America is retarded by comparison. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Yes. Now, there we are. So, among the agency's auxiliary organs are the Meteorological Research Institute, the Meteorological College, and the Meteorological Satellite Center. Now, the JMA also has regional headquarters in 6 locations, and these are responsible for a total of 100 local meteorological offices. And these offices each have about 30 employees working in shifts around the clock to conduct daily operations, such as issuing forecasts and warnings. They also monitor ground-level atmospheric conditions, including temperature, pressure, and wind. And the JMA also operates aviation weather service centers at major airports, supplemented by aviation weather stations and airport branches to support aviation safety. Now, in terms of what I'm trying to remember about the Great Wall of Japan, the basics are: after the disaster of March 2011, the month and year my mother died when she went to do angel work in the home islands, the Japanese authorities decided to build a gigantic 15-meter high, half a 1,000-kilometer long anti-tsunami wall separating the land and the ocean. And that's when they developed the Great Wall of Japan. So in terms of how I think that you've got a way to understand how this passes into Japan's defense, well, it's, how do I say this? Think of all of the rest of Japan's concerns with the security in East Asia. Its entire military is part of the greater wall of Japan's strategy. Archipelagic defense that would allow for the protection of the southern approaches of the Ryukyu's Islands. And then you would get a better idea of what exactly is going on. So, again, let me see if I can just look at some of these pictures and see what they bring to mind for me. And I recommend everyone take a look at the Great Wall of Japan. And that way you can educate yourself, of course, towards a better understanding of our world in general, right? That's the whole intent. Okay, give me just a second here to breathe again, get myself together and make it through this final stretch because, of course, you know, I really went all out balls to the wall. There we are. Our man Jameson says, invasion from the sea would be nigh impossible. Excellent point. Could you imagine the American Marines trying to attack World War II Japan? If that had been there then, it would have been bad enough without it. So let's put it this way. He says, yeah, XD. So like hundreds of places along Japan's northeast coast, the village of Koizumi exists only on the maps because at least, at this point, hell, it was around 2014, 3 years before then, that it was razed to the ground to make room for the wall, like Trump would have done with all kinds of little towns in the way of his greater Mexican wall, his Great Wall of America, right? So let me see now, 2022 minus, and what we got, 8, 9, 10, 11, yeah, about a dozen years ago by now, an earthquake under the Pacific Ocean triggered towering waves that carried away over 18,000 people and caused a meltdown at the Fukushima Daiichi power station. The deluge flattened Koizumi and drowned 40 of its 1,800 residents. And in a country that endures a tsunami every 7 years or so, the survivors know that at some point another such calamity will surely happen. So Japan's government wasted little time in announcing a favorite solution: pouring concrete. And a few months after the disaster, it pledged to build hundreds of seawalls and breakers in the 3 worst-hit prefectures of Fukushima, Miyagi, and Iwate. The total cost, well, it racked up to 1 trillion yen, or $9.8 billion US dollars. And more walls were planned even then. And a report by the Ministries of Agriculture and Land concluded that 14,000 kilometers of Japan's 35,000-kilometer coastline require tsunami protection. Now, seawalls are controversial. They look hideous, and the evidence for their effectiveness may be flimsy. True, Fudai, a village sheltering behind a giant concrete shield, escaped unscathed in 2011. But in the city of Kumaishi, a $1.6 billion breakwater, listed in the Guinness Book of Records as the world's largest, crumbled on impact. Nearly 90% of existing seawalls along the northeast coast suffered a similar fate. So critics were saying that they even resulted in greater damage being caused elsewhere. Nobuo Shuto, an engineer at Tohoku University, said there's simply no guarantee that seawalls will stop every single tsunami. So, how do I put this? Mr. Shuto, though not against all seawalls, he wanted a rethink, and so did a lot of others, including, surprisingly at the time, Akie Abe, the prime minister's wife at that time, because for months she had been speaking speaking out against a plan for more seawalls signed off by her husband, saying that it could damage tourism and destroy local ecosystems. So she then met with Yoshihiro Murai, the governor of the Miyagi prefecture, which was home to the largest number of planned seawalls at the time. And Mr. Murai said he had seen too many people die in the disaster to reverse course. So they were not on the same page. The locals wanted it. And the same inflexible response has greeted residents across the Northeast, basically, whenever the campaigners showed up. So the decisions made in Tokyo, they're almost impossible to reverse. So Koizumi's 14.7 meter wall probably wound up costing about 230 million yen, replacing an embankment built after an earlier tsunami. But the village it's designed to protect has been moved 3 kilometers inland. So the wall is defending rice paddies. It's defending the food, which is important because I explained how many people starved to death after the volcano erupted in Indonesia. So, however, what puzzles me is that in 2011, at that time, the Land Ministry, around 2014, the Land Ministry was saying that the new structures were not designed to withstand the sort of seismic event that occurred in 2011. Because the earthquake was considered a once-in-a-thousand-years calamity, and nothing could block it. So, Koizumi's wall is less than half the size of the highest wave that hit the area during the meltdown of Fukushima Daiichi. So, again, some people were saying the walls may even make things worse. That 2011 deluge that killed some families. Maybe they could have been saved if they fled 10 meters up a hill behind their house. But they didn't run because many people thought the sea walls would protect them. You can imagine that sense of security behind those walls. But aftermath the Tonga eruption, the Japanese Meteorological Agency acknowledged that the tidal changes, which came 2.5 hours earlier than expected, did not match the characteristics of a tsunami, adding at a press conference later that it did not know the mechanism. Now, tsunami caused by earthquakes occur when the violent movement of tectonic plates that contain the seafloor creates a massive displacement in a body of water. And when a tsunami is generated in distant waters, it passes through several observation points before reaching Japan, enabling its size and arrival time to be estimated. But the phenomenon last Saturday confused weather agency officials as tide level changes were only a few dozen centimeters at Saipan and other observation points between Tonga and Japan, and they changed too quickly for a tsunami. So experts have theorized that the tidal wave was caused by a shock wave known as an air tremor that pushed the sea level down and raised the tide level in coastal areas when it hit Japan. Now, Hiromu Okada, a professor emeritus at Hokkaido University, said volcanic tsunami had occurred in Japan in the past and criticized the response of the weather agency, himself going on record to state that if such a large-scale undersea eruption occurs, it should naturally be assumed to cause a tsunami. So after a warning was finally issued shortly past midnight on Saturday, Mayor Mitsunobu Hijiya gathered his staff in Tosa Shimizu, Kochi Prefecture, which was hit by tsunami waves of up to 90 centimeters, 3 feet, himself asserting that the city would usually send out a broadcast and prepare evacuation shelters in such a situation, but it had not expected a tsunami to be caused by anything other than an earthquake. During the 2011 supermassive undersea earthquake in northeastern Japan, the weather agency issued its first tsunami warning 3 minutes after the trembler they call them, initially predicting waves between 3 to 6 meters, or 10 to 20 feet, in Iwate, Miyagi, and Fukushima prefectures. And while the estimate was later revised, a tsunami over 10 meters high ended up crashing onto coastal areas, drawing criticism that the inaccurate estimate led to delays in evacuation. Now, tsunami caused by volcanic eruptions are even less frequent than those caused by earthquakes, implying that much remains unknown scientifically. To quoteist Takehiko Yamamura, director of the Disaster Prevention System Institute in Tokyo, the mechanism of Saturday's tsunami is still unclear, and even experts are divided in their opinion. We have to recognize that forecasts of natural disasters are not perfect and take the best possible action. Now, citing a study published in 2018, the earth scientist Wisk Yim, an honorary professor at the University of Hong Kong, emphasizes that the impact of volcanic eruptions have been underestimated, himself explaining that debris from Mexico's El Chicon volcano eruption in 1982 entered the stratosphere, resulting in the second wettest year in Hong Kong since records began in 1884, so caused by the predominance of onshore wind during the year. He thereafter found that volcanic eruptions were responsible for the long-lasting 2014 through 2016 El Niño Southern Oscillation, a climate phenomenon including El Niño, La Niña, and a neutral phase. To quote his T, volcanic eruptions are an underestimated natural cause of climate variability, including severe weather events such as floods and droughts. It is also a major contributor of atmospheric carbon dioxide. Tsunamis are, of course, much feared in coastal lowlands. Now, maybe I'll wait till Wednesday to start talking about how every motherfucker online started trying to claim this was a nuclear bomb. I sense Peter may have joined us, or is that the case? I heard some news in the background. Of course, that might be, our local NSA agent. And by the way, Shane Bridges says, good morning, DD, and a good morning to you in turn, sir. And Philadelphia Walks PTSD says, good morning. Thank you, gentlemen. Good morning to you both. And
I am here, Douglas. I am here, but I was on mute. I put you on mute. I've only been here for like 5 minutes or so.
Oh, cool. Well, welcome aboard, Peter. And of course, we can talk all things tsunami and earthquake or any direction you want to take it. So I spent all night talking about Frankenstein, and I'll timestamp that for you so you can, review that. And
was it just a coincidence that you were talking about Frankenstein and I brought up where we were going vampires, right?
Pretty much. It was basically brought on by, of course, the fact that we had the Tonga volcano impact us to such a degree. I want to give a shout out to Seth, because Seth provided fabulous footage of the volcano, where the satellite footage was able to show all the lightning strikes that were taking place generated by the volcanic eruption, generating its own lightning strikes. And so it was basically 3 satellites that measured everything. And so I was talking about, how the big volcano in Indonesia had its impact on the Frankenstein novel. And, so it was coincident. It was really coincident. So what we'll do probably on Wednesday will be to talk a bit about how the tsunamis impacted the Highway 1 in California. And now we've got, of course, the what they call the Colorado fire in California, which has shut down Highway 1, which I'm sure Peter Moon knows of Highway 1. It's the Pacific Coastal Highway, the scenic route.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, this is something that I'll go a bit into to explain to people about how valuable that is. That's a national treasure. And I'll tell people, while I'm talking about that and how the Tonga eruption impacted, the weather, how we still got fires burning anyway, and they're really, eating up California as usual. I think that goes great with the vampires, and the Frankenstein will just.
I'm interested in how the tsunami connects to Frankenstein or had an impact. That sounds off the wall just on face value, but yeah. And Highway 1 is always a temporary highway because it gets wiped out all the time, or parts of it, because it goes all the way up the coastline of California, and it's quite scenic, and at times very harrowing and dangerous when you get between Big Sur and Hearst Castle area. Oh God, you're going. It's like a ride at Disneyland or something where they're going over on a roller coaster, going over some canyon or something. It's wow, it's scary driving that.
Yeah,
especially when you're on the outside coming south.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah, yeah, facing the sea. Yes, that's right. Instead of hugging the walls. And so you're helping to put that into perspective for our listeners, and but I'm glad you had the experience. They're saying maybe future generations won't be able to have that experience because
they rebuild it all the time, though, because it blanks out. It'll be for several miles, often around Big Sur. And in fact, when I was there in I think 2006, I wanted to drive. It's particularly beautiful between San Francisco and down to Santa Cruz, and I took my daughter to see it.
Yeah.
And we had breakfast in San Francisco and then drove down, and she slept the whole way. She didn't get to appreciate it. Jeez. Nor was she that interested. But I did it for her, so she could see the Highway 1 down from San Francisco all the way down to Santa Cruz.
How old was she?
Oh, 2000. She was about 15.
Oh, okay.
And just, she was tired.
Yeah.
And then we did continue to drive it down once she was awake. Once we had lunch in Monterey and went down all the way there, stopped at Big Sur, which is later where she did her video. She did a beautiful video at Big Sur later in life. And then we went down all the way, and it was in between there and Hearst Castle. I took her to Hearst Castle so she could see Hearst Castle. And what I learned at Hearst Castle was interesting. Well, first off, I disrupted the whole tour because the girl who was doing the tour, I was asking her questions, and she loved it. But it just slowed up the whole tour because I was asking questions and she was answering them.
Right.
And she came over afterwards and hugged me. She loved it,
Wow.
because I was taking an actual interest. And what I learned that I never knew as a kid, they say, well, the Hearst sold this to California, state of California, or gave it to avoid taxes. But what I didn't know when I was a kid, and what she told me, because those are my questions, that the Hearst Corporation, all they gave away was the castle. They still own all the property. And so the Hearst Corporation said, they have big meetings over there. They have a whole corporate structure. And Hearst Castle is like Citizen Kane. That's what the movie Citizen Kane was about, William Randolph Hearst. So I had no idea the Hearst organization still operated out of that area. They just don't use the castle.
Wow.
So they're wow, I didn't know this. That was interesting. So I mean, it was turning into a conspiracy tour. I wasn't stating things. I was asking questions, and she loved it.
Yeah.
And
it's incredible.
So I was jamming up the whole, because they're doing one tour after another, and you can do different tours of the different parts of the area. And every Hollywood, anybody who was anybody in Hollywood in the 20s and 30s would go to Hearst Castle. That was like the Playboy mansion of its day. It might not have been Playboy, atmosphere, but I mean, it's where all the celebrities went.
That's right. That's right. And of course, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Well, no, it is very, very interesting. So that's Highway 1, and it is a national treasure. It is a California state treasure. But for the first time, and it happened after my trip to last June to LA, I just loved hanging out with my daughter in the neighborhood where she is, because it was walking distance from my favorite place my dad used to take me, Ferndale it's called. It's a nature trail that actually you can walk all the way to the Griffith Park Observatory from there, which I never knew. And I didn't have time to do it with my daughter, or I didn't think I had enough energy. I think she went up there and walked back, and I sat back at the shake shop or whatever it was, the smoothie shop, and talked to my friends on my cell phone. But I had I would take walks with her every morning that I could, and I just really loved it. But it's like, for the first time, it was a pall over California in my home state, and I no longer necessarily feel I want to move back. And the fires have a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
And the crowdedness of it. They said how many people moved from California because of, COVID or mandates or something, and it's, it's all these people moved, so what? It's nothing. It's like, it's still too crowded. Even the places that nobody wanted to live are crowded.
Yeah. Because
they've been built up or at least populated, if not crowded. And this is, it's too many people. Now, New York, which has too many people, or a lot of people, has a saturation point. Mm-hmm. So when you move to New York, it really doesn't change. It just stays the same in terms of people. Mm-hmm. And that's a positive, actually. The same with the traffic. Traffic isn't as bad here as it is in San Francisco or LA. It's not great, or Chicago or Toronto, because those cities were never built for that. And New York has this incredible transit system and railroad system. So it's much more tolerable, I find.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah. So anyway, but back to, I was thinking, I said, if Jameson ever talked to his parents about, set and all this stuff, they might kick him out of the house without any.
They must know. Jesus Christ, they must know. God, come on, Jameson, you can tell us right now, if you wish, about what your parents know about what you do with your occult pursuits. I mean,
just started talking about this stuff. I can't imagine.
Well, he can't hide that. I mean, his parents must hear him chanting and shit.
Well, they're grown accepting of it. My mom thinks it's more something autistic, where I get off on mostly making these sigils and designs and whatnot. So it's taken a while to sort of, it's taken over 10 years to finally get them past the stage. But
You've acclimated them.
Yes. And not only that, with the knowledge I tell them, it's like they can't really say, "Oh, that's not so. That's horrible," because they're like, "Wow, he really sounds like he knows his shit." So,
well, maybe in some weird way they've become subjected to it. They're now familiar. They're now turning into familiars for you.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah.
I wish I had that kind of power.
Children often wind up kind of controlling their parents. I'm sorry, go on. What were you going to say, Peter?
Well, my daughter had a Chinese boyfriend, and that's who she first fell in with when these Chinese families when she moved to LA.
Uh-huh.
And he was fascinating. He was an artist, but he had talent, so his parents subsidized him. Mm-hmm. And they were funding him, and he was he get involved with incredible projects. And I said I think it was his grandmother or his great grandmother, I don't know which, wrote the book Unbound Feet, which I have a copy of, the book Unbound Feet, which is about and of course he had his family was from Chinatown in San Francisco, but he had, you know, he got involved with incredible things, but he wasn't selling any of his work. And he wasn't even, the problem was not that he couldn't sell it, but he didn't have a mindset to sell it. So he had a whole garage or big warehouse or something full of stuff. And his parents would, you know, go to, you know, set down the, you know, okay, well, you know, you're going to have to start doing something. You can't doing this. And, you know, we're not going to give you so many $1,000 a month to maintain this warehouse or whatever it is. And they'd have a meeting with him, and, you know, they'd walk back with their tail between their legs. You know, he would win the negotiation. And I mean, I don't think it was healthy. It wasn't healthy for her. She was ended up living in the warehouse for a while because she, you know, her situation turned bad, and she was, you know, and then, you know, that the relationship just, well, it wasn't going anywhere. But one of the problems is that he had no, what do you call it, remuneration. He was living off of his parents. Bugatti was talented, and had a lot of. I just really liked him because he was an artist, and she was an artist, and they really bonded on that. But the problem was they weren't making money, right? And Paula couldn't believe their attitudes when she met him. It was like they were flippant about, you know what I mean? They were living, you know, and not supporting themselves.
Right.
And, my daughter supports herself in varying degrees with her royalties from her music, but it's not quite enough. And then she had another boyfriend who had every visible means of support, but, you know, he committed suicide. So that
Jesus.
Was, yeah, but that was after she broke up with him, or he broke up with her rather. And, you know, but it still devastated her because, you know, this was her hopes and dreams, and she couldn't fix him.
Jesus.
She said she was a fixer personality. There's all these personality types, and she was a fixer, she said. So she's really good with nutrition and cooking and all that sort of stuff. But so yeah, it's the California has worn thin in terms of its attractiveness to me. And it's just not the way it used to be. And I know for you, it was probably never overly pleasant from what you had to go through. But back to the thread last night was very interesting. And particularly my connection to, you know, the Egyptian set, because as I say, if you, and I say, I don't try and, you know, go after Christianity scholarship wise too much. I've done enough with that, with the etymology of the name.
Yeah.
But people will just go into the Egyptian, the correspondences are unmistakable of how it's the New Testament is an imitation of Christianity, of Egyptian mythology. So when I went to this Egyptian church, which I was even thinking about going back there and talking to this guy, talking to the priest, giving him a donation and talking to him, but the one thing he said was that he says Christianity was accepted in Egypt by St. Mark. Nobody knows who St. Mark is. You know, the great history. Nobody knows who St. Mark is. St. Andrew was the patron saint of Ukraine and Romania and Greece. Does he historically exist? He said they appear in the literature, but St. Mark was he St. Mark of the Gospel? Well, we don't know, and we think so. They don't think so. Anyway, he said the religion was accepted very strongly because it was natural. It was their religion. So the Coptic religion, it was totally acceptable because it was in a different form. But it's, you know, like kind of the difference in taste between Pepsi and Diet Pepsi, and you're starving for a soft drink. It's not that much different. It's just talking about the taste.
Different enough, I assure you. To me, it is. Oh God!
Well, I mean, but is it that different?
It's different enough for me. I'll tell you that. Yes.
Well,
but I know your point. I get your
if
point.
You're starving for a soft drink.
Yeah, I know.
I haven't had soft drinks.
Yeah, I would take the diet if it were
one. It's like, okay, I'll take it. Now, what I found really unpalatable, because I don't drink soda. I might drink soda if it's sweetened with something other than sugar. But back in the day, when I was a kid, when Tab came out, the great drink Tab, if you've ever heard of Tab.
I remember it distinctly. I even tried it when I was young and was equally repulsed by all that saccharine shit.
Well, it was just the taste of it. It was like, blah. They came out with Tab and a drink called Bubble Up, which was a competitor to 7-Up. Yeah. And it just, these things didn't work.
No.
And occasionally you might have it. When I got older, I found it a little more palatable, but it would, because I grew up in hot climates, so or lived in hot climates, so yeah, anything could taste good on a hot day. But the taste of diet drinks came up so far from the days of Tab. I mean, that was sitting in like for 20 years or something, or before they came out with Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi, which was, as they say, palatable when I was drinking soda. But I cut that out when I discovered how bad it was, and I don't regret it. But so Egyptology, it was just very close, and perhaps there's a better analogy than Pepsi and Diet Pepsi. And the other thing was, as I thought back, Romanian professors will tell you that all of this Egyptology and Christianity and Zoroastrianism all came from Romania and the Zalmoxis tradition, which is, God becoming man becoming God, rather. And so that's the root. So if it goes down to Egypt, it goes up into Syria and down, into Asia. But the Syriac, the Gospels, the Syriac language, I'm told by the Romanians is very, you can see similarities between that and Romanian.
Oh, of course.
Things get all so damn convoluted. But your story, in fact, this might even be book material as I get into it. Because it's fascinating. The one thing was, and I was having a very hard time, but we got through, was when we're discussing, I couldn't get out of you the connection between Christianity and, where did they get this from? Because they were teaching Christianity Old Testament style or whatever. And this just has to be, I guess it's a given. You were presenting it as a given. Yeah. You weren't going into the details of it. The details of it are provided by my theory that it comes from Egypt. That's where all the details would flow up and over geographically. But it's like when something is given, this is an editorial concept. So what's the audience talking about? Mm-hmm. A friend of mine gave me his manuscript on music. He's learned how to play by ear. And the manuscript completely lost me when he starts talking about keys and this and that. And he's giving musical terms that are confusing the hell out of me, which have always confused the hell out of me. Mm-hmm. I just don't understand them. And the whole thesis he's taking falls apart because I don't understand what the hell he's talking about. And then he writes back and says, well, that's not so important. My point is this. Then why are you giving me all this gobbledygook that I don't know what the hell you're talking about? But at that point, the whole manuscript fell apart. I can't read it. And I haven't gone back to it. I might go back to it since what I just said and explaining to him. Mm-hmm. Because, he's discovered something monumental for himself about sound and about creating music. And it's great. It's great for him. Whether he's not a writer, I mean, it's not that he can't write, but and he shared it with his friends, and nobody shows any interest in reading it. And I said, well, I have the same problem.
It's par for the course. Yeah.
There was back in the day, I could send out a dozen manuscripts, and I did, and to different people that I knew. Some of them were personal friends, some of them were not. Even my mother-in-law, and hey, read this, and any mistakes you find, mark them up, and I'd enclose a priority mail envelope so they could send it back for free. Back when priority mail was like $2.50. And now it's about $9.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's 4 times. And if I think of, what the house was worth about that time, it's about, it might be about 4 times, a little under. So, price of priority mail. So this is for like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So basically, this reached a point, maybe 10 years into my writing career, or 8 or 9, where, you couldn't get anybody to read anything.
Yeah, that's right.
You give it to your customers to read, but you really don't necessarily want your customers reading your book ahead of time.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
You don't really want them. It would be people that, might, and so it was like, I couldn't get somebody to read my book and certainly make editorial comments, even if they weren't an editor or correct typos, and that's what I did. So I had to take over that role myself. I did the role anyway, but I took it much more stringently. And